My name is Wang Chong. Waking up in the middle of a battlefield, I saw destruction all around me. The once prosperous Central Plains had become a wasteland of blood and corpses. The foreign invaders had conquered everything, and I was leading the last group of warriors standing against them. I had fought for years, yet I knew our time was up. My heart was heavy, not for myself, but for my homeland and my fallen brothers. I was not originally from this world. Decades ago, a mysterious shooting star had transported me here from a different time and place. I became the son of a general in the Tang dynasty. At first, I felt lost, like I didn't belong. But when war took everything from me, my family, my loved ones, I realized I had to fight. I had spent years struggling, learning military strategies, and earning the respect of great warriors. But it was too late. I had missed my chance to become stronger. Now, I stood at the edge of defeat, knowing there was one final task left, to take down the man responsible for this disaster. As the enemy closed in, I saw him, Kangya Luoshan, the traitor. He had helped the invaders destroy my homeland. My hatred burned deep. With the last of my strength, I struck. My spear blazed like the sun, and in one final attack, I ended his life. But death had come for me too. As the enemy charged, I smiled. My duty was done. I had avenged my people. As everything turned to darkness, I wished for another chance. If only I could go back and change everything. Then, a voice echoed in my mind. The world around me twisted, and suddenly, I woke up in my childhood home. My younger sister stood before me, just as she had 30 years ago. I had returned to the past. This time, I would not make the same mistakes. I would protect my family, change history, and save the Central Plains from destruction. The fall of the Tang dynasty would not happen again. As I walked toward the Grand Hall, I felt my heart pounding. In my past life, I had taken my family for granted. I was reckless, careless, and never realized how precious they were until I lost them. Now, with this second chance, I was determined to change things. My family wasn't part of the highest nobility, but we were a proud clan of generals. Every week, we gathered for a family meal, and today was the first time in 7 days that I could join them again. But this wasn't just any meal. This was my only chance to make my parents see that I had changed. In my past life, I had been a fool. I thought I could live freely, treating life as a game. I made friends with the wrong people, trusting them blindly, and they betrayed me. Because of them, I was falsely accused of a terrible crime. Something so disgraceful that even my father, who rarely intervened in my life, lost all hope in me. That mistake ruined my family's trust, and in time, it led to the downfall of our entire clan. But now, I had a chance to rewrite my fate. I had to prove to my father and mother that I was no longer the foolish son they once knew. I had to start winning back their trust, no matter how hard it would be. As I reached the entrance, I greeted the two guards. They were surprised, rightfully so, since I had never paid them any attention before. But in my past life, when everything fell apart, they were among the few who stayed loyal to my family until their deaths. I owed them my respect. Inside the hall, the rich aroma of food filled the air, but the atmosphere was tense. My father and mother sat in silence, their expressions cold. My little sister, always eager to eat, seemed unusually quiet. I knew I was still in trouble. Instead of sitting down right away, I stepped forward and apologized. I admitted my mistake. My words shocked everyone, including my mother, who had lost hope in me long ago. My father's gaze was stern, but I could tell his anger had softened. For the first time in my life, I wasn't arguing. I wasn't making excuses. I was determined to change, and I wanted them to see it. This was just the first step, but I had taken it. As I sat at the family table, my heart filled with guilt. Seeing my mother's happiness just because I apologized and acted properly made me realize how much I had hurt her in my past life. Back then, I had rejected this world, believing I was only a passerby. I kept my distance from my family, never truly accepting them as my own. Because of that, I ignored their care, their worries, and their love. Even when they punished me, I brushed it off, thinking none of it mattered. But when disaster struck and my family suffered, I realized how wrong I had been. Even after I had disappointed them, they were the ones who stood by me when everything fell apart. They protected me, fed me, and cared for me while I was lost in my misery. I remembered my mother's final days. Her hair had turned completely white before she was even 50. She had aged so much from all the hardships, and when she died in my arms, I finally understood how much I had taken her love for granted. The pain of losing her shattered me. I had spent the next 30 years as nothing more than a walking corpse. Now, I had been given a second chance. This time, I would not let my mother suffer because of me. I would not let anyone harm my family. I clenched my fists beneath the table, determined to change everything. During the meal, I made a shocking announcement. I wanted to join the army. My father, who had been cold and disappointed in me, was stunned. He had planned to send me to the military as punishment, but hearing me say it myself caught him off guard. He was strict, but he understood how serious my decision was. I chose the Kunwu training camp, even though my father suggested other prestigious camps. I knew from my past life that Kunwu would produce the strongest warriors. After some hesitation, my father agreed. This was just the first step. I had regained a little of my family's trust, but I had a long way to go. More than anything, I needed to prepare for the disaster that would soon threaten us all. That meal was one of the happiest I had in a long time. Laughter filled the room as my mother, overjoyed by my change, kept piling food onto my plate. Even my father, usually strict and distant, followed her lead, placing food on my plate under her watchful eyes. It was a rare sight, and my little sister was completely shocked. She had expected me to face severe punishment, yet here I was, being treated like a cherished son. She grew envious and demanded the same treatment, but my father brushed her off, making her pout in frustration. My mother, unable to resist, gave her food instead, and I followed, making her smile instantly. For a moment, everything felt warm and peaceful, but I knew I couldn't get lost in the moment. There was something more important at stake. Casually, I brought up my father's meeting with Lord Yao. The moment I said it, the mood in the room changed. My mother shot me a warning glance, and my little sister froze. Everyone in the family knew my father hated discussing work at home. I could see the slight frown on his face. He was displeased, but he still asked why I mentioned it. I knew I had to be careful. In my past life, this meeting with Yao Guangyi had ruined my father's career and doomed my entire family. Yao Guangyi had manipulated the situation to make it look like my father had betrayed his ally, King Song, leading to our downfall. If I didn't stop it, everything would repeat itself. But convincing my father wasn't easy. He was a military man, honest and straightforward. He believed that as long as he acted with integrity, there was nothing to fear. He had no idea how dangerous Yao Guangyi was. My warnings didn't change his mind. He simply said he knew what he was doing and dismissed me. Even though I failed, I wasn't discouraged. He hadn't completely ignored me, which meant my words had reached him. Now, I needed another plan. If I couldn't stop him directly, I had to find another way. I knew exactly who I needed, Ma Zhou. Sitting on a man-made mountain in the back courtyard, I was deep in thought. My father was about to meet Yao Guangyi at Vast Crane Pavilion, a place completely under Yao Guangyi's control. He had filled it with his subordinates and planted experts to guard it, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to enter. My father had been deceived by the illusion of normalcy in my past life, and I couldn't let that happen again. I knew that if I didn't get inside, I wouldn't be able to stop this disaster. But brute force wasn't an option. I was just a 15-year-old boy with limited strength. Barging in recklessly would only get me thrown out. I needed a plan, and I needed help. Suddenly, inspiration struck. I had been searching for an expert when the strongest one was right in front of me, my little sister. Despite being just 10 years old, she had unparalleled talent and overwhelming strength. She was born with clear meridians, a rare gift that made her exceptionally powerful. Even without serious training, she could easily overpower warriors much older than her. I knew she would follow me without question. With her by my side, sneaking into Vast Crane Pavilion became possible. Excited by my plan, I took my sister out under the pretense of having fun. She was thrilled, unaware of my true intentions. But I needed more than just her strength. I needed someone to help me get closer to the meeting. That's when I thought of Ma Zhou. When we arrived at a familiar pavilion, Ma Zhou and his gang were waiting for me, acting like loyal friends. But I knew better now. In my past life, I had been blind to their deception. They had used me, taken advantage of my kindness, and even framed me for a crime. This time, I wasn't going to let it happen. Without warning, I slapped Ma Zhou across the face. Shock filled the air. No one, including Ma Zhou himself, could believe what had just happened. My sister, realizing he was the one who had harmed me in the past, was furious. Clenching her fists, she was ready to teach him a lesson herself. Talk wasn't sufficient for the little girl. She wanted to take action as well. Wang Chong knew of her fearsome strength, and if she were to be allowed to strike out of rage, Ma Zhou would probably die on the spot. If so, his plan would be as well. Little sister, cool down. Wang Chong patted the shoulders of his youngest sister and hurriedly cajoled her. Leave this kind of little things to me. Don't forget, we have an agreement. It can't be that you are refusing to listen to my words? Little sister was conflicted. She knew that her brother being grounded for a week was a result of the doing of this Ma Zhou rascal. Given her personality, a person who dared to hurt her family would be killed in a single punch of hers. However, she couldn't disobey the words of her brother. All right then. Little sister lowered her head, choosing to obey her brother's words in the end. Wang Chong smiled. This was exactly as how he remembered his youngest sister. Ma Zhou, putting everything in the past aside. You used my name to a female villager in daylight. Did you think that I wouldn't know anything at all? Wang Chong said indifferently. He glanced at Ma Zhou, and the coldness of his gaze penetrated the other party's bones. For some reason, everyone felt terrified and uneasy. It was as though he had become an entirely different person. Things have blown up. This fellow actually knows of it all? Who was the one who told him? The impression Wang Chong gave them today was one who was suddenly enlightened. To think that he would suddenly awaken from his dreams. The Saiyans immediately retreated backward. Subconsciously, they felt that it was impossible to settle the matter today peacefully. On the other hand, disbelief and shock reflected on Ma Zhou's face. Eventually, all of it faded into calmness. Even the right hand that was grabbing onto his cheeks had loosened and fallen downward. Truthfully, Ma Zhou didn't expect Wang Chong to suddenly become so smart. It felt as though nothing could be hidden from him anymore. As though everything that had been done in the past had been exposed. Wang Chong, you were the one who asked for it. With a dark expression, Ma Zhou howled savagely. Of all things possible, Wang Chong should have never slapped him in front of so many brothers. How could his pride allow him to take it lying? Even more so, he shouldn't have pointed everything out. If he was truly smart, he should have known to just drop the matter instead of speaking of them. At most, he could have just chosen not to roam on the streets in the future. Wasn't hanging out with other people, even if hypocritically, better than this? Did he think that just because he called him young Master Chong in the past, he had become the head of the group? Ma Zhou stared at Wang Chong coldly and haughtily, not even trying to hide the disdain and mock in his gaze at this moment. Ma Zhou is going to rage. What the heck? We should hurry up and get away. Ma Zhou's rampage isn't a joke. The last time, Ma Zhou had crippled a scion who was in imbued bone realm. Given how Wang Chong is only at imbued blood realm, he is in for a difficult time now that he had angered Ma Zhou. The surprise and dumbfounded looks on that bunch of vile young faces were replaced with a gloating one. Ma Zhou was a rascal, but the others weren't fools. If he weren't capable, there was no reason for them to take him as their leader. This fellow was never an easy figure. Everyone could already see Wang Chong been thrown around by Ma Zhou's punches with his teeth scattered all around the road. Ma Zhou was feeling unhappy now, extremely unhappy. Wang Chong was only a puppet beneath him. Yet this puppet was trying to climb over his head now. How could Ma Zhou stand this? Kacha! The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard from Ma Zhou's body. Blood surged through his body steadily as though a stream and a powerful strength burst from the depths of his body. Imbued core realm. Ma Zhou's strength had already reached origin energy tier 4. He had already reached the level of drawing origin energy to cleanse his bones of impurities. He was much stronger compared to the little young master Wang Chong, who was still at Origin Energy Tier 3. To think that you would dare disrespect me, you were looking for it. Ma Zhou sneered savagely. Is that so? Wang Cheng smirked coldly. There wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes. Ma Zhou was taken aback. For some reason, the feeling Wang Cheng generated in him was extremely bizarre, as though he was an entirely different person. Putting the matter aside, Ma Zhou stepped forward, advancing as though a strike of lightning, and shot a punch straight toward Ma Zhou. Kacha! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Ma Zhou seemed to have heard the sound of Wang Cheng's bones breaking. Before he could even cheer, he heard exclaims from the surroundings. Ma, young master Ma, your nose. The youngsters by the side had their eyes wide in fear as they stared intently at Ma Zhou's nose, as though it was something fearsome. What's wrong with my nose? Ma Zhou was astounded by their words. The moment such a thought flashed across his mind, he immediately felt a pain that penetrated straight through his heart. A fire seemed to be burning in his nostrils and searing fresh blood with flavors of all kind. Sour, bitter, spicy, and sweet seemed to gush out simultaneously. My nose! Ma Zhou howled in agony. That voice was sharp and distinct, causing everyone goosebumps. In this instant, Ma Zhou realized that the sound of bone breaking came from his nose breaking, not from Wang Cheng. The nose bone was the softest bone in the entire human body, as well as the weakest one. Upon being punched in the nose, Ma Zhou felt his entire body losing its strength as he slumped into a kneeling position on the floor while clutching his nose. Clearly, he had lost all fighting will. Ma Zhou was still unable to understand how he sustained that punch. Given how even Ma Zhou himself was unable to comprehend the situation, the others were even more confused. In their vision, they only saw Wang Cheng walking half a step to the side, causing Ma Zhou's punch to hit empty air. At the same time, Wang Cheng's punch struck Ma Zhou's nose. They felt their blood curdle. It was not the first time they were hanging out with Wang Cheng, and they knew Wang Cheng's fighting prowess well. To think that an Origin Energy Tier 3 imbued Blood Realm was able to defeat an Origin Energy Tier 4 imbued Core Realm? This wasn't right. He sure is vicious. Upon seeing Ma Zhou's pathetic situation, the others felt their goosebumps rising on their arms once again, and a few of them immediately ran away. Ma Zhou, these 2 slaps are for the people who you have once oppressed. Wang Cheng grabbed Ma Zhou by his pair, and Papa, 2 slaps were bestowed upon him. Ma Zhou was the type who only possessed brute strength. In terms of technique and fighting intuition, he was far inferior to Wang Cheng. Even if you wanted to going about scamming and oppressing others, there should be a limit to it. To actually a married woman. Don't you know that I hate this kind of action the most? As he spoke, Papa, another 2 slap rained down on him, knocking Ma Zhou's teeth out of his mouth. Brother, good slap, good slap. The 10-year-old younger sister was cheering by the side. Watching the scene, she felt her own resentment being vented. Although she wasn't able to do it herself, watching her brother deal with this fellow was also exhilarating. Only after sending any 2 fists onto him did Wang Cheng feel his anger subsiding slightly. Regardless of whether it was this life or his previous one, Wang Cheng hated those who bullied the weak. He found it exceptionally unbearable when Ma Zhou and the gang used his own name to commit such atrocity. This was precisely the reason why his parents grounded him and the Wang clan was humiliated. As such, Wang Cheng struck even harder and viciously. You rascal! You will pay for it. Ma Zhou's eyes were red with frenzy and his body trembled with rage. Pa! Wang Cheng suddenly kicked Ma Zhou's crotch and vaguely, one could hear the sound of something shattering. The pain caused the latter to howl in pain as he hurriedly grabbed his crotch. His entire face turned pale and perspiration beads fell from his forehead profusely as though rain. Only the sound of his pained exhalation could be heard. Ma Zhou, don't think that I do not know that you are Yao Feng's subordinate. He is making use of you to deal with me. Living off the authority of others, did you really think you are really something big? Wang Cheng walked over and glared down at Ma Zhou coldly. Ma Zhou was a person without any background. Without anyone instigating him from the back, how could he dare to make a fool out of Wang Cheng? Upon seeing Ma Zhou's flabbergasted look, Wang Cheng knew that he had guessed correctly. In the entire capital, The only one who wanted to deal with him was Yao Feng. Even though Yao Feng didn't have a grudge against him, he had some conflicts with Wang Cheng's big brother and second brother. As such, he instigated Ma Zhou to deal with their younger brother. Wang Cheng, don't you dare get gleeful. Acting so haughtily in front of me, I dare you to do the same in front of young Master Yao. Indeed, I used your name to a woman outside, but what about it? It was all instigated by him. Go at him if you dare. Ma Zhou stiffened his neck and roared. Heh, Ma Zhou. Did you think that I dare not to? Wang Cheng was waiting for these words. In order to enter the vast crane pavilion, he needed this brother to lead the way for him. I dare you to lead the way then. I would like to see what Yao Feng has to say about this affair. Wang Cheng sneered coldly. Hua. Ma Zhou seemed to have found energy from some unknown source and abruptly forced himself up. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes, and from it, one could feel bone-piercing hatred. Wang Cheng, follow me if you are a man. Whoever who backs out will be a cowardly rascal. If he didn't get back at Wang Cheng for this, his pride wouldn't allow him to live on. He wasn't able to deal with Wang Cheng, so he could only leave it to Yao Feng to avenge him. Things went even smoother than Wang Cheng expected. With Ma Zhou leading the way, Wang Cheng soon arrived at Vast Crane Pavilion. At the center of the bustling city, an octagonal pavilion appeared. It was built with an arched roof with majestic pillars propping it up. There were 4 levels to the pavilion, and golden-plated red lanterns hung layer by layer down the 8 corners, bringing out an elegant disposition to it. Returning back to a familiar land and seeing a familiar infrastructure, Wang Cheng couldn't help but recall the past. In his previous life, when he returned to this vast crane pavilion, it was already old and in tatters. The corners were filled with dust and spider webs, far the previous prosperity and liveliness it had once experienced. This was the turning point for the destiny of the Wang clan. In his previous life, even on his deathbed, his father couldn't help but remember this vast crane pavilion. As such, Wang Cheng also visited this place over and over again, touring the tattered remains of the vast crane pavilion to reminisce the past. If that didn't happen, everything would probably be different. Wang Cheng thought. Now that everything had returned back to the starting point, he finally gained the opportunity to stop everything in his tracks in the place of his father, as well as to salvage everything. Just that, his father no longer remembered anything. Wang Cheng, I dare you to enter with me. By the side, Ma Zhou was already done conversing with the guards in the vast crane pavilion. He angrily beckoned Wang Cheng over. The vast crane pavilion had already banned all customers from entering. Other than those from the Yao residence and King Qi's subordinates, no one was allowed to enter. However, Ma Zhou was an exception. He was a lackey of Yao Guangyi, and he was acquainted with the guards of the Yao residence. The only one who could allow Wang Cheng in was this Ma Zhou. Why? Are you afraid? Ma Zhou snickered coldly in an attempt to taunt him, fearing that Wang Cheng might go back on his words. Humph! Cut the nonsense and lead the way. Wang Cheng scoffed. Estimating the time, his father should have already entered the vast crane pavilion. How everything would go from now on depend on what he did today. Taking a deep breath, Wang Cheng, along with his little sister, walked into the vast crane pavilion. Only upon walking into the vast crane pavilion did one realize how vibrant the tavern was. This was nonsense. In every floor, there were more than 200 seats, but there wasn't a single person on any of it. Wang Cheng could clearly tell that the people in here were Yao Guangyi and King Qi's subordinates. There were even those who once followed King Song. In scheming against his father, those who betrayed King Song played a vital role. Yao Guangyi had truly put a lot of effort into this matter. However, Ma Zhou seemed to be ignorant of the matter. He couldn't tell what was different with the atmosphere, and all he did was to taunt Wang Cheng forward, as though afraid that he would back out and retreat at the last moment. Hurry up, rascal, are you regretting your decision now? After suffering such indignance, how could Ma Zhou simply let this matter slip? All he wanted now was to use Yao Feng's hands to teach Wang Cheng a lesson. What are you hurrying me for? Do you think that I am afraid of Yao Feng? Wang Cheng behaved as though he had fallen for his taunting, but he was sneering coldly inside. He was thankful for his relationship with Ma Zhou. If this fellow knew what was going on in the vast crane pavilion at this moment, He wouldn't dare to bring him here even if he had 10 times of his guts. Flinging his robe, Wang Chong followed Ma Zhou up the stairs. The child and 2 teenagers did not catch anyone's attention. In a refined room in the 3rd floor of the vast crane pavilion, a group of young gentlemen who were dressed extravagantly, seemingly originating from wealthy families, were gathered together. All of them proposed a toast to the luxuriously dressed, dignified young man who sat in the main seat. Yao Gongzi, cheers. Yao Gongzi, allow me to propose a toast. The young gentlemen chattered among themselves, and their words were filled with pleasantries. They all seemed to have treated the latter as their de facto leader and acted subserviently around him. Young Master Yao's words were refined, and he was a rising figure in the capital. Furthermore, he had a powerful background which was exceptional even among the entire group. Please do not stand on ceremony. Allow me to play host today. You all should enjoy yourselves. The luxuriously dressed young man's movements were elegant as he returned the toast to the group. His expression was calm and magnanimity exuded from his gestures. He stood out even among the group of refined gentlemen. The Yao residents had an imposing reputation in the capital, especially given their blood ties with King Qi. Young Master Yao was the eldest son of the Yao residents, and in the future, he would inherit the standing and influence of the Yao clan. He was a figure that was destined for greatness. Thus, even though this was the first time young Master Yao Feng had invited them over, they delightfully accepted and attended this gathering. After exchanging a few toasts, the atmosphere became vibrant. Seated in the main seat of the room, Yao Feng inconspicuously glanced at his surroundings and delight surged through his heart. He nodded his head in approval. Today was his joyous occasion. Using his father's reputation and the name of the Yao family, Yao Feng had invited all respectable and influential young masters in the capital over to the vast crane pavilion. This was the first time everyone was gathering together, and to Yao Feng, this was an opportunity to win their hearts over and establish his prestige. As long as he was able to buy these young masters over to his side, he would be able to become one of the leaders of the youths in the capital. Furthermore, his father had already promised him that if he were able to win the hearts these respectable gentlemen over to build his own following, he would gradually grant him authority and slowly pass the family business over to him. Without doubt, such a promise was equivalent to granting him the position of the successor. As such, this gathering was of absolute importance to Yao Feng. The mood at the gathering was pleasant and joyful. Yao Feng could tell that everyone was intentionally fawning over him, that people were still in awe of the Yao residents. However, that wasn't enough. Thus, with the intention to win their hearts, everyone, those who are seated here are my brothers. No matter what you all need in the future, feel free to bring it up. Young master, Ma Zhou had brought 2 people here. The wooden doors to the room opened and the manager of the vast crane pavilion rushed in, interrupting Yao Feng's words halfway through. What's wrong? For you to be panicking like this? Yao Feng frowned. He was displeased with the manager's actions, but he didn't express it blatantly. Didn't I say to allow no one to interrupt me now? Tell Ma Zhou to come later. Yao Feng said. I have already said it. The manager's voice trailed off. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to say it, but he has already barged in. The moment those words were spoken, silence fell over the room. Initially, Yao Feng was just slightly displeased, but after hearing those words, he couldn't help but be infuriated. Ma Zhou was just an insignificant to him. If he were to wreck such an important meeting, Yao Feng would not let him off easily. Young master, why don't we? A young man dressed in silk tried asking. There's no need. Before the other party could finish his words, Yao Feng interrupted him. Everyone, a small matter had propped up. I apologize for my impertinence. Manager Zhang, please hand this over to him. Tell him that I'll meet him personally at the end of the gathering. With a of his hand, Yao Feng threw the golden token on his waist over. Yao Feng rarely used his token unless something major had occurred. If Ma Zhou was wise, he should be able to understand his intentions after looking at this token. If he still chose to barge in even after that to ruin his opportunity, then he couldn't blame him for being merciless. Young Master Yao, why go through so much trouble? It'll be more convenient if we just enter straight. A cold sneer could be heard from beyond the doors. The door was kicked open, and Wang Chong walked in. Wang Chong. Upon recognizing the person walking in, Yao Feng's entire body trembled. He couldn't believe in his eyes. He never would have thought that this person would barge in on him. Why? Young Master Yao, do you not welcome me? Wang Chong smiled. He was extremely satisfied with Yao Feng's shocked expression. Before Yao Feng could even say anything, he had already pulled out a chair next to Yao Feng and sat down on it. Seeing Wang Chong's actions, Yao Feng's eyelids twitched. He suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled in response. How could that be? All that comes are my guests, and I won't treat any of my guests rudely. No matter what, he was still the son of a distinguished family. Every action of his exuded grace and magnanimity. On this aspect, few families were able to match up to him. At this moment, Wang Chong was rather impressed by him. It wasn't without a cause that Yao Feng was able to become one of the leaders of the younger generation in the capital. At the very least, his attitude and disposition were something unmatched by others. However, it was a pity that Wang Chong's purpose here was to cause trouble. Also, Yao Feng had yet to possess that distinguished position he had in his previous life. Heh, little sister, hurry here. There is someone who wants to treat us, and there is a lot of good food here. See, your brother never lies to you. Without turning back, he beckoned the person behind him. Really? It was an immature and crisp voice. Everyone else stared in shock as a round face emerged from the wooden door behind Wang Chong. Her large eyes glimmered in curiosity as she looked around the room. Soon, her gaze fell upon the delicacies spread out over the table. Wah, you aren't lying. The young girl was awed. She stepped into the room, walked over, and sat beside Wang Chong. Grabbing a fragrant chicken leg over, she started to dig in. She completely ignored the presence of the other guests in the room. Her young mind wasn't able to process that much. Since her brother said that it was all right to dig in, she dug in. She couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. Delicious. This is really delicious. The Wang family's little sister was a person with voracious appetite. She might be of small stature, but the same could not be said about her stomach. With 2 or 3 chomps, she finished a giant piece of chicken legs. While eating, she complimented the food, and the bones that emerged from her mouth were completely clean. In fact, teeth marks could be seen on it. The dishes of the vast crane pavilion had the fragrance, outer appearance, and taste befitting of a renowned restaurant in the capital. Their dishes, regardless of whether they were steamed, fried, broiled, or barbecued, they were done to the point of perfection. Even though the food she ate at home were remarkable delicacies as well, how could they compare up to the vast crane pavilion, given the amount of effort the cooks here put into the food? The little sister of the Wang family was delighted, and at this moment, the only thought that was in her mind was that her brother was a wonderful person. She unleashed her appetite and tackled the food frenziedly, filling her hands and mouth with oil in the short amount of time since entering the room. She had already cleared 2 plates. Her eating mannerism and her appetite caused Yao Feng's eyelids to jump. He wasn't bothered by the speed at which the dishes on the table was being cleared. The vast crane pavilion belonged to his family, and food wasn't a problem. However, these 2 siblings were obviously here to cause trouble. If this Wang family's little sister were to be allowed to continue eating like that, who would be willing to dig in? At this rate, this gathering would be ruined. In fact, Yao Feng could already feel the atmosphere cooling down. Normally, he would just allow such a matter to slip. However, this was the first time he was approaching the various gentlemen of the capital to win their hearts, so the matter was of utmost importance to him. How could he allow these 2 insignificant figures ruin such a vital affair? Your younger sister sure is cute. Young Master Wang, all that comes are my guests. How about this? I will play host and prepare a feast at another room for Wang Gongzi, and all food and drinks are on me. How do you think of it? Not a hint of displeasure could be seen on Yao Feng's face, and his actions were still calm and elegant. He tried to persuade the 2 of them calmly, as though oblivious to the fact that the siblings were here to wreak havoc. The other gentlemen seated in the room were impressed by Yao Feng's magnanimity. Through his actions itself, much could be said about the Yao family and their culture. It was truly a prominent family which few could match up to. Wang Chong had been taking in Yao Feng's expressions, and the slight twitch at the corner of the latter's eyes couldn't hide from his gaze. He knew that his strategy was working. It is more enjoyable for us to have fun together. How can eating and drinking by oneself compare to the commotion here? I have heard that Yao Gongzi is known for his magnanimity, so surely you wouldn't mind our addition into the room? How could Wang Chong be driven away that easily? It was difficult for him to enter this vast crane pavilion, and if he were to be easily sent away by Yao Feng's words, wouldn't his efforts go to vain? I would like to see how much longer can you endure. Wang Chong sneered coldly within. He was here to infuriate Yao Feng. Regardless of how deeply hidden the intentions of this Yao Gongzi were and how tolerant he was, Wang Chong was determined to have him erupt into anger. Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, Yao Feng's expression finally changed. He didn't expect Wang Chong to ignore his kind persuasion. It was clear that he was reluctant to leave. Wang Gongzi, if I'm not wrong, I don't think that I have invited you here. It's not that I am a stingy person, but I'm afraid that I would have to invite you to leave. Anger had appeared in Yao Feng's eyes. Heh, I know that you didn't invite me, but I can't simply skip out of this gathering. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Yao Gongzi. Wang Chong sneered coldly. He grabbed a bottle of alcohol before another guest, uncapped it, and tried it. He complimented, "Good wine." Even though Yao Feng was well-cultured, his eyelids twitched furiously in response to Wang Chong's provocation. "What do you mean by I didn't invite you, but you couldn't skip this meeting? Do I, Yao Feng, need your respect?" If not in consideration of the signs of authoritative officials in the room, Yao Feng wouldn't have been bothered to talk to a child like him and directly chased him out. "Ma Zhou, you rascal! To think that you brought him to me! I will skin you alive." Yao Feng was filled with fury. He knew clearly that the youngest son of the Wang family had never met him before, and that it was impossible for him to know what he had done. For Wang Chong and his younger sister to come knocking, that rascal Ma Zhou must have exposed him. However, it wasn't the time to be pursuing this matter. "Wang Chong, I will ask you one last time. Do you really want to go against me?" Yao Feng said sharply. It was clear that he wouldn't leave no matter what he said, so it was no use acting politely to him. Everyone could tell that Wang Chong was here to mess up the situation. "Humph, Yao Feng, this is called an eye for an eye." Wang Chong smashed the wine cup on the floor. Pa! It shattered into innumerable fragments. When pleasantries fail to work, one's true intentions are revealed. Immediately, the atmosphere grew tense. Even the most foolish of people could tell that the siblings' purpose here was Yao Feng. They were intentionally trying to wreak havoc here. Just that, there was one thing that everyone didn't understand. Who were these siblings, to actually dare to stand against Yao Feng? One must know that the Yao residents possessed exceptional standing in the capital. "Wang Chong, you're from the Wang clan?" A sudden exclaim. A scion in the gathering had recognized Wang Chong. "That's right," Wang Chong replied frankly. Upon hearing this answer, the expressions of everyone here changed. It was no wonder that the siblings dared to stand against Yao Feng, not even buying the Yao family's tab. They were from the Wang clan. If it was just Wang Yin, there were also many other generals in the militaristic Great Tang Empire who had positions equal to him. But in this capital, everyone knew that there was another powerful figure in the Wang clan. That person was the one who was truly fearsome. "So it's the descendant of Duke Jia. Please pardon my insolence. Is your grandfather still doing well? I am from the Wei family in the capital. Your grandfather had once helped my father, Wei Li, and he had been thinking about the matter. Young Master Wang, if possible, please help me convey the message to your grandfather that the Wei Li hopes to pay respects to him when he's free." At this moment, their attitudes toward the Wang siblings changed, and they became incomparably respectful toward them. The words Duke Jiao held distinct standing in the capital, changing the standing of the Wang siblings in an instant. They thought that this was only a farce, but if Duke Jiao, who was in seclusion now, wanted to deal with the Yao family, then everything would be different. This wasn't something any ordinary families could get involved in. "Young Master Yao, I suddenly recalled that I still have things to attend to. I will first take my departure. Young Master Yao, let's gather together again some other time." After some pleasantries, a scion stood up and left. Soon, more and more people followed suit. Yao Feng's face steeled. Soon, his face became as dark as the bottom of a pot. The reason why he had been keeping his anger in check was to persuade Brother Wang Chong to leave peacefully without alarming the others. Yet, his efforts still ended in failure. This gathering that he had put together with much effort was forcefully destroyed by this sibling pair. Even though these people said that they were interested in gathering together another time, Yao Feng knew that they were all talk. They have already caught the scent of something deeper, and for a period of time, they would try all means to steer clear of him. Wang Chong, since you two don't want to leave, then stay here for all eternity. Men, take them down. I would like to see what the Wang clan has to say about this. Wrath shot forth from Yao Feng's eyes. He slammed the table and stood up. Boom. With a gust of wind, the two guards of Yao family, who were already awaiting commands from beyond the door, barged in. They had towering physiques and a savage expression hung on their faces. Without saying a word, their hands assumed the shape of an eagle's claws and they charged right as Wang Chong and Wang Xiaoyao. The movements of the two were agile and fluid. It was clear that they were from the army. Their moves were from the standard techniques imparted in the barracks for capturing an enemy alive. This technique was aimed at locking one's shoulders. If Wang Chong and his sister were to be caught in their attack, they would definitely suffer greatly. Little sister, do it. Sensing danger, Wang Chong howled loudly. He had made his youngster sister promise not to attack anyone without his permission. Even when dealing with Ma Zhou, he didn't allow her to make a move. However, he didn't hesitate at this moment and gave her the permission to act as she pleased. The two guards of the Yao family were extremely swift. In the blink of an eye, right after Wang Chong's voice sounded, the little sister of the Wang family moved. Gotcha! No one knew how she did it, but with the crisp sound of a bone breaking, the first guard of the Yao family screamed in agony and knelt to the floor. His left palm was bent to a bizarre angle backward. The fate of the second guard was even worse. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he was sent flying backward as though a kite whose string was cut. Boom! His body crashed through the wall and he flew out of the building, leaving a giant hole in his wake. In a blink of an eye, the battle had already ended. The Wang family's little sister was still standing on the table with a chicken leg in her oily hands. Silence. The entire room was silent. Shock showed through Yao Feng's eyes, and the others took it even worse. No one could have imagined that such massive strength could be harnessed within the small body. The two well-trained guards of the Yao family were unable to withstand a single from her. It was a complete defeat. Ding, ding, ding. The few guests who sat close to the little sister of the Wang family subconsciously retreated, and fear could be seen in their eyes. Too scary. How can she possess such fearsome strength? I probably will die if that fist were to land on me. How can a 10-year-old girl be so scary? The guards of the Yao family are all elites. If I didn't witness this sight myself, I would have never believed it possible. Everyone left in the room was dumbfounded. Countless people sparred in the capital every day, but none of which was as shocking as the strength which that 10-year-old girl just displayed. I will beat to death anyone who dares to hurt my brother. The little sister of the Wang clan sat on the table and glared at the others with widened eyes. Even though she looked delicate and young, who would dare to underestimate her now? Well done. Wang Chong was delighted, and he secretly shot her a thumbs up. As expected of the #1 expert of the Wang clan, it was exactly as he remembered it. Even though she often slacked off, her talent was still much too incredible for average people to match up with her. Her blows had no techniques whatsoever behind it, but her incredible strength and reaction speed still made it easy to wreck these guards of the Yao family. Yao Feng, my apologies. You aren't enough to deal with us siblings. Wang Chong added oil to the fire and sneered coldly at Yao Feng. Audacious. Take them down. Yao Feng flew into a rage. Agitated by Wang Chong, his entire body was convulsing rapidly. For the elites of Yao residents to be unable to defeat a little girl, the reputation of the Yao family would be tarnished if word were to spread out. The gathering might have been ruined, but he had to capture the Wang siblings to uphold the dignity of the Yao clan. After which, he would march to the Wang clan to hold them accountable for whatever that happened. Boom. The moment Yao Feng raised his hands, 4 experts from the Yao residence made their moves at the same time. In terms of cultivation realm, these 4 were much stronger than the other 2 whom the little girl crushed previously. If they were unable to take them down with this, the reputation of the Yao clan would really go down the gutters. This time, Wang Chong didn't simply wait for the attacks to come. At the same time Yao Feng dispatched the 4 experts, Wang Chong pointed to Yao Feng and bellowed, "Little sister, grab him. Shoot the mount before shooting the rider. Capture the leader before capturing the other bandits." Wang Chong hadn't forgotten his purpose here. What was the use of defeating mere guards of the Yao residence? It wouldn't mean anything even if they were to defeat all of them. Taking down Yao Feng was the priority. Since Yao Feng had already made a move on them, there was no need for Wang Chong to hold it in any longer. Boom, boom. The little sister of the Wang family's explosive strength and speed showcased its might at this instant. Pong, pong, pong. The 4 experts of the Yao residence barely stopped her for a few seconds before they were sent flying. The little sister of the Wang family charged ahead. She stepped across a table and grabbed the one sitting on the main seat. "Young Master Yao." Audacious. Yao Feng stood up and a cold gleam glimmered in his eyes. He was completely enraged by Wang Xiaoyao and her brother's actions. A ripple spread through his clothes. Boom! A shockwave could be felt within 5 feet of them, and the sound of billowing waves crashing down onto the shore echoed in the room. Wang Chong was standing at the entrance of the room. Despite being a table away from him, he could feel fearsome pressure from this storm-like aura. He was forced to subconsciously retreat several steps backward. He was astonished by Yao Feng's might. Pong! Almost instantaneously, Yao Feng's massive fist and Wang Xiaoyao's tiny fist encountered one another violently. Boom! A gale rose within the room and the shockwave from their encounter blasted in all directions. It seemed as though a strike of lightning had suddenly blasted through the room. Ding, ding, ding. Yao Feng's body staggered, and he swiftly retreated 3 steps backward. At the same time, the body of the Wang family's little sister swayed, and she took half a step back. "Humph. Where do you two take this place as? Do you all really think that no one would be able to suppress you two?" Yao Feng's face paled. At this moment, rage had completely clouded his mind. All that remained in this room were his people, and there was no need for him to feign as a gentleman any longer. "Men, attack them along with me. If we take down this pair of siblings, everyone will be rewarded with 1,000 gold and a chainmail." Before he even finished his words, Yao Feng exerted strength onto the floor and dashed forward. Everyone's attention was jolted by his words, and they charged forward as well. Even the other scions, who didn't intend to make a move at the start, charged forward along with the rest. In the Great Tang Empire, the name of Duke Jiao was deafening. However, it was a pity that not everyone had a choice. The families behind them were closely tied together to the fate of the Yao clan. If Yao Feng was humiliated, their position wouldn't be any better than his. Not good. Wang Chong's was astonished. In an instant, his heart felt as though it was submerged in a river of ice. He had planned out everything, taking into account every detail, but he didn't expect Yao Feng to be that strong. Even though he wasn't as prominent as he was in his previous life, Yao Feng still showcased his fearsome talent in martial arts. His youngest sister was insufficiently capable of defeating him. If they were unable to capture Yao Feng, his plans would go to naught. In an instant, a strong feeling of danger struck him. Wang Chong knew that a giant loophole had appeared in his plans. If he didn't settle it right now, everything he did would be in vain. "Yao Feng Gongzi will help you." Such words rang from all directions, and all of the scions charged forward simultaneously. At the same time, the sound of their footsteps rang throughout the entire pavilion. All of the experts Yao Guang-yi had planted all over the vast crane pavilion charged towards the source of the sound. "Brother!" Wang Xiaoyao yelled. Facing so many experts, she panicked. She might be powerful, but regardless of how daring she was only a 10-year-old girl. She had never faced such situations before. "Little sister, don't panic. Listen to me." At that tense moment, Wang Chong suddenly calmed down. Somehow, his voice held certain calming quality to it, and upon listening to his voice, Wang Xiaoyao's anxiety disappeared and confidence arose within her once more. Tiger traversing the stream. Upon hearing Wang Chong's voice, the Wang family's little sister's body collapsed inward before charging forward abruptly. A scream of agony could be heard. A guard of the Yao residence was kicked squarely by the Wang family's little sister, and he shot through the walls, breaking through the pillars and crashing into the streets. Brother Wang, come, cheers. At the underground level of the vast crane pavilion, there was a giant space filled with gems and pearls. Two mountain-like figures sat opposite to one another, and cups of wine knocked against one another. No one could have imagined that this was where the fate of two great clans of the Great Tang Empire would be decided. Yao Guangyi wore a loose robe, and he was seated very formally. He kept pouring more wine to Wang Yan's cup, yet keeping completely silent about his motive behind this gathering. Brother Yao, the reason for your invitation for this gathering. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang, let's put that aside first. You and I are generals who guard the border, and it's not every day that we get to meet one another. Let's not talk about anything else and just drink. Yao Guangyi interrupted before Wang Yan could finish his words. Even though they were both generals, Yao Guangyi's gestures made him look more like a general who depended on his wits rather than strength. Wang Yan frowned and his lips moved, but he held back what he wanted to say. Wang Yan was a traditional militaristic general, and he had a straightforward personality. Wang Yan thought that Yao Guangyi had invited him here to pull him over to his side. The moment Yao Guangyi tries to invite him over, Wang Yan was determined to reiterate his stand to reject him firmly. Yet, after drinking a few cups, Yao Guangyi didn't speak of anything at all, making Wang Yan at a loss of where he should bring up the topic. Logically, Yao Guangyi should be even more anxious than he was, yet the situation occurring at this moment was proving him wrong. This made Wang Yang doubt his judgment. Perhaps Yao Guangyi's true motive wasn't to recruit him? He found the situation amiss, but in the depths of his heart, Wang Yan sincerely hoped that Yao Guangyi only invited him over to chat. Regardless of whether it was the Yao clan or the Wang clan, they were both pillars helping to prop up the empire. If they could work together as one to serve the empire, that would be a blessing of the Great Tang, as well as the world. Besides, regardless of the situation, Wang Yan was without fear. A gentleman worked in the open, whereas a hypocrite worked in the shadows. As long as he operated transparently and righteously, he did not fear whatever Yao Guangyi had in plan for him. Brother Yao, cheers. Wang Yan lifted his wine cup. Boom. Just when the both of them had lifted up their cups, the ground tremored and a figure smashed onto the streets. Who dares to brawl in the capital? Wang Yan put down his wine cup and his eyebrows shot up. Just his displeasure by itself was sufficient to intimidate others. The general who had dominated the battlefields would not allow a speck of dust to irritate his eye. Everything was either black or white to him, and what he detested the most were people who overstepped on the law. For someone to cause trouble in the vast crane pavilion in the capital, where the son of the heavens resided, that person truly had zero fear and eyes for the law. At which, Wang Yan's right hand slammed on the table as he stood up, readying himself to take a look. Upon seeing such a sight, astonishment flashed through Yao Guangyi's gaze, and he hurriedly tried to placate him. He, Brother Wang, you are a general of the royal court. There is no need for you to interfere in such trifling affairs. Come, drink. Let's get drunk today. Halfway through his words, Yao Guangyi lifted his wine cup, gesturing for Wang Yan to ignore the ruckus and sit back down. What a joke. He had planned this for a very long time, and even though he managed to dupe him over this time, it might not work the second time. If he allowed Wang Yan to leave, all of his efforts would be wasted. All right then. Wang Yan was unwilling to, but upon seeing Yao Guangyi lift his wine cup, he could only sit back down. Seeing Wang Yan give up on the idea of taking a look, the burden grasping tightly at his heart was released. He grabbed the wine bottle and topped up Wang Yan's drink. However, Yao Guangyi was still anxious within. He knew the condition of the vast crane pavilion, and everyone in the premises was his men. If so, how could a brawl possibly break out? Could it be that someone had barged in? He had already made a lot of preparations in advance for today's plan. The walls of the vast crane pavilion were plated with metal, and even a mosquito would find it hard to fly in. Who would be so capable of being able to wreak havoc in his vast crane pavilion despite everything he had planned? If I find out who was the one foiling my plans in vast crane pavilion, I will definitely his life a living. Yao Guangyi clenched his fists tightly, and a savage gleam flashed across his eyes. This plan was crucial to the fight between King Qi and King Song. as well as the political struggle occurring in the royal court. The Yao clan had sided itself with King Qi and was already embroiled in the fight. There was no path of retreat for them anymore. At this point, whoever who tried to foil his plans would be the mortal enemy of the Yao clan. Given the authority Yao clan wielded in the royal court and King Qi's backing, it wasn't a difficult task for them to crush the clan of an ordinary official. Brother Wang. Yao Guangyi contemplated for a moment and decided to continue appeasing Wang Yin. This fellow had an inflexible personality, and he followed his values too firmly. If he didn't appease him properly, it was still possible for him to want to head out and take a look at the situation. The capitals are filled with profligate scions, so it was impossible to avoid brawling between them. It would be all right so as long no one loses their lives. Furthermore, we have some experts in the vast crane pavilion to ensure security, so it will probably calm down in a while. Right after saying his words, Peng, another figure flew out from the windows of the vast crane pavilion, smashing heavily onto the street. After which, the third collision, the fourth collision. In that instant, Yao Guangyi's expression changed. Little sister, antelope's horn. Little sister, crane combing its feathers. Monkey stealing peaches. In the third floor of the vast crane pavilion, the Wang family's little sister attacked the charging assailants as though she was hanging paintings on the wall. The young valiant gentlemen and experts from the Yao residence were sent flying as though rubber. The Wang family's little sister's indolence sunk right into the bones, and she often slacked off during training. The moves that she was capable of using was extremely pathetic. Yet, she was extremely obedient to her elder brother. When her fearsome innate strength was coupled with the discernment ability and experience that Wang Chong had accumulated in his previous life, the situation immediately changed. In the entire room, other than Yao Feng who could withstand the little girl's blows, the others were sent flying away in an instant. It only took a short moment for most of them to be groaning all over the room. Large holes had appeared all over the room. The little sister of the Wang family was not only able to send them flying with her overwhelming strength, most of them flew through the walls and crashed down onto the streets. You darn lass. The more Yao Feng fought, the more astounded and angry he was. At this moment, his eyes were dyed completely red. As Wang Chong's sister was only 10-year-old, Yao Feng had never taken her seriously. He didn't expect for her would be such a tough nut too. Not only did she ruin his gathering, she even wounded him. Ignore that little lass. Capture Wang Chong. Capture that rascal. Yao Feng yelled. He could clearly tell that if it wasn't for Wang Chong, this lass wouldn't be a match for the crowd at all. Furthermore, from the fact how she obeyed every single word of Wang Chong's, that little lass would definitely surrender if they captured Wang Chong. Wang. Upon hearing Yao Feng's words, 3 to 4 of the Yao residence's guards who had just rushed in ignored the powerful little sister and charged straight at Wang Chong. South Wang Chong slid on the ground as though a loach, swiftly avoiding the attacks of these few people. He didn't have sufficient strength, and he wasn't a match for a single person that was in the room. However, given the capabilities and experience he had accumulated in his previous life, he was more than capable of escaping their attacks. Little sister, listen to my words. End it fast. The inverse golden bell. Dang 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 dang. Wang Chong could clearly hear the sound of footsteps on the wooden panels below rushing upward. They were the experts of the Yao residence. The walls of the vast crane pavilion was now plated with metal, and the interiors were filled with experts under Yao Guangyi's command. Initially, they didn't pay much heed to the commotion above, but the moment the fight broke out, they immediately rushed up. Under such conditions, it wasn't favorable for the two of them to drag it out. They had to finish it fast. Otherwise, when the backup arrived, even if he and his sister had multiple arms, they wouldn't be able to cope. Okay. The Wang family's younger sister answered with a bright voice. The more she fought, the more excited she became. Her entire body was trembling with exhilaration. Even though she had fought with others before, she had never felt such a surge of adrenaline before. She felt as though the brawny experts from the Yao residence and Yao Feng were rushing straight up to her fists, and she knocked out each of them with a single fist. To her, it felt like a game. In a few breaths, she cleared out half of the entire room. Little sister, now, tail whip of the spiritual snake. Upon seeing an opportunity, Wang Chong directed her little sister to grab hold of Yao Feng. While crossing blows with the little girl, a part of Yao Feng's attention had been focused on the surroundings, and he had noticed Wang Chong's movements. Tail whip of the spiritual snake was a very basic movement. Wang Chong was clearly dreaming if he had hoped that his little sister could deal with him with this move. Boom! Yao Feng's feet moved as he stepped forward to attack the Wang family's little sister with a hammer at her heart. However, the hammer landed on empty air. His attack was slightly off. Not good. Yao Feng's heart sank. In that instant, he knew that something was wrong. The tail whip of the spiritual snake of the Wang family's little sister was completely different from the original version. Normally, this would only happen among people who hadn't reached a level of mastery with their techniques. Yao Feng had overestimated the Wang family's little sister's mastery in these skills. At the same time, he had also underestimated how lazy a 10-year-old girl was. This negligence would still be acceptable normally, but at this very moment, it was a fatal misjudgment. The moment such a thought appeared in his head, Yao Feng immediately tried to retreat backward, but it was too late. A small right leg kicked across Yao Feng's head, knocking him down. Boom! As though struck by an invisible hammer, Yao Feng's body fell down and crashed heavily onto the wooden panels in the room. The panels fractured apart upon contact with Yao Feng's body. Wang, the little sister of the Wang family, twisted Yao Feng's hands to his back and jumped onto his back. Being pulled to its limits, his bones groaned in protest. "Young master, Yao Gongzi." The sound of footsteps outside the room abruptly stopped. The experts of the Yao residence who had rushed over, along with the scions left in the room, stared at Wang Xiaoyao, who was sitting on the back of Yao Feng, with looks of astonishment. Yao Feng was in no way a weakling. On the contrary, he possessed astounding talent such that even Yao Guangyi was full of praises for him. No one would have thought that Yao Feng, with his cultivation realm, would fall under a little girl. Who dares to hurt the young master? After the initial shock, the Yao residence experts charged forward. Capture that lad. He is the young master of the Wang family. Use him to trade for the life of Yao Gongzi. The son of the Zhou family shouted as he pointed to Wang Chong. Upon hearing those words, the little sister of the Wang family was enraged. "If anyone dares to hurt my brother, I will kill this young master of yours." The little sister of the Wang family twisted his arm further, and the sound of bones being torn apart could be heard. She was born with formidable strength, and this movement that she did out of rage almost twisted Yao Feng's entire arm out. Even though Yao Feng was resilient and tough, he couldn't help but scream in agony. His face was ghastly white, and cold sweat dripped profusely from him due to the excruciating pain. This Wang family's little sister was not only completely obedient to her brother, she was also very concerned about him. If this little lass were to truly twist his arm out, his future would be ruined. "Stop. All of you, stop." Yao Feng was anxious and furious. He had an arrogant personality, and coupled with his astounding talents, he had never been suffered any setbacks. Yet, this time, he was defeated by a little kid, causing him to lose all dignity he had. "Wang Chong, what do you want? I don't believe that the Wang clan would dare to make a move on me here. Let me tell you, regardless of what happens today, I want the Wang clan to be held accountable for this incident today. I would like to see what your father, Wang Yin, has to say about this." Blood was dripping off Yao Feng's face, and half of his head was smashed into the flooring. He felt humiliated and enraged. Given his cultivation realm, there were few people of his age that were able to defeat him. Yet, this little child just had to be one of these few people, making him feel embarrassed and helpless. Circumstances are always much more compelling than human actions. This Wang family's little sister was young, but she was much stronger than him, leaving him no choice but to surrender. Just that, after facing such humiliation, there was no way he would simply let them off the hook. He might be unable to defeat this little lass, but dealing with Wang Chong and Wang Xiaoyao through the influence of the Yao family was still possible. "Are you really unaware of it?" Wang Chong's eyes were narrowed as he stared at Yao Feng meaningfully. However, Yao Feng's perplexed expression had confirmed the fact that he was left in the dark about the matter. Yao Guangyi wanted to deal with Wang Chong's father, Wang Yin, and for the sake of keeping it under wraps, he only told it to a few of his confidants. However, To think that even his own son, Yao Feng, would be uninformed of it. It seemed like he was truly determined to make this operation a success. Wang Chong could only be impressed with that old fox's determination. Even though Yao Feng was unaware of it, this didn't hinder Wang Chong's plans at all. That old fox Yao Guangyi wasn't any kind soul, and the same could be said about this young fox as well. Much could be said about his personality through the events with Ma Zhou. Little sister. A gleam flashed across Wang Chong's eyes as he walked over to her. Since Yao Feng didn't know anything at all, Wang Chong couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him. There's no need to hold back, break his bones. You dare. In that instant, everyone, including Yao Feng, was horrified. Great. In the room filled with shocked exclamations, the childish voice of the Wang family's little sister was exceptionally resounding. She never went through the trouble of contemplating over the orders of her brother, needless to say, doubt him. Since her brother had asked her to beat him up, he must have his reasons behind it. Boom. Amidst the shocked gazes in the entire room, the Wang family's young sister's fearsome hand rose up, clenched into a fist and smashed downward. A wretched scream filled the empty air, shaking the entire vast crane pavilion. Fenger. In the underground level of the vast crane pavilion, when people were being thrown to the streets, Yao Guangyi wasn't bothered about it. Instead, he focused his efforts on trying to placate Wang Yin, saying words like it's nothing, don't worry about it. However, when Yao Feng's voice echoed throughout the entire pavilion, Yao Guangyi was startled. He couldn't help but stand up abruptly. Yao Guangyi had been listening closely to the happenings above from the moment the first person was being thrown out. However, he didn't expect that his son, Yao Feng, would be caught in the fight as well. He was well aware of Yao Feng's level of cultivation. The number of peers who could match up with him could be counted with a single hand. Furthermore, he had deployed countless experts in the vast crane pavilion in advance. Given how the other party was able to wound Fenger despite being surrounded by numerous experts, his level of cultivation had to be impressive. The Yao clan only had a single son, Fenger. Furthermore, he was prepared to put in his efforts to have Fenger take over him. If something were to happen to Fenger, wouldn't the Yao clan's lineage stop with him? How could he face his ancestors if this were to happen? At this point, Yao Guangyi could no longer remain standing. Brother Wang, pardon my impertinence. After this, Yao Guangyi's robe flurried and a congregation of golden light burst forth from beneath his feet. Boom! With a flash of the light, a giant hole appeared in the ceiling. Yao Guangyi actually broke through the ceiling to fly straight to the third floor of the vast crane pavilion. Yao Feng, you sent Ma Zhou to do me in. Today, we're just repaying an eye with an eye. Wang Chong squatted on Yao Feng's back and with the assistance of his little sister, he exerted all of his strength and greeted Yao Feng's face consecutively with both fists, causing his face to swell up. Wang Chong was filled with resentment. The Yao family's elder was currently doing his father in at the basement, whereas the younger one sent Ma Zhou to deal with him. None of them were anything good. If not for him appearing here, the Wang clan would be ruined in their hands. This fist is for my big brother. This fist is for me. Wang Chong's fists fell like rain, every single one holding great might behind it. Even though Yao Feng's cultivation realm far surpassed that of Wang Chong, he was still a being made of flesh and blood. Furthermore, Wang Chong had been a grand marshal in his previous life for more than 30 years. He was well acquainted with all kind of torture methods in the military. He knew whereof the human body was the most brittle and where it hurt the most. Initially, Yao Feng was still taking it resiliently. He didn't want to lose all of his dignity in the hands of two kids, and as such, he gritted his teeth to prevent himself from making any noise. However, after a few blows, he realized that even though Wang Chong was weak, his strength paling far in comparison to the overwhelming strength his sister possessed, his blows were multiple folds more excruciating than hers. In the end, he couldn't hold back his screams. "You little rascal, you dare!" Boom! The ground tremored and Yao Guangyi appeared from below. Upon seeing the situation, even though Yao Guangyi was adept at hiding his intentions and emotions, Yao Feng's tragic state made his rage erupt. Never would he have thought that Yao Feng would land in such a state. "You two rascals, pay your crime with your lives." With a grim face, Yao Guangyi charged straight at Wang Chong and Wang Xiaoyao. Bright flames gathered in his stretched-out right hand, forming a tiny sun in it. It exerted immense pressure on Wang Chong and Wang Xiaoyao. Even the Wang family's little sister was known to be unparalleled in terms of strength. Before this dense congregation of bright flames, she lost her radiance. Brother! Wang family's little sister's expression tightened, and her face turned white in fear. She was born courageous, fearing nothing at all. However, that was only in comparison with those of her age group. She was unable to match up with Yao Guangyi, who made his name in the battlefields. Stop it! I will kill this rascal if anyone were to make a move. Under the radiant light, Wang Chong couldn't discern the situation in the room clearly. In fact, he wasn't even able to identify the assailant. However, this didn't prevent Wang Chong from threatening his opponent. Chong! He whipped out a dagger from his sleeves and pressed it against Yao Feng's neck. A faint trace of blood seeped out from within. If Wang Chong were to press it any further in, Yao Feng would really die in the hand of a 15-year-old kid. Wang. The bright light stopped a few chi away from the Wang siblings. Yao Guangyi's hardened face appeared behind the blinding light. 1 chi 1 feet Yao Guangyi. Wang Chong's heart beat furiously. Only now was he able to see who the assailant was. In his previous life, he had met Yao Guangyi a few times, but it was his first time meeting him in this one. Yao Guangyi's gaze was deep, as though he was hiding many secrets within it. It was exactly as how he remembered him, the face of an unscrupulous person. You rascal! If you dare to hurt my Fenger, I will tear you apart. Yao Guangyi's face was cold and dark to the point that it was intimidating. If looks could kill, Wang Chong would have died innumerable times already. Hee. Is that so? Wang Chong sneered coldly. He hated being threatened, needless to say when the person doing it was Yao Guangyi. If you tear me apart, I will make sure that your lineage will stop with you. I would like to see if your family's Yao Feng is made of metal and whether he would be able to survive this blade of mine. At which, Wang Chong pushed the blade further in. A stream of blood flowed out, causing Yao Guangyi and Yao Feng's face to pale further. Don't! Yao Feng screamed in shock. Young master! The people in the surroundings were astounded. Wang Chong and Wang Xiaoyao were the children of the Wang clan. Usually, this would only end as a small brawl. After all, rationally speaking, the two should not try to claim the life of their young master, especially given the complex relationship between the two families. However, after seeing Wang Chong's expression, they realized that he was even more insane than his younger sister. He wasn't someone that could be evaluated using common sense. It was possible for him to do anything under his streak of insanity. You little rascal, don't you dare! Yao Guangyi's eyes widened with anger, and his entire body was trembling. He was so angry that he was about to bite through his teeth. You unfilial son! Stop what you're doing! A lightning-like voice boomed in the room. Behind Yao Guangyi, a dignified and familiar figure stood in the room. His presence felt like an indomitable mountain in the room. Father! Father! Joy surged through Wang Chong's heart, and he called out along with Wang Xiaoyao. You unfilial son! Look at what you've done. At this moment, Wang Yan's face looked even more awful than Yao Guangyi's. He had hated those who go against the law, and previously, when he was drinking with Yao Guangyi below, he was talking about how the capital wasn't a place for such unprincipled people to fool around. Yet, to think that the ones who were wreaking havoc at Vast Crane Pavilion and brawling in public were his son and daughter, Wang Chong didn't think too much about it. Upon seeing his father appear, Wang Chong was delighted. As long as he was able to pull his father out from here and ruin the meeting between him and Yao Guangyi, all of the trouble he went through was worth it. Father, things aren't as you thought. Wang Chong hurriedly explained. It was Brother Yao and the Yao residents who made the first move. Silence. Wang Yan roared with an indescribably furious expression on his face. You have truly let me down. Your mother and I thought that you have truly repented and decided to start anew. And yet you still behaved in such a manner. You truly have let me down. The entire room was silent. Wang Yan's reputation was too striking. Under the intense pressure Wang Yan was exerting, no one in the entire Vast Crane Pavilion dared to say anything. Even more so, Wang Xiaoyao's face paled from terror and her body scrunched together in fear. It was her first time seeing her father fly into such a temper. Wang Xiaoyao could vaguely sense that she had gotten into deep trouble. Wang Chong understood his sister's emotions. He grabbed her hands while at the same time, his heart sunk upon listening to his father's words. The slight joy that had arisen in his heart previously disappeared without a trace. After doing so much to avert a crisis for his family, his father only thought of him as an obstinate, unfilial son. Wang Chong felt intense bitterness. Yes, father is right. I admit my mistakes. Wang Chong lowered his head. Mistake? What mistake? They were the one who attacked us first. The Wang family's little sister felt indignant. She never feared anything, but her father was an exception. The moment her father Wang Yin appeared, her face turned white from fear and she shivered uncontrollably. However, when she heard the indignance in her brother's voice, she felt extremely discontented with her father's judgment and even went to the extent of refuting her father's words for her brother. She feared her father, but she didn't want her brother to be wronged. Her brother obviously didn't do anything. Why should he admit that it is his mistake? Even when these people ganged up on them, it was still their fault. Even though she didn't know why her brother wanted to deal with these people, Wang Xiaoyao deeply believed that her brother had his reasons for doing so. Silence. Wang Yin lashed out angrily. Little sister, don't say any more. Wang Chong hurriedly pulled his younger sister's hand. Even though he was misunderstood by his father, and he felt awful because of that, as long as the plan succeeded, everything else was unimportant. After Yao Feng was beaten to the verge of death by Wang Yin and his sister before everyone else, no matter how sly Yao Guangyi was, it was impossible for him to claim any sort of relationship with his father anymore. Even a fool, upon knowing what had happened today, would not suspect his father of colluding with Yao Guangyi and betraying King Qi. Wang Chong could tell that Yao Guangyi was aware of this fact. That's why he was exceptionally furious. As for his father, Wang Yin, one day, he would understand his efforts. Watching the scene by the side with reddened eyes, Yao Guangyi was unable to suppress his rage. After all, it was possible for that pair of father and son to be putting on an act. You rascal, let go of my Feng. Yao Guangyi, shut your mouth. With a bellow, the heavens shook. Wang Yin could no longer tolerate it anymore. No matter that, Wang Chong was still his son. However, Yao Guangyi called him a rascal repeatedly before him. How could he tolerate this? Yao Guangyi had already overstepped his boundaries. Even though they were peers, there was no need for Wang Yin to be polite to him. It was up to him to educate and lecture his children, and Yao Guangyi, as an outsider, had no place in it. Yao Guangyi's face darkened. The two of them glared at one another. The atmosphere in this small room instantaneously tensed due to the words of the two generals of Great Tang. With the two generals of the royal court enraged, everyone else in the room cowered backward, not daring to move in the least. All of the guards of the Yao residence revealed fearful expressions. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong felt consoled. His father was still sided toward him. However, Wang Chong didn't want a conflict to break out between his father and Yao Guangyi yet. Yao Guangyi, I'll return your son to you since you want him so much. It wasn't time for the two to fall out yet. Wang Chong was well aware of the events that would happen in the future. Even though Yao Guangyi was not anything good, the two families had not fallen out at this moment yet. Peng. Wang Chong pushed Yao Feng, and at the same moment, he used a special technique to knock on an acupoint at his back, knocking him unconscious before he could do anything. As the saying goes, biting the hand that feeds, Wang Chong would not do such a thing. Yao Feng was obviously much stronger than him, and if he were to release him just like that, many things might happen later on. Yao Guangyi hurried forward to catch his son. Wang Yin, look at how you brought up your own son. Seeing the disfigured face of Yao Feng after he was pummeled by the Wang siblings, Yao Guangyi's heart bled. He had went through a lot of trouble to prepare today's plan. He even invited a lot of King Qi's aides and subordinates so as to make the scenario even more credible. He didn't expect just that two brats of the Wang family would foil all of his planning. Yao Guangyi could not confirm whether the father and son pair were doing this intentionally to play out a show before him, but no matter what, his plan had been foiled. Back then, he had guaranteed King Qi time and time again that this plan would work. When King Qi hears of this, not only will he be disappointed in him, he might even doubt his ability to get things done. At this point, Yao Guangyi felt the ache in his heart worsen. Wang Yin, I will not let this matter slip like that. I will report this matter to His Majesty to have the Wang clan held accountable for this incident. Yao Guangyi stared at Wang Yin hatefully. Since his plans had failed, there was no longer any need for him to put on his hypocritical front any longer. Carrying his son, he led the group of experts of the Yao residence away without even turning back. The moment Yao Guangyi left, Wang Yin's face darkened. You unfilial son, why are you still standing here? Do you think that you haven't embarrassed me enough yet? Wang Yin glared at Wang Chong and spoke coldly. After which, his gaze landed on Wang Xiaoyao. Yao, you have truly disappointed me. Next time, stay away from your third brother, otherwise, it is just a matter of time before you are led astray. You will be grounded in your room for 3 days after returning back. You are not to step out of it. Daddy, Wang Xiaoyao exclaimed anxiously. She was all right with being grounded in the residence, but being locked in her small room would suffocate her to death. This matter isn't up for negotiation, Wang Yin said coldly. Wang Chong felt disheartened. It takes more than a day of frost for the river to freeze 3 feet deep. Furthermore, the scandal of him and Ma Zhou, a female villager, had just gotten out, and right after that, he came to blows with Yao Feng in the vast crane pavilion. It would probably be even more difficult for him to change his father's impression at this point. However, regardless of whether his father believed him or not, there was a matter that Wang Chong needed to say. Father, I know that you wouldn't believe anything that I say now, but there is something that you must remember. When father returns back to the military camp by the border, when you notice the Huron crossing the border, please remember to retreat 50 li first. You must remember this. 50 li greater than 25 kilometers, what do you mean? These words came from nowhere, such that even though Wang Yin was on the height of his anger, he couldn't help but be stunned by his words. As such, he subconsciously asked about it. Even so, Wang Chong didn't explain the situation properly. I know that regardless of what I say, father wouldn't believe me. However, there are a few things that father must know. Firstly, as soon as father walks out of vast crane pavilion, King Song will definitely summon father in, and the envoy he sent is likely to arrive soon. Secondly, after father meets with King Song, the redeployment order from the Bureau of Military Personnel should be announced soon, and father would have to rush to the campground by the borders. By then, father should be able to discern whether what I said was false or not, whether it is the gibberish of a child or a fact. Wang Chong said with a grim voice. In his previous life, after father and Yao Guangyi met with one another, King Song's summon came almost immediately after his legs stepped out of the vast crane pavilion. After all, Yao Guangyi had intentionally informed King Song of the incident. Yao Guangyi had everything planned, everything perfectly, such that each event was linked closely to the next, allowing little time for father to think or react. After which, Yao Guangyi and King Qi used their influence in the Bureau of Military Personnel to have father redeployed to the borders, thus causing father to lose his opportunity to explain himself before King Song. Then, the Hu's incident happened. Initially, that matter wasn't anything much. The Hu's invasion did not pose too much of a threat, and given father's abilities, it was a simple task for him to defeat them. But at the crucial period, Yao Guangyi's troops suddenly appeared to aid him. As such, the Hu was crushed easily. However, at the same time, it gave others the impression that the two of them, or perhaps even the entire Yao clan and Wang clan, were allianced with one another. Due to this incident, King Song thought that the Wang clan had betrayed him entirely and decided to stand alongside King Qi. As such, he flew into a rage. Wang Chong remembered all of these clearly, but he didn't explain them clearly to his father. At such a moment, regardless of what he said, his father wouldn't believe him. Instead, saying too much might cause an opposite effect, making him think that Wang Chong was trying to deceive to him. However, when Yao Guangyi leaves his barack and leads his army to appear on father's land of jurisdiction, his father will instantly comprehend the situation without him saying too much about it. It takes more than one cold day for a river to freeze 3 feet deep. Trust had to be accumulated slowly as well. As long as the words he said proved to be true again and again, his father would slowly understand that he wasn't just spouting nonsense. As long as he did as he said and retreated 50 li back upon detecting the invasion of the Hu, then the Wang clan would have avoided a calamity. 25 kilometer his hard work wouldn't have been in vain then. However, at this moment, Wang Chong will not point it out no matter what happens. After hearing Wang Chong's words, Wang Yin was stunned. The Wang family's little sister was also flabbergasted. She could discern every single word of what her brother was saying, but when put together, she couldn't comprehend the meaning of it. What Wang Chong said was simply too mystical. It was nearly impossible. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Wang Yin finally recovered, and just as he was about to criticize his son, he saw Wang Chong's grim expression and hesitated. It didn't seem as though Wang Chong was spouting nonsense. Which father doesn't wish for their son to make a name for himself? No matter how disappointed he was with Wang Chong, Wang Yin still held a sliver of expectation for Wang Chong in depths of his heart, hoping that his son had truly grown up. However, Wang Chong's words, no matter how he looked at it, was simply too inconceivable. He had just met with King Song, and logically speaking, the both of them shouldn't meet within a short period of time. Needless to say, summon him right after stepping out of the vast crane pavilion. As for the matter regarding the Bureau of Military Personnel, given how he, the general, was unaware of the matter, how could a child like Wang Chong know of it? Needless to say, Wang Chong even strictly allocated the timing for the happening of the two incidents. This was downright ridiculous. Father, I know that you don't believe me, but the reason why I brought little sister here with me wasn't to wreak havoc. Yao Guangyi intends to bring harm to our clan, and he had laid a trap for father to step into. He had informed King Song of the matter of father meeting with him. If father does not believe me, I can guarantee you that King Song would ask you about Yao Guangyi after summoning you over. If I am wrong, then I am willing to be punished for it. However, if I turn out to be right, father, I beseech you to say that Yao Guangyi tried to recruit you, but you have already rejected him. I beg of you. Halfway through his words, Wang Chong knelt down to the ground and bowed deeply. In the entire Wang clan, only he knew what kind of hidden dangers was awaiting the clan. At this moment, he had to do everything he could to ensure that it wouldn't go down the path it did previously. At this moment, Wang Chong could only pray that his father would remember the words he said. Enough. After a moment of daze, Wang Yin burst into an outrage. At this kind of moment, you still don't find yourself embarrassing? Scram back to the residence. If I were to find you loitering around outside and causing trouble, I will break your legs. Brother, don't speak anymore. Wang Xiaoyao's body scrunched together, and she shivered in fear. Father's complexion was very awful at the moment, and he looked extremely fearsome. She had never seen her father getting so angry before. Yes, I understand. Wang Chong shot a glance of consolation to his younger sister, to tell her that everything was all right, and stood up, no longer trying to provoke his father's rage. He had already done so much. Looking out of the windows, at the large crowd that had gathered outside, Wang Chong saw two familiar figures. Since the two figures had arrived, it should be around time for King Song to make his move. Father should be able to understand whether his words were true or not after this. Perhaps it was due to Wang Chong's obedience working its wonders. Wang Yan's complexion soothed slightly. Return back home. We'll talk about it after we return. Wang Yin flung his sleeves, and with a dark face, he walked toward the stairs and out of the pavilion. Without saying a word, Wang Chong followed behind the back of his father. The three of them walked out of the vast crane pavilion together. The streets were filled with people. The vast crane pavilion was one of the highly reputable and upscale restaurants of the capital, and the incident had attracted the attention of countless people. Brother Wang, what are you doing here? The moment the three of them walked out, a greeting echoed from the crowd. Wang Yin looked over and saw two familiar figures staring at him. Lord Bao, Lord Lu. Wang Yin's heart thumped. He immediately reacted and walked toward the two. The two of them, Bao Xian and Lu Ting, were advisors for the royal court. However, the two of them had another identity. Just like Wang Yin, they were confidants of King Song. Why would the two of you be here today? Wang Yin walked over and started to chat with them. Today Brother Bao had made an exception and invited me over to the vast crane pavilion for a gathering. How could I miss such a rare opportunity? I had to go no matter the cost. Saying so, Lu Ting laughed heartily. Lu Ting and Bao Xian were both fellow academics and King Song's aides. However, other than on official matters, the two of them rarely came into contact with one another. It was the first time that Bao Xian took the initiative to invite the latter to an extravagant restaurant like the vast crane pavilion for a gathering. Wang Chong stood behind his father without saying a single word. Wang Chong wasn't in the least surprised by the presence of Lu Ting and Bao Xian here. Back then, in his previous life, the two also played an important role in the matter. In his previous life, the two were the eyewitnesses to King Song on the matter of the secret meeting between his father and Yao Guangyi. The advisors academics of the royal court had come to the vast crane pavilion for a celebration, only to realize that the vast crane pavilion was closed to all customers. Its interiors were completely filled with King Qi's people, and no other people was allowed to enter. Yet, in such a place, Wang Yin was meeting Yao Guangyi by himself. The results of such words reaching King Song was extremely predictable. Back then, this matter had caused a great uproar in the capital. However, Wang Chong knew about the other truth on the matter. This was something he had uncovered coincidentally in his previous life many years after this incident came to an end and when nothing was important anymore. There was another truth behind this matter that no one knew of. Lu Ting had been made use of. The true mastermind was the one who was standing beside him, the silent Bao Xian. He intentionally invited Lu Ting to the vast crane pavilion so that he could witness father and Yao Guangyi's meeting behind closed doors. No one would have guessed that he had long sided with Yao Guangyi and King Qi before this. Going by Yao Guangyi's intention, Bao Xian revealed the existence of the secret meeting of the two to King Song before inviting Lu Ting here. Lu Ting was a righteous person, and he was known for his honesty. As such, he was the ideal person for him to make use of. It was precisely because of Lu Ting's words that King Song cast doubts on his father despite trusting him deeply for so many years. Wang Chong could tell that Bao Xian's complexion wasn't too good. Initially, he invited Lu Ting over to serve as an eyewitness for Wang Yan's betrayal of Yao Guangyi. Yet, Wang Chong unintentionally turned him into an eyewitness of Wang Yan and Yao Guangyi's falling out instead. If Bao Xian is here, then the old butler beside King Song should appear soon, Wang Chong thought. Everything was well planned out. If Bao Xian had appeared here, then the old butler of King Song's residence should be appearing soon. General Wang. As though responding to Wang Chong's internal voice, the ground tremored and a massive and magnificent carriage approached them. On the wheels of the carriage, there were dragon inscriptions on it, a symbol of royalty. The curtain of the carriage was pulled apart, and an elderly with a stern face popped out. The elderly had both of his hands hidden in his sleeves, and his face was expressionless. A powerful aura exuded from him, making one feel as though his strength was too deep to be fully grasped. King Song requests a presence with you. Please follow me. After saying those words flatly, he turned around and looked forward, as though nothing had happened. In an instant, the surroundings went silent. Old butler. Wang Yan's heart jolted. He subconsciously turned to look at his third son, Wang Chong, and shock was clearly conveyed through his eyes. What Wang Chong said really came to be. Right after walking out of the vast crane pavilion, King Song sent someone for him. Furthermore, it was the old butler whom he was the closest with and valued the most. In that instant, waves billowed in Wang Yan's heart. A look of incredulity appeared on his face. As a subordinate of King Song for more than a dozen years, Wang Yan was well aware of the old butler's position in the King Song residence. He had watched King Song grow up and as such, he was highly trusted by him. If this was just an ordinary summon, there was no need for him to make this trip himself. However, what made Wang Yan even more astonished was that Wang Chong was able to predict it at all. This was even more astounding to him than King Song, sending his trusted confidant for him. Is this really a coincidence? Wang Yan's heart pounded. It wasn't weird for Wang Chong to know that King Song would summon him. After all, he was sided with King Song and they would eventually meet. It was just a matter of time. However, what was truly incredible was Wang Chong predicting the exact timing of the summon. In this instant, countless thoughts flashed across Wang Yan's head. No matter how hard he pondered upon the matter, he was unable to understand how this deviant son of his who only knew how to hang out with a bunch of gangsters would know of this matter. The two of you, return back home now. I will deal with you two after I return. Wang Yin didn't have much time to contemplate over the matter. The old butler was already rushing him. Wang Yin stepped into the carriage and swiftly disappeared into the distance, in the direction of King Song residence. Wang Chong stared at the direction where the carriage disappeared, and a hint of a smile crept onto his face. He clearly saw the shocked expression on his father's face before his departure. Without doubt, his strategy was working. His father had wavered, but Wang Chong knew that this was only the start. When his father met with King Song, he would finally understand that his unfilial son may be playful and committed countless misdeeds, but on this matter, he didn't lie to him. Brother, what do we do? We will be doomed when father returns. Right after Father Wang left, Wang Xiaoyao nervously grabbed onto Wang Chong. At this moment, she seemed as though an ant dancing anxiously on top of a heated metal plate. Until now, her father's words of dealing with her after he returned still echoed in her mind. She feared nothing, except for the rage of her father. Unlike Wang Chong, even if she was 100 times more courageous, she wouldn't dare act defiantly before her father. Upon seeing the anxious look on his little sister's face, Wang Chong couldn't help but laugh. This younger sister of his was really naively cute. Don't worry, father won't return. We won't be in any trouble, Wang Chong said. The Wang family's little sister lifted her head in shock. She stared blankly at her brother, and for a moment, she was unable to react. Don't think too much about it. You just have to believe me. Seeing the dumbfounded expression on his younger sister's face, Wang Chong chuckled and pinched her cheeks. Father might have said that he would deal with them right after returning from King Song residence, but Wang Chong knew that the redeployment order to head to the borders would soon arrive right after that. He was very certain of it. After adjusting his mental state, Wang Chong quickly walked over to Lu Ting and Bao Xian. Lord Lu. Wang Chong bowed while ignoring Bao Xian, who was standing beside him. Third young master. Lu Ting smiled at Wang Chong. He had a rough idea of what had happened in the vast crane pavilion. Even though Wang Chong's father, Wang Yin, was furious at his actions, thinking that Wang Chong had got himself into deep trouble, Lu Ting didn't think much of it. Yao Guangyi was a subordinate of King Qi, while Wang Yin was a subordinate of King Song. The two of them were supposed to be nemesis, so it was normal for them to get into conflicts with one another. On the contrary, if King Song were to know that Wang clan's 15-year-old son had taught the Yin clan's Yao Feng a lesson, not only would he not blame him, he would even be impressed and persuade Wang Yin not to punish them. Third young master, there is no need for you to worry. All you did was to wound the Gongzi of Yao clan. When I return, I will inform King Song of it, and you siblings will be fine. Lu Ting chuckled. Really? The Wang family's little sister immediately took his word for it, and her eyes lit up. Her reaction caused Lu Ting to burst into laughter. Wang Chong felt a tinge of warmth. Even though this Lord Lu had once testified against his father, he was only been made use of back then. All he did was to say what he had seen, and his actions held no malice behind them. Lord Lu is indeed a respected man. I'm impressed. Just that, while one mustn't have the intention to harm others, one should always keep their guards up. Lord Lu should be careful not to be made use of by despicable crooks. There are some people who look righteous and loyal on the surface, but privately, they hopped over to side with King Qi, betraying their own conscience for benefits. You must be guarded against such people, Wang Chong said. Even though he was saying these words to Lu Ting, his sight was fixated upon Bao Xian, causing the latter's face to change. Brat, what do you mean? Lu Ting wasn't a fool as well. Instantly, his face changed and he followed Wang Chong's gaze to stare at Bao Xian as well. Unlike his father, Lu Ting was much wiser. A large number of King Song's subordinates had decided to side with King Qi. Even though Wang Chong's father wasn't very clear on the affair, Lu Ting knew of it. Upon discerning the intentions behind Wang Chong's words, he recalled Bao Xian's abrupt invitation to the vast crane pavilion and the sudden appearance of the old butler. Lu Ting suddenly sensed that there was something deeper to the affair, and his gaze turned frosty. The reason why Lu Ting was used by the other party was because he wasn't guarded against the other party. In the eyes of an upright person, everyone is righteous. From the bottom of his heart, Lu Ting had never thought that Bao Xian would switch allegiance. However, For so many things to happen just because of a simple meal at the vast crane pavilion, Lu Ting couldn't help but think deeper into the affair. You rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? Brother Lu, don't listen to his nonsense. Bao Xian was caught off guard by Wang Chong. He was still calm at the start, but gradually, his nerves started to rattle beneath Lu Ting's stern eyes. If one didn't have a guilty conscience, there was no need for fear ghosts knocking on one's door in the middle of a night. This saying definitely did not apply to Bao Xian. He had felt guilty over this incident. Furthermore, Lu Ting was the kind of straightforward man whose eyes pierced deep into one's soul. When his secret was exposed by Wang Chong, under Lu Ting's discerning eyes, Bao Xian immediately flustered. Bao Xian, I didn't expect that you would be such a person. Lu Ting's gaze was incomparably cold. Initially, he held doubts toward Wang Chong's words. However, at this moment, he was entirely convinced of the fact. Even though Wang Chong was a child and his words could not be taken for real, Bao Xian's reaction toward him had indicated that there was a problem. He wasn't a 3-year-old kid. He still had the ability to discern between the truth and lies. Lord Bao, allow me to offer you an advice. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. It is still too early to tell whether King Song or King Qi will emerge victorious. Be careful of staking your bet on the wrong person. Wang Chong stepped forward and said brazenly. Indeed, it was much more comfortable and easier to converse with the intelligent. Initially, he thought that it would take a lot more effort to convince him. He didn't expect that Lu Ting was even more formidable than he had expected. With just a reminder, the other party was able to arrive at the truth instantly. Brother Lu, don't listen to his words. What is so bad about King Qi? Cold sweat drenched Bao Xian's back. The more he spoke, the more flustered he got. Eventually, he couldn't go on any further. He turned around and squeezed into the crowd in a fluster. Lu Ting paid it no mind and turned around to look at Wang Chong once more. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. As expected of the descendant of Duke Jiao, third young master's words sure are novel. Lu Ting complimented. The feeling this 15-year-old young man gave him was special. He was by no means an ordinary person. Wang Chong simply smiled. That phrase, the one who laughs in the end is the winner, was nothing more than a common phrase in his previous world. However, in this world, it was apparent that Lu Ting had never heard of it. As such, he found it refreshing. Thank you for your generous compliment, Wang Chong said. His gestures exuded magnanimity, and he was neither too humble or arrogant. Lu Ting found the sight confounding. Lord Lu, I still have some things to attend to, so I will be taking my departure. Wang Chong bowed and nodded his head. This was the first time they were meeting, and thus, Wang Chong didn't want to say too much. It was sufficient as long as he left a good impression with Lord Lu and let him know that he wasn't a true. From the memories of his past life, Wang Chong knew that this seemingly inconspicuous Lord Lu held great influence on King Song. He would bring up all that he saw, all that he heard, and all that he experienced to King Song. In his previous life, there was an incident. It was the birthday of a concubine of an authoritative official, and even the official himself had forgotten about it. However, mysteriously, the concubine received a present from King Song on that day. It was the only present she received on her birthday, after which everyone was perplexed. King Song had never met his concubine, so how could he have known that it was her birthday? Eventually, the official pat his head, and he suddenly recalled that he seemed to have brought it up before Lu Ting before. After the incident, everyone knew that this Lord Lu Ting held an extraordinary position beside King Song. He would tell almost everything he knew to King Song. Wang Chong had a deep impression of the matter, that's why he remembered it. It would be convenient for him to do things in the future if King Song had a good impression of him. This was also why Wang Chong greeted this Lord Lu and tried to perform before him. Little sister, let's go. Wang Chong called for his younger sister and got onto the carriage, which then moved slowly toward the Wang clan. Interesting. He is truly an interesting person. Lu Ting shook his head and a slight glow radiated from his eyes. Only after the siblings disappeared into the distance did he turn around. Musing for a moment, he called for a carriage and headed straight for the King Song residence. At the same moment, in the Yao clan's residence, amidst a shout, Yao Feng gradually regained consciousness. He could feel intense pain in every single bone on his body. The siblings truly did not show any mercy in their blows at all. "You have awakened." A faint voice reached his ears. Yao Feng jolted. He turned around and saw a towering figure standing by the window, with his back facing him. "Father." Yao Feng struggled to stand up and walk over. "Tell me everything about that Wang Cheng and today's affairs." "Everything, including the insignificant details." Yao Guangyi's voice was cold, and it was difficult to discern his current emotions. "Wang Cheng." Yao Feng was stunned. He didn't expect that the first thing his father would do after his awakening was to ask about that Wang Cheng. Given his father's position, there should be no need for him to bother about this kind of insignificant character. However, Yao Feng knew his father's temper well. Upon hearing him ask about it, he did not dare to refute him. He hurriedly spoke about the entire incident, including the minute details. After which, Yao Guangyi's face darkened, and for a long moment, he was silent. That is to say, the reason why that pair of siblings was able to barge in was because of that Ma Zhou? Yao Guangyi asked. Yes. The moment Yao Feng's words sounded, "Pa," a slap struck heavily on Yao Feng's face. Yao Feng's face immediately swelled up. "Father?" Yao Feng grabbed his left cheek as he stared at his father in shock. This was the first time his father had hit him like that. "You beast! Do you know that you have wrecked my careful planning? Do you how much effort I have put into today's affair?" Yao Guangyi had a savage expression on his face. He was truly enraged. There were many people in the vast crane pavilion previously, and it wasn't appropriate for him to vent his temper in public. However, now that there wasn't anyone here, Yao Guangyi finally burst. "Putong." Yao Feng's face changed, and he immediately knelt onto the floor. This was the first time seeing his father flying into such a temper. Even so, Yao Guangyi's rage wasn't quenched. The more he thought about it, the more he found the matter with Wang Cheng and Wang Xiaoyao amiss. Yao Guangyi never would have expected that after planning everything down to the very details to achieve perfection, his plan would be foiled in the hands of a small hoodlum in the capital. "Ma Zhou? What is that?" Usually, this kind of person was nothing more than an aunt to them. Yet, to think that two relatives of the royal family, King Qi and King Song, as well as the influential figures in the royal court, would be affected by the actions of such an insignificant hoodlum. If word were to spread out, he would become a laughingstock. Our Yao clan could have climbed to higher heights, but because of you and that Ma Zhou, everything I had planned was ruined. Do you know what kind of losses this would bring to our Yao clan? Do you know how important King Qi viewed this matter? I kept guaranteeing him that nothing would go wrong. Initially, Yao Feng felt indignant of the slap. However, after hearing these words, his face gradually grew paler and paler. It didn't take long for his entire body to tremble, and cold sweat streamed down his entire body. "Father, I am at fault. I didn't know about it." Yao Feng felt terrified. He knew of that King Qi wanted to deal with King Song, and the best way to do it was sow discord between King Song and the Wang clan. The key to distancing King Song from the Wang clan was to distance King Song from Wang Yin. That was also the easiest way to strike at the Wang clan. Yao Feng thought that it would take very long before such an important matter would be finalized and carried out. He would have never thought that the plan would go into action so quickly. To think that the banquet he set up in the vast crane pavilion would unintentionally ruin his father's plans. You can't be blamed entirely for the matter either. Seeing Yao Feng's terrified look, Yao Guangyi's heart softened. He only had this son, and he had his own faults as well. In order to deal with Wang Yin, he intentionally locked down the news, not even telling his own son about it. Most probably, King Qi's guests, who were in the vast crane pavilion then, still did not know what was going on. With gains come losses. If he had told Yao Feng about it, such an affair wouldn't have happened. Even though Yao Guangyi tried to console him, Yao Feng still felt uneasy. He knew how serious his actions were. If King Qi were to allocate blame to them, this wasn't something his father could bear. "Father, does this mean that the plan is a complete failure?" Yao Feng thought of King Qi. Father had promised King Qi that nothing wrong would happen with the plan. Now that such an incident had occurred, it was hard to tell how King Qi would react. Unlike King Song, Yao Feng clearly knew that King Qi was unable to tolerate the inability of his subordinates. Failure? Hearing Yao Feng's words, Yao Guangyi sneered coldly. Instead of getting furious, he abruptly calmed down. How can a plan of Yao Guangyi fail that easily? Since I had fallen out with Wang Yin in the vast crane pavilion, I just have to resort to self-harm. Even though Yao Feng was not a foolish person, upon hearing the word self-harm, he was stunned. On this aspect, he was unable to match up with his father. Incompetent fellow. Seeing Yao Feng's expression, Yao Guangyi couldn't help but criticize him. This child had outstanding talent, but in terms of scheming and worldly wisdom, he was still far from the level required to become the head of the Yao clan. Putting aside that old man above him, Yao Feng probably didn't even inherit 10% of his own skills. This was also the reason why he was hesitant to hand over the authority over the clan to him. Have you ever heard of a saying called trying to conceal a truth only to expose it more? Kneeling on the floor, Yao Feng suddenly came to a realization. His body shuddered in excitement. Only then did Yao Guangyi nod his head in satisfaction. Even though many people had seen me standing head-to-head with Wang Yin, it was also possible for it to be intentional doing on our part. After pulling so many of King Song's allies to our side, King Song is already suspicious of everyone around him. As long as we continue on with our previous plan and fan the flames of doubt in his heart, eventually he will truly believe in Wang Yan's betrayal, especially after we strike the fatal by the border. Betrayal is still acceptable. After all, it is human nature to go along with the flow. However, if a person like King Song were to realize that he had been duped and made a fool of, how do you think he will react? A sinister aura crept around Yao Guangyi. At the end of his words, Yao Feng trembled involuntarily. A plan to attack mines is far superior to a plan to attack a fortress. In terms of understanding human personality and scheming, he was far from his father's capabilities. On this aspect, Yao Feng could only kneel on the floor and listen to his words. Wang Yin has a straightforward and inflexible personality. This time, King Song had summoned him over, and as long as he answered wrongly, perhaps the matter would be settled without even requiring me to make a move. Yao Guangyi's gaze into the distance, as though looking through the Yao residence to peer into the distance. However, he soon regained his senses and helped Yao Feng up. Stand up, you don't have to worry about this. Father has something more important for you to attend to. What is it? Yao Feng was astonished. What else could be more important than King Song, King Qi, and his father's plans? Somehow, I feel that something is amiss with that sibling pair from Wang clan. If the incident today was just a coincidence, it was nothing much. However, I fear that it wasn't so. Yao Guangyi's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he seemed to be in a dilemma. Them? Yao Feng couldn't help but exclaim. He would have never thought that the important matter referred to this. Those siblings are only mere kids in their teens. Does father think that they were able to see through your plans? Yao Feng was in a state of disbelief. He never thought that his father, despite his wisdom and means, would fear two small kids. Even though they are only in their teens, didn't they knock you unconscious in the vast crane pavilion? Yao Guangyi said with a dark face. But that is an entirely different matter. Yao Feng admitted that the little girl from the Wang clan had fearsome strength, but he would never believe that those two children were so incredible as to pit against his father's wisdom, seeing through the ploy which even their father, Wang Yin, failed to see through. There's nothing different about it. You just have to do as I say, Yao Guangyi said coldly. All right. Yao Feng wanted to reject him, but after contemplating for a moment, he abruptly decided to accept it. He was unable to match up with the elder brother and second brother of the Wang clan, so it was normal for him to suffer some setback due to them. However, even the number 3 and number 4 were climbing over his head now. In the vast crane pavilion, he was humiliated before so many people. He wouldn't let this matter slip so easily. Even without his father's orders, he would search for ways to deal with that pair of siblings. I hope that I am just overthinking this. Upon seeing Yao Feng changing his decision, Yao Guangyi's face soothed significantly. Even though the plan in the vast crane pavilion fell through, he should be able to make a breakthrough in the matter in the border. Those two siblings may be intelligent and the affair in the vast crane pavilion might be an intentional doing on their part, but Yao Guangyi did not think that they would be able to hinder his affair at the borders. Even so, it was better to be safe than sorry. No matter what, After the affairs at the vast crane pavilion, he had to be more careful. Remember this, regardless of what happens, I want you to keep an eye on them. If something happens, inform me immediately. Yes. Yao Feng nodded his head. Wang Yin sat upright and motionless in the massive carriage that was heading to the King Song residence. Yet, his heart was in chaos. The words Wang Chong spoke at the vast crane pavilion filled his mind. Initially, Wang Yin did not believe either of the two things Wang Chong spoke of. However, the truth was laid out before him, and he had no choice but to believe him. It wasn't long since his last meeting with King Song, yet King Song had sent another envoy for him. Furthermore, it was right after he stepped out of the vast crane pavilion. Wang Chong was spot on. Wang Yin did not understand how Wang Chong could have known all these. But that wasn't the most important matter. Rather, Wang Yin was more bothered about another issue. I wonder if King Song is really looking for me because of Yao Guangyi? Wang Yin thought. He had lived upright and transparently. No matter what he did, he made sure to keep a clear heart, and as such, he did not fear the gossip of others. His meeting with Yao Guangyi was only an ordinary gathering, and they did not speak of anything important during the meeting. The King Song residents and the Wang clan shared several generations of friendship, so Wang Yin did not think that King Song would look for him over such minor affairs. No matter what, whether it is true or not, I will know in a moment's time. Wang Yin took a deep breath, parted the curtains, and walked out of the carriage. Not too far away, a massive and grand palace could be seen. There was a giant door plaque above the entrance that wrote King Song Residence in golden words, making it exceptionally conspicuous. Wang Yin followed behind the old butler prudently. They walked across numerous flower gardens and corridors into King Song Residence's hall. The main hall of the King Song residence was empty. When Wang Yin walked in, there was a bulky figure sitting firmly in silent hall, as though a mountain. He exuded the disposition of natural nobility and elegance. He was the influential King Song of the Great Tang Empire. Your humble subordinate, Wang Yin, pays respect to King Song. Wang Yin stepped forward and knelt with a single leg. His clear voice echoed throughout the entire main hall. The main hall was completely empty. Other than King Song, there wasn't anyone else in it. King Song sat in the shadows of the main hall in front of Wang Yin, not moving at all. It was hard to tell how long he had been seated there. For a long time, Wang Yin did not receive a reply from King Song. As such, he subconsciously lifted his head to take a look. For some reason, Wang Yin felt that there was something amiss with King Song. "Oh, Wang Yin, you're here." After a moment's time, King Song seemed to have been jolted back to reality, seemingly only noticing Wang Yin's presence now. Wang Yin frowned indiscernibly. It seemed that King Song had a lot of things on his mind today. "Yes, Your Highness, were you looking for me?" Wang Yin asked. Silence loomed over the main hall. King Song didn't speak, and Wang Yin also waited silently for his words. Honestly, until now, Wang Yin did not understand what important affair King Song had for him to send his old butler to summon him. Not to mention, so anxiously. "I heard that Yao Guangyi had invited you for a dinner at the vast crane pavilion?" King Song hesitated for a moment before speaking. These words seemed to have sapped a great amount of his strength, and his voice was exceptionally heavy. Boom. King Song's words were as though a stone falling on a water surface in Wang Yin's mind, generating countless ripples. Yao Guangyi. Wang Yin did not believe Wang Chong's words back then. Yet, to think that the reason why King Song sent his old butler to summon him was because of Yao Guangyi. It was just an ordinary gathering between him and Yao Guangyi. There was nothing between them. Furthermore, Wang clan had several generations of friendship with the King Song residents, so Wang Yin did not believe that King Song would doubt his loyalty over this matter. Yet, the truth was laid bare before him. Wang Chong was spot on once more. King Song was holding doubts over his loyalty. Wang Yin's heart felt incredibly heavy. "Yes." Without any hesitation, Wang Yin said. This showed that he had not done anything guilty, and he had nothing to hide. "Then, what did you speak of with Yao Guangyi?" King Song hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask. There seemed to be a bizarre tone to his voice. Upon hearing King Song's words, the ripple in Wang Yin's heart intensified. The second matter. This was the second matter that Wang Chong was spot on about. Wang Yan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. His impression of his third son, Wang Chong, had always been a degenerate, unfilial son. As such, the words he spoke in the vast crane pavilion was complete nonsense to him. However, Wang Yan dared not to think so at this moment. Yao Guang he wanted to recruit me over to his side, but I have rejected his offer, Wang Yan said. If under normal circumstances, Wang Yan would have never said so. However, upon realizing that King Song was doubtful of his loyalty because of Yao Guang yi, Wang Yan dared not to take chances anymore. A long sound of the exhalation of a breath could be heard. The tense atmosphere slowly relaxed along with Wang Yan's words. It was as though a taut bowstring was suddenly released. So that's the case. Upon hearing the lightened tone of King Song, Wang Yan felt the pressure on his heart released. Actually, I have already informed your highness of this affair. A thought flashed through Wang Yan's heart, and he said, "Oh?" In the main hall, King Song's bulky figure suddenly shot up straight. For the first time, surprise appeared on his face. "You had informed me beforehand?" "I didn't inform you straight, but I wrote a letter. Logically speaking, the letter should have been sent to the King Song residence by yesterday. Could it be that your highness did not see it?" Wang Yan was even more surprised than King Song. Back then, Wang Chong mentioned about wanting him to inform King Song beforehand. Even though Wang Yan thought that there wasn't such a need, he still wrote a letter. However, he didn't expect that King Song had not received it. "Butler Zhang, check on it." King Song frowned. For the first time, he felt that there was something amiss about the situation. The old butler, which had a powerful aura, hurriedly left. In a moment's time, he returned, walked up to King Song's side, and whispered a few words in his ears. Even though Wang Yan couldn't tell what they were saying, upon seeing King Song's face becoming gentler and calmer, Wang Yan was relieved. He was glad that he had listened to Wang Chong then and wrote a letter. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to explain the situation. There was indeed this matter. However, I was busy recently and forgot to take a look. It is negligence on my part. King Song smiled. Hee. Putting that aside, it is rare for General to be in the capital. We haven't gotten together for a long time. That's why I had my old butler to bring you here. How was it in the camp? With a lighter tone, King Song spoke about the military camp. As he spoke, he stood up from his seat and walked down. A middle-aged man which exuded regal aura appeared. He had a kind and amiable expression on his face, as though nothing had happened at all. "Thanks to your highness's blessing, everything went fine." Wang Yan was a typical military man. Upon hearing King Song ask about the affairs at the border, he started to speak of everything he knew without any restraint. In an instant, the atmosphere in the main hall became vibrant. The King Song residence and the Wang clan had several generations of friendship, and upon speaking on an interesting topic, the two of them laughed heartily. Only after 4 hours later did Wang Yin step out of the King Song residence. The cold wind assaulted Wang Yin as he walked out of King Song residence. Just like the wind, his heart wasn't calm at all. Wang Chong's words had caused a great storm in his mind. Wang Yin had to admit that he had wronged his third son, Wang Chong, on this matter. Dynasties changed faster than a person's nature. Wang Yin had always thought that his unfilial son had never changed, and that he was still causing trouble for him all around. Yet, if not for Wang Chong's reminder, Wang Yin would not have known that King Song was already dissatisfied with his contact with Yao Guangyi. Wang Yin was a typical military man, but this didn't mean that he didn't know anything at all. As a subordinate, the greatest taboo one could commit was to misspeak before his superior. If the several generations of goodwill between the Song and Wang clan were to be destroyed from a single wrong phrase that he said, he would have truly sinned. Even so, Wang Yin still found it hard to believe what Wang Chong said. How is that possible? Yao Guangyi was scheming against me? Wang Yin lifted his head to stare at the sky and sighed. Wang Chong had claimed that Yao Guangyi wanted to harm him, but Wang Yin still found it hard to believe his words. All he and Yao Guangyi did was to have a casual meeting and drink together. They didn't even speak of anything during the gathering. So how could Yao Guangyi have harmed him? Could meeting one another and drinking wine be his way of harming him? Wasn't this way too easy and ridiculous then? Wang Yin shook his head, perplexed over the situation. Just as he was contemplating over the matter, Didada, the sound of the trotting of a horse echoed from the streets. Wang Yin looked up and saw a majestic black steed rushing toward him. Is this General Wang Yin? On the back of the steed, a general with a flag behind him bellowed from afar. Indeed. What's wrong? Wang Yin narrowed his eyes and an austere look appeared on his face. The Bureau of Military Personnel had decreed for General to immediately return back to your campground. The black-mustached general had an indifferent face. His wrist and a red token flew toward Wang Yin. Then, without saying another word, he turned his steed around and galloped into the distance. The sound of the trotting of the horse soon faded away. Wang Yin caught the red token and upon seeing the word flame on it, his face immediately darkened. Military orders are not to be disobeyed. The word flame on the deployment token by the Bureau of Military Personnel meant that it was extremely urgent, and from the instant he received the token, he had to hurry back to the camp he was deployed at without stopping at all. The third matter. Wang Yin looked at the token in his hands as a storm broke out in his head. He had just met King Song, and before even stepping out of the entrance of the King Song residence, the deployment order from the Bureau of Military Personnel really came. The timing was exactly as Wang Chong had put it. This was really inconceivable. Wang Yin had no idea how Wang Chong knew of it. The doubt in Wang Yan's heart intensified. Yao Guangyi and Wang Chong. There were too much mysteries contained within the affairs of the two. Right now, there is only one last thing. Wang Yin thought as he recalled the matter Wang Chong had said about retreating 50 li. The who hadn't invaded the part of the border where he was deployed at for many years now. Wang Yin was unable to comprehend why his third son Wang Chong was so insistent on having him retreat 50 li upon meeting with the invasion of the Hu. No matter, it felt completely inconceivable. If it was in the past, Wang Yin would not have taken it seriously. But right now, Wang Yin had no choice but to take his words seriously and contemplate over the matter. No matter what, everything will be revealed when I reach the borders. Keeping the token in his embrace, Wang Yin walked down the steps of King Song residence's entrance. Instead of returning back to the Wang clan residence, he headed straight for the military camp. Zhang Yuan has switched allegiance. Almost at the same moment as Wang Yan's departure, in King Song residence, King Song's face darkened from intense anger. King Song wasn't entirely truthful with Wang Yin. Actually, the King Song residence had not obtained the letter written by Wang Yin. However, the letter was definitely sent to the King Song residence. Yet another person who decided to side with King Qi. The old butler's complexion wasn't too well either. After Wang Yan's letter reached King Song residence, one of the aides under King Song, named Zhang Yuan, took it away. There were simply too many people who had betrayed King Song for King Qi during this period of time. Without a doubt, Zhang Yuan was also one of them. Those darn men. I had treated them well, yet they repaid me with such ingratitude. King Song clenched his fists tightly and indescribable wrath warped his face. He was by no means a skeptical person, but King Qi had to been going around to persuade those around him to his side. Upon seeing that the odds were in King Qi's favor, those around him chose to switch allegiance. Under such circumstances, King Song had no choice but to doubt the loyalty of his subordinates and aides. It was a pity that I had falsely doubted Wang Yin over this matter despite his loyalty toward me. King Song felt guilty. Your Highness, there is no need for you to blame yourself. Yao Guangyi is a confidant of King Qi, and Wang Yan's action of meeting him secretly in the vast crane pavilion at such a moment was indeed suspicious. It was normal for your Highness to cast doubt on his loyalty. However, it is still too early to tell whether the Wang clan is truly innocent or not. The children of the Wang and Yao clan might have had a conflict in the pavilion, but it is too early to tell whether they were simply going to the extremities to hide their alliance. Surely your Highness haven't forgotten about the affair with Zhou Cheng back then? The old butler spoke impassively. Wang. Hearing these words, King Song's face darkened. The matter with Zhou Cheng happened in the era of the previous emperor. Due to this matter, many of the officials in the royal court had been demoted. In fact, even King Song's father was implicated, and he was imprisoned in the imperial prison for 3 months straight, almost staying there for life. The heritage of King Song was almost stripped of the nobility due to that incident. Thus, King Song had an extremely deep impression of that matter. You're saying that? King Song's face twitched. A frown returned to his face, and he fell into contemplation. Your humble servant isn't hinting at anything. Your Highness is a magnanimous person, and if the Wang clan is truly loyal, that would be for the best. However, your Highness should still remain guarded against them. After all, a human's heart is unfathomable. If the Wang clan was truly framed for this matter, your Highness could simply make amendments to them then. However, it wasn't wise to come to a hasty conclusion at this moment. The old butler continued impassively. King Song was magnanimous, but as the butler of the King Song residence, he had served several generations of King Song. He had seen too many schemes and ploys in the royal court. Friends do not last forever, only profits do. As the butler of the King Song residence, he was only loyal to King Song's profits. Isn't it an easy task to uncover the truth? After a moment of silence, King Song suddenly chuckled. Your Highness is speaking of Academic Lu? The old butler seemed to have guessed what he was thinking about. Didn't Academic Lu head to the vast crane pavilion along with Bao Xian? The truth would be clear after we ask him about it. King Song nodded his head solemnly as a look of respect appeared on his face. He had already received news that Lu Ting was waiting outside, paying respects to King Song. After a moment, a figure walked in. Lu Ting was dressed in a white scholarly robe, and he bowed deeply to King Song, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. Academic Lu, I have heard that you have gone to Vast Crane Pavilion as well? King Song asked. There was a single person in the royal court that he would not doubt, and that was Lu Ting. It was not only because Lu Ting was honest, righteous, and would not betray him. More than that, Lu Ting had once saved his life. Back then, he wasn't King Song, and he didn't have the standing he had now. Back then, due to an incident, he was suspected of organizing a rebellion. At that moment, Duke Jiao was being deployed at the borders to deal with the Turkic Khaganate. Back then, the war was currently heated up, and he was unable to divert his attention to other matters. On the other hand, in the royal court, no one was willing to speak up for him for fear of being implicated into the matter as well. Yet, Lu Ting, who was just promoted an academic then, despite the risk of angering the new emperor and being framed as one of the rebels, admonished the emperor and tried to persuade him otherwise through logic. He even followed the new emperor all the way to his back palace and knocked his head on the pillar so as to show his sincerity, nearly killing himself in the midst of doing so. It was precisely because of Lu Ting's persistent admonishment, to the point of even giving up his life for it, that the emperor paid great importance to the matter and conducted another trial, thus cleansing King Song of his blame and saving his life. As that incident occurred in the back palace, not many people knew of it. Also, Lu Ting did not go around bragging about the matter, not even speaking of it before King Song. In fact, King Song only knew of the matter when the new emperor told him of it. After that, King Song had always been highly respectful of Lu Ting and often listened to his advice openly. Bao Xian invited me over. Not only did I go there, I even witnessed an interesting affair occurring. Even if your Highness were not to ask me about the affair, I would also speak of it. Lu Ting smiled. Oh, tell me about it. A gleam flashed across King Song's eyes, and his interest was suddenly piqued. He knew of Lu Ting's personality, and for the righteous academic to describe something as interesting, the matter was definitely extraordinary. Your Highness should be aware that the Wang clan siblings and Yao clan's Yao Gongzi had a conflict at the vast crane pavilion, right? Lu Ting chuckled. I know of it. However, I am not too clear of the happenings. Could it be that they are involved to the matter Academic Lu is going to talk about? King Song was curious. Initially, he intended to call Lu Ting over to ask him about the matter regarding Yao Guangyi and Wang Yan. Yet, after hearing Lu Ting speak of the children of the two clans, he forgot about his primary motive. Lu Ting didn't hide anything and spoke of everything that he had heard about the two siblings outside the vast crane pavilion. Especially the conversation between Wang Chong and Bao Xian, he elaborated on it with great details. On the other hand, he simply brushed through the matter with Wang Yin that King Song was concerned about. At the very start, King Song was only slightly interested in the matter and treated it as just a pastime. But eventually, he was entirely absorbed into his story. That is to say, Bao Xian had also betrayed me for King Qi. King Song's complexion darkened tremendously. He had intended to ask about Wang Yan's matter, but he didn't expect to hear about Bao Xian betraying him instead. Without a doubt, this was A to King Song. Hee, there is actually no need for your highness to be overly concerned with the matter about Bao Xian. Bao Xian wasn't the first one to betray your highness, and he wouldn't be the last either. Since that's the case, why be bothered by it? Lu Ting smiled faintly. He wasn't as vexed as King Song was. When the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. What that should go will eventually go. It is a futile attempt to try to retain them. On the other hand, those who should stay will not leave in the end. Those who left for King Qi would be a potential threat even if they were to stay here. If so, why not just let them leave? It is just like how the Wang clan's third young master Wang Cheng put it, the one who laughs in the end is the winner. The match hasn't come to an end yet, so why should King Song feel disheartened? These are also the words I would like to convey to King Song for my journey here. Despite your highness having so many subordinates beside you, in my opinion, their experience and worldly view may not be able to match up to the 15-year-old Wang Cheng. Hearing Lu Ting's words, King Song couldn't help but chuckle. Even the old butler, whose face was tensed up previously, relaxed slightly. Somehow, they felt goodwill toward the young man whom they had yet to come into contact with. The one who laughs in the end is the winner, heh. Well said. Academic Lu, what you said is true. Not just Bao Xian and the rest, even I am far from a match for him. Wang Yin sure has a good son. King Song chuckled. Somehow, despite having yet to meet that linguistically adept 15-year-old young man, he had borne a good impression or him. Under such a situation, with those beside him betraying and leaving him, to be able to hear words of support from a seemingly immature young child was somehow relieving. Standing by the side, Lu Ting also heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing a smile appearing on King Song's face. After serving for King Song for many years, he was well aware of the difficult situation he was undergoing now. He sincerely hoped that he would be able to tide through this difficult time. Speaking of that Wang family's third son, Lord Lu seems to have a favorable impression of him? King Song looked at Lu Ting and chuckled. Indeed. Lu Ting didn't try to avoid the topic and admitted to it frankly before King Song. It is truly rare for someone of Wang Cheng's age to have such knowledge and an open mindset. His future will surely be bright and unlimited in the future. Perhaps he might even become one of the most powerful officials in the royal court. Given the relationship between Wang clan and King Song, when another talent emerges from the Wang clan, King Song will find another great aide beside him in the future. Isn't this something to be delighted over? Lord Lu has such a high evaluation of that Wang clan siblings? King Song frowned. He was truly surprised by Lu Ting's reaction. Your Highness, if Wang Cheng had only seen through Bao Xian's disguise, it could only mean that he was intelligent. Even though such talents are not really common, it wasn't difficult to find them in the capital. Furthermore, even without this matter, if I'm not wrong, Your Highness should have been suspicious of Bao Xian already. Lu Ting said. There is still some other reason behind it? King Song frowned in incomprehension. Even though it seems like the Wang clan siblings had wrecked Yao Guang Yi and Wang Yan's meeting due to the matter with Ma Zhou, somehow, I get a gut feeling that the matter isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. Lu Ting hesitated for a moment before speaking. What? King Song was taken aback. Even that placid old butler beside him couldn't help but frown, revealing his shock. Even though Lu Ting hadn't phrased it out explicitly, it was clear that if the siblings had intentionally decided to wreak havoc in the vast crane pavilion, the entire meaning of it would change. If that was true, Lu Ting's evaluation wasn't excessive at all. In fact, it might even be an underestimation of their talents. Academic Lu, why would you think so? King Song sat up and asked with a serious expression. When Lu Ting spoke of this matter, he had been treating it as though a squabble between kids. However, at this point, the tone of the matter had changed completely. I can't really explain it. It is just an intuitive feeling. Before coming over, I did a rough investigation into the affairs of the Wang clan siblings, and the elder brother doesn't seem to have a good reputation in the capital. He could be considered as one of the profligate scions in the capital, constantly engaging in morally unacceptable actions. It is even said that he a female a while ago. If all of these are true, then this wouldn't be a huge matter. However, judging from my contact with him, he doesn't seem to be such a person. Also, That Wang Yin is a straightforward person. Your Highness should be aware of his personality as well. He is a military man, and he is slightli slow on the uptake on politics. In fact, he could be said to be almost completely oblivious to it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to meet with Yao Guangyi at such a timing. On this affair, your humble subordinate thinks that he had been made use of. While Wang Yan's straightforward personality prevents him from peering deeper into such matters, the Wang clan siblings seem to be aware of the matter. Even though the matter at Vast Crane Pavilion seems to be directed toward Yao Feng, somehow, I get a feeling that they were there for their father, Wang Yin. Yao Guangyi is well known for his political schemes, and he probably would have never imagined that his ploy would be seen through by two kids. Of course, this is an assumption on my part. It is still too early to say for sure. Lu Ting said. The main hall was completely silent. For the first time, King Song appeared grave. Even though Lu Ting said that it was an assumption on his part, and that it was just an intuitive feeling, King Song was too aware of his personality. If he wasn't confident on the matter, he wouldn't have brought it up before him in the first place. However, Yao Guangyi was a formidable character. For two kids to see through the ploy of this old wily fox. How was that possible? King Song and the old butler traded gazes. The master and servant saw disbelief in each other's eyes. If that's true, then that Wang clan siblings were truly monsters. Your Highness, putting aside the matter whether he was able to see through the ploy of Yao Guangyi or not, the words he said afterward, the one who laughs in the end is the winner. Your humble subordinate thinks that he is directing it toward your Highness. For a person uninvolved to peer into truth when the people involved were unable to, his wits, experience, means, and knowledge cannot be rivaled by any ordinary strategists. Furthermore, he is only 15-year-old. Lu Ting was impressed. In the end, he revealed the reason why he had such a high evaluation of the young man. It was because he was too young. After hearing those words, King Song was silent for a long moment. He had to admit that Lu Ting's words had left him shocked. The Song and Wang had close ties, but Wang Yin wasn't the only descendant of Duke Jiu. Given his standing and identity as King Song, it was difficult for him to notice a child who was still in his teens. However, if the child was really as capable as Lu Ting put him out to be, then he wasn't someone King Song should overlook. Lord Lu hopes for me to meet this child from the Wang clan? After a long moment, King Song lifted his head. Initially, he had summoned Lu Ting here to question him on Wang Yan's loyalty. However, this was no longer important. Without a doubt, Lu Ting was sided toward Wang Yin on this matter and believed that he was innocent. There's no need to. Contrary to his expectations, Lu Ting shook his head and denied King Song's words. Your Highness have forgotten that it would be Duke Jia's 70th birthday soon. At that point, all descendants of the Wang clan would be present. It isn't too late for your Highness to meet him then. After all, this all is just an assumption on my part, and the truth is still unconfirmed. That's fine as well. King Song smiled. It is rare for Lord Lu to have such a high opinion of someone. Furthermore, I can't help but admire his words. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Butler Zhang, prepare some items from the warehouse for me and send it over to Wang Yan's residence. Yes, your humble servant will obey your commands. The old butler stood up and said respectfully. Wait a moment. For some reason, King Song seemed to have thought of something and hesitated for a moment before saying, it is already late, so let's push back the matter a little. Send the items over tomorrow. Lu Ting saw suspicion flashing across King Song's eyes and sighed. He immediately understood that King Song still wasn't completely convinced on Wang Yan's loyalty. However, Lu Ting didn't say anything. Only with a long journey will one know the stamina of his horse, and only with time will a person's heart show through, whether Wang Yin had betrayed him or not, whether the Wang clan was colluding with King Qi, and what had happened in the Vast Crane Pavilion. Everything would be revealed with the passing of time. As for Bao Xin and Zheng Yuan, despite my generosity, they chose to backstab me at such a timing, betraying me for King Qi. Towards such ungrateful rogues, it will be hard to quell my anger if I do not punish them. I might not be able to deal with a King Qi, but that doesn't mean that I won't be able to deal with a mere Bao Xin and Zheng Yuan. Isn't Ling Nan and Ma Bei still lacking a few academics? Have them stay there until their deathbeds. As he said those words, King Song's eyes were filled with menace. The royal court is filled with dangers. Those who are in it are stepping on a thin layer of ice. A single word can make the difference between life or death. This wasn't just hearsay. Even though King Song's allies had abandoned him, he still hasn't reached the point where he could be stepped on by anyone else. A lion staying low will be treated as an ill cat. In the past, he was simply too kind and generous. That's why so many people dared to betray him. However, King Song didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Shua. He picked up his brush and wrote a memorial. No one could have known that in this few strokes of the brush, Bao Xian and Zheng Yuan's fate would be sealed. However, this time, regardless of whether it was the old butler or Lu Ting, no one said anything. Most probably, even King Qi wouldn't do anything about the matter. After all, he wouldn't go head-to-head with King Song over a mere Bao Xian and Zheng Yuan. This was the world of politics, a world filled with bloodshed. The carriage rumbled. Wang Chong didn't know what had happened in King Song residence, and he wasn't bothered about it either. Sitting on the carriage leading him back to his home, Wang Chong's mind was preoccupied with another matter. He had already done all he could for his father's matter. Before long, Yao Guangyi will lead his army and appear in the jurisdiction under his father's army. By then, he will understand the situation. What he had to do now was to start on the second step of his plan. A just cause enjoys abundant support while an unjust cause finds scant support. The incident at Vast Crane Pavilion had shown this clearly. Despite his younger sister's overwhelming strength, she was still flustered by many experts in the Yao residence. His experience in his previous life had displayed this point clearly. If not for the insufficient military power he wielded, he wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic defeat. If he wanted to realize his wish and change the destiny of the Wang clan and Great Tang, he had to be like Yao Feng. He had to build his own influence and following. Only with a powerful strength and many followers will he be able to change this empire, which was already surrounded by countless dangers. However, to achieve all these, he had to possess tremendous financial ability first, wealth that could rival a country. Money makes the world go round. The more capable a person is, the more arrogant he is likely to be. Without sufficient profits involved, who would be willing to serve another? Needless to say, he was only a 15-year-old child. However, where could he lay his hands on such a massive wealth? Sitting in the carriage, a deep frown etched on Wang Chong's face. The Wang clan was by no means a wealthy family, and there wasn't any business in it that could bring one tremendous wealth. On this aspect, he couldn't rely on his family at all. Wang Chong could only try to think of a solution by himself. There has to be a way. There must be a way. Wang Chong tapped his finger on the windows of the carriage as thoughts flashed past his mind. He rummaged through the events that had occurred in his previous life to see if there were any means for one to make a killing. It was fortunate that Wang Chong possessed the memories of his previous life. On this aspect, he held the advantage over others. I got it. Suddenly, Wang Chong's eyes lit up as he recalled something. Wood steel. Right, wood steel. His gloomy mood disappeared without a trace, and in its place was delight. Wood steel was a precious metal with banding patterns on it. When a blade was forged from it, the pattern on its surface would resemble flowing water, forming an exquisite and beautiful sight. At the same time, of all types of metal, wood steel was, without a doubt, the best material for forging weapons. Nothing else could compete with it. In the parallel world where Wang Chong came from, it was also known as Damascus steel. The weapons made of this material ranked as the top of the three great swords, even in the modern times. More importantly, the wood steel reserves were extremely limited. After it was dug out, it would be gone for good. In the future, a real Damascus sword could be sold for millions, even tens of millions of USD. Furthermore, it was a commodity that was rarely sold. It was not something that one could just buy because they had money. In this world, the wood steel was the same as well. The reason why Wang Chong remembered this metal was not because of how precious it was. Rather, it was because of its sharpness. The weapons made of wood steel were incomparably sharp and could easily tear apart those precious and famous swords. In terms of sharpness, the weapons made of wood steel were the absolute sharpest. In the parallel world where Wang Chong came from, There was once a scientist who did an experiment, and he realized that the wood steel had countless nanosaws that could not be seen with one's eye. The countless minuscule saws came together to form the legend of the incomparable sharpness of the wood steel. Any rider who was equipped with wood steel weapon would be able to easily tear apart a person along with his armor, causing quite a gruesome death. Furthermore, the tiny saws on the wood steel swords made it easy to tear apart the enemy's wounds, causing massive bleeding within a short period of time. Not only so, it was also difficult to stop the flow of blood from the wounds inflicted by it. Many tiny cuts turned fatal because of this. With all of these factors overlapping together, an army equipped with wood steel became something that was a fearsome fighting force, something that others would unconsciously shiver when speaking of it. Their opponents would often sustain great casualties. However, even though the wood steel was such a precious commodity, Wang Chong knew that at this current moment, it was still inexpensive. If nothing went wrong, this should be around the time when the first batch of the mineral had been mined from its only deposit in the Hyderabad mountains. This first batch of minerals from Hyderabad was currently being carried by Sindhi monks to all around the world. The Abbasid Caliphate, the Western regions, Great Tang, Turkic Khaganate, Silla Empire. Sindhu or Tianju referred to India. However, when the Indians first came to China, it was called Sindhu and it was named by Emperor Wu of Han, Lu Che. It was only a year later did the precious wood steel's name first appear in the name, and 10 years for its name to traverse through the entire world. 20 years would have passed before the most perfect method to forging the wood steel, the Tanilikam method, appeared. However, in 30 years, the Hyderabad mountain would finish mining the final bit of wood steel ore that it had. That was the last wood steel ore in Hyderabad, as well as the final piece in the world. This was the situation of the wood steel. These kind of ores weren't unlimited. They were rare and finite. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in this world who was aware of this fact. Based on Wang Chong's memories, the two monks should probably be in Great Tang by now, and the people of Great Tang rarely bothered themselves with people from the western regions. At this point, no one's attention was on the two Sindhi monks with bizarre appearances and, needless to say, the wood steel on them. If he were to look for them at this moment, he could possibly make an unexpectedly huge killing. At this point, Wang Chong's heart couldn't help but pound furiously even though it was a different space-time continuum. Wang Chong knew that the weapons forged using wood steel in this world were highly sought after by the officials and generals of countless empires, the nobility and the wealthy, as well as martial arts experts. The wood steel's elegant design was fitting of a powerful official's identity and standing. On the other hand, for a martial arts expert, a wood steel could mean a huge rise in his fighting prowess. For these precious wood steel weapons, those people were willing to give their all, even if it meant bankruptcy. If he could claim all of the wood steel that the two Sindhi monks had in their possession, the future benefits that it could bring him was clear. At this point, Wang Chong could no longer hold in the excitement in his heart. "Little sister, are you interested in walking around with me to look for a few people?" Wang Chong suddenly turned around to look at his little sister who was sitting beside him. "Ah, you still want to walk around?" Wang Xiaoyao's eyes widened in shock. She clearly remembered the threat her father made about breaking their legs if they were to roam the streets. "Why are you afraid?" Wang Chong taunted. How can I be afraid? Provocation is much more effective than an invitation." As expected, the Wang family's little sister fell for it. Wang Chong chuckled and brought this free bodyguard of a sister toward the place where the foreigners from the western regions gathered. "Please take us to the Zhuke Street." The Zhuke Street was filled with crowds walking to and fro. Sitting in the carriage, Wang Chong parted the curtains and looked outside. There were a lot of blue-eyed red-bearded who among the crowd. With a glance, Wang Chong saw the eagle-eyed Turks, the small physical frame but combative Yusang people, the Silla and Goguryeo people who were similar to the Han but with a differing disposition, the massive red, brown, and golden-haired Westerners, people from the Abbasid Caliphate and the Karak-Spazinu. Looking at these foreigners from many different locations, an indescribable sensation emerged in Wang Chong's heart. Regardless of which parallel world he was in, the Great Tang remained as the same prosperous and powerful Great Tang. Its doors were always open to welcome the entire world. Even when it was fighting with other countries, it never tried to expel the Hu from their lands. In this parallel world, it was without a doubt the center of the world. But it was a pity that Wang Chang's heart ached, and he soon came back to reality. The Zhuke Street was where most of the foreigners gathered, and as such, it was the best place to search for the two Xin the monks from the western regions. However, Wang Chong wasn't here to try his luck. After all, luck was something unreliable. Wang Chong was here to look for someone. In the entire Zhuke Street and the eastern regions of the capital, no one could know the foreigners more than that person. The great Tang in his previous life, due to its arrogance, passed by the opportunity with the precious Wootz steel. As such, the Wootz steel that reached Great Tang was extremely few. It could have boosted the strength of Great Tang Empire significantly. Wang Chong was here to right this mistake, learning the strengths of others to wield it against them. These words originated from a person called Wei Yuan in his world. Humans can be classified by their races, but the same does not apply for technology, especially for Wootz steel. As long as he can steer the destiny away from the tragedy in his previous life, Wang Chong did not care where his strength came from. Jaya. The carriage made a turn, bringing Wang Chong and his sister into an isolated alley. Yo, isn't this young Master Chong? The moment Wang Chong brought his younger sister in, the person behind the counter lifted his head and a smiling, chubby face could be seen. The fat man shot a wide grin at Wang Chong, revealing his golden tooth. This was a normal shop. The business didn't seem to be doing well, and the fat man was the only person inside the shop. However, Wang Chong knew that the fellow was overflowing with money. Shut for 3 years, only to open for another 3 years of upkeep. The phrase was used to describe a person like this. He specialized in trading with the foreigners and scions in the capital. Whoever who lacked money would bring their personal belongings to it here, especially the foreigners. In a foreign land, they found themselves lacking connections to tide them through difficult times. As such, they would have no choice but to their personal belongings here. As such, this fat man, nicknamed Big Golden Tooth, possessed the greatest intelligence on the foreigners in the capital. Wang Chong had loitered about the capital and made unseemly friends such as Ma Zhou and the rest. However, this wasn't completely devoid of its benefits. Big Golden Tooth was one of the useful friends Wang Chong had made. Even though his heart ached, Wang Chong gritted his teeth and he threw a silver ingot on the table. The services of Big Golden Tooth was never free. He had to part with his flesh every time he wanted his assistance. I am buying information. There are a few Xin the monks who had arrived in the capital. Bald and dressed in a cassock, they should be easy to recognize. I want to know where they are. Wang Chong spoke. Young Master Chong sure is straightforward and generous, as expected of the grandson of Duke Jiu. Xin the monk? What is young Master Chong looking for them for? Those fellows speak in weird accents, and they often jump ahead to preach to the others whenever they get a chance. I think it would be best for young Master Chong to avoid contact with them. Furthermore, it is already too late for young Master Chong to look for them. These fellows had already returned back for Sindhu a few days ago. Big Golden Tooth fondled the silver ingot with a smile as he spoke to Wang Chong with a lowered head. What? Upon hearing these words, Wang Chong's heart beat furiously and his eyes widened. They've returned? His words had created billowing waves in Wang Chong's heart. Wang Chong had expected for the two monks to come to Great Tang, but never would he imagine that they had already returned. Indeed, they left with the City West's white agate jewelry shop's merchant carriage. If young Master Chong needs for look for them, you can leave by the City West and follow the main path. Perhaps you might be able to catch up to them. Big Golden Tooth said. Wang Chong shook his head. After heading west from the capital, one would find himself surrounded by endless mountains and desert. A 3-day journey was more than sufficient for them to pass through Human Pass. The world is vast. How could he locate a specific carriage that carried the two foreign monks? Big Golden Tooth's words were only an attempt to console him. Thanks. Wang Chong left the pawn shop in extreme disappointment. Looks like he wasn't fated with the Wootz steel. Let's go. We'll return home. The siblings hopped onto the carriage and headed back home. The sky was already dark by the moment they returned back to the Wang clan residence. The entire residence was brightly illuminated with lanterns, but it gave it a forlorn impression. Hold it right there. Right after the Wang siblings carefully pushed open the entrance gates and prepared to return back to their room, a cold bellow suddenly echoed from the main hall. The two siblings froze. They slowly turned over and saw two candle lights in the main hall. Under the illumination of the light, a frosty face appeared, and it was staring coldly at the two siblings. "Emo mother." Wang Xiaoyao's body trembled. She fearfully turned around and addressed her. "Mother." A look of discomfort also appeared on Wang Chang's face. A reason why he took the effort to roam around outside, making the trip to Big Golden Tooth Shop, was to avoid facing his mother. He didn't expect that he would still end up getting caught by her. Looking at the frosty face on his mother's face, she had probably waited for a long time for them to return. It was clear that the news regarding the vast crane pavilion had already reached her. "You two rascals. Where did you two go today?" Madame Wang's face was cold, and it induced fear upon sight. The two siblings felt goosebumps all over them. In the Wang family, even though Father Wang was strict, he was often out in the fields and rarely interfered in their affairs. The one who was truly in charge for them was their mother, Zhao Shuhua. In other families, the mother tends to be the doting one, whereas the father was the stern one. Yet, for the Wang clan, it was the other way around. Compared to their mother, Father Wang Yin could be considered as doting. We went a vast crane pavilion." Wang Chang's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he wasn't able to hide the matter, so he came out clean with it. "Went a vast crane pavilion? You two only went a vast crane pavilion?" Madame Wang abruptly smacked the wooden table, and her tone and expression steeled. "Peng." Without arguing with her, Wang Chong kneeled down. "I'm sorry, mother. I had done wrong for this matter." Wang Chong knew what his mother was angry over, regardless of whether it was his previous life or the current one. The thing Wang Chong couldn't bear the most was to see his mother's disappointment or sorrow. She might look stern, but after his previous life, Wang Chong knew that her heart was fragile like the others, and she loved her family dearly. Because he had once lost it all, that's why he cherished it even more now. In his previous life, when his mother's emaciated and weak body slowly fell before him, Wang Chong's heart was ripped apart. As such, Wang Chong had solemnly sworn in this life that regardless of what had happened, he would not anger his mother and make her cry over him. "Wrong? You had only done wrong?" Madame Wang was so furious that her entire body trembled intensely. "It is one thing for you to fool about, yet you brought your little sister there as well. Do you know that the Yao clan's old master Yao had reported this matter to His Majesty and your grandfather? This matter had already caused an outrage in the capital. Right after the morning assembly, your big uncle rushed to our residence angrily and questioned us on what we were trying to do, whether we were trying to murder the entire Wang clan." "What?" Wang Chang's body jolted, and he raised his head abruptly. He was shocked. In his previous life, he wasn't involved in this matter, so he couldn't have imagined that the Yao clan's old master Yao would actually report him and his sister up to His Majesty, such that even his big uncle would come knocking to question the family. How could this be? Wang Chong muttered as a wave of shock gushed over him. He thought that since Yao Guangyi was trying to harm his father by intentionally tearing his father and King Song away from one another, he wouldn't this matter up, at least not to the point it was now. However, Wang Chong realized that he had underestimated someone. That was the Yao clan's old master Yao. If Yao Guangyi was an old wily fox, then old master Yao was the one single-handedly groomed that old wily fox. He wielded the ability to create storms in the royal court. Yao Guangyi couldn't even match up to a tenth of old master Yao's means. Wang Chong remembered clearly that in his previous life, old master Yao had a nephew who bribed an official in the royal court. In the end, an official surnamed Wei reported his nephew to the emperor. Usually, if such a matter were to happen to a court official, it would spell the end of his political career. Yet, under old master Yao's incredible means, not only was he all right, the official who reported him was relieved of his duty. Of course, his nephew was announced to be innocent and released. The matter ended just like that. Wang Chong had a deep impression of the matter. Regardless of whether it was his previous life or his current life, he had heard his father, eldest brother, and second brother spoke of the matter multiple times. Even if he hadn't met this old master Yao yet, he was fearful of him. His abilities to get things done were profound and unpredictable. it couldn't be fathomed using ordinary means. Wang Chong knew that with his attention solely on Yao Guangyi, he had neglected Old Master Yao, who was hiding beneath the surface. Old Master Yao and his grandfather weren't easy targets, and the both of them were political rivals. Such was their relationship since the previous dynasty. Furthermore, Old Master Yao deeply doted on Yao Feng. In his previous life, Old Master Yao even went up to the emperor to beg for an official position for his grandson. It wasn't surprising for him to do such a thing now. Thinking about the matter, it wasn't really that shocking for Old Master Yao to make a big deal of this matter to strike at the reputation of his grandfather. However, what was truly shocked him was his uncle. His uncle and his father's relationship had not been good all along. Different from his father, his uncle was not a general but a high-ranking official in the royal court. He had inherited the connections and influence his grandfather wielded in the royal court. As such, to his father, whose standing was incomparable to him, as well as his other siblings, he always put on a haughty attitude and looked down on them. Wang Chang's other uncles and aunts had always just tolerated his attitude. However, Wang Chang's father, Wang Yin, was a typical military man, and he had a straightforward character. As such, he often refuted him directly, resulting in multiple conflicts. As such, his father and his uncle's relationship had always been hostile. From his previous life, Wang Chong had held intense loath for him. Just that, he never would have imagined that he would come knocking on their residence to question them on the matter. You still dare to say, how could this be? Madame Wang's ear was much sharper than Wang Chong had thought. Hearing his muttering, her rage came bursting out. It's not like you don't know about your relationship between your father and your uncle. He never liked your father, and it will be your grandfather's 70th birthday in a while. Do you want your father to be embarrassed before so many uncles and your grandfather's old acquaintances? In the end, the Madame Wang felt so bitter that her eyes turned completely red and tears seemed to be threatening to fall from it. She thought that her child has finally become obedient after yesterday's affairs. Yet, he barged into the vast crane pavilion, along with his younger sister, and bashed Yao clan's Gongzi up. This was a matter regarding the Yao clan and Wang clan. It was by no means a trivial matter. Furthermore, the Yao clan's old master Yao even reported his grandfather up to the emperor. As Wang Chang's mother, she was responsible for the matter as well. The greater the expectation Madame Wang held toward Wang Chong, the greater the disappointment she felt. This emotion wasn't just directed toward Wang Chong, it was also directed toward herself. A son's misdeed is the fault of the mother's upbringing. If she wasn't so lenient toward Wang Chong, how could the situation evolve to such a point? Mother, I'm sorry. I know that I am at fault. Wang Chong kneeled on the floor with his head lowered. He felt extreme self-reproach, even though his actions were for his father and the Wang clan. Even though Wang Chong did not think that he was at fault, his mother wasn't aware of any of it at all. Wang Chong was also unable to find a way to explain the situation to her. He needed half a month, when his father had discovered Yao Guangyi's ploy, for his mother to understand the efforts he had put in for the family. Mother, brother isn't at fault on the matter at all. Suddenly, a slightly obstinate but clear bell-like voice sounded by the side. Upon hearing her brother admitting that it is his fault over and over, keeping his indignance to himself, Wang Xiaoyao suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore and stood out. Even though she was afraid of her mother, Wang Xiaoyao couldn't stand seeing her own brother suffer such great injustice. This matter isn't brother's fault. Why must you say that brother is at fault? Wang Xiaoyao stared at her mother in protest. What did you say? Madame Wang was taken aback. Her eyes were widened and her entire body trembled in anger. You still dare to refute my words? Little sister, don't say any more. Wang Chong was also taken aback. He quickly pulled the hands of his younger sister, but this time, she shook it away. Humph, why can't I say it? The Wang family's little sister's obstinacy was working up once more. This time, completely ignoring Wang Chong's words, she said that Yao Feng ordered Ma Zhou to frame brother for a lady. So, brother and I want to teach him a lesson. Are we at fault for doing so? What? You said that the Yao clan's Yao Feng ordered Ma Zhou to frame your brother? Madame Wang was truly surprised. She stared at the kneeling Wang Chong and the stubborn Wang Xiaoyao with widened eyes. It was apparent that she was oblivious to this matter. Of course. I saw it for myself. That fellow Ma Zhou even admitted to it. Wang Xiaoyao said boldly. The thoughts of a 10-year-old girl are innocent. At this point, she still thought that the reason why Wang Chong brought her to the vast crane pavilion to teach Yao Feng a lesson was to exact vengeance on him for the incident. One has to repay their gratitude and grudges. On this matter, she was completely supportive of her brother's actions. Madame Wang was initially at the peak of her anger, but at this moment, her anger had subsided significantly. She stared at the two siblings speechlessly. From the very start, Madame Wang had never believed that Wang Chong would a lady. Her child may be stubborn, rebellious, indolent, and hung out with bad company, but no matter how low Wang Chong had fallen, Madame Wang believed that he wouldn't stoop to such level and commit such atrocious deeds. The reason why she punished him was because even though Wang Chong did not do so, when the news of the affair broke out, his reputation, along with the Wang clan's reputation, had been soiled over the affair. Outsiders were not concerned with the truth. All they knew was that Wang Chong was the one who did it, and Wang Chong was a descendant of the Wang clan. Is that true? Madame Wang asked. However, her gaze wasn't directed toward Wang Xiaoyao but the kneeling Wang Chong. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding his head. Even though the reason for his trip to Vast Crane Pavilion wasn't primarily for vengeance, the words of his little sister weren't completely false. Sigh. Madame Wang sighed deeply. For a moment, she couldn't find a word to say to them. The two siblings had caused such a great problem, implicating both the Yao clan and Wang clan in the matter, to the point even the emperor was alarmed on the matter. Logically speaking, she had no choice but to teach them a harsh lesson. However, Yao Feng made use of Ma Zhou to frame Wang Chong, causing his reputation in the capital to fall into the gutters. It was perfectly understandable for Wang Chong to fly into a temper and lead his younger sister to the vast crane pavilion to teach him a lesson. Madame Wang didn't like it when Wang Chong and his younger sister caused trouble, but no matter what, her husband was still a general who guarded the border. Madame Wang hoped that her children wouldn't be cowards who were fearful of everything. On this aspect, Madame Wang actually didn't think that the Wang siblings had done anything wrong. Get up. Madame Wang sighed. I will explain this matter to your big uncle. As long as you aren't at fault for this matter, even if your majesty asks about this matter, we will be able to account the matter to him. Thank you, mother. Wang Chong stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. He turned around to look at his younger sister, and a sense of gratitude rose in his heart. At this moment, Wang Chong couldn't help but feel thankful that he had brought his younger sister for this operation. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't be settled just like that. Hee, I did well, right? Seeing her brother looking over at her, the Wang family's little sister raised her small head smugly. Wang Chong grinned and secretly shot her a thumbs up, feeding his sister's pride. He didn't dote on her for nothing, at least she was sided with him. However, even though Yao Feng was at fault for this matter, you two still went too far. At this moment, the voice of their mother, Zhao Shuhua, sounded in their ears once more. Upon hearing her words, the faces of the two siblings crumbled. Especially you, despite being a lady, to fight with others like a man. Look at what you are becoming. Madame Wang's gaze fell upon the one who just refuted her words, Wang Xiaoyao. Yes, Yaoer admits her fault. Wang family's little sister had a nasty expression on her face that spelled if I knew it would end up like this. With her head lowered, she kicked at the empty air in frustration. Her mother's words entered by the left ear and escaped by the right. If such a thing happens again, tell your brother that you will not go. If he dares to speak any further, tell me and I will break his legs. Madame Wang didn't pass on this opportunity to educate them, and she continued to nag on. Wang family's little sister's eyes started to swim about. Clearly, she wasn't interested and she wanted to flee. Looking at this sight, Wang Chong broke into laughter internally. He already knew what she was going to do. Mother, I'm hungry. Can we eat first? The Wang clan's little sister's small hands suddenly pressed on her stomach and a pitiful look appeared on her face. At the same time, her stomach grumbled loudly as well. Madame Wang's heart softened, but very soon, her face steeled once more. We'll talk about food later on. However, you mustn't fight with anyone else in the future. HM? Look, who's that? The Wang clan's little sister suddenly lifted her head. With widened eyes, she exclaimed loudly. In that instant where her mother turned around in puzzlement, Wang Xiaoyao grabbed the hand of her brother and escaped. "Brother, run!" Wang Chong burst into laughter. As though they had rehearsed this innumerable times, he ran along with his little sister. Behind their back, Madame Wang's furious voice bellowed, "Wang Xiaoyao, if you dare to run, I will ground you for 3 days." Wang Chong had managed to escape punishment for the matter at Vast Crane Pavilion for the time being. He had also managed to obtain news of the 2 Cindy monks today. On the other hand, Wang Xiaoyao was grounded for 3 days. When Wang Chong went to her room to look for her, he wasn't allowed to enter. Also, even though Father Wang had said that he would deal with them after returning at night, there were no signs of him even though it was already deep at night. Most probably, his father had already been deployed back to the borders, just like how it happened back in his previous life. Wang Chong lay on his bed with his hands behind his head. Somehow, he wasn't able to fall asleep. Everything that occurred in the day appeared before him once more. Wang Chong would have never imagined that the 2 Cindy monks had already returned back to their homeland. That shouldn't be. Is the Great Tang really unfaded with wood steel? Wang Chong found the situation hard to accept. Given his current situation, the wood steel was his best chance at accruing a huge wealth without much capital. Even though it wasn't that Wang Chong had no other methods up his sleeves, the other means were far inferior to this one. Otherwise, Wang Chong wouldn't have subconsciously thought of wood steel in the first place. Not only so, there was another reason why he was determined to lay his hands on wood steel. In his previous life, the Great Tang had slipped by this opportunity. Eventually, its enemies utilized the wood steel and thousands of Great Tang elites fell under the blades forged with wood steel. This was a huge for the Great Tang. Wang Chong had a deep impression of this matter. That's why he was so obsessed with this matter and wanted to reverse it. In this life, the wood steel had just come into existence and its name hadn't rung far and wide yet. This was a good opportunity for Wang Chong to accrue massive wealth and at the same time, bring some benefits to the Central Plains. To think that his plan would end in failure. What is going on? Could it be that due to my rebirth, the Great Tang would end up being unable to obtain even the slightest bit of wood steel? Lying on the bed, Wang Chong had a feeling that something was wrong, as though he had neglected something important. The stone of other mountains could be used to polish jade. Wang Chong had never thought that using other people's strengths was anything wrong. In his mind, Wang Chong tried to recall every single detail regarding the wood steel. Wang Chong clearly remembered that there was a clan which came into contact with the 2 Cindy monks and bought wood steel off them at a high price. If these 2 Cindy monks were to leave just like that, wouldn't that mean that the clan would be unable to purchase the wood steel and everything wouldn't happen? Wang Chong was perplexed. Something's wrong. After a few moments, Wang Chong suddenly recalled something and he abruptly leaped up from his bed in shock. That 2 Cindy monks can only speak Sanskrit. They don't know the language of the Center Plains at all. Given how Big Golden Tooth doesn't know a single thing about Sanskrit, how could he have possibly spoken with them, even saying that they had weird accents? Wang Chong finally knew why he found the matter was amiss. The Sindhu came from the far west, and their monks there rarely came to the Central Plains. Most of the Sindhu who came knew a little bit of the language of the Central Plains, and there was no problem for them to communicate with the population. However, these 2 Cindy monks were different. They only knew how to speak Sanskrit. Even the Hu from the western regions were unable to comprehend their words. That's precisely the reason why no one knew what they were here for. Even more so, no one knew that they were trying to sell wood steel. As such, a huge uproar was incited when the matter regarding the wood steel ores was revealed in his previous life. Someone once said that if only the Great Tang didn't lack people who were able to converse in Sanskrit, if only someone was able to ask those Cindy monks back then, if only the Hyderabad wood steel mine could be purchased for Great Tang's usage, the Great Tang's military prowess would be very much stronger than how it was. Big Golden Tooth had said that they spoke in a weird accent. If he had met them, he wouldn't have said so. Something is wrong. Big Golden Tooth never met Cindy monks. The ones whom he saw were Tocharian monks. After contemplating over the matter once more, Wang Chong remembered a famous quote in his previous life, and he immediately understood the situation. The Tocharians were neighbors with the Sindhu, and they believed in Buddhism as well. Many Buddha statues were built in his territory, and it was a splendid sight. Often, There were many Tocharians who would travel to the Central Plains to spread their teachings. As the Great Tang lacked understanding of the countries in the extreme west, the people of this era often confused Tocharian monks for Sindhi monks. In fact, some of them even thought of the Tocharians and the Sindhu as the same race. When Big Golden Tooth said that these people spoke with weird accents, he was obviously referring to Tocharians. At this point, Wang Chang's heart was filled with delight. The depressed feeling that was weighing on his heart disappeared without a trace. If the ones Big Golden Tooth met wasn't Sindhi monks, that meant that the Sindhi monks were still in Great Tang. In other words, there was still an opportunity for him. In that instant, Wang Chong could feel pressure relieving from every single cell in his body. Even though Big Golden Tooth had provided Wang Chong with inaccurate information, Wang Chong did receive some important news from it. White Agate Jewelry Shop. Wang Chong recalled the location Big Golden Tooth spoke of. The homeland of the Tocharians, Darim Basin, was far from the Central Plains. The monks would often ride on the merchants from the western region when heading to Great Tang. Wang Chong knew from his previous life that the carriages were mostly fixed. Only some specific businessmen would ferry these monks over. Sindhu was neighboring the Tocharians, and there was only a single path to the Great Tang. If he could ask about the whereabouts of the Tocharian monks from the White Agate Jewelry Shop, he would definitely be able to trace the whereabouts of the two Sindhi monks. At which, Wang Chong could no longer stay seated. At daybreak, when the entire Wang family residence was still relishing in their sleep, Wang Chong secretly parted a small gap in the doors and sneaked out of the room. Hold it right there. The moment his front foot stepped out, he heard a stern bellow from above him. Young Master Chong, Madam had passed down orders that you are not to leave the room for the next few days. Before Master returns, it is best for young Master to remain in your room. Please don't put us in a difficult position. Outside the door, the figures of the two door guardians blocked even the radiance of the rising sun. Lifting his head, Wang Chong saw two familiar figures staring coldly at him, guarding his doors impassively. With a single look, Wang Chong could tell that they were extremely loyal and upright. There was zero possibility of them making an exception for him. Guardshin, Guardming. Wang Chong called out their names. The two door guardians were Shun Hai and Ming Long. Right after the two siblings returned home after getting in trouble, the little sister was grounded in her room for 3 days. On the other hand, Shun Hai and Ming Long were sent to Wang Chong's door. Wang Chong already knew of this yesterday night. Young Master Chong, there's no need for you to say anything. This is an order by Madam. Please don't make our work difficult. The two spoke coldly. Before Wang Chong could even say anything, they had already sealed off all of his excuses. In fact, the two of them didn't even bother to look at Wang Chong while speaking. In the Wang family, Shun Hai and Ming Long weren't the only guards. However, Wang Chong knew that the two of them had the highest standing and possessed a unique position in the family. The two of them had been loyal to the Wang family, and other than father and mother, no one else could command them around. The reason why his mother sent Shun Hai and Ming Long to his own door was clearly to keep a watch on him, so as to prevent any incident like the previous one from occurring. If it was any other time, Wang Chong was willing to idle his time out at home until father came back. However, time waited for no one, and the Sindhi monks would only stay for a maximum of 15 more days. If he didn't manage to find them during this period of time and purchase the wood steel from them, Great Tang would find itself unable to lay its hands on such treasure forever. Guardshin, Guardming. Wang Chong chuckled and called out their name. Even though the two guards his mother sent weren't easy to deal with, Wang Chong was confident in convincing them. I know that you two are loyal, and I won't make things difficult for you both. If you all don't hope for me to leave, I can remain inside. However, have you ever thought that my mother might be able to keep me in for a moment, but she is unable to lock me up for my entire life? Sooner or later, I will still go out. If I were to cause trouble then, do you two think that it is completely unrelated to you? Wang Chong's words caused the two loyal guards who were mentally prepared to reject every single excuse Wang Chong came up with to freeze. The both of them stared at Wang Chong and their mouth opened several times, but not a single word came out. Madam had tasked them to prevent young Master Chong from getting out of the residence. The both of them thought that it would suffice as long as they did as they were told. However, hearing Wang Chong's words, they realized that their thoughts were superficial. Indeed, if young Master Chong were to cause trouble after their master returned, did this mean that they were free of blame? Weren't they being irresponsible like that? Others might have just shrugged Wang Chong's words off, but Shenhai and Minglong were extremely loyal to the Wang family. That's precisely the reason why they felt unsettled by his words. The more they thought about it, the more they realized it was possible for Wang Chong's words to ring true. Their hearts started to beat nervously. "I'm sorry." Seeing the faces of the two slowly turning bright red, he apologized to them in his mind. These two were the most loyal guards of the Wang family, and if possible, Wang Chong wanted to avoid such situations. However, to obtain Wood's steel and fight for an opportunity for the Great Tang, he had no choice but to do so. "There's no need for you two to worry. I am just saying it casually. As a descendant of the Wang clan, the Wang family is my home, so how could I possibly think of harming it?" Wang Chong's tone turned gentler, and he used his words to dispel the worries of the two. Shenhai and Minglong heaved a long sigh of relief. Even the two of them were oblivious to the fact that a few mere words of Wang Chong were able to create a vast difference in their mood. At the very start, they were determined to block out everything Wang Chong said. Unknowingly, they started to be roped into Wang Chong's line of thoughts. Indeed, young Master Chong is a descendant of the Wang clan, so how could he possibly harm his own clan? Even though the two of them didn't say a word, they approved of Wang Chong's words on the inside. "I know that Mother has sent the two of you over because of the trouble I had caused yesterday. However, as you all should know, the fault for the incident yesterday doesn't lie on me. That Yao Feng had planned for my downfall and used Ma Zhou to frame me, claiming that I am an innocent lady. Putting aside the fact I was punished by my parents, the incident caused the Wang clan's reputation to be sullied. Do you think that I can tolerate such an affair? Do you all think that a descendant of the Wang clan should be fearful of them?" Wang Chong said impassionately. "Young Master Chong is right. If not for Madam's orders, the both of us would also head over to teach him a lesson. The Yao clan went overboard this time. I knew that even though young Master is playful, he hasn't stooped to such levels." Shenhai and Minglong felt indignant as well. The both of them had mistaken Wang Chong as well. They thought that Wang Chong really committed grievous crimes along with Ma Zhou and the rest, and that's precisely the reason why they felt even more guilty now that the truth was out. Wang Chong was both moved and gleeful. He knew that he was just a step off from convincing the both of them. Just one last push. Wang Chong clenched his fist tightly. "Guard Shen and Guard Ming, once I have decided to do something, I would do it. Even if I was grounded then, I would still do it when the opportunity arises. I don't know whether you two have thought of it, but there's actually another way other than keeping watch on me and preventing me from leaving the house. You both can follow me out as well. Since there's something that I must do, you two might as well follow me to wherever I will be going. This way, if you realize that what I am going to do is detrimental to the Wang clan, you all can stop me in time. Wouldn't this be better than hindering every action of mine?" Shenhai and Minglong was stunned for a moment. The both of them stared at each other, and for a moment, they couldn't find a word to say. Initially, they thought that they should only keep a watch on Wang Chong and prevent him from causing trouble outside. However, they suddenly realized that Wang Chong's words made sense. They couldn't find any words to object to it. Just like what Wang Chong said, guiding is superior to hindering. Madam and Master could ground him for 3 days or even longer than that, but they had to let him out eventually. At that time, what that would happen would still happen. The other guards might be able to turn a blind eye to it, given how it had nothing to do with them. However, Shenhai and Minglong were different. They were loyal to the Wang family, and they were unwilling to see such a situation happening. "Young Master Chong, we will not hinder you from leaving the residence. However, we will say it first. Regardless of where you go, we will follow behind you, even if you were to just go to the latrine. Young Master Chong should know that we are uneducated people. If young Master Chong were to stir trouble outside, bring problems to Master and Madam, please do not blame us for being merciless and getting physical on you then." After pondering for a moment, they came to a conclusion. "Rest easy. My cultivation realm is unable to match up to you. If such a thing were to happen, you all know what to do." Wang Chong chuckled. Even Shenhai and Minglong did not realize that their attitude had taken an 180-degree turn from before with just a few words from Wang Chong. In fact, they didn't even find anything amiss about the situation. This was something the two would have never thought possible to happen. Bringing along the two powerful guards, Shen Hai and Meng Long, with him, they headed to the city west under the morning sun. Not long after the three of them left, a guard of the Wang residence rushed into the inner residence. "Madam, young Master Chong had gone out." Hearing those words, Madame Wang was taken aback. Her body trembled and she jolted upward. She quickly asked, "What about Shen Hai and Meng Long? Why didn't they stop him?" Shen Hai and Meng Long were extremely loyal to the Wang family, and it was impossible for them to disobey her orders. That was also the reason why Madame Wang sent them to look after Wang Chong. With them there, even if Wang Chong were to sneak out, they would be able to pursue him and bring him back. However, the words of the guards that followed made her even more astonished. "Madam, they went out with young Master Chong." The guard answered honestly. "What?" Upon hearing the news, Madame Wang was so shocked that the teacup in her hands fell onto the floor. To her, this was even more astounding than Wang Chong sneaking out. How is this possible? It didn't take long for them to reach the white agate jewelry shop. After speaking to the merchants from the western regions, he successfully tracked down the location of the two Cindy monks and hurriedly galloped over to the location he was given. At the bustling Xinshui Street, which was packed with carriages and people, Wang Chong finally spotted the two Cindy monks. With only a brown cassock draped over them, their right shoulder was exposed, revealing their dark chest and arms. Contrary to Wang Chong's expectations, the two Cindy monks weren't completely bald. There was still a layer of thin black hair remaining on their heads. The two of them proceeded slowly ahead. Amidst the congested crowd, their existence wasn't really conspicuous. "I have finally found them." Looking at the two Cindy monks outside the window, Wang Chong heaved a long sigh of relief. His heart lifted as though he had managed to found treasure. In this era, there weren't many people who knew of the Cindy yet. However, Wang Chong knew that in another space-time continuum, there was an even more prominent name to address them: Indians. "Young Master Chong, are they the people whom you're looking for?" In the carriage, Shen Hai and Meng Long also saw the two monks from the carriage's window. They had followed Wang Chong out from the residence, and along the way, they had been worried that Wang Chong may be going to meet those unseemly bad company of his and cause trouble for the Wang family. However, upon seeing that Wang Chong had circled the entire street just to search for these two Cindy monks, the two of them heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, they felt the grip on their heart loosened. In place of their relief, their curiosity was sparked. They wouldn't have found it weird if Wang Chong was looking for what Ma Zhou, Li Zhou, Yao Gongzi, Li Gongzi or of that sort. Yet, two foreign monks. This was a little too bizarre. This was the first time Shen Hai and Meng Long felt interested in what their young master had been doing outside. Heh, don't underestimate them. Wang Chong knew what the two was thinking, and he chuckled. In Great Tang, monks were one of the most unremarkable bunch. However, Wang Chong knew that these two weren't just any ordinary monks. Don't judge them by their skin tone. In a few years, countless people in the capital will feel endless regret for losing the chance to be associated with them. Shen Hai and Meng Long stared at one another, and the curiosity in their mind intensified. Wang Chong simply chuckled, not explaining any further. On the streets, the two Cindy monks were using their own method to sell the Woot's steel ores. Wang Chong realized that the duo wasn't just randomly grabbing passers-by to sell their goods. Rather, they aimed for those who were dressed extravagantly and looked wealthy. It is no wonder that the two were unable to sell out their goods. Wang Chong shook his head in disapproval. If they were to do so in the Abbasid Caliphate, Charaxpazinu, Damascus, and such locations, there was no problem with it. That was because the merchants of the Abbasid Caliphate were interested in everything that could earn them a profit, regardless of whether it was jewelry, herbs, silk, tea leaves, pottery, mines. As long as it was something that could bring one profit, they would deal with it, even if it was something restricted. This included slavery. The Caliphate's merchants engaged in this trade as well. However, in Great Tang, not everyone was interested in the mining and refining business. From the very start, their target audience was wrong. Furthermore, few people in the capital knew how to speak Sanskrit. Even if they were to find a potential buyer, the language barrier prevented the other party from understanding what they were talking about. Without a doubt, this method of theirs was unlikely to work. It would end in a loss for them, as well as for the Great Tang. Or perhaps, they might not have held much expectation for the trip here from the very start. In the depths of the heart, they might have already been prepared to leave empty-handed. I have to change all of this. A gleam flashed across Wang Cheng's eyes as he stepped out of the carriage. Shen Hai and Ming Long hurriedly followed behind him. Two masters, greetings. Wang Cheng walked over and bowed respectfully to them. After noticing a presence behind them, the two Sindhi monks turned around. However, upon seeing that it was a young man in his teens, a disappointed expression appeared on their faces. Baluo Sawijuo. One of the monks put on a stern expression and waved for Wang Cheng to leave. Rejected. Shen Hai and Ming Long exchanged a glance, and they saw the laughter in the other's eyes. They could tell that these two Sindhi monks had a pattern to their behavior. Even though they were looking around for someone, there were also many people who approached him. However, after conversing with him for a bit, most of them ended up rejected by them. Without a doubt, their young master was also one of the rejected group. They were curious about this trip, but from the looks of it, they seemed to be overestimating Wang Cheng. Their young master was still the same old young master. There wasn't anything different about him. Seems like young master didn't manage to reach a consensus with the other party. It is not that they didn't reach a consensus, they didn't even come into contact with one another beforehand. Young master probably thought that he wouldn't be rejected by the other party. The two of them chuckled. However, an astonishing event occurred. Don't be so hasty to reject me. I may be young, but I am the best candidate to purchasing your wood steel. Wang Cheng's tone changed, and with a smile, a bunch of words that Shen Hai and Ming Long had never heard before came out from his mouth. Sanskrit. Shen Hai and Ming Long were taken aback. Wang Cheng's accent was identical with the two foreign monks. Their own young master actually knew Sanskrit. How was this possible? A look of disbelief appeared on their faces. They couldn't believe their ears. Not only was the Sanskrit of their young master not choppy, it even sounded extremely fluent. It sounded as though he had learned it for several decades. But the problem was that where did their young master learn it from? They have been in the Wang residence for more than a decade now, but they had never seen Wang Cheng learning under a Sanskrit teacher. In fact, there wasn't a single Sanskrit teacher who had come to the Wang residence in the past decade that they have been there. If so, where in the world did their young master learn such fluent Sanskrit? You know Sanskrit? The two Sindhi monks were even more surprised than Shen Hai and Ming Long, especially for the foreign monk who turned around and ignored Wang Cheng altogether. His face spelled of nothing but astonishment. They had been in the Central Plains for several months now, but this was the first time they had seen a Han who knew Sanskrit in Great Tang. Furthermore, it was an unremarkable teenager. Somehow, this made the two feel a sense of kinship with the child. Heh, can't a child know Sanskrit? Wang Cheng said calmly. His Sanskrit was learned 30 years from now in his previous life. In that era, there were quite a handful of people who, like him, knew Sanskrit. However, right now, Wang Cheng was well aware that he was probably one of the very few people in the capital who knew the language. I will not hide from you all. I am the grandson of the great Tang's Duke Jia. Using your words, it is equivalent Sindhu's Kshatriya. There aren't many people in the Central Plains who are interested in the wood steel and able to afford it. However, I am one of them, Wang Cheng said. In the midst of his words, he took out a token and flashed it before keeping it back. Do you see the two people behind me? They are the guards of my residence. Now, you should be able to believe me. The astonishment in the gazes of the two Sindhi monks deepened. Despite his young age, the young child actually knew about the Sindhu's Kshatriya. But soon, their expression darkened. Wood steel? I'm afraid that you are mistaken. We're not here to sell wood steel. We're here to sell the Hyderabad ores. The reason why we traveled so far to the Central Plains is to look for a wealthy buyer for our ores, or a long-term collaborator. The two people said. Wang Cheng was shocked. Their reply was something beyond his expectation. However, Wang Cheng was more concerned about another matter. Hyderabad ores? You are not selling wood steel but the Hyderabad ores? The two foreign monks nodded their heads seriously. Wang Cheng was stunned. This joke was a little too big for him to accept. All along, he thought that the two were selling the refined wood steel. Yet, to think that they were selling the primitive ores. However, thinking about the matter, the Hyderabad mine had just surfaced, and it was only a few years later did the name Wood Steel appear in history. He had forgotten that the name would only appear a few years from now, and spoke of it before them. Gongzi, Wood Steel doesn't sound like a name from the Central Plain. Even though this humble monk has been to many places and seen many things, I have never heard of this type of steel. May I ask Gongzi where you have heard of it? One of the foreign monks frowned and asked doubtfully. That. I have heard that the Sindhu's Hyderabad had produced an incredible steel known as the Wood Steel, so I thought that you were selling Wood Steel. Of course, Wang Chong couldn't say that he had heard of it from his previous life. Thus, he made up a random excuse for the matter. Oh? The two foreign monks were slightly taken aback. After a long conversation, they realized that Wang Chong had mistaken Hyderabad mine for Wood Steel. Sindhu only has Hyderabad mine. There isn't anything known as Wood Steel there. I'm afraid that Gongzi is mistaken. However, the name Wood Steel sounds nice, and if Gongzi doesn't mind, we hope to bring this name back to our homeland. Perhaps Wood Steel may become the official name for the ore of Hyderabad. I don't mind. Feel free. Wang Chong quickly waved his hands to gesture that it wasn't a big matter. At the same time, a bizarre feeling arose in his mind. Wang Chong had forgotten how the name Wood Steel came to be in his previous life. However, from the looks of it, it seemed like he was going to be the one who gave Wood Steel its name. This gave Wang Chong the ridiculous impression as though he was making history. Our gratitude. Upon hearing Wang Chong's approval, the two Sindhu's monks smiled. At the same time, the impression they had of the teenage child improved significantly. The two masters, if you don't mind, may I take a look at the Hyderabad ores in your hands before we negotiate? Wang Chong abruptly said. Of course. Upon hearing Wang Chong's request, the two foreign monks agreed without much hesitation. It was understandable for a client to want to look at the goods before talking business. One of the monks carried an ugly, pitch-black-looking iron can which had a bizarre outer appearance up. So this is it. Wang Chong was surprised. He had long noticed the pitch-black bizarre-looking iron can in the duo's hands. From the outer appearance itself, it was clear that it wasn't something that came from the Central Plains. However, Wang Chong never expected that they would have hidden the Hyderabad ore in here. Here you go. Indeed. The monk placed his right hand into the can and retrieved a black, mottled, uneven-surfaced, oval or over to Wang Chong. Looking at this ore, Wang Chong's heart beat furiously. Hyderabad ore. He had finally caught sight of this legendary ore. I have finally found it. Wang Chong's heart was thumping rapidly. Compared to later on in his previous life, the name of the Hyderabad ore was still modest. Wang Chong dared to bet that even these two Sindhi monks didn't know the true significance of the Hyderabad ore that was in their hands now. The Shinshui street was crowded with many people and countless wealthy businessmen passed by him, but not a single person looked over. Wang Chong was well aware that if not for his appearance before the Sindhi monks, Great Tang would have lost its opportunity to obtain this precious Hyderabad mine. Who? Wang Chong stretched out his hands and took the Hyderabad ore from the hand of the Sindhi monk with a placid expression. Heavy. This was Wang Chong's first impression of it. The Hyderabad ore was much heavier than it looked. Wang Chong made a rough estimation and determined it to be around 40 to 50 jin. 1 jin 0.5 kilograms given Wang Chong's current strength. It was tiring for him to carry it. These two monks are powerful. Wang Chong subconsciously glanced at the two foreign monks. Before that, he had only noticed the Hyderabad ore on them, and he wasn't too focused on their strength. To be able to carry this Hyderabad ore around as though it weighed nothing at all, their strength was definitely remarkable. Wang Chong didn't look at them for too long. His attention quickly returned back to the ore in his hand. The Hyderabad ore whose name would soon rattle the world looked black, mottled, and unremarkable. In fact, it wasn't wrong to say that it was ugly. Just by the outer appearance itself, Wang Chong couldn't tell its difference from the other metal ores. On this aspect itself, it was no wonder that the value of the Hyderabad ore would go unnoticed. Despite the countless scholars and geniuses in Great Tang, not a single one of them was able to sense its value. However, Wang Chong knew that the significance of other metal ores was incomparable to that of this ore. This was the sharpest and most perfect material for forging weapons. We have just noticed the Hyderabad mine recently, and it weighs around 3 to 4 times heavier than the other metal ores. This aspect, by itself, proves that it is one of the best ores. The business-like voice of the two Sindhi monk reached his ears. Even though it is still an ore, it contains high percentage of metal within, so there is no need for overly complex processing methods to extract what is needed of it. If you need high-quality metal, then the Hyderabad ore will surely fulfill your expectations. Furthermore, the Hyderabad ore is extremely sharp. We have tried forging a blade with it, and without much grinding, it is already extremely sharp. It is able to easily cut through other blades, making it an excellent material for crafting metal. This is the first batch of the ore. The one who offers the highest price and buys the most of it will win our respect. That person would be the most suitable collaborator for us. The two Sindhi monks explained. Hearing their explanation, Wang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Given their direct description, it was no wonder that the duo returned empty-handed, causing the Hyderabad ore business to escape the Central Plains. In comparison, the description used for the Wootz steel in his previous life was concise, elegant, and prominent. The world's most elegant and sharp weapon, the nightmare of the battlefield. On this aspect, Wang Chong was even more knowledgeable than the two Sindhi monks. How do you all intend to sell the Hyderabad ore? Wang Chong lifted his head up and asked. We don't intend on selling the ores directly. Firstly, we don't accept Wuzhou coins, copper coins, or silver taels. The currency in the Central Plains is not accepted in Sindhu. However, we can accept gold and jewelry. The two monks said. Wang Chong nodded his head. As this was similar with the other foreign traders from the western region, he wasn't surprised by this demand. Other than that, we only sell by batches. If Gongzi simply wants to buy a few to play with due to the novelty of the object, please pardon us, but we won't be able to sell it to you. If that's the case, it would be best if you leave. Gradually, a stern expression appeared on the faces of the two monks. They had traveled great distance not just to earn a few spare change. Rather, they hoped to find a wealthy buyer for their commodity. This was the mission given to them. Finally, if a deal is struck, at least half of the payment must be paid using rations. This is also the most important term of all, as well as the prerequisite for our trade. Only if one can do this will we view him as our collaborator. Furthermore, you and your family will earn the respect and gratitude of us Sindhis. We, from Hyderabad, will also supply you with the ore continuously. The two Sindhi monks said with a serious expression. Ah, Wang Chong exclaimed. He was surprised by their conditions. He could understand why they wouldn't accept Wuzhou coins, copper, and silver currency. However, it was beyond Wang Chong's expectation for them to demand to offer half of the payment in terms of rations. Who uses rations for payment? Initially, Wang Chong thought that the two monks were joking. However, upon seeing their serious expression, Wang Chong knew that they meant what they said. Why would this be? Wang Chong was baffled. This was the weirdest trading terms he had heard before. However, looking into the gaze of the two, a thought suddenly flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and some memory that he had almost forgotten from his previous life was dredged up. Sindhu and the Central Plains were completely different countries. They had a huge population, but they did not enjoy the prosperity of the Central Plains. Based on Wang Chong's understanding, most of the time, Sindhu was plagued with poverty, war, darkness, and chaos. This also explained why the Sindhu, despite uncovering such a strategic resource in the Hyderabad mines, did not use the ores for themselves and instead went around the world to search for a buyer. They needed rations, large amount of rations. Most probably, they were just trying to cover up this fact by saying half. If possible, they would probably wish to trade it all for rations to bring them back to Sindhu. The situation gradually grew clearer and clearer in Wang Chong's mind. Based on his memories, it was likely that Sindhu was in dire famine now, and these two monks carried a huge responsibility on their shoulders. It was no wonder they were uninterested in small trades. However, this makes the matter harder to deal with. Wang Chong frowned as he recalled something. Theoretically, as long one had money, one could buy anything in the Great Tang. However, the problem was that the Great Tang regulated the flow of rations extremely carefully. It would be difficult to sell even a single grain of rice to the other countries. Hunger breeds discontentment, In reality, Great Tang wasn't the only one to implement such strategy. If one were to look at the previous eras, regardless of which dynasty one was in, food was always a commodity which was strictly regulated. These two foreign monks wanted half of the payments to be in the form of food, and this was a huge challenge to Wang Chong. It was the death penalty for those who smuggled food out and sell it in the other countries. Just by this demand itself, probably no one in the Great Tang would be able to do business with these two foreign monks. Wang Chong came to a realization. It wasn't without a cause that Great Tang failed to lay its hands on a strategic resource like the wood steel. The demands of these two foreign monks weren't something that just anyone could fulfill. Wang Chong felt that the situation was extremely tricky. However, he couldn't just give up on the wood steel like that. Do I really have to give up this deal to those of the Abbasid Caliphate? Wang Chong panicked within. He knew that the Abbasid Caliphate would soon become a great adversary of the Great Tang. If these people were to lay their hands on huge amounts of Hyderabad ores, their military strength would be significantly boosted. More importantly, it wasn't just a conjecture on Wang Chong's part. This had become reality in his previous life. If he could take down a great amount of Hyderabad ores, not only would he benefit from it, it would also help to whittle down the strength of Great Tang's enemies. Wait, something's wrong. The Abbasid Caliphate don't eat rice. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind, and he suddenly remembered something. The Arabs didn't eat rice. What they ate was a type of large date plum. Then, going further north, the Turks didn't grow rations of any type. Yet, in his previous life, the Hyderabad monks had sold ores to these countries. Clearly, the rations the Sindhu spoke of was completely different from the rations the people of the Central Plains comprehended as. One must know that Sindhu was in a huge famine right now. As long as there was food, they wouldn't be overly concerned with what it was. Clearly, if one didn't pay attention to this factor, it was likely for negotiation to fall apart due to the Great Tang's strict regulation on rations. At this point, Wang Chong suddenly felt excited. "Masters, do you accept apples and pears?" Wang Chong abruptly asked. The two foreign monks were astounded, but they slowly nodded their head. They had done their investigation, and the rice eaten by the people of the Central Plains was very suitable for the consumption of Sindhu people. It would be best if this type of ration could be shipped to Sindhu in massive quantities. However, if it was impossible to obtain such rations, the other types of food were also acceptable. After all, Sindhu was in a dire famine right now. Then, what about banana, sorghum, and millet? Wang Chong continued asking, his excitement clearly expressed on his face. That's also acceptable. The two foreign monks traded gazes and nodded their heads. As long as it was edible, they weren't in the position to negotiate about it. Ha ha ha, what about goats and camels? Wang Chong burst into laughter and thought further ahead. Even though the Great Tang had regulated rations strictly, the camels and goats on the grasslands weren't part of the restriction. The vast lands of the Turks were filled with these livestock. If the foreign monks needed a huge amount of food, he could totally circumvent the law of the Great Tang and trade with the Turks to fulfill their requests. This was a good solution for the matter. It would be best if the rations are camels and goats. The two foreign monks replied. Compared to apples and pears, fruits that are hard to store for long, it was clear that rations such as camels and goats were much more ideal. As long as it could solve Sindhu's famine, they weren't particularly concerned with what the food was. If Gongzi and your clan can accept this point, then we can continue to negotiate. The two foreign monks were clearly much more interested in the conversation with Wang Chong than before. What about the price? Wang Chong smiled. Since they have struck an agreement on this point, the atmosphere between the two became much more amiable. Going by the prices of the Central Plains, our Hyderabad ores are worth 300 gold taels per June. June 1st, 2526 June, 12.513 kilogram. The two answered his query earnestly. 300 gold taels? Wang Chong was taken aback. Why? You find it expensive? Seeing Wang Chong's expression, the faces of the two Sindhi monks immediately darkened. 300 gold taels is our lowest price. We definitely will not lower it any further. I thought that we can come to a consensus. If you can't accept this price, then there's no way for us to work together. Looks like you and your family aren't the collaborators we are looking for. The attitude of the two Sindhi monks immediately did an 180-degree turn and became frosty. 300 gold taels per June was the price that all of them had gathered together, discussed upon, and found reasonable before heading out for the various locations to conduct trade. The high priest had already stated clearly that anything lower than this price meant a break in negotiations. The Hyderabad ores were different from ordinary metal ores, so they could not sell it using the price of ordinary metal ores. Before coming to the Central Plains, they had traveled to many different locations and met many different people. There were also quite a few of them who could speak fluent Sanskrit. When they heard the price, their reactions were just like Wang Chong's. If they were unable to comprehend the true value behind the Hyderabad ores, then there's no point continuing on with this trade. Looks like the Central Plains isn't a location suitable for the Hyderabad ores to be sold in, the two said coldly before turning around to leave. In the past few months that they were in Great Tang, they had already determined that they would be unable to find a suitable buyer for the Hyderabad ores here, and they had intended to return back to Sindhu in the next few days. When they met with Wang Chong, the both of them thought that the situation might be different with him. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the conclusion was still the same. Wang Chong's reactions had reaffirmed the initial judgment the two had made. It was impossible to deal with the Central Plains on the Hyderabad ores. Wait, masters, you two are mistaken. Seeing the two foreign monks turning around to leave, Wang Chong didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. He hurriedly waved his hands to stop them. That's right. Hyderabad ores were not just expensive, they were extremely expensive. 300 gold taels were probably sufficient to buy several carts of other metal ores. It was definitely much too extravagant to purchase ores at such a price. However, based on the memories of his previous life, Wang Chong knew clearly that the price of the Hyderabad ores would inflate to several tens of thousand, even 100,000 gold taels. Furthermore, it wasn't a commodity that you could buy just because you had the money. The two Sindhi monks did not know that Wang Chong wasn't surprised by how expensive it was. Rather, he was surprised by how cheap it was. Compared to those sky-high prices in his previous life, the price of the current Hyderabad ores was simply too inexpensive. Wang Chong did not expect that the prices of the ore would actually be so cheap at the very beginning. Of course, Wang Chong wouldn't be so foolish as to point that out. Masters, I am all right with the price of 300 gold taels per June, Wang Chong said. Upon hearing those words, the expressions of the two foreign monks cleared up slightly and they stopped. Even though 300 gold taels per June isn't cheap, the June of us Sindhu is different from the June of the Central Plains. In the Central Plains, your June is only 30 jeen, but the June of our Sindhu is large June, weighing a whole 50 jeen. This is much more than the June of your Central Plains. What you held in your hands just now was a June of the Hyderabad mine. One large June equals 50 jeen equals 25 kilogram. Note, large June isn't an official term, one of the foreign monks said, as though trying to console Wang Chong. Wang Chong chuckled. Of course he knew about the difference between Sindhu and Central Plains, just that the monks were mistaken on a single point. The June of the Central Plains didn't weigh up to 30 jeen. At most, it was only 25 or 26 jeen. On this point, the Sindhis were rather honest. Furthermore, 50 jeen of ores for 300 gold taels. Doing a rough calculation, that was around 6 gold taels for each jeen. Honestly speaking, that was truly dirt cheap. He had really made it in for the opportune time for the investment in the Hyderabad ores. Price isn't a problem. Let's talk about the details then, Wang Chong said. After satisfying the several conditions listed by the Sindhi monks, it was his turn to list his. As long as you can accept our conditions, the rest isn't a problem. How much juna of ores do you want? The two Sindhi monks asked. No, masters, you both have mistaken my intentions. Wang Chong lifted a single finger up and shook it. With a smile, he said, I have come to negotiate with you with great sincerity on my part. However, there is something that you are mistaken about. What I want wasn't the quantity of the ores. What I want to purchase is the rights to distribute your Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains and the entire Eastern world. Wang Chong spoke of his conditions. What did a single trade count as? So what if he could buy a single June, 2 June, 100 June, or even 1,000 June of Hyderabad ores? Just a single lump of Hyderabad ores was insufficient to arm a sizable army, needless to say, bolster the Great Tang's military strength. Wang Chong was much more ambitious than that. What Wang Chong wanted was all of the ores from the Hyderabad mountains for the next few decades, the next few centuries, all the way until all of them have been unearthed. Having lived 2 lifetimes, no one was even more aware of how intense the fight over Hyderabad ores would become in the future. 100,000 gold taels for a June, or even higher than that. This was all a result of the struggle over limited resources. Regardless of whether it was the East or the West, the Abbasid Caliphate, which was just beside Sindhu or places further away than that, the struggle over the Hyderabad ores would reach an astonishing level. The prices there were in no way cheaper than the prices in Great Tang. That was why a single Wootz steel sword could sell for several hundreds of thousand gold taels. However, the Great Tang was unable to lay its hands on the Hyderabad ores. That was because in the West, the Abbasid Caliphate was selling the ores at a price much more expensive than that in the Great Tang. The Hyderabad ores were limited. It was when everyone realized this that the prices of the Hyderabad ores surged by countless folds. However, the current market was just at the primary stage now. Even the Sindhu monks, who were in charge of selling it, only knew that it was extremely good metal for forging weapons. 300 gold taels per June. This was a rare opportunity for the Great Tang. No matter what happened, Wang Chong was determined to maximize the benefits for Great Tang through this deal. And serving as the distributor was the best way to maximize the benefits. Right to distribute? What's that? The 2 Sindhu monks stared at each other in confusion. They had visited many different locations and seen many different things. They had lived in the Great Tang for a significant period of time, but this was the first time they had heard of right to distribute. The right to distribute means entrusting the right to sell Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains and the entire Eastern world to me. On the other hand, I would pay you all a fixed fee. Without selling a single ore, you will still receive a fixed amount of money from me every year, and the sum would be massive. Of course, when you all sell this right to me, this means that you will not be allowed to sell the ores to anyone else. This includes you too as well. You won't be allowed to dispatch anyone to sell the ores here. On the other hand, as the price for wielding such right, we will guarantee you that we will buy a fixed amount of Hyderabad ores every year, and this guarantees your annual profits. Wang Chong smiled. From the world he came from, right to distribute was a concept that couldn't be any more commonplace. For example, the Southeast distributor, the China distributor, the Central China distributor. There were also multiple levels below which, and they were terms that even the average person would have heard of. In the vehicle industry, the one at the very top of the triangle is the main distributor, and below, there would be various branches, the 4S shops. 4S, sale, spare parts, service, and survey. A type of vehicle store in China, although this term was something everyone was familiar with in another world. In this world, it was an unheard of novel concept. Wang Chong could sense the interest and curiosity in the 2 monks' gazes. Apparently, they had never encountered such a trading method. That is to say that, even though our people will lose the right to sell our ores, but at the same time, we will be able to earn more money? Can we interpret it as such? The 2 monks tried asking. That's right. Wang Chong chuckled. Indeed, it was much more convenient to speak with clever people. I understand. The 2 monks finally kept up with Wang Chong's thoughts. However, at the same time, doubts sprouted in their minds. However, won't you be put in a disadvantageous situation like that? Disadvantageous? Hearing the words of the 2, Wang Chong almost burst out laughing. These 2 monks were simply too cute. Disadvantageous? Would he do a trade that was disadvantageous to him? How was that possible? However, they couldn't be blamed for thinking so. In the world he transcended over from, the right to distribute was something many merchants vied for. For the right to sell a certain good, countless wealthy businessmen raised the bid over and over again, causing the prices to skyrocket. Hyderabad, or, if the right to distribute it were to be sold in the world he came from, the price might even reach the skies. However, in this world, the right to distribute was still an extremely novel concept. It was natural that the 2 foreign monks were unable to understand the significance of it, and even think that he was making a loss. It isn't disadvantageous for me at all. If you are still worried, we can sign a contract. We will have the capital's judge of judicial review prepare the contract and sign our thumbprint on it. This way, I can't go back on my words even if I want to. What do you think of it? Wang Chong chuckled. The two monks were silent. The Central Plains was countless li away from Sindhu. They didn't know anyone here, and there was the language barrier as well. Their mission to sell Hyderabad ores here had been filled with troubles. If someone were to help them sell the Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains, then it wasn't really a big matter to sell the right to distribute the ores in the Central Plains to him. Furthermore, they would have another source of income this way. However, the sales of the Hyderabad ores affected the lives of countless starving people in Sindhu. They shouldered a heavy responsibility, and they had to be careful on this matter. Vowing to the gods. In Sindhu, promises had to be followed. Even without a contract, the two had no choice but to proceed prudently on this matter. We can sell you the right to distribute Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains, but you have to agree to a condition of ours. After a momentary silence, the two monks suddenly spoke. What conditions? Wang Chong was overjoyed. Initially, he thought that he would need many rounds of negotiation before he could obtain the right. He didn't think that the two monks would be so straightforward. He didn't expect that the situation would turn out like this. Wang Chong had expected to encounter difficulties while trying to fight for the right to distribute, but contrary to his expectations, he received such a reply. The two monks actually didn't have the authority to sell him the right. However, if you agree to a condition of ours, we are highly confident that we would be able to fight for this right to distribute for you from our high priest. The two monks said earnestly, What conditions do you need me to meet? Wang Chong asked. We have brought a total of 300 jun of ores with us on this journey. If you are able to sell all of these Hyderabad ores within a single month and prove your capabilities to us, we can get you the right to distribute in the Central Plains, and perhaps even the entire Eastern world. One of the foreign monks said seriously, If you are unable to do so, then I'm afraid it would be hard for us to agree to this request of yours. The other foreign monk added, SSSS. Wang Chong took in a deep breath and calmed his heart. He knew from the start that changing history wouldn't be an easy task. He couldn't possibly convince the Sindhu to sell the right to distribute the Hyderabad ores with just a few mere words. However, Wang Chong didn't expect that the difficulty of the matter would be so great. 300 jun of ores, that is equivalent to 90,000 gold taels. Furthermore, in a single month, graveness appeared in Wang Chong's eyes. He had already realized that this matter wasn't as simple as he initially thought it out to be. To the current Wang Chong, 90,000 gold taels was something completely out of his league. Even if he were to empty the Wang clan's treasury, he wouldn't be able to fork out such a sum. Wang Chong understood that it would be a nigh impossible task. A trade of 90,000 gold taels, probably 99% of the top merchants and traders in Great Tang wouldn't dare to take down this deal. A month was simply too short. Perhaps only a genius could do it. 300 jun of Hyderabad ores isn't a small sum. How did they obtain so many ores? Furthermore, the distance between the Central Plains and Sindhu is great. How did they manage to transport it over? A deep frown lodged itself onto Wang Chong's forehead. The sum was much larger than he had previously estimated. Wang Chong thought that they would only have a maximum of 50 jun in their possession. Yet, it turned out to be 300 jun. This sum was simply too massive. Is this related to the famine in Sindhu? Wang Chong thought. Two foreign monks traveling a long distance all the way to Great Tang with 300 jun of precious ore in their possession. Without a doubt, this wasn't normal. Clearly, the famine problem in Sindhu was severe and they urgently needed huge amounts of food. Otherwise, the two monks wouldn't have listed such a bizarre and nearly impossible request. The 1-month dateline probably had something to do with it as well. This isn't good. Wang Chong was troubled. If the problem in Sindhu was really serious, this meant that the two monks were forced into doing this. On this aspect, they probably didn't have much choice. Initially, Wang Chong had intended to ask them to lower the number, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem like it was up for negotiation. Gongzi, are you able to do it? The two foreign monks asked gravely. Even though the two looked calm, their hearts were actually beating even more furiously than Wang Chong's. The problem in Sindhu turned out to be worse than they had expected. In the last few days, they had already received numerous messages to hurry by the Sindhu high priest. If Wang Chong was unable to accomplish this feat, their journey to the Central Plains would be an utter failure. All right. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding his head solemnly. 90,000 gold taels wasn't a small sum, but as long as he worked hard, it wasn't an impossible one. Furthermore, if one didn't enter the den of the tiger, how could they obtain a tiger cub? I doubt if one doesn't put themselves in danger, they would be unable to reap benefits. The great Tang had already missed out on the Hyderabad ores in his previous life. This life, the great Tang was already so close to obtaining it. Regardless of the price, Wang Chong could not allow himself and the great Tang to miss out on such an opportunity. If the two masters have no problems with it, I hope to head to the Court of Judicial Review to prepare and sign the contract now. Also, I hope you will not reach any sort of agreement regarding the Hyderabad ores with anyone else. Wang Chong said. Of course. It is only right that we do so. The two monks were overjoyed. Given the harsh conditions they had imposed upon him through the deal, they thought that Wang Chong wouldn't agree to it. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Wang Chong actually accepted it in the end. Looks like we have underestimated Gongzi. We didn't think that the clan behind you would be that powerful. If Gongzi and your clan can accomplish this mission, we would become true working partners, and you will earn the respect of all Sindhis. The two foreign monks were delighted. Ha ha ha, the two masters are too polite. Wang Chong laughed. If the two monks were to know the truth, they wouldn't have thought so. Right now, Wang Chong was trying to catch a fish empty-handed. Given how he had nothing now, there was nothing for him to lose. Young Master Chong, someone seems to be following us. Just as Wang Chong was about to settle this matter quickly and bring the two to the Court of Judicial Review, he suddenly heard Shen Hai whisper by his ear. Oh? Wang Chong's consciousness was jolted. In the midst of his words, Wang Chong inconspicuously tilted half a shoulder over to look toward where Shen Hai was gesturing toward. His peripheral vision immediately changed completely. Shen Hai and Meng Long was incomparably surprised by his moves. When did their young master learn such incredible moves? This didn't seem like something that could be done by a 15-year-old child. At this instant, the two found it difficult to associate Wang Chong with that incapable young Master Chong in their minds. Wang Chong didn't know the thoughts of the two. At the corner of his peripheral vision, Wang Chong could see two figures sneaking about in the streets behind him. They're from Yao residence. Wang Chong's eyelids suddenly twitched. Shen Hai and Meng Long had yet to identify their origin, but Wang Chong could already tell that they were Yao Feng's guards. Back then, the vast crane pavilion was filled with the guards from the Yao residence. Of the large group that Yao Feng gathered in the room, the duo was also part of the crowd. By the time the two of them entered, the battle had already ended. His younger sister had already captured Yao Feng. A commotion had already broken out in the vast crane pavilion then. That's why Yao Feng thought that he didn't notice these two people and sent them to follow Wang Chong. Those fellows sure react fast. Wang Chong frowned. The response from the Yao clan came faster than he thought. Those two people had been following us ever since we left the house. I wasn't able to confirm it back then, but I am sure that they are here for us now. Meng Long came closer and whispered with an affirmative voice. Wang Chong didn't say a word, but a storm had already broken out in his mind. In the vast crane pavilion, he and his little sister had wrecked Yao Guangyi's plan. Wang Chong had tried his best to cover up the matter so as to not incur anyone's suspicion. However, Yao Guangyi was a wily old fox and he was wary of everything. Could it be that his activities in the vast crane pavilion had incurred the other party's suspicion? That's why he commanded Yao Feng to see what he is up to. If that was true, then this wasn't a good sign. Wang Chong did not wish to attract their attention so early on. Masters, do you know scriptures? A thought flashed through Wang Chong's mind. He abruptly turned around and asked the two Sindhi monks. Scriptures? The two monks were astonished by Wang Chong's question. Even so, they replied his question honestly. We do know a little bit of it. What kind of joke is this? If a Sindhi monk didn't know Buddhist scriptures, there wouldn't be a single monk in the world who knew scriptures. Wang Chong's question was equivalent to asking whether a hen could lay eggs. Great. Can I trouble the two masters to chant a line then? Wang Chong clapped his hands together and grinned. The two foreign monks found the situation ludicrous. They were unable to comprehend the significance of Wang Chong's actions. Even so, After the deal regarding the Hyderabad ores was confirmed, they felt as though a burden was lifted from their hearts. It was only a small matter to chant a portion of the scripture for Wang Chong. Of course we can. The two answered frankly. They immediately started to chant a portion of the Sanskrit scriptures for Wang Chong. What is that lad up to? Is he joking? He left home so early in the morning just to find these two monks to chant scriptures for him? Upon hearing the Sanskrit chanting from the streets, by the alley, the two Yao residence guards stared at one another in shock. They felt as though they had been toyed with. Wang Chong had left home so secretively, so the two thought that he had received some important intelligence or so. Yet, it turned out that he was just looking for two foreign monks to chant scriptures for him. This was too ridiculous. The two of them were completely unable to understand how the thoughts of these rich scions worked. What did I say? I said that this lad would never change, and Gongzi had overestimated him. See, I am right. Take a look for yourself. Is this lad even worth our effort? Our entire morning had been wasted on him. The Yao residence guard with a scar on his face was filled with resentment. Seeing Wang Chong chuckling with joy from afar, he felt his anger surging through him. That may not be the case. Master and Gongzi probably have their own intentions. The other guard said awkwardly. Intentions? Heh, you mean this? If I were to say, Master and Gongzi are simply making a big fuss out of nothing. He is just a kid. What kind of problems can he cause? The scarred guard scoffed. Besides, shouldn't we follow his younger sister instead? Weren't you at the vast crane pavilion as well? The one that was truly impressive was his younger sister, and she should be the one we should follow. That fellow was only a sidekick then. The other guard opened his mouth to refute him, but he found himself unable to come up with an argument at all. Let's just watch on for a little longer. Perhaps we might discover something else about him. Discover? Discover what? It is enough wasting the entire morning on him. Do you still want to waste an afternoon as well? If you want to wait, go ahead. In any case, I won't be accompanying you. The scarred guard spouted impatiently. The other guard opened his mouth only to close it again. He glanced into the distance and saw that the two foreign monks had already finished their chanting. Wang Chong bowed, invited the two foreign monks onto his carriage, and left in the direction of the Wang family residence. It looked like he was prepared to invite the two foreign monks to his home to chant. Sigh. The other guard sighed and finally gave up. Let's forget it then. Gongzi had asked us to report all news to him as soon as possible, so let's return to the residence to report this matter to him. As they spoke, they silently turned around and left. Gongzi, they have left. On the carriage, Meng Long released his grip on the hidden window at the back of the carriage and turned his head to say to Wang Chong. He had surveyed the surroundings for a long time and confirmed that the duo had not followed them. Great. Let's head to the Court of Judicial Review now. As though expecting this scenario, Wang Chong smiled. Ziyu. The horse neighed and pulled the carriage in a U-turn. Then, turning at a cross junction onto another path, it headed straight for the Central Plains Court of Judicial Review. The Court of Judicial Review was in charge of proceeding over criminal cases and settling contractual disputes in the capital. However, the most important use of this location was to bear testimony to a contract. Any contract that was created here was extremely binding. The contracts made here were almost equivalent to being endorsed by the entire Great Tang Empire. As such, no one dared to break the contract easily. For many businessmen who were not well acquainted with one another, it was the best to sign and file their contracts here. In fact, the first thing that many of the foreign merchants from Abbasid Caliphate, Western Region, Turkic Khaganate, Yusang, Silla, and such countries upon reaching the capital was to head to the Court of Judicial Review to prepare their documents. There were too many rich merchants in the capital, and Wang Chong was worried that some other hiccups may occur if he were to delay the matter. Thus, he hurriedly pulled the two monks to the Court of Judicial Review to sign the contract. To the two Sindhi monks, the Court of Judicial Review bearing witness to the contract meant an additional layer of security for them. I'm finally done. Wang Chong shook the contract in his hand as he walked out of the Court of Judicial Review. His heart felt a lot lighter than it did before. Masters, thank you. Within a month, I will definitely pay you the money for 300 June of ores. However, I hope that you both would keep your promise. Wang Chong turned around to look at them. Of course. The gods above can bear testimony that we Sindhis never break our promises. Below the large Chinese scholar tree by the road, the two foreign monks said with a solemn face. The first time they met, they did not really have high expectations of this young man, and as such, they did not think that he would be a suitable collaborator for them in the Central Plains. However, as they interacted with him, their impression of Wang Cheng changed. This young man's thoughts were completely different from the average populace. Just to take the right to distribute, for example, they still weren't able to get a clear grip on the concept yet. Furthermore, his identity seemed even nobler than what they had previously thought. They felt this from the atmosphere in the Court of Judicial Review back then. However, no matter how it was, this was something positive to their sales of Hyderabad ores in the Great Tang. Masters, let's part here. We'll get into contact if there's still anything else, Wang Cheng said to the duo. The two foreign monks nodded their heads and left with widened strides. Seeing the two disappearing into the corner, Wang Cheng retracted his gaze. Right now, I need to find a way to earn 90,000 gold taels, Wang Cheng mumbled. Even though he got the right to distribute the Hyderabad or from the Sindhi monks, what was troublesome was the latter part. After all, 90,000 gold taels was by no means a small sum. Wang Cheng only had a monthly allowance of a few silver taels. Going by his monthly allowance, he wouldn't have enough money even by the time he was lying in his coffin. My head hurts. I'll think about the matter after I get back. Wang Cheng patted his head and turned around to get onto his carriage. Gulyulu. The sound of the movement of a carriage echoed. Wang Cheng had barely taken a few steps when something flashed across his eyes. A copper-colored carriage suddenly appeared perpendicular before him, blocking the path between him and his carriage. Wang Cheng was taken aback. He subconsciously lifted his head to take a look. When he saw the familiar flower carvings on the copper, Wang Cheng's face paled as though he was slapped by someone. Not good. Wang Cheng's face changed and he immediately turned around to flee, but it was too late. A smooth, white, jade-like hand which exuded the scent of flowers stretched out from the windows of the carriage as though a snake. The movement of the arm didn't look swift, but given Wang Cheng's abilities, he was unable to evade it at all. In an instant, his ear was held hostage. You little rascal, you dare to flee upon seeing your elder sister? From the elegant carriage, a haughty voice of a woman harumphed. She sounded extremely gleeful, as though she was proud of the fact that she managed to grab Wang Cheng's ear. My dear cousin, let go, let go. I won't flee, I won't flee. Wang Cheng's ear was tugged on and twisted by that jade-like hand. His entire ear turned bright red as though it was scorched by flames, and he howled in pain. What did you call me? The woman in the carriage harumphed in dissatisfaction. Vaguely, the sound of movements could be heard from the carriage, and it seemed like there was more than one person in the carriage. I was wrong, second sister. Upon seeing the situation not in his favor, Wang Cheng immediately changed his words. Without his younger sister to serve as his bodyguard, Shen Hai and Meng Long, by themselves, weren't a match for this second sister. In fact, even if his younger sister was here, she wouldn't have to dare to lay her hands on this second sister. At most, she could only paste herself on her body with a look of admiration and chant second sister coyly over and over again. That's more like it. In the carriage, the lady nodded her head in satisfaction. Lifting her finger up, the doors to the carriage opened. As though a kite, Wang Cheng was lifted into the carriage. As though being brought into an entirely different world, all Wang Cheng could see in his sight was red. The both of you need not wait any further, returned back. I will be taking this brat Wang Cheng along with me. In the turn of an eye, the lady beside him commanded Shen Hai and Meng Long arrogantly before the carriage galloped away. Calming down, Wang Cheng noticed that the interior of the carriage was massive, and it was mainly red and pink. It was clearly a carriage made for females. Before Wang Cheng was a young, beautiful lady with a voluptuous figure who looked around 24 or 25. She exuded a dignified aura, and at this instant, her head was currently lowered as she groomed her crimson-colored nails. Beside her, a curvaceous red-robed lady stared at Wang Cheng and chuckled beneath her hands. Wang Cheng didn't know the red-robed lady, but he felt awkward from being stared and laughed at like this. Second sister, you were looking for me? Wang Chong glanced at the beautiful lady who was currently grooming her nails and mustered his courage to say, this person was his cousin. This cousin of his was the type of person that one couldn't help but see her as a big sister-like figure and feel intimate to her. Unknowingly, one would want to get close to her. However, Wang Chong was an exception. Different from the others, Wang Chong felt fear upon seeing this big sister, and the urge to escape would overwhelm him. There weren't many women who could induce fear in Wang Chong. Yet, this cousin of his happened to be one of them. During Wang Chong's rebellious age, when even his mother was unable to keep a leash on him, Wang Chong found himself helpless before this cousin of his. It was as though he was the monkey's son who was trapped in the palms of the Sakyamuni Buddha in the Central Plains. When the authority of distinguished families reached a bottleneck, they would try to bear more descendants. The Wang clan was the same as well. Regardless of whether it was his own family or those uncles and aunts of his, their households were full of children. This cousin of his happened to be the second daughter of his big uncle. Even though she is a girl, this cousin of his had a very valiant aura to her. Her proficiency in martial arts was frightening, and Wang Chong could never survive more than 3 blows from her. Since he was unable to defeat him, he could only escape. Yet, this cousin of his was skilled in socializing and had many connections. She had many good bosoms, and they were scattered all over the capital. No matter where Wang Chong fled to, he was unable to escape the notice of these close bosoms of hers. More importantly, Wang Chong had no idea whether the lady selling rouge by the street was her close or not. What's worse was that this cousin of his liked to meddle in others' affairs, especially his. Going by her words, she had always wanted a little brother, but Wang Chong's eldest uncle and his wife had not been able to fulfill this dear wish of hers. Thus, she liked to view Wang Chong as her own younger brother. In any case, they were both of the Wang clan and came from the same grandfather. Furthermore, she didn't like Wang Chong calling her cousin. She insisted on him calling her second sister, as though the both of them came from the same mother. Wang Chong always felt a splitting headache whenever he saw her. While Wang Chong was being rebellious and hung out with bad company, she often hindered his affairs and pulled him off the street as though she was pulling a monkey. If he had any dignity, it was all lost due to her. He couldn't beat her in a fight, and neither could he escape from her. Not to mention, she was his cousin, so Wang Chong could only give in to her. Why? Must I have something up to find you? Wang Zhuyin lifted her head and displeasure could be seen in her eyes. Seeing the threat in her eyes, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly waved his hands. No, of course not. How can that be? However, Wang Chong knew deeply that this second sister of his wouldn't visit him for nothing. She must have something up for him for her to wait outside the court of judicial review. Only then did Wang Zhuyin nod her head in satisfaction. She lowered her head and continued grooming her nails, not saying a word. Since this cousin of his was keeping silent, Wang Chong didn't dare to abruptly say anything. As such, he sat there obediently until she brought up the reason for her arrival. I have heard that you seem to be quite an incredible figure these past 2 days, running over to the vast crane pavilion to teach Yao Feng a lesson. While trimming her nails, Wang Zhuyin said sarcastically. Before Wang Chong could reply, a gaze had fallen on Wang Chong. It was from the red-robed lady beside Wang Zhuyin. The shock on her face was apparent, as though she was looking at a ghost. Second sister, what are you talking about? Yao Feng had suffered a setback due to my eldest brother and second brother, and as he wasn't able to defeat them, he sent a hoodlum named Ma Zhou to deal with me. As such, I was furious and I barged into the vast crane pavilion to look for him. After which, a little conflict between us broke out. It isn't really a big matter, Wang Chong said. His heart felt numb. He knew that the matter yesterday wouldn't end just like that. Even though the incident at Vast Crane Pavilion was mostly a conflict between youngsters, the relationship of the Yao clan and Wang clan was at stake. Needless to say, the old gramps of the Yao clan made a big fuss over the matter, reporting it all the way up to the royal court, causing the matter to reach the emperor. In the Great Tang Empire, the Yao clan and Wang clan were 2 massive trees. Their friends and students filled the entire empire. Countless families, clans, and officials were involved and many eyes were on the matter. As such, it had created a huge episode in the royal court. If not for such, His big uncle wouldn't have stomped to his house angrily yesterday to question his family. However, Wang Chong knew that it was only the beginning. His cousin, Wang Zhuyin, was already here personally to ask him for his testimony and stop him from causing any more trouble. However, Wang Chong knew that it had only started drizzling. A huge storm awaited him. After her, there would only be more people looking for him. Little conflict? You sure know how to rephrase things. Wang Zhuyin lifted her head to look at Wang Chong and sneered coldly. That Yao Feng was beaten to a pulp by you, and that Yao clan's old master even reported our clan up to the emperor. Yet, you still dare to say that it is a little conflict? Is this what a little conflict should be like? Second sister, I was really wronged. Wang Chong howled indignantly. Think about it. How old is Yao Feng and how old am I? Given that little bit of martial arts I know, how can I possibly beat him up? Isn't this a joke? If I had the capabilities to do so, would I still be grabbed by second sister with a single hand and carried into the carriage? The red-robed lady beside her nodded her head. She could tell that Wang Chong was not really skilled in martial arts. Putting aside Yao Feng, he probably wasn't even a match for the Yao residence's guards. Besides, Yao Guangyi was there. The entire pavilion was filled with his guards. It was up to him to decide on how he should phrase the happenings that had occurred inside. Regardless of what he says, it would become the truth. Great indignance could be seen on Wang Chong's face as he continued. Everyone knows how scheming the Yao clan's Gramps is. In my opinion, they probably knew that I was going there, so they intentionally set up a trap for me. I was also blinded by anger. That's why I barged in and wrecked Yao Feng's gathering. Just like that, they claim that I bashed Yao Feng up. Don't you think that's a bunch of lies? Are you speaking the truth? Finally, Wang Zhuyin lifted her head and looked at Wang Chong. Clearly, she found Wang Chong's words credible. Of course it's true. Second sister, other people might not know much about me, but surely you are well aware of what I am capable of. Most of the time, I am busy rearing my birds and playing with dogs. How could I have the time to train up? If so, how could I possibly defeat a martial arts genius like Yao Feng? Wang Chong said. Technically, he wasn't lying. After all, the one who attacked Yao Feng was Wang family's little sister. Wang Chong didn't really do much. All right, I will take your words for it now. That Yao Feng had always been a figure who had stood above his peers. Given those things that you do and your capabilities, it is impossible for you to defeat Yao Feng. Wang Zhuyin contemplated for a moment before nodding her head, acknowledging Wang Chong's words. All right, you have succeeded in getting past me. The nail file that you had given me previously is not bad. Is there any other good stuff that in your possession? Wang Chong glanced at Wang Zhuyan's hands and saw the nail file he had given her previously to please her. Internally, he rolled his eyes. Did this cousin of his think that he had the pouch of a certain robot cat, able to produce gadgets on command? It hadn't been long since he had given her that nail file. Wasn't she being too greedy? What? Wait a minute. Zhuyin, this one-of-a-kind nail file in the capital was created by your cousin? Before Wang Chong could say anything, the red-robed lady beside her couldn't hold in her astonishment as she evaluated Wang Chong from top to bottom. Indeed. Why? This old lady is interested in my little brother and would like to go for someone young? Wang Zhuhong teased. You lass. Nothing good could come out from your mouth. How am I old? The red-robed lady protested. Stop lying. Don't think that I have not noticed that you have been looking at my nail file. Are you jealous? Forget it. I will give you this treat then. Take it. Wang Zhuyin rolled her eyes and threw the small nail file with a flick of her wrist over to the red-robed lady. Hee, thank you, Sister Zhuyin, for your bestowment. The latter chuckled delightfully, not minding the former's words at all. With a swift movement of her jade hands, she took the nail file and carried it gently as though it was a precious treasure. Even though Wang Zhuyan's nail file was not an ultimate treasure or an incredible martial art manual, it was an item that was useless to men. Those sisters of hers had always been wanting to take it for themselves. To think that it would eventually end up in her possession. The red-robed lady held the small nail file tightly in her embrace and a wide smile emerged on her face. Since Big Sister had already bestowed this treasure upon you, shouldn't you scram from this carriage? Or, Are you waiting for me to bestow this little cousin of mine to you as well? Wang Zhuyin said impatiently. That would be great. I would very much like that. The red-robed lady chuckled as she glanced seductively at Wang Chong. However, she still opened the doors of the carriage and stepped out from it. She had already reached her destination. Wang Zhuyin was only giving her a lift. Second sister. Who is she? Wang Chong glanced at the direction where the red-robed lady was heading to, and he felt his heart being unable to keep up. These close bosoms of his second sister were fiery and eccentric. Even as that red-robed lady left, her eyes that lingered on Wang Chong's body was so passionate that it felt as though if she could, she would tear a few pieces of meat off his body. Daughter of Duke of Yu. Why are you interested in her? Wang Zhuhong teased. How is that possible? Hee, second sister. I sure acted the show out well just now, did I? Wang Chong chuckled. Wang Zhuyin didn't say anything. She stared at Wang Chong for a few seconds before her eyes chilled once more. Pong. She abruptly shut the doors of the carriage and pulled on Wang Chong's ears. Compared to before, it was as though she was an entirely different person. You brat. Did you know what kind of trouble you landed in? Don't tell me that you just happened to appear in Vast Crane Pavilion. Also, don't tell me that you went head-to-head with Yao Feng because of Ma Zhou. I don't want to listen to these. If I were to know that you were just fooling about, getting the entire clan into such great trouble for such a foolish reason, I will be the first to break your legs. Wang Zhuyin stared at Wang Chong with an expression, so cold expression that it felt as though she was speaking to a stranger. Despite knowing her for so long, it was the first time she was being so stern and angry. There were no other people in the carriage except for the two of them. Wang Chong hesitated for a moment before deciding to come out clean. Second sister, do you believe me? Wang Chong sat up straight with a serious face. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't have brought the daughter of Duke of Yu here to testify for you, so as to help you clean your reputation. Wang Zhuyan's face was still cold. Fine. I'll say then. I intentionally went to Vast Crane Pavilion. I intentionally got my younger sister to beat up Yao Feng. In fact, I intentionally wrecked my father and Yao Guangyi's meeting. All of these were planned by me. Wang Chong said with a serious expression. Why? Wang Zhuyin was puzzled. She truly had no idea why Wang Chong would do so. The Yao clan harbors vile intentions toward our Wang clan. I couldn't let their schemes succeed. I can't explain this matter in detail to you, but you just have to know this much for now. Wang Chong replied her gravely. What? Wang Zhuyan's expression changed. With a grim expression, she asked, Are you certain on this matter? Wang Chong nodded his head seriously. All right, I will believe you on this matter. Different expressions flickered across Wang Zhuyan's face, but she eventually decided not to pursue the matter. You aren't going to ask about it? Wang Chong was surprised. There's no need to. Wang Zhuyin smiled and waved her hands. Her expression was much better than how it was a moment ago. You might be mischievous, but that was only that. We are one family, so I believe that no matter what happens, you won't do your clan any harm. Second sister. Staring at his cousin Wang Zhuyin, Wang Chong felt a little touched. Even though he was rebellious, mischievous, and created many problems for the clan, it was true that he had never thought of harming the clan. The only ones who understood this was him and his cousin, Wang Zhuyin. Even though his cousin had hindered him on his affairs outside often, she would often only chastise him slightly and eventually let him go. However, the matter with Yao Feng this time, under the doings of Old Master Yao, had reached the emperor, and every single member of the Wang clan was implicated within it. It even caused a huge uproar in the capital. For such a big affair, even though he wasn't able to explain the situation to her, she trusted him so readily. Wang Chong was at a loss for words. These few days, the clan had been in an uproar. Putting aside my father, even our big aunt and her husband, little uncle, and the other cousins are all angry at you. I am just making the first move. Even if I don't appear now, they will still eventually look for you. Wang Zhuyin said with a grim expression. The daughter of the Duke of Yu is a socialite, and with her making a move, your issue would be much easier to settle. This was also the reason why I pulled her here today. As for our big aunt and her husband, I will convey the words you said to her. As long as you are sure that the matter between you and Yao Feng isn't merely a private grudge, I will find some way to help you hold them up. Second sister, thank you. Wang Chong thanked her. Wang Zhuyin had a good relationship with their big aunt and her husband. All along, Big Aunt had thought that she had her own views on matters and thus, she respected her views and listened to them with an open mind. With his cousin making a move, it would be easier to deal with his big aunt. Don't be too happy yet. Our little uncle might be at Tianju Mountain, but I am unable to handle him. He is plagued with military matters currently, but you have to be prepared to deal with him. Wang Zhuyin said. Wang Chong felt a headache. This was the problem when one's clan gets too large and prosperous. The moment something happened, everyone would come knocking to demand an explanation. I will find a way myself, Wang Chong said as he lamented how troublesome the matter was. His image as a profligate scion was etched too deeply into the minds of others. Even though Wang Chong did it all for the family, his little uncle wouldn't know it. Unlike his Wang Zhuyin, he didn't have unreserved trust for him. However, it was good enough for him to drag out the matter. As long as the matter dragged on for long enough for the truth to be revealed, he would be all right. Wang Zhuhang nodded her head and asked no further. Right? Why did you come out from the Court of Judicial Review with those foreign monks? Wang Zhuhang suddenly thought of something and stared at Wang Chong in alarm. It can't be that you got into trouble at home again? Of course not. There isn't such a thing. Hearing Wang Zhuhang speaking of this matter, Wang Chong placed his hands behind his head and leaned against the walls of the carriage, relaxing his entire body. In the first place, he had intended to look for his cousin for this matter. It was better now that she was asking about it herself. If not, why would you bring them to the Court of Judicial Review? Wang Zhuhang couldn't help but find something amiss with the matter. Her words gradually grew sharper and sharper. The Court of Judicial Review was a place where people lodged their complaints and criminals were imprisoned. Why would anyone come to such a place for no reason? Could it be that this fellow's old ways were acting up again? Had he gotten himself into more trouble, even though the matter with the Yao clan wasn't settled yet? At this point, Wang Zhuyan's gaze was filled with so much hostility that it felt as though she was staring at a nemesis. Actually, it is nothing much. I just owe them a bit of money. Wang Chong chuckled. You really just owe them a bit of money? Wang Zhuhang was doubtful of his words. It's true, Wang Chong answered seriously. Hearing that he only owed them money, Wang Zhuhang heaved a long sigh of relief. How much do you owe them? 10 taels? Or 20 taels? Halfway through her words, she reached into her sleeves to take out a few silver ingots. I'm afraid that it isn't enough. Wang Chong was a little embarrassed. How much is it? It can't be that you owe the other party 1 gold tael? Wang Zhuhang was taken aback. However, she still pried open her seat and took out a golden sheet. Wang Zhuyan's father was the eldest son of the Wang clan. So compared to Wang Chong's father, Wang Yin, he was slightly more lax with money. Wang Chong shook his head again. It can't be that you owe the other party 10 gold taels? 100 taels? Wang Chong, don't tell me that you owe the other party 1,000 gold taels. After which, Wang Zhuyin gritted her teeth and her expression was completely unsettled. 1,000 gold taels was sufficient to send the Wang clan into poverty. Even if they were to sell off the properties of the Wang clan, they couldn't fork out such a sum for him. That's not it. It's 90,000 gold taels. Wang Chong shook his head and stretched out his hands, gesturing to show that it was a huge sum. What? Wang Zhuhang's body trembled vigorously. Shocked by the sum Wang Chong spoke of, her face turned pale. Even when she heard that Wang Chong had got into deep trouble and was reported to the emperor by old Master Yao, she only felt slightly displeased and angry. However, upon hearing that Wang Chong owed another person 90,000 gold taels, she lost her composure. Would they be able to fork out such a sum if they were to sell every single property of the Wang clan? It wouldn't even reach 10,000 gold taels. Haha, second sister, I am just fooling you. Look at your expression. How can I owe someone else so much money? Seeing Wang Zhuyan's cold expression and sensing that she was on the verge of cursing him, Wang Chong suddenly stood up and chuckled. You were just joking? Wang Zhuhang was slightly stunned. That is to say, you don't owe the other party so much money? Of course not. Wang Chong waved his hands and chuckled. You brat. You better not. Or else, I will slaughter you. Wang Zhuyin threatened him angrily. But at the same time, She felt the tension gripping her heart being released. This fellow had truly given her the scare of her life. She thought that he had owed another person so much money. However, there is a matter which I really need second sister's help on. That two foreign monks want to refine some metal ore, but being on a foreign land, they don't have any connections. I feel that it is a profitable business, so I offered them my help. Second sister, you are well connected in the capital. So can you introduce some master blacksmiths to me? Wang Chong grinned. Blacksmiths are a unique occupation in this world. They are able to enchant weapons through inscriptions to grant its wielder strength, speed, and agility. That's why master blacksmiths possess exceptional standing in the society. The average people would be unable to employ their services. Thus, Wang Chong could only entrust this task to his cousin, Wang Zhuyan. However, there were some parts of it that he couldn't explain to his cousin. You brought the two foreign monks to the court of judicial review for this matter? Wang Zhuyan's eyes widened. What else could I be up to? Wang Chong shot back with a question of his own. If it is just this, then there's no problem. Your second sister does have some connections for this matter. Wang Zhuyan paused for a moment and stared at Wang Chong in amazement. You brat, to think that you would be able to strike a connection with these foreign monks just by loitering outside all day long. She wasn't resistant to the idea of Wang Chong trying to conduct business. At the very least, there was a clear improvement in the attitude of this lad. Hee, second sister, I will be depending on you then. All right, I shall not interrupt you any further. Smiling, Wang Chong opened the doors of the carriage and leaped out of the carriage. You brat, you better show some improvement and stop causing trouble. From afar, his cousin Wang Zhuyan's voice sounded from the carriage. I got it. With his back facing the carriage, Wang Chong waved. Only when his cousin's carriage disappeared into the distance did Wang Chong retract his gaze. Kachacha, he stretched his neck and a bright gleam appeared in his eyes. Looks like I have to be careful on this matter. Cousin Zhu Yin tends to be gutsy, but even she was shocked speechless by my debt. If I were to tell her that it was real, and I had even filed the contract in the court of judicial review, such that I can't renege on the deal, wouldn't she kill me? Wang Chong thought. 90,000 gold taels. Wang Chong had intended to tell it to his cousin, but it was fortunate that he changed his words halfway through after sensing something amiss with the situation. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble once more. After stretching his body for a little, Wang Chong turned and moved quickly to the carriage which was sitting below a lush, large Chinese scholar tree. Young master. The doors of the carriage opened and two familiar faces appeared from within. They were Shanhai and Menglong. Wang Zhuhong had told the two clearly to return to the residence first, but from the looks of it, not only did the two not return to the residence, they even followed behind her carriage secretly. Wang Chong nodded his head, seemingly not surprised by the appearance of the two. Let's go to 8 Gods Pavilion. After which, Wang Chong leaped onto the carriage. Back then, in his cousin's carriage, he suddenly had an epiphany. Wang Chong knew where he could gather the 90,000 gold taels. Jaya. The whip cracked and the carriage turned at the corner. It was a path different from the one Wang Zhuhong took before, and the road led straight to the 8 Gods Pavilion. The 8 Gods Pavilion was radiant and magnificent. Its grandness was something the vast Crane Pavilion could not compare up to. To the normal civilians, it was an existence that they could only look on in admiration. The reason was simple. That was because the 8 Gods Pavilion was not open to the public. In the Great Tang, only the sons of distinguished families could enter. It was the place where the profligate scions of the capital fooled about and enjoyed themselves. It was said that even the princes and princesses of royalty sometimes appeared here as well. In the 8 Gods Pavilion, there was a distinct and strict hierarchy, along with many different rules. Even though they were all teenagers and youngsters, they were segregated according to their birth, forming many different small social circles. The person from a circle could possibly look at another person from another circle, command him arrogantly around. Influenced by the previous world Wang Chong came from, he did not like this aspect of it. That's why in his previous life, after going there a few times, Wang Chong had never gone there ever again. He didn't want to make friends with such people. The reason why Wang Chong ended up hanging out with Ma Zhou, and the rest was the result of this as well. However, this time, The current situation warranted for it. 90,000 gold taels wasn't a small sum, and if Wang Chong wanted to raise the funds to obtain the right of distribution for the Hyderabad ores, there were no better targets than the young masters and princesses of the Eight Gods Pavilion. "Young Master Chong, we're here." Just when his thoughts were slightly wandering, he suddenly heard Shan Hai's voice by his ear. Wang Chong's mind jolted, and he returned back to his senses. Unknowingly, the carriage had stopped. "Wait here for me. I will be going in." Wang Chong pushed open the door, and as soon as he stepped out of the carriage, a loud ruckus gushed over him as though a tsunami. Eight Gods Pavilion. Wang Chong lifted his head and saw a towering mountain like reddish-purple infrastructure. Actually, rather than an infrastructure, it was a series of buildings surrounding a giant courtyard. The patios in the courtyard had arched layered roofs and looked extremely grand. This was the Eight Gods Pavilion. Wang Chong's gaze swept across his surroundings, and he saw hundreds of luxurious carriages outside the Eight Gods Pavilion. These carriages were intricately designed, and they were lined up one after another in a neat formation, the sight of which left one overwhelmed. Wang Chong knew well that every single carriage here belonged to a distinguished family of the Great Tang Empire. This wasn't the first time he was seeing these carriages, but the feeling he felt from them this time was extremely different. "These are all money." Wang Chong laughed heartily as he walked forward. Before he had even approached the Eight Gods Pavilion, he could hear ruckus leaking out from its interiors. If one were to pay closer attention, one could discern many different sounds from it: bellowing, ordering for alcohol, fighting hounds, birds, cursing. The entire place was truly bustling. Wang Chong flashed his token and walked straight through the entrance, by the corridors, up the stairs, all the way until he reached the third floor. Wang Chong's footsteps were fast, and he didn't attract anyone's attention. "I'm here." Wang Chong chuckled. The number of heads he could see with a single glance was amazing. Many exquisite round tables were scattered all over the third floor, and many different people filled the seats around the round tables. This was the place where scions chatted, drank, and played. Many people were gathered here to chat about trifling matters and about females, enjoying themselves much in the process. "That lad, youngster Wei, should be here." Wang Chong smiled. Following the gazes of the crowd, he looked toward the southeast corner of the third floor. Over there, a large crowd was gathered, and their loud cheerings reached even the heavens. Wang Chong squeezed through the crowd toward the southeast of the third floor and saw a fence that was circled in a way to form a fighting ring. On the ring, two teenage silk-robed youngsters were currently crossing blows intensely in the ring. One of them was a round-faced youngster who was around Wang Chong's age. The other combatant was slightly older, around 16 or 17. His martial arts was also clearly at a higher level than his opponent. He was able to send the other youngster flying with every move of his, and the crowd awarded generously with their applause every time he did so. On the other hand, even though the round-faced youngster could not match up to him in terms of fighting prowess, he was extremely brave and resilient. Despite being sent flying time and time again, he still continued to charge at the other party. "This fellow really hasn't changed at all." Wang Chong looked at the round-faced youngster and laughed on the inside. The chubby round-faced youngster who was being teased by his opponent and sent flying back again and again was the person he was looking for, Wei Hao, also known as Youngster Wei. His real name is Wei Hao, whereas Youngster was his nickname. "If I didn't appear you would probably have to munch on 6 months' worth of white radish." Wang Chong looked at Youngster Wei and scoffed within. Youngster Wei was the son of Duke of Wei. At the same time, he was also Wang Chong's childhood playmate. This child had average talents. Others were able to comprehend the horse stance fist with a single look, but this lad took 3 days. If others had such inferior talent, they would have long given up on martial arts and pursued an academic route instead. However, this lad was born with an obstinate personality. The more he was unable to accomplish a task, the more he was driven to do it. Not only so, despite lacking talent, he liked to spar with others. Furthermore, he liked to challenge others in the ring, betting their wealth on it. Duke of Wei was someone who was skilled in management and possessed great wealth. Despite Youngster Wei's monthly allowance of several gold taels, he often ended up in the same state as Wang Chong. Not only was the money in his pocket lacking, sometimes. Wang Chong even had to pay for the alcohol fee while drinking together. Wang Chong was also left completely speechless by him. If it went as it did in the previous world, this lad was about to be done in by someone and duped of his money. Even though this fellow had often lost in the past as well, he had never lost so badly, to the point of even almost losing his underwear. Furthermore, youngster Wei could not let his family know of the matter. In order to repay his debt, this lad had to tighten his wallet and munch on 6 months of white radish. The reason why Wang Chong remembered this incident was because youngster Wei had spoken of it several times before him in his previous life. Every time, he would have a pitiful look on his face, as though he had been ravaged by an elephant. Doing a rough calculation, today happened to be the day which this fellow was going to lose his money. Youngster Wei, don't say that I didn't come to save you. Wang Chong scoffed inside. Wang Chong wasn't in a hurry to make a move. If not, youngster Wei's dual gambling addiction wouldn't be cured. Even though he was agitated into the matter and played into the other party's hands, he was still partly responsible for this incident. If he didn't agree to it, nothing would have happened. He had to learn his lesson. Wang Chong looked at the ring. In the ring, the 16 or 17-year-old young man was chuckling. It was clear that he was toying with youngster Wei. Given his strength, he could have ended this battle long ago. Yet, he intentionally chose to humiliate his opponent before the crowd using such a method. Every time youngster Wei crashed onto the floor, the surroundings would roar in laughter. Since you were the one who chose to act so arrogantly, then you can't blame anyone for this. You were looking for it. Wang Chong looked at the 16 or 17-year-old young man and gauged that it was about time for him to make a move. Youngster Wei, horse stance crouching elbow, sparrowhawk twist. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Chong's voice was neither too loud nor too soft. However, upon hearing his voice, youngster Wei shuddered. It was almost involuntarily that he followed Wang Chong's words to execute the moves. He crouched and pulled his legs close to himself. When the 16 or 17-year-old young man charged forward to grab him with a cloud hands, youngster Wei suddenly executed a sparrowhawk twist, doing a backflip and kicking the young man on his face. Pong! After suffering this kick, the young man fell 6 to 7 zhang away and sprawled on the floor. 1 zhang equals 3.33 meters Wang. The air of the 8 Gods Pavilion seemed to have been empty in an instant. The cheering crowd suddenly turned completely silent. Seeing the towering young man being sent flying with a kick, every single one of them was flabbergasted. Who was it? Who was the one who was spouting nonsense? The young man who was sprawled on the floor flew into a rage. He stared at the surroundings with a ferocious glare. The surroundings were completely silent. No one said anything. Hee, Gao Fei, what are you talking about? If you can still fight on, get up. Otherwise, kowtow to me and admit your defeat. On the other end, youngster Wei was overjoyed. He knew whose voice it was, and in that instant, it was near complete instincts that he followed the other party's words and executed the moves. He didn't expect that it would be so effective. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he had fallen in love with that rascal who advised him from the shadows. Don't get gleeful. If not for my carelessness, given those amateur martial arts of yours, do you think that you can defeat me? The young man named Gao Fei was enraged. Exerting force against the floor, he pushed himself up and charged at Wei Hao. Boom! The air boomed and the massive shadow of a fist whipped across empty air, flying straight toward youngster Wei. The other party had executed conveying arm fist against youngster Wei. Having sent flying by a single kick of youngster Wei in public, Gao Fei felt extremely humiliated. Angered, he finally decided to use his full strength. Not good. The face of youngster Wei paled and all the goosebumps on his arms stood on end. The martial art Gao Fei had executed was much more formidable than what he had used previously. Coiling roots of the old tree, green dragon crouching on the bridge, metal cable traversing the river. Wang Chong smiled. He had seen the sight before him clearly and immediately offered youngster Wei pointers. These 3 were movements which youngster Wei were adept in. Boom! The first move, youngster Wei bent down, as though an old tree's roots coiling around the ground. At the same time, the heavy punch grazed his hair. Youngster Wei could even feel his skin going numb by the shock wave. Boom! When Gao Fei switched to another move and a left-hand fist carrying intense strength came flying toward youngster Wei, the latter's body became soft as though a strand of noodle and bent backward, as though a green dragon crouching on a bridge, thus dodging another attack. My turn. Youngster Wei's eyes gleamed. Even without Wang Cheng's pointer, he would have known what to do. He roared furiously, and as though a bent bamboo, he bounced forward and used the momentum to execute metal cable traversing the river. Boom! The fist crashed heavily on Gao Fei's chest. Youngster Wei had used his full strength behind the. Gao Fei's complexion turned pale, then red. Boom! He flew backward as though a cannonball and crashed through the fence, destroying several round tables before falling to the ground. Ha ha ha, I've won. I've won. I've struck it rich this time. Gao Fei, you rascal. And all of you rascals as well, to dare to bet that I would lose. I'll see how you will leave without your underwears today. Youngster Wei looked at Gao Fei, who was sent flying, and howled in delight. That few words caused half of the entire Eight Gods Pavilion to be silenced. All of the eyes glared at Gao Fei in resentment. Gao Fei, you trash. You can't even defeat a Wei Hao? To cause me to lose so much money, you don't have to bother coming to Eight Gods Pavilion anymore. If I were to see you again, I will have my men beat you up. Pooey, how unlucky. The Saiyans in the surroundings who had lost money ranted angrily. In the Eight Gods Pavilion, Wei Hao was a god of fortune. As long as he was involved in a duel gamble, everyone would be able to profit from it. The stakes involved in this battle was extremely heavy. Initially, they thought that they would be able to earn a small fortune. Never would they expect that Gao Fei would be so useless as to lose against him. Wei Hao ignored Gao Fei, who was being criticized severely at this moment, turned around and flew toward Wang Cheng with his arms wide. Ha ha ha, my good brother. You have finally come to the Eight Gods Pavilion to see me. Wei Hao was overjoyed. He hugged Wang Cheng tightly and burst into laughter. You sure are my good brother. If not for your help, I would have lost tragically this time. Since you know it, you shouldn't gamble so much next time. At the very least, take a look at your opponent first. This fellow is much stronger than you. Wang Cheng chided him with a smile. Hee hee, that won't do. I have started dual gambling with others since I was 5. I would rather lose money and munch on white radishes than to give up on dual gambling. Wei Hao grinned. Wang Cheng was speechless. He could only shake his head in disapproval. Wait a minute. Wei Hao, this match isn't counted. Suddenly, a fierce roar echoed. Gao Fei had climbed up and howled toward Wei Hao in Wang Cheng's direction. Why? Gao Fei, do you want to go against your words? Wei Hao heard the roar and his eyebrows shot up. He turned around and looked at the other party with a displeased look. Who was the one who helped you previously? You have had someone's assistance and violated the rules of the duel. The heck, who was the one who spoke previously? Come out. Get your out here. Gao Feng bellowed angrily. If not for the rascal helping him from the crowd, how could that fellow Wei Hao, given his capabilities, defeat him? You are looking for me? Hearing those words, Wang Cheng smiled and walked out of the crowd. Seeing Wang Cheng step out from the sea of silk-robed young masters, Gao Fei's eyes narrowed. A savage gleam flashed across his eyes. But before he could rage out, Wei Hao had burst into laughter and stepped forward. Ha ha ha, lad. I knew that it was you. Wei Hao walked forward and hugged Wang Cheng. Gao Fei, you can pop whatever you want into your mouth, but be careful of what comes out of it. Which eye of yours saw that I flouted the rules of the duel? Did I gang up with someone else against you? Or did my brother step into the ring? Right, I will tell you now. This isn't just anyone. He is my good brother, Wang Cheng. Wei Hao turned around and looked at Gao Fei and the crowd with a proud expression. Youngster Wei, you should cut down on the bootlicking. Wang Cheng burst into laughter. Just as he was about to get Wei Hao to keep a low profile, he suddenly heard gasps of shock in the surrounding. Wang Cheng lifted his head and noticed that there was something amiss with the gazes the crowd directed toward him. It was totally different from how they looked at him before. Even Gao Fei's eyes carried fear and respect, a huge contrast from the furious glare he had on before. HM? Wang Cheng frowned, taken aback by the changes. Hee hee, why are you so surprised? You are already a celebrity in the capital. Wei Hao whispered by Wang Cheng's ear. That proud and aloof Yao Feng is nicknamed as one of the 8 talents of the younger generation in the capital. Usually, he wouldn't even spare a gaze for anyone else. Even if we met with him, we would have to respectfully address him as Yao Gongzi. However, such an incredible figure was beaten to a pulp by you, to the point that old Master Yao went to report the incident up to His Majesty. This matter had caused quite a storm in the capital. There isn't a single scion who isn't aware of the matter, and everyone is impressed by you. Now, everyone is saying that you are a lion who had been crouching in the shadows, keeping a low profile when you are actually even more impressive than Yao Feng. Wei Hao slapped Wang Cheng's shoulders and said proudly, "What lion or whatsoever." Youngster Wei actually didn't know anything much. All he knew was that Wang Cheng was his buddy, and now that his buddy is famous, it meant that he had become famous as well. Ha ha ha. Wang Cheng was truly astonished. Before this, Wang Cheng was still thinking about how he should work along with his cousin Wang Zhuyin in dispelling the negative rumors about him in the Great Tang Empire. He didn't expect that he would reap such an unexpected benefit from the incident. Sensing the gazes of respect from his surroundings, Wang Cheng suddenly felt that the reward the incident in the vast crane pavilion brought him wasn't just limited to his clan. The Great Tang Empire had countless scions, and every single one of them was incomparably arrogant. They don't submit easily to anyone. If he was able to make a name for himself in this circle, it might turn out to be useful for his future plans. Stop talking nonsense for a moment. I have a matter for you. Let's find a place to talk. Wang Cheng patted Wei Hao's shoulders and said, "Fine. Wait for me here for a moment." Upon seeing Wang Cheng's serious expression, Wei Hao also retracted his smile. He had grown with Wang Cheng and knew that Wang Cheng would not easily ask for another person's help. Furthermore, he didn't like coming to the 8 Gods Pavilion. For him to appear here, it must be some serious affair. "Gao Fei, there mustn't be a single cent less for my payment. Pay all of it up obediently later on. Otherwise, you don't have to dream of living on in the capital." Wei Hao threw a sack to him before pulling Wang Cheng away. The scions in the 8 Gods Pavilion were all from respectable families. They couldn't afford to tarnish their reputation by going against their words, and thus, Wei Hao wasn't really worried about them reneging on the deal. "Right, Wang Cheng, let me ask you something seriously," Wei Hao abruptly said. "What?" Wang Cheng turned around and asked. "Can you don't call me Youngster Wei in front of so many people?" Wei Hao suppressed his voice and looked at him with a very bitter expression. Seeing such a sight, Wang Cheng burst into laughter. "You brat! Don't even think about it." The 8 Gods Pavilion was bustling, and Wei Hao pulled Wang Cheng to his seat. "You fellow, where did you go in the morning?" "After hearing that you were out of your seclusion, I went to your house early in the morning. Yet, your mother said that you aren't home. It sure is difficult to meet you." Sweating profusely, Wei Hao sipped on the Western region pomegranate juice provided by the 8 Gods Pavilion as he chattered. "I had something up this morning, so I went out." Wang Cheng smiled. Upon hearing Wei Hao's complaint, Wang Cheng felt a surge of warmth. Only after losing it all did he know how to treasure them all. Only Wang Cheng knew how precious this seemingly ordinary exchange was. Wei Hao would have never known that at this time. Wang Cheng had already fallen out with him in his previous life. In his previous life, Wang Cheng felt foreign to everything in this world. This included his parents, brothers, sisters, and of course, Wei Hao wasn't excluded in the list. Back then, to him, Wei Hao was a good buddy of Wang Cheng, not his. Especially during the 7 days in confinement, Wei Hao, as a supposed good buddy, didn't even come to meet him. What kind of good buddy could this count as? A good friend? A good brother? Even drinking buddies were better than this. From then on, Wang Cheng cut all ties with him and never met him again. Only very long later did Wang Cheng realize that in the 7 days that he was confined, Wei Hao, because of him, was grounded by his family for 7 days as well. Back then, Wang Cheng's reputation was too poor, and Wei Hao's father had forbidden him from coming into contact with him. However, Wei Hao, who was usually obedient, refuted his father for Wang Cheng. This angered his father, and as such, Wei Hao was beaten up severely. In those 7 days, he was actually lying on his bed and recuperating from his wounds. However, Wei Hao had never told this to Wang Cheng, not even bringing it up. Only when the great catastrophe came and the 2 brothers who hadn't met for a very long time reunited did Wang Cheng knew of all these. Wang Chong also knew that the person who helped him from the shadows ever since the Wang clan fell into difficult times wasn't anyone else but Wei Hao. Only with a long journey will one know the stamina of his horse, and only with time will a person's heart show through. Only at the final moments of his life did Wang Chong know who were his true friends and brothers. However, when Wang Chong finally awoke, it was already too late. The world had already been destroyed and the Central Plains no longer existed. Needless to say, Wei Hao. When Wei Hao finally died before him due to severe wounds, Wang Chong couldn't help but howl in sadness. The one thing that he should have never done in his life was to lose this true friend and brother. This had been an ache in Wang Chong's heart, as well as one of his greatest regret. Good brother, don't worry. No matter what, I will never leave you to be. Wang Chong looked at Wei Hao, who was still rambling unhappily. Solemnly, he made a promise. Say, you truly made a big affair over Yao Feng's affair this time. It is a pity that Fellow's martial arts are too incredible and I'm not an opponent for him. Otherwise, I would have charged in along with you. Speaking of which, Yao Feng really went too far to actually make use of Ma Zhou against you. Wei Hao slammed the table and roared angrily. I have already told you about that rascal Ma Zhou long ago. That fellow is a rascal and a hoodlum. He must have vile intentions for hanging out with you. Now, you should believe me, right? Yes, I believe you. Wang Chong smiled. Looking at his brother complaining to him, he felt a surge of warmth flowing into his heart. This wasn't his first time listening to him complain about this matter, but this time, it felt different. It had been long since he had seen such an ordinary sight. Brother, objects are differentiated by their types and humans are segregated by their classes. Cats and mouses can never get along and fishes cannot survive out of the water. It is impossible for birds to burrow into the underground like an earthworm. It isn't a good thing for us to try to escape from our surroundings. Ma Zhou's affair serves as a good example. Don't hang out with Ma Zhou and that kind of people in the future. Listen to me, come and play at the Eight Gods Pavilion more often. Over here, we are all of the same birth, and we will all inherit our family's heritage in the future. Coming into contact with one another and playing together will have its own benefits in the future. Wei Hao nagged on and on, but his words were filled with emotions. To his brothers, Wei Hao had always been willing to take a sword them. Wang Chong had a rebellious personality, and Wei Hao was worried when he saw him getting closer with Ma Zhou and his lot. At this moment, he was dumping all of his concerns on him. It wasn't the first time Wei Hao had spoken to Wang Chong about Ma Zhou's matter. In Wei Hao's perspective, it was likely that Wang Chong would simply brush off his words once more. Yet, Wang Chong's reply broke all expectations that he had. All right. Firmly, Wang Chong said a single word. All right? Wei Hao was taken aback. The finger he had lifted up froze in midair and somehow, he was unable to spout the ramblings that had congregated beneath his tongue. All right? Just like that? Wei Hao widened his eyes. For a moment, he was unable to react. After speaking of this matter to him so many times in the past, why did he take it in so easily this time? How was this possible? Wei Hao blinked. His brain was still overloaded by Wang Chong's response. So, you won't hang out with Ma Zhou and the lot in the future? You will come to the Eight Gods Pavilion with me often in the future? Wang Chong nodded his head with a smile. Wei Hao blinked again. For a moment, he wasn't able to find a single word to say. Wang Chong, you are different from before. Wei Hao scanned Wang Chong from head to toe with a look of amazement. The current Wang Chong was truly different from how he was. In the past, he would have never come to the Eight Gods Pavilion. Even more so, he wouldn't have listened to his advice. Yet, this current Wang Chong was calm, and his disposition was completely different from before. It felt as though he was an entirely different person. Ha ha ha, good lad. Looks like you have finally thought it through. As your brother, I am happy for you. Wei Hao suddenly thought of something and slapped Wang Chong's shoulder with a delighted expression. As the saying goes, a person grows in times of trouble. In Wei Hao's perspective, the reason why Wang Chong had undergone such a massive change was because of Ma Zhou. Wang Chong had truly awakened. There was nothing else that could delight Wei Hao more than this. Hee. Wang Chong only smiled. He knew what Wei Hao was thinking of, but Wang Chong wouldn't point out the truth to him. Besides, Wang Chong had another mission here. It's about time. Wang Chong smiled and looked at the crowd. As though responding to Wang Chong, a commotion suddenly broke out. Before he could even spot the person, a cold voice had already echoed. "Yo, isn't this young Master Wang?" The voice was filled with sarcasm and mock. The crowd parted, and a young man dressed in a white robe with cloud embroidery on it walked over. A fur coat was draped over him, and he had a small silver hat on his head. With a peach blossom fan in his hands, his footsteps were light and wide. However, the contempt on his face was apparent. A chuckling crowd followed closely behind him. "Subai, what are you doing here?" Seeing those people, Wei Hao's expression changed. He abruptly stood up and glared at the group with hostility. "We don't welcome you here, Scram." Wei Hao stood in front of Wang Chong, worried for him. Subai was the son of Duke of Su, and Duke of Su had a close relationship with the Yao clan. Wang Chong had just offended the Yao clan, and this Subai was probably here to cause trouble. "Humph, Wei Hao, did you think that the Eight Gods Pavilion was opened by your family? Why can't I come here? Besides, did I say that I was here for you? Wang Chong, don't you agree with my words?" As he spoke, Subai glanced at Wang Chong, who was sitting behind Wei Hao, coldly. Wang Chong glanced at Subai's direction and saw Gao Fei standing behind Subai with his head lowered. He knew that Gao Fei was the one who pulled Subai over. Gao Fei wasn't able to deal with Wei Hao and him, so he brought reinforcements over. To be more direct, Gao Fei was sent by Subai to do Wei Hao in. However, Subai's plan failed, and as such, he couldn't resist the urge to confront them face-on. However, Wang Chong wasn't interested in this matter at all. "Subai, you came at a good time. Lend me some money." Wang Chong lifted his head and spoke calmly. The moment his words sounded, all sound within Tinzhong vanished. The laughter and chatter of the crowd who were looking at the commotion abruptly changed into flabbergasted stares. Tinzhong 33.3M, even Wei Hao, who was standing in front of Wang Chong as though an eagle protecting its hatchling, was stunned. Borrowing money? Wang Chong was borrowing money from Subai? What was going on? Didn't Wang Chong know that Subai hated him? Given the relationship between Su clan and Yao clan, how could Subai possibly lend him any money? Ha ha ha. Wang Chong, have you gone insane? On what basis did you think that I would lend you any money? After a moment of shock, Subai finally burst into laughter. The crowd following behind him also couldn't help but roar in laughter as well. This lad must be insane. How could he possibly think that young master would lend him money? I think he probably hasn't awoken from his dream yet. Spouting dream talk here. The crowd behind him roared in laughter as well, and the contempt of their action was clear. A descendant of the Wang clan, Wang Chong, was actually borrowing money from the son of the Duke of Su? There was no funnier joke than this in the Eight Gods Pavilion today. Wasn't this lad being too presumptuous? Hearing the laughter in the surroundings, Wei Hao was embarrassed. "Wang Chong, what are you trying to do?" Until now, he still didn't know whether Wang Chong was serious on this matter. Given Subai and Wang Chong relationship, it was impossible for Wang Chong to borrow any money from him. 2% interest, calculated on a daily basis for a month. When the time comes, it will be repaid along with the interest. After saying those words, Wang Chong laughed heartily, to the point that his back was arched backward. These few words plunged the entire lounge into silence. Even the scions by the other tables, upon hearing those words, had their attention focused here. Their eyes were widened to the brim. Gasps of cold air could be heard. Even Subai's eyes were completely widened, as though it was the first time he was meeting Wang Chong. Wang Chong's words were simple and concise. Everyone could understand the meaning behind his words, but they were unable to believe their ears. 2% interest, if tallied on a daily basis, meant a 60% interest in a month. If so, 10 silver taels will become 16 silver taels. Wang Chong's interest rate was even more insane than a loan shark's. "Wang Chong, you are insane." Wei Hao's face was devoid of any color. He immediately turned around to grab Wang Chong's arms. He was so nervous that his fingernails were plunging into Wang Chong's flesh. "If you lack money, you could just ask me for it. Why should you borrow it from them at such a high interest rate?" Wei Hao thought that Wang Chong was joking, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem to be the case. Wang Chong shook his head and sent a consoling gaze to Wei Hao. He never did thing rashly. Even though a daily 2% interest rate sounded like an exorbitant sum, as long as he was able to take down the right to distribution for the Hyderabad ores, everything else was just a small sum. Subai, these words aren't only effective to you. It is the same for other people as well. As long as you have the money to loan me, I will write down a debt note to serve as evidence. Wang Chung said. His words weren't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. In an instant, everyone's eyes were filled with astonishment. All the scions in the 8 Gods Pavilion were born in distinguished families and possessed incomparable wealth. These people had never worried too much about their livelihood. However, no matter how rich their families were, how much their daily allowance was, who would fuss over an excess of money? Regardless of how much money their families gave them, there were people like Wei Hao who engaged in gamble duels with others and had found themselves frequently lacking tails. To think that a descendant of Duke Jiao would lack money to the point of coming to the 8 Gods Pavilion to ask for it. Wang Chong, if you need money, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I will bestow this silver ingot on you. There's no need to repay me. After the primary shock, Subai chuckled. He took out a silver ingot and threw it over to Wang Chong's round table. 2% interest, if going by daily basis, meant 60% a month. Wang Chong's deal was truly tempting. However, Subai suddenly recalled something important. Duke Jia's clan was known to be incorruptible. In other words, they were poor. A descendant of their clan, such as Wang Chong, could only receive a monthly allowance of several silver taels at maximum. With these few silver taels, how much interest could he pay? Even if Wang Chong had offered an overwhelmingly high interest rate, it was no use. He was likely to default on his payment. In that case, he might as well feign generosity and bestow upon him a few silver taels. At the same time, he could also have his fair share of joy mocking him by doing so. Contrary to his expectations, Wang Chong flicked the silver ingot and it fell onto the floor. Subai, this little sum of money isn't even sufficient for me to floss my teeth. You better use it for yourself. Wang Chong sneered coldly in disdain. You find it lacking? Fine. I will bestow you with another one. With a contemptuous gaze, Subai's wrist flicked and another silver ingot fell on Wang Chong's round table. Without even looking at it, Wang Chong bellowed in laughter and flicked the silver ingot to the floor as well. Not enough, Wang Chong said indifferently. The scorn in his eyes made Subai twitch in anger. You brat, don't get too greedy. It is because I am in a good mood today that I bestowed you with 2 silver ingots. How much do you need? 3 or 4? Or is it still insufficient? Do you need an entire gold tael? Given your monthly allowance, are you sure that you can afford it? Subai said disdainfully. An entire gold tael? Subai, looks like you aren't as rich as you look. Since that's the case, I don't need you to lend money to me anymore. How about this? After I borrow some money from the others, I can lend you a couple of gold taels to spend. Wang Chong snorted. In an instant, Subai's complexion darkened. What do you mean by I am not as rich as I look? Even if a scion came from a reputable and wealthy family, their monthly allowance was only a few gold taels. At the very most, they would only have a dozen or so. Even a son of royalty did not dare to treat a gold tael as dirt. Who did Wang Chong think he was? Lending him a few gold taels to spend? How infuriating. All right, Subai. I was thinking how incredible you were. To think that you would only weigh so much. Since you're so lacking, you should just stand by the side. Wang Chong stood up from his seat and waved his hands in contempt, gesturing for Subai not to block the way and stand by the side. Everyone, listen. 2% interest, calculated on a daily basis for a month. This is effective to everyone. I will borrow however much that you are willing to loan. As long as you are willing to lend the money to me, you will be able to earn a substantial sum after a month. Wang Chong, are you serious? Another voice suddenly sounded in the room. By the side, the snubbed Subai's complexion turned awful. Of course, Wang Chong said. In the 8 Gods Pavilion, is it possible for me to renege on my words? However, what if the time comes and you are unable to pay up? Another voice sounded. Subai's complexion was gradually turning more and more awful. What a joke. Even if I can't pay up, is it possible for the Wang clan to be unable to pay up? As long as you have my debt notes, are you all still worried that you aren't able to get back your gold taels? Wang Chong sneered coldly with a haughty expression. The surroundings burst into laughter. Indeed, even if Wang Chong was unable to pay up, the Wang clan behind Wang Chong couldn't possibly be unable to do so. As long as Duke Jiu remained in the Wang clan's reputable was infallible. All right, Wang Chong, you said so. Here is 2 gold taels, take it. A scion squeezed through the crowd and happily placed 2 golden sheets on the table. They could earn a significant income just by borrowing money to Wang Chong for a month. Here is my gold. Wang Chong, remember to write me a debt note? Fury crept onto Su Bai's face. Before he could throw a tantrum, another scion walked up and placed a few taels onto the round table. After which, the 3rd scion, the 4th scion. Those rascals, are they intentionally going against Gongzi? The face of those around Su Bai darkened as well. The actions of these scions were clearly an act to humiliate Su Bai. Yet, so many people still went ahead to lend Wang Chong money. Even Su Bai dared not to step out and make an enemy of all of these people. Wang Chong, you must be mad. Why do you need so much money? Wei Hao had seen everything, and he whispered furiously into Wang Chong's ear. He was anxious and angry. He knew about Wang Chong's monthly expenses, and he had no need for so much money. He couldn't understand what Wang Chong was trying to do by borrowing so much money. Wei Hao, don't worry. I am not borrowing the money to squander. I have a use for it. Later on, you will understand. Wang Chong said calmly. He borrowed an ink slab, brush, and paper from a scion and wrote out debt notes after debt notes. After seeing the debt notes, the people around Wang Chong increased significantly. Wang Chong, here's my silver. Write me a debt note. Me too. Wang Chong's surroundings became lively in an instant. Upon seeing this sight, Su Bai's face warped in anger and he turned around to leave. Gongzi, do we leave just like that? Amidst the crowd, Gao Fei squeezed to Su Bai's side. Indignance was spelled clearly on his face. It was precisely because of Wang Chong's intervention that he lost more than a dozen gold taels previously. He was unwilling to let Wang Chong get away scot-free for that. Leave? Why should we leave? Su Bai stopped, turned around to look in Wang Chong's direction and sneered coldly. Didn't you hear him? 2% interest rate, compounded on a daily basis. Furthermore, he borrows whatever sum that he could get. Why should we leave when such a good opportunity lies before us? What does Gongzi mean? Gao Fei was perplexed. If he wasn't leaving, then what else could he be up to? This fellow wants money? Fine, we'll give him a big gift then. I would like to see how he can afford the interest rate with that measly few silver taels of daily allowance he has. Look for Yao Gongzi and tell him about the matter here. As for what you should do, you will know later on. Su Bai sneered coldly. Yes, Gongzi. I will be going right now. Hearing Su Bai's words, Gao Fei came to a realization. Delighted, he quickly rushed to look for Yao Feng. Ordinary scions like them were only given from a few silver taels to a maximum of a dozen gold taels every month. However, Yao Feng was different. He wielded the ability to whip out hundreds of gold taels in an instant. If Wang Chong was unable to fork out the necessary sum to repay his debt, this might serve as an impetus to deal with the Wang clan. Even if Wang Chong really repaid the debt along with the interest, they would be able to earn a huge sum and weaken the Wang clan's financial ability at that. Since they were able to earn a few dozens of gold taels so easily in the span of a month, why should they miss out on such a good opportunity? The news reached Yao Feng's ears swiftly. What? Wang Chong is borrowing money in the 8 Gods Pavilion? In a tavern not too far away from the 8 Gods Pavilion, deep creases appeared on Yao Feng's forehead. In the very morning, he had heard that Wang Chong went out to look for 2 foreign monks to play with them. Yet, at this moment, he was hearing that Wang Chong had appeared at the 8 Gods Pavilion. The news on both sides did not tally to one another. Yes, Gongzi, I saw it myself. It is definitely true, Gao Feng said respectfully. Trepidation could be seen in his eyes. Hearing Gao Fei's words, Yao Feng's frown deepened. Wait a moment. Yao Feng abruptly stood up, lifted a veil, and walked into an inner room. Father, do we have to look into this matter? Could there be something deeper into it? With a bowed body, Yao Feng told everything he had heard in great details to his father to ask him about it. On this matter, his father seemed to be highly interested in Wang Chong's movements. Yao Guangyi frowned silently. Don't move recklessly on this matter. I will be leaving for the borders today to deal the crushing to the Wang clan. For the time being, before I manage to accomplish my plan, try not to alarm the Wang clan." Buttoning his top button, a devious smile appeared on his face. "However, keep a close eye on the matter. Doesn't that lad want money? Satisfy his request then." "Yes, I understand your words," Yao Feng answered with a lowered head. A hint of excitement flashed through his eyes upon knowing that his father was about to dealing the fatal to the Wang clan. After this matter was done, no one would remember the humiliation he had suffered in the vast crane pavilion. "Take this money pouch and pass it to Subai." After walking out from the inner room, Yao Feng threw a heavy coin pouch and it landed on the table before Gao Fei. "Yes, I will carry out your commands now." Gao Fei grabbed coin pouch and left excitedly. After which, he rode on a stallion and rushed back to the Eight Gods Pavilion. Within the Eight Gods Pavilion, Wang Chong was still busy taking the money and writing debt notes. Pouch after pouch of tails came flying from all corners, and as such, Wang Chong's hands had never stopped moving. A tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. At minimum, the coin pouches had a few tails, and at maximum, they went up to dozens of tails. When everything was done and Wang Chong did a final check on the amount of money and confirmed that he had loaned over 200 gold taels. Seeing such numbers, even Wei Hao's face warped. He might be from a wealthy family and he liked to dual gamble, but his monthly allowance was only 11 to 12 taels. However, Wang Chong had borrowed more than 200 taels from the Eight Gods Pavilion at a single go. Even to Wei Hao, it was an overwhelming sum. Looking at Wang Chong, who was still busy writing debt notes, Wei Hao was dumbfounded. The money still isn't enough. Wang Chong frowned in anxiety. 200 gold taels may be a gigantic sum to the scion of a distinguished family, but to Wang Chong, it was far from sufficient for him to carry out his plans. The Hyderabad ores were expensive and Wang Chong did not expect to gather 90,000 gold taels from the Eight Gods Pavilion at the very first place. Wang Chong just needed 500 to 600 gold taels to invite blacksmiths to refine, forge, and inscribe a few basic Woot's steel weapon for him. As long as he was able to create some Woot's steel weapon, given the prowess and value of these weapons, Wang Chong was confident that he would be able to accumulate sufficient money within a month to pay for the 300 June worth of Hyderabad ores. However, he only had 200 gold taels at the moment. This was still far from Wang Chong's primary goal. In the end, the scions of the Eight Gods Pavilion still did not possess management rights within their clans. The few taels that they received from their family every month was far from sufficient to meeting Wang Chong's requirements. Just when Wang Chong was starting to feel worried, a forceful hand abruptly stretched out from the crowds and in it was a heavy money pouch. Pong! It fell heavily before Wang Chong. "Wang Chong, you said it yourself. 2% interest, compounded on a daily basis, and you will accept however much given to you. Those words should count, right?" A cold voice sounded from above him. "Subai?" Wang Chong lifted his head in astonishment. Seeing the familiar arrogant face, he smiled. "Count, of course my words count. Subai, you want to loan me money as well?" "Hee, Wang Chong, here is 1,500 gold taels. Write a debt note to me, and you can take all of it away. Remember, you have to pay me 2,400 gold taels in a month's time," Subai said coldly. Hearing these numbers, the surrounding crowd gasped in shock. 1,500 gold taels was an incredible amount for them. No one could have thought that Subai would be able to come up with so much money. In a single month, Subai would be able to make more than 900 gold taels. There wasn't a single scion in the capital who was able to make so much money in a single month. With this amount of money, Subai wouldn't have to worry about having insufficient money for a significant period of time. Hee, if you dare to loan it to me, there is no reason for me not to dare to accept it. Wang Chong looked at the heavy money pouch and he was overjoyed. He was just worrying over the lack of sufficient money to further his plan when Subai delivered it to his door. With this 1,500 gold taels, Wang Chong wouldn't need to be so constrained in his spending anymore, and his plan would be able to be carried out smoothly. Shua shua shua. Without waiting for Subai to react, he lifted a brush, dabbed it inside ink, and the brush flew all around the paper. After which, he signed off with a handprint and a debt note was created. After flinging away the excessive ink off the paper, he passed it over to Su Bai. Take it properly. If you lose it, don't blame me for not repaying you. You don't need to worry about that. Su Bai sneered and reached out to grab the debt note from Wang Chong's hands. Wang Chong, I need to talk to you. Seeing Su Bai's gleeful smile, Wei Hao could no longer hold it in and forcefully dragged Wang Chong outside. In the pavilion, chuckles could be heard. Su Bai gazed haughtily at Wei Hao and Wang Chong as they left and sneered coldly. Just when everyone thought the show was finished and was planning to scatter, Su Bai suddenly turned around. Wait a moment. With a cold face, Su Bai halted everyone. The interiors of the Eight Gods Pavilion immediately turned silent, and every single pair of eyes shot towards Su Bai. Just when everyone was perplexed over what he was doing, Su Bai suddenly grabbed a token from his embrace and flashed it. This is Yao Gongzi's token. Yao Gongzi has ordered that no one is to speak of what that had happened in the Eight Gods Pavilion today to anyone else. Anyone who reveals today's happenings here will be viewed as an enemy of the Yao residents, as well as the Su clan. As Su Bai said those words, he glared savagely at the crowd with eyes as cold as frost. Some Saiyans who were initially dissatisfied with Su Bai's doing, upon hearing these words, felt their heart turning cold and shuddered. They quickly shut their mouths. The Yao clan possessed incredible authority, and it was highly regarded by King Qi. It was currently a behemoth in the Great Tang Empire, and no one in the capital easily offended them. Adding a Su clan in the mix, there wouldn't be a single person who was willing to take such a risk. No one dared to disregard Su Bai's warning. That's weird. In the crowd, Gao Fei was taken aback. He had just received orders from Yao Gongzi, and he clearly recalled that Yao Feng didn't say such words. Gao Fei lifted his head to say something, but Su Bai's ferociously glare caused him to immediately comprehend what was happening, and he shuddered. He hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Yao Feng was a busy person, and those he came into contact with were the upstanding future heads of their clans. He failed to consider this aspect, but Su Bai did and acted on his behalf. The Eight Gods Pavilion was filled with many people and humans gossiped. If the affair of Wang Chong borrowing money were to spread out and the Wang clan were to know of it, it would be impossible for the show to continue acting out. If Wang Chong borrowed money today and the Wang clan returned the loan back to them tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to profit from it, and even less so, blackmail the Wang clan. The debt note Wang Chong wrote was an effective weapon to deal with the Wang clan. How could Su Bai allow any problems to occur in this matter? With the reputation of the Yao clan and Su clan crushing down on the crowd, he would really like to see who would be so courageous as to reveal this matter to the others. Wang Chong, what do you intend to do by borrowing so much money? Walking out from the Eight Gods Pavilion and reaching the streets, Wei Hao could no longer hold himself back. 1,700 gold taels. It's 1,700 gold taels. Do you know what kind of calamity would befall if you failed to repay it after a month? On the street, Wei Hao stared at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's actions had truly left him in a fluster. That 1,700 gold taels may seem to be a godsend opportunity to anyone else, but in Wei Hao's eyes, it was a pitfall. Just by thinking about the possible consequences of the matter, Wei Hao felt his head spinning and his limbs going numb. Until now, Wei Hao was still unable to understand why would Wang Chong want to borrow such a huge sum of money. Wei Hao, don't panic. I know what I am doing. Wang Chong smiled. His expression was extremely calm, and somehow, his tranquil aura seemed to calm Wei Hao down as well. Even though he knew not of what Wang Chong was going to do, Wei Hao believed that Wang Chong had a reason for doing so. He wasn't acting on a whim. I will not hide it from you. I have my uses for this sum of money, and if I succeed, not only will I benefit from it, it would play a big role in bolstering the might of our Great Tang. As they had grown up together, Wang Chong did not bother hiding anything from Wei Hao. He revealed everything regarding the Hyderabad to him. Initially, Wei Hao was listening attentively to it, but eventually, he couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "What? 90,000 gold taels?" Wei Hao stared at Wang Chong with his eyes widened in complete shock. He yelled, "Wang Chong, are you insane? How can you agree to such a deal? This is something impossible. What kind of, or could be worth 90,000 gold taels?" Wei Hao felt his sight going dark from shock, and his limbs felt so weak that he was about to fall limply to the ground any moment now. He thought that 1,700 gold taels was a sufficiently large debt, but to think that there was a larger bomb at the back, Wang Chong actually owed another person 90,000 gold taels. Wei Hao felt as though his head was going to explode. Wei Hao, don't panic. I know what I am doing. Nothing will go wrong. Wang Chong's voice was calm as though nothing happened at all. He knew that Wei Hao would react in this way. After all, they were just 14 to 15-year-old teenagers. Anyone who heard of a debt of 90,000 gold taels would react in a way identical to his. However, Wang Chong wasn't being reckless. If he wasn't affirmative of the benefits the Hyderabad ore would bring him, it was impossible for him to make such a deal. Wei Hao, rather than worrying about my matter, I need your assistance. Wang Chong said. My assistance? Wei Hao took in a deep breath and calmed down. Say, what do you need me for? As long as it is within my capabilities, I will try my best to help you tide over this calamity. My good brother. Wang Chong chuckled. As expected of a good brother who grew up alongside him, he was reliable when the need calls for it. There are too many people here. We'll talk in the carriage. Wang Chong led the way and Wei Hao followed behind him. The duo stepped into the carriage by the road. Wei Hao's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, seemingly trying to think of a solution to resolve Wang Chong's problem. 90,000 gold taels wasn't a small sum. This was a nearly impossible mission. Wei Hao didn't think that Wang Chong was capable of achieving such a feat. This was precisely the reason why Wei Hao tried to persuade Wang Chong otherwise once more. Wang Chong, can't you try to find a way to strike off this deal? No way. Wang Chong shook his head. I have no intentions to do so, and besides, it is impossible to annul a contract that had been filed in the Court of Judicial Review. Then, how do you want me to help you? Wei Hao asked. I need at least 12 experienced blacksmiths to help me refine the ores and forge weapons. Your Wei clan is well connected in the capital. Help me out on this. Wang Chong said. The Wang clan was an adept in management. On this aspect, the Duke of Wei residence was much superior to the Wang clan. No problem. I will try my best to help you out on this matter. Without any hesitation, Wei Hao agreed. Even though he hadn't taken over the family business, looking for a dozen experienced blacksmiths was a small matter for him. Hee, good brother. I'll just skip the words of gratitude. Wang Chong chuckled, and he felt a burden being lifted from his heart. 90,000 gold taels was by no means a small sum. The best way for him to earn that sum was to look for a few craftsmen to refine the ores and forge the Hyderabad or into the Woot's steel weapon, which would rattle the world soon afterward. Making use of the opportunity now that the Hyderabad ores weren't expensive yet, it was entirely possible for him to make 90,000 gold taels to pay the 2 Sindhi monks by making a few Woot's steel weapons. Now that Wei Hao had promised to help him on this matter, Wang Chong felt more at ease. Looking at Wang Chong's expression, Wei Hao opened his mouth only to close again. He was still worried about the matter. He knew what Wang Chong was thinking of, but from the looks of it, it didn't seem likely that he would give up on this matter. Thus, all he could do was to give his all in helping Wang Chong tide over this matter. Other than that, there's also another thing that I need your help on. Wang Chong abruptly said. Oh, what is it? Wei Hao was surprised. He couldn't fathom what else Wang Chong would trouble him on other than this matter. I need you to help me look into a man named Zhang Munyan. Wang Chong said. Zhang Munyan? Wei Hao frowned. He had never heard of this name, so the other party was unlikely to be famous. He is an official in the royal court. If I'm not wrong, he shouldn't be high-ranked. You should be able to find his name by looking through the name list of the officials in the royal court. If you find him, tell me immediately. Wang Chong said. Why are looking for him? Wei Hao was astonished. Did Wang Chong get acquainted with another person that he didn't know of? There are some things that I need his help on. This matter is extremely important, so you have pay close heed to it. Wang Chong said grimly. This matter had far-reaching impacts, and for the time being, Wang Chong didn't want to let Wei Hao know too much of it. All right. My father often brings back some name lists from the Ministry of Personnel. As long as his name is on one of those lists, I would be able to find him. I will inform you if there's any progress on the matter. Wei Hao said helplessly. Good brother. I knew that you would agree to it. Wang Chong laughed as he smacked Wei Hao's shoulder. What else can I do? I can only blame the heavens for giving me a brother like you. Wei Hao returned with a punch on his own. However, when this punch landed on Wang Chong's body, Wang Chong staggered backward, nearly falling from his seat. Seeing such a sight, Wei Hao was taken aback and he hurriedly pulled back his fist. Wang Chong, why are you so weak? Wei Hao was taken aback. He hurriedly stepped forward to help Wang Chong up. What do you mean by weak? I have always been like that. It's not like you didn't know it. Wang Chong said. We haven't met for quite a long time. Just now, the pointers you offered allowed me to defeat Gao Fei, so I thought that your fighting prowess would have increased greatly. Wei Hao widened his eyes. Wang Chong couldn't find a word to say. Even though Wei Hao was lacking talent, he was diligent, and on this aspect, Wang Chong could not match up to him. Wang Chong, you should really work harder. Forget it, let's not talk about that. Leave the matters you spoke of to me. I will be going back first. The carriage had reached its destination and Wei Hao leaped off the carriage. After Wei Hao entered his residence, Wang Chong quickly brought the 1,700 gold taels back to his residence. Right when Wang Chong was on his way home, two customers arrived at the White Agate jewelry store. Is this the place? In the bustling street, a blue-clothed figure glanced at the white signboard above the store. That's right, White Agate Jewelry Shop. This is it. The other person confirmed his doubts. The two men had long beards, and an elegant disposition exuded down from their bones. A formidable aura could be felt from every gesture of theirs, and it was clear that they were of noble birth. Despite the outer appearance of the two foreign monks, to think that the metal ores they were selling would be so incredible. If not for our clan head noticing the greatness of the ore from the sample coincidentally, we would all have been kept in the dark for the matter. That's right. The two monks looked ordinary, and they couldn't even speak the words of the Central Plains. It is hard to imagine that they would have such a sharp ore in their possession. If our Zhang clan could obtain such an ore, we would definitely be able to climb to greater heights. As they spoke, they lifted their hands, and a Hyderabad ore appeared in their opened hands. This was merely a sample. A month ago, a steward of their Zhang clan met with the monks, who were in the midst selling their ores. As their usual practice, the steward obtained a few samples of the metal ore back to the residence. These samples were kept in the Zhang clan's warehouse for a significant period of time until they coincidentally realized that something was amiss with it in the midst of refining it. They reported the matter to the clan head, and only then did they start noticing the peculiarities of the ore. No one could have thought that the clan steward would unintentionally bring back such a precious metal or sample. As such, the clan immediately held an overnight meeting over the matter. The clan head even made an exception and sent two elders to manage this affair. Furthermore, he had specifically commanded that this matter must not fall through. Our Zhang clan isn't the only clan in the capital that forges weapons and armors. The fight for precious ores is extremely intense. This Hyderabad ore is very unique, and it was highly possible that it might change the current plight of our Zhang clan in the capital. The clan head had emphasized that we must not alarm any other families, and that we must get the matter done at all costs. The tall and lean blue-clothed middle-aged man said. The other one also nodded his head seriously. The capital's Zhang clan wasn't doing well of recent times. They urgently needed an opportunity to free themselves from their current plight, and that's the reason why the two elders were making the move personally. Turning around, the two snapped their fingers and beckoned. Kacha, from the street, around 10 meters away from the duo, the door to a carriage opened and a 30 to 40-year-old bald monk dressed in a loose cassock stepped out. Wisdom reflected in his gaze. Amitabha. The bald monk surveyed the surroundings before walking over to the two blue-clothed middle-aged men. If anyone else was here, they would be surprised. This was Monk Hui Ming from the Jintong Temple in the suburbs. There were at most 5 people who could speak Sanskrit in the capital, and Monk Hui Ming was one of them. These two Sindhi monks could only speak Sanskrit. They were unable to comprehend the language of the Han. As such, considering this problem, the Zhang clan invited Monk Hui Ming to facilitate this deal. Master, please. The two blue-clothed middle-aged men bowed and invited him in respectfully. Then, the 3 of them entered the White Agate jewelry shop together. Even though they had already made sufficient preparations for this occasion to deal with anything that came their way, when they entered the shop and met the 2 Sindhi monks, they realized that the situation had evolved far beyond their expectations. What? The Hyderabad ore has been bought out by someone else? The 2 middle-aged men looked at the 2 Sindhi monks before them. They were both astounded. How is that possible? The two of them found it difficult to accept the situation. They had traveled here secretly to negotiate this deal, and this showed how much their clan valued this deal. For this, they even granted them great authority over the matter. Yet, the two Sindhi monks actually said that the Hyderabad ore was already bought by someone else. Ba, it's true. The Hyderabad ore has been bought by someone else. Putting his hands together, Monk Hui Ming reaffirmed the fact with the two Sindhi monks before conveying the words to the two elders. The two of them stared at one another. For a moment, they were unable to find a word to say. The Hyderabad ore was definitely not a product that was easy to sell. These two Sindhi monks had been in the capital for several months, but until now, they had been unable to sell any of it. While a reason for so was because of their sales method, the way the two used to promote the Hyderabad ores wasn't effective. Another reason was because the Hyderabad ore had just emerged in the market, and there were very few people in the capital who could understand the value of it. Furthermore, these two foreign monks had kept a low profile, and they could only speak Sanskrit. If one didn't know Sanskrit, it would have been impossible to communicate with them. Thus, the Zhang clan wasn't too worried about anyone beating them to it. In fact, the two had even considered of using this factor to push down the price. They would have never expected that the Hyderabad ore had already been sold to someone else. Where did you sell the Hyderabad ores to? The leading blue-clothed middle-aged man asked. Ask him whether he had sold it to a distinguished family of the capital. The other middle-aged man asked. Their first reaction to the matter was that the two Sindhi monks were lying. They thought that they were using this method to push up the price. Otherwise, it was likely that it was a blacksmith clan that had bought it. If it was the former, it would be for the best. All they had to do was to offer a higher price. However, if it was the latter, the situation would become troublesome. No matter what, they had to know which competitor had beat them to it. Monk Hui Ming nodded his head and conveyed the message in Sanskrit to the two Sindhi monks. It's not a clan. It was bought by a 14 to 15-year-old child. After a moment, Monk Hui Ming turned around to look at them once more and shook his head. A child. The duo was astounded. They could not believe their ears. A child? How could it be a child? This answer left them in greater shock than when they first heard that the Hyderabad ore had been sold out to someone else. Master, is it possible that you had interpreted and translated his words wrongly? The second middle-aged man asked. Even though the question was slightly offending, he couldn't be concerned with it at this moment. The sales of the Hyderabad ore wasn't a small matter. No matter what, it was unbelievable that such a valuable commodity had been bought by a small child. How could a small child have such financial ability? Their first response was that Monk Hui Ming might not have been well versed in Sanskrit, and an error had occurred in the midst of his translation, causing him to translate the name of some distinguished clan into a child. In that instant, Monk Hui Ming's complexion turned incomparably awful. However, he suppressed the displeasure he was feeling and asked the two Sindhi monks again. There's no mistake. It was bought by a child. They said that the name of the child is Wang Chong. After a moment, Monk Hui Ming replied seriously. Wang Chong. The two of them felt frustrated. Such an occurrence wasn't within their expectation. They had no impression of the name Wang Chong at all. There were so many 14 to 15-year-old children in the capital. How would they know whose child it was? Can you ask them to go into details? How does the child look like? The leading blue-clothed man asked. He still couldn't believe that the Hyderabad ore had been bought out by a small child. The turn of events was too sudden for him to accept. They said that the child wore a blue robe, and he was around that tall. Monk Hui Ming conveyed the descriptions of the two Sindhi monks to the two elders in detail. However, this only made them even more frustrated and stressed. There were too many children in the capital that fit that description. Right. They also said that the child is the grandson of Great Tang's Duke Jiu. Monk Hui Ming finally said something useful. Duke Jiu? The two shuddered, and an astounded expression appeared on their faces. How can this be? How can Duke Jiu be involved in the matter? In Great Tang, everyone knew that Duke Jiu was incorruptible and never received business deals. So, how could Duke Jiu be involved in this matter? Are you certain that you have not heard wrongly? The two widened their eyes in shock. There's no mistake. Monk Hui Ming was even more astonished than the two. The reason why he promised to help the Zhang clan was because they only needed to serve as an intermediary for them to communicate with the Cindy monks. He didn't expect that Duke Jio would be involved in this matter. In Great Tang, Duke Jio was of prominent standing, and nearly no one was ignorant of his name. Ask him what had happened. Duke Jio is a very noble person, and I have never heard that he is interested in forging weapons. Why would he be involved in this matter? The two said. This matter was too bizarre. They had to understand what was going on. Thus, Monk Hui Ming started conversing with the two monks again. They said that it wasn't Duke Jio, but his grandson who came to look for him. Besides, he didn't sell the Hyderabad ores to him. Rather, they signed an agreement. If Duke Jio's grandson was able to gather 90,000 gold taels within a month and hand it over to them, the agreement would become effective and he would have the full right to distributing the Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains. Monk Hui Ming revealed an unusual news. 90,000 taels? The two men's eyes were about to pop out from their sockets from shock. They were truly at a loss for words. 90,000 taels was a massive sum. Even the Zhang clan was unable to take out such money in an instant. Yet, the grandson of Duke Jio dared to make such a promise. In the opinion of the two, this was nearly an impossible mission. However, they received an important message from Monk Hui Ming's words. That's to say, the deal hasn't been confirmed and they hadn't sold the Hyderabad ore out yet? The two Zhang clan elders asked. The two Cindy monks nodded their heads. Who? The two of them heaved a long sigh of relief. As long as the deal wasn't established yet, that meant that nothing had been confirmed yet. That was to say, they still had a chance. After asking for the Wang clan's address from the two Cindy monks, the two hurriedly left the white agate jewelry shop and hopped onto their carriage. That Wang Gongzi sure is amazing. Indeed, it is as though he had expected all of this. At the doorstep, the two Cindy monks shook their head, impressed. Back then, when Wang Chong requested for the right to distribution and got the two to sign the contract with him at the Court of Judicial Review, they didn't pay it much heed. But now, they did not think of it the way they did before anymore. It was precisely because of Wang Chong's attention these details that he eliminated all of his potential competitors. Now, we've to see whether he is able to raise that 90,000 gold taels. The two monks said. 90,000 gold taels was by no means a small sum. However, the two of them didn't have much choice. This wasn't just a test on Wang Chong's background and abilities, it was also because Sindhu couldn't afford to wait for too long. The both of them had received news that there were already people dying from starvation at Hyderabad. Let's hope that he would be able to succeed. Otherwise, we can only look for another buyer. The two of them thought. At this moment, the Wang clan's gates were swarming with people. Right in front of the gates, Madame Wang had put out a mahogany chair and was sitting on it. By her side, all of the old nannies, maids, and servants were lined up in a row. Everyone looked at the approaching carriage with worry in their eyes. Young master had disobeyed Madame's orders and sneaked out in the morning, causing her to burst in anger. Thus, early in the morning, she had moved this chair out here and started waiting for him. After waiting for such a long time, her rage was already on the verge of erupting. Just by looking at the steeled face and her unnerving silence, even the old nannies who had followed her for decades were terrified. Today, none of you are allowed to speak up for him. I will beat up anyone who dares to do so. The words Madame Wang squeezed out through gritted teeth sounded in the air, and all of the guards, old nannies, servants, and maids shivered. They did not dare to say a word, staring quietly at Wang Chong's carriage with pity in their eyes. This unfilial son had gone way too far. The matter yesterday had yet to die down, and he still dared to play outside today, coming home only at such a timing. If she didn't discipline him now, it was hard to tell what kind of calamities he would bring to the family in the future. Madame Wang had steeled her will this time, not to allow Wang Chong to do as he pleased. Her wooden rod was already prepared. Fetch the rod. On the chair, Madame Wang stretched out her right arm. An old nanny passed the rod with spikes on it over to her. Those who were trained in martial arts tend to have exceptionally resilient bodies. This rod was specially designed to deal with sons of general clans, and it was exceptionally excruciating when struck on one's body. Madame Wang held the rod in her hands without saying a word. The atmosphere before the gates of the Wang clan was so tense that it was frightening. In the distance, Wang Cheng saw the sight from the carriage from afar, and his goosebumps came out. He was shocked by the formation his mother Zhao Shuhua set up before the entrance of the residence. Clearly, he had truly infuriated his mother by disobeying her orders and sneaking out. Gongzi, what do we do now? Shenhai and Menglong had also noticed the formation in front, and they felt unsettled. Madame was truly frightening when she was angry. The two of them had been on the battlefield, and regardless of the situation, be it a mountain of corpses or a river of blood, never did they show a frown. However, before this madam, they subconsciously felt fear and a pang of conscience. Don't worry, I'll settle it later on, Wang Cheng said confidently as he slapped their shoulders. But deep down, Wang Cheng was anxious as well. After enjoying his fair share of glory outside, trouble had finally come knocking. Mother. Wang Cheng stepped down from the carriage, and his goosebumps stood up again. The frosty, steeled face of his mother looked extremely fearsome. Shenhai and Menglong, aren't you going to come here? With a frigid face, Madame Wang neglected Wang Cheng's presence. Madam, albeit uneasy, Shenhai and Menglong walked over and kneeled before Madame Wang. Madame had ordered them to guard young Master Cheng and prevent him from getting out. Yet, not only did they disobey her orders, they even went out along with young Master Cheng. It was clear just by thinking about the matter how furious Madame would be. Do you two have any words to say? Madame Wang said coldly. She had absolute trust in the two. That's why she was even more furious when she heard that they had allowed Wang Cheng out of the residence. We have failed in our responsibilities for this matter. Please punish us. The two kneeled on the floor with their heads lowered. They did not try to explain this matter. It was a fact that they had let Madame down. Fine. You have been with third young master for barely a few days, and you are already sided with him. Wonderful. Deal with them according to the family rules. Madame Wang commanded coldly. She was extremely enraged. They had just been sent to guard Wang Cheng for a single day, but yet, their attitudes had changed completely from before, siding with Wang Cheng instead. Wait a minute. Hearing that she was about to punish Shenhai and Menglong, Wang Cheng's expression darkened. Mother, I am the cause of this matter. If you must punish, punish me. This has nothing to do with Shenhai and Menglong. Wang Cheng kneeled down respectfully on the ground. He was responsible for the matter, so he should be the one taking the blame. He didn't wish to implicate Shenhai and Menglong into the matter. Fine. You sure learned how to protect others quickly. Even though I haven't said anything yet, did you think that you would be spared from the punishment? Madame Wang spouted icily. It is a necessity for rules to be upheld so that no trouble would come. Madame Wang was also shocked by the matter yesterday. The matter about him, a lady hadn't passed yet, but Wang Cheng had already raised a storm at the vast crane pavilion, the matter reaching even the emperor. Yet, Wang Cheng didn't learn his lesson. Early in the morning, he secretly brought 2 loyal guards from the residence out, and furthermore, no one knew where he went or what he was up to. Madame Wang was also frightened. With such prior records, if she didn't discipline him, it was hard to tell what kind of troubles he would bring to the Wang clan in the future. Men, bring third young master, Shenhai and Menglong to the White Tiger Hall, and punish them according to the family rules. After saying these words, Madame Wang stood up. Wang Cheng's expression turned cold. Shenhai and Menglong's complexion also turned awful. The Wang family was a general's family. The punishments it conducted were not just merely kneeling before the ancestor pedestal or cleaning the rooms. Even a resilient and tough person would shed a layer of skin from the punishments. Rarely was punishments used in the Wang family, but based on Madame's expression, she was probably serious about it this time. The two of them did not fear the punishment. After all, they felt that they deserved it. However, young Master Cheng may not be able to endure it. Madam, there's no need to say anything. The two of them wanted to plead on Wang Cheng's behalf, but they were interrupted by Madame Wang. She had hardened her determination this time to leave Wang Cheng with a punishment he would never forget. Only this way would he remember to think about the consequences before doing anything. For this, she even implicated Shenhai and Menglong into the matter. I have already passed down the orders. Aren't you all going to carry it out? Madame Wang was resolute to go through with it. She stared at the guards by the side, and they swiftly ran forward to grab Wang Cheng, Shenhai, and Menglong. From the looks of it, It was impossible to avoid the punishments. But at this moment, Madam Wang, King Song has sent me here to bestow rewards. A voice suddenly sounded. From afar, an extravagant carriage could be seen traveling toward the Wang family's residence. After which, a strong-looking middle-aged, uniformed guard alighted from the carriage with a red sandalwood box in his hands. In that moment, the entrance turned silent. Everyone's gaze, including Wang Chong's, was fixated on the guard. Bestow? Madame Wang stopped abruptly and turned around. An astounded expression appeared on her dignified face. My husband has already left the capital, and before his departure, he had not told me anything about a bestowment or that sort. May I ask the reason behind King Song's bestowment? Hee, Madam is mistaken. This bestowment isn't for Lord Wang. King Song had specially sent this over to reward his son, Wang Chong. The middle-aged guard smiled. Wang. In that instant, countless astonished gazes fell on Wang Chong. Even Madame Wang couldn't help but fall into a momentary daze. Lord, is it possible for you to be mistaken? King Song had never really met my unworthy son, so why would he suddenly bestow a reward upon him? Madame Wang asked anxiously. She was unable to grasp the situation. The Song and Wang clan had several generations of friendship, and their relationship was close. However, the Wang clan had many descendants, and it was impossible for King Song to notice every single one of them. Besides, King Song had much work to attend to, and the only possible timing for him to have seen Wang Chong was during his grandfather's birthday. Even so, he only stayed for a brief moment on those occasions. In the entire Wang clan, only Wang Chong's father, big uncle, and little uncle would meet with King Song often. The other children didn't have many opportunities to see him. The last time Wang Chong met him was probably 7 to 8 years ago. It was impossible for him to remember such a matter from such a long time ago. Probably, even if Wang Chong were to stand before King Song at this moment, he wouldn't be able to recognize him. If so, why would he suddenly bestow a reward upon him? I'm not too sure about the matter as well. However, King Song had clearly delegated me that this item is to be bestowed upon your son, Wang Chong. King Song had said that your son has overwhelming talents and a worldly view that surpassed others. He has high expectations of him, and he thinks that he would make it big in the future. The middle-aged guard looked at Wang Chong in commendation. Hua. The moment he said those words, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. All the guards, old nannies, servants, and maids looked at Wang Chong in astonishment. Even Madame Wang turned around to look at Wang Chong in disbelief. She couldn't believe that this was an evaluation from King Song on her incapable, troublemaking, unfilial son. Madame Wang rarely interfered in the matters of the royal court, but she knew that King Song did not easily compliment others. Yet, he gave such a high opinion of Wang Chong. That's weird. Why would King Song remember me? Wang Chong was even more curious about this matter than anyone else. He didn't remember doing anything that was worthy of King Song's praises. In fact, he had never met King Song before. But soon, Wang Chong remembered the incident yesterday. Looks like Lord Liu played a big role in this matter. Wang Chong came to a realization, and he smiled. His father had already left the capital, and the only one who would speak up on his behalf before King Song was only that Lord Liu. It seemed like he didn't waste his effort trying to perform before the other party. Mother, I didn't went out to fool about this morning. See, even King Song has complimented me. Wang Chong hurriedly stood up and grinned. This was a godsend opportunity. If he didn't make use of this chance well, he would have wasted the effort King Song had put into the matter. Madame Wang glared at Wang Chong. Even though she didn't know what was going on, it wasn't appropriate for her to reprimand Wang Chong before King Song's envoy. Hurry up and thank King Song, Madame Wang said coldly. Thank you, envoy. Wang Chong hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. I will also have to trouble you to thank King Song on my behalf. Chong Gongzi, you're being too courteous. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sight. They thought that the third young master would not be able to escape this calamity, but he ended up being saved by King Song in the end. Wang Chong did not daze on the spot. He made use of this hard-to-come-by opportunity to find an excuse to escape after taking hold of the box. After returning to his own room, Wang Chong shut the door, poured himself a cup of tea, and slowly sipped on it. Then, He heaved a long sigh of relief. Slowly, his emotions calmed down. King Song's envoy had already left, and his mother brought all of the maids, servants, and old nannies back into the residence to rest. Tranquility fell upon the Wang family residence once more. Wang Chong had finally found the time to contemplate the future. He had already settled the issue with his father. He had also received the funds to kickstart his plan for the Hyderabad ores, and little Wei Hao was helping him to look for suitable craftsmen. The wood-steel weapons weren't something that could be done in a moment, and until then, he didn't have much to do. Now, it's time for me to raise my abilities, Wang Chong thought as he sipped on the tea. In his previous life, Wang Chong had experienced that earth-shaking catastrophe, and as such, he understood that it wasn't something that could be solved by the strength of an individual. The rage of a peasant destroys a household, but the anger of an emperor forms a river of blood. Only upon reaching the top of the Central Plains could he change destiny for Great Tang to cope with the impending catastrophe. Thus, Wang Chong had decided to climb to the higher echelons of the royal court. Only by changing his clan and the empire could he change the path of fate to achieve his goals. In comparison to that, the strength of an individual was insignificant. However, this didn't mean that one's fighting prowess was unimportant. If he wanted to join the upper echelons to wield sufficient authority to change the entire empire, he had to possess strength unparalleled by others. In the Central Plains, in the Great Tang Empire, strength was the basis of everything. Furthermore, today, when he was with Wei Hao was able to easily push him down. This very fact further motivated Wang Chong into action. Just like what Wei Hao said, perhaps he should start working hard. The metal has to be sufficiently tough before a weapon can be forged from it. If he lacked strength, everything else was just empty talk. For the next few days, I will remain at home to train diligently. Wang Chong made up his mind. There was no one else in the room. After resting for a moment, Wang Chong's attention was diverted onto the small box which King Song had someone sent over. I wonder what King Song gave me. Fondling the box, Wang Chong suddenly felt curious. King Song was a member of the royal clan. This kind of people was exceptionally particular about rewarding and punishing others. They would never easily bestow a gift upon others, but if they did, the gift was likely to be extremely generous. The item he had someone to send to him was probably quite valuable as well. Even though the Song clan and Wang clan had 3 generations of friendship, that was mostly limited to the older generation rather than the current younger generation. This was the first time Wang Chong was receiving a present from King Song. I should hurry up and open it. At this, Wang Chong couldn't suppress his curiosity any further. He placed the box on the table and unhooked the hidden lock on top of it. Click! The box was opened. Fragrant. As soon as Wang Chong lifted the cover up, he caught the scent of a deep, refreshing scent. He couldn't help but take a deep whiff of it. It's a pill. A thought flashed through Wang Chong's head. He was overjoyed. Amidst the deep medicinal aroma, Wang Chong caught the scent of sulfur and lead. These two happened to be ingredients required for forging pills. Without a doubt, King Song had bestowed upon him an extremely valuable pill. Wang Chong abruptly opened the box and saw a round and dense-looking pill that resembled lead sitting on top of a golden silk cloth placed at the bottom of the box. The pill emitted the glow of a metal. On the surface of the thumb-size pill, Wang Chong could see many minuscule and exquisite green inscription and moire pattern, granting it a mysterious look. Body-tempering pill. Wang Chong was overjoyed. The pill King Song gave him was actually the valuable and rare body-tempering pill. This was the pill beginner martial artists used to cultivate their origin energy and raise their inner energy. It was a precious pill which all rookie martial artists dreamt of. Wang Chong had long wanted to buy a body-tempering pill for himself, but it was a pity that the Wang family's financial ability was much too lacking for that. Furthermore, apothecaries were rare and usually only served the empire's royalty. As for the others, and that was including the nobles, they were unable to afford it at all. In fact, these apothecaries rarely appeared before others. Even a distinguished clan like the Wang clan would find it difficult to meet them. Wang Chong didn't expect that King Song would give him such a precious body-tempering pill. Great! With this pill, I can start to cultivate the dragon bone art. Looking at that pill, Wang Chong recalled an ultimate skill. that skill was extremely difficult to learn and grasp. Furthermore, it takes a very long time for its effects to show through. As such, Wang Chong did not intend to train it in the first place. However, everything was different with this body-tempering pill. In the hands of others, this body-tempering pill could only raise a person's physical abilities, making his body even more powerful and resilient. However, Wang Chong could unleash the full effectiveness of it. This would also be useful for later on, when he entered the Kunwu training camp. Looks like I have to get the steward to prepare some herbs for me, Wang Chong thought. The art of pill making in this space-time continuum was unique. Large amounts of lead, mercury, sulfur, and metal were included in pills. The pills made of these ingredients were lethal poison to the average human. Not only would they not grow stronger upon consuming these pills, they might even die. However, it was an entirely different matter for martial artists. A suitable amount of lead, mercury, and sulfur would strengthen a martial artist's bones and tendons significantly. Wang Chong wasn't strong enough yet. He needed to borrow the properties of some herbs to neutralize the poison in the body-tempering pill slightly before he was able to consume it. Pada. As he thought so, Wang Chong placed the body-tempering pill back into the box and shut the lid. After eating dinner and visiting his grounded little sister, Wang Chong returned back to his room to rest. Suddenly, the door opened. Shenhai and Ming Long rushed in from outside. What's wrong? Wang Chong frowned and lifted his head. Gongzi, someone is looking for you. Two abrupt visitors had visited the Wang clan's residence, and they had specifically pointed out that they would like to meet Wang Chong. It just happened that Shenhai and Ming Long were punished by Madame Wang to stand sentry by the entrance. As such, no one knew of this matter except for the two. Initially, Ming Long and Shenhai intended to report this matter to Madame. However, Madame had too many worries within this short period of time, and if she were to know that young master had caused trouble outside once more, she would definitely fly into another rage. As such, the two decided to hide the matter from her. Third young master, I think it would be best for you to meet them outside. Otherwise, if Madame were to find out, you will probably be punished. The two bowed respectfully. Wang Chong chuckled. Shenhai and Ming Long probably didn't notice the changes in their attitudes toward him. They would never have said such words before. Looks like King Song's intentional, high evaluation of him had worked its wonders. At the very least, the two no longer saw him as a profligate scion as they did before. Walking out of the residence, Wang Chong saw the two uninvited guests. To tell the truth, Wang Chong was also curious where these two came from and why they would come looking for him. You are Wang Chong? Before Wang Chong could even say anything, the two people outside had already started to question him. Actually, from the moment Wang Chong walked out of the residence, the two were already evaluating him from afar. These two were curious to know what kind of person Wang Chong was for him to hinder their plans. Less than a handful of people knew about the matter regarding the Hyderabad ore, and it was beyond the means of an average person to purchase these ores with at such an exorbitant price before them. These two were interested to know who their competitor was. Just that, they didn't expect for Wang Chong to be so young. Just like the two Cindy monks said, the other party was really just a kid. It was truly hard to believe that a matter highly valued by the Zhang clan and its clan head could be foiled by a little child. Who are you two? Similarly, Wang Chong was also trying to discern their identity. Wang Chong did not remember meeting him beforehand, but he could identify the deep scent of metal, sulfur, and charcoal from them, even from afar. Those who carried such scent with them must be people who had been put under unique working conditions for long hours. Wang Chong had a rough idea of the background of the two, but he needed confirmation. I am Zhang Jian. I am Zhang Tsong. Wang Gongzi may not know who we are, but we are from the capital's Zhang clan. The two said. The capital's Zhang clan mainly managed smitheries, mines, the sales of weapons and armors. Even though they were famous in the smithing industry, the two did not think that a 14 to 15-year-old child would know of them. As I expected, it's them. Wang Chong looked calm and indifferent on the surface, but his heart was already beating anxiously. He didn't think that the capital's Zhang clan would come looking for him so soon. In his previous life, the little bit of Woot's steel weapon made from the material the Cindy monks left in the Central Plains were made by the capital's Zhang clan. If he hadn't appeared, The Zhang clan should have been the one to negotiate with the Sindhi monks and buy the Hyderabad ores off them. In the smithing industry, the Zhang clan was a celebrity. They held a prominent standing in the industry, and if not for them, there probably wouldn't be any wood steel in the Great Tang at all. However, it was a pity that even though they were able to tell that the Hyderabad ore was not any normal metal ore, they were unable to realize the true worth of it. They only bought a small sample portion of the Hyderabad ore from the Sindhi monks. Furthermore, due to their inappropriate refining and crafting methods, they were unable to bring out the true value of the metal. It was truly regrettable. May I know the reason behind your visit? Wang Chong smiled. You see, I've heard that Gongzi had bought a little bit of, or from 2 Sindhi monks. The two chose their words carefully and spoke extremely politely. Their clan head had emphasized that the matter regarding the Hyderabad ore must not be leaked outward. At present, the two did not know whether Wang Chong truly understood the worth of the ore or he was just fooling around. All in all, before they understood Wang Chong's situation, they didn't want to reveal too much on the matter. Hee, as I expected. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chong smiled on the inside. The two were indeed here for the Hyderabad ore. Furthermore, it was likely that they knew about him after a feudal meeting with the 2 Sindhi monks. Indeed, I bought a little bit of the ore. Why, are you two interested in the ore as well? Wang Chong flung his sleeves, placed his hands behind his back, and said with a carefree expression, Bought a bit? He bought all of it. Not just that, he even bought the rights to monopolize the sales of the Hyderabad ore in the Central Plains. If the two hadn't failed to buy any of the Hyderabad ore from the 2 Sindhi monks, they had no reason to be here. Our Zhang clan is indeed interested in the mine as well. However, I have heard that Gongzi had bought all of it. Your father is a prominent official of the Great Tang, and even more so, Duke Jiao had always been a figure of respect for me. However, I have never heard that your clan is involved in the smithing industry. I am here to ask if Gongzi could sell them to our Zhang clan. Of course, we won't let Gongzi make a loss. After which, we will compensate you a suitable amount of gold, so as to display our sincerity in this matter. The two of them bowed respectfully as they said so. The two felt that their words were logical and filled with sincerity. Duke Ji's heritage was not that of a blacksmith. Wang Yin and his family had nothing to do with blacksmiths either. It was a waste of precious commodity to leave these Hyderabad ores in the hands of the Wang clan. Only in the hands of the Zhang clan was it able to showcase its full potential. Of course, the Zhang clan didn't expect to obtain it for free. They would also compensate the Wang clan with a suitable amount of money. Thus, this trade was profitable for both the Zhang clan and the Wang clan. In their view, even though Wang Chong had monopolized the Hyderabad ores, he was still a child. Furthermore, given the Wang clan's reputation in the capital, it was likely that he was unlikely to afford the price of these ores. The reason why the Wang family's Gongzi made such a promise was probably mainly due to his obstinacy as a child. Upon hearing their words, Wang Chong knew that they thought that he was merely a child who couldn't recognize the value of those ores. May I know how much taels are you willing to compensate me? 1,000 taels. Of gold. The two of them replied earnestly. They specially emphasized on the words of gold. As long as Gongzi is willing to sell the contract between you and the 2 Sindhi monks to us, we can send that 1,000 gold taels over to your residence immediately. 1,000 gold taels. This was the price the two of them came up with after discussing the matter on the road and asking their clan head's opinion on the matter. In their view, Wang Chong had simply negotiated and taken on a deal that was unlikely to fall into his hands, and 1,000 gold taels was a huge profit for him. They had done their investigation, and a general family like the Wang family probably only earned 1,000 gold taels in an entire year. The reason why they gave such a gigantic sum of money was in consideration for the prestige of Duke Jiao. In a way, this was a form of respect for him. If this is the sum you all came up with, I would have to ask you two to return. I won't be selling the contract to the Hyderabad mine. It won't be too late to negotiate another form of partnership after you two have awakened and thought through matter through. Wang Chong scoffed and waved his hands. Wang Chong was prepared to earn hundreds of thousands from the Hyderabad ores. What did 1,000 gold taels count as in comparison to that? He could probably earn more than 10,000 gold taels selling a single wood steel weapon. These two were probably treating him as a child who had no worldly experience. 1,000 gold taels? He would be mad if he agreed to the deal. Why? The two of them widened their eyes in shock. They truly thought that the price they had come up with was fair. Based on their understanding, the Wang clan was an incorruptible clan, and a young master like Wang Chong probably only had a maximum of 10 silver taels of allowance every month. Only a fool would turn away a free 1,000 gold taels. Pardon me for being frank, but Gongzi, 1,000 gold taels isn't a small sum. If Gongzi hoped for us offer you a higher price, I'm afraid that we are unable to do so. Their complexion darkened. 1,000 gold taels was the maximum sum they could offer Wang Chong after their discussion with their clan head. They didn't expect that Wang Chong would find it insufficient. This was something they didn't think of, and they couldn't agree to increase the price either. Even though the capital's Zhang clan was a reputable, distinguished family, it hadn't reached the point where they could squander their wealth as they please. Furthermore, if we're not wrong, you haven't really gained possession of the sales of the Hyderabad ores, right? If you can't earn 90,000 gold taels in a month, not only will you be unable to gain possession of the Hyderabad mine, you will even have to pay a huge sum. On this aspect, we aren't wrong, right? The duo said frankly. Coming up with 90,000 gold taels in a month was nearly an impossible task. Even for a prominent and wealthy family like the Zhang clan, it was a highly difficult task, needless to say. An incorruptible family like the Wang clan who only lived off their stipends. They had never believed that Wang Chong would be able to accomplish the task. That was also a reason why they came here to negotiate with Wang Chong. In fact, after taking over Wang Chong's contract, they intend to renegotiate the deal with the two Cindy monks. They would request to either reduce the amount of taels they needed to pay or lengthen the deadline. In any case, an expense of 90,000 gold taels in a single month was unbearable, even for large and wealthy clans. It seems like your clan is extremely interested in this mine. However, I would like to ask you, if I were to sell this contract to your Zhang clan, given your capabilities, how much profit can you earn with a June of ores? A June 12.5 13 kilograms standing on the stairs, Wang Chong's robe rustled from the wind. Confidently, he asked the two. This. The two of them were slightly taken aback. They didn't think that Wang Chong would ask such a question. This. Given the reputation of our Zhang clan in the capital, all weapons, even if it's just a sickle, can be sold for multiple folds of its original price as long as it has our name of it. After the Hyderabad ore has been refined and forged by our blacksmiths into weapons, a June should be able to generate 300 gold taels of profit. Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong said confidently. Actually, the two had wanted to say 600 gold taels. The upper echelons of the Zhang clan had already looked into the matter and verified that the Hyderabad ore was a top-quality metal or that didn't require much refining before it could be used for forging. A weapon forged with such high quality, or using the Zhang clan's forging method with the Zhang clan's insignia on it, it would definitely be able to sell for a high price. An average steel blade could be sold for around a few dozen silver taels. On the other hand, the prices of famous treasure blades of the distinguished families could reach up to a dozen or even several dozens of gold taels. This was a price which even rich merchants found it hard to bear. However, the capital's Zhang clan was different. They had the confidence to sell a sword made of the Hyderabad or for 600 to 700 gold taels. If the quality turned out to be superb, the price might even reach 1,000 gold taels. Only the capital's Zhang clan was capable of crafting a sword that could be sold for 1,000 gold taels. This was also why the two were confident. In this deal, the Zhang clan should be able to make a profit of 30,000 to 50,000 gold taels. More importantly, if they were to create a bunch of top-tier weapons, the reputation of the Zhang clan would be bolstered. This was also the reason why, despite being respected elders of the Zhang clan, they worked so diligently so as to make sure that this deal goes through. Humph, then do you know how much this Hyderabad ore is being sold for? Wang Chong chuckled. These two fellows weren't being truthful. They had opened their mouth to speak, only to close it again. For a moment, they froze. They had only known that the Hyderabad ore had been bought out by Wang Chong. Other than that, they didn't really ask much about the details. After all, the other party had nothing to sell to them, so why would they ask about its price? Wang Chong's words had stumped them. This. The quality of the ore is top-notch and doesn't require too much searing and beating to prepare it. So, it is likely that the price would be much more expensive than usual. Furthermore, the two Cindy monks had shipped the ores here from their homeland. That would make the price even more expensive. Even so, at most, it should be only worth 100 gold taels. The two of them said calmly. A blade of superior quality from a renowned blacksmith was worth around 100 gold taels. In the Central Plains, an average family of 6 didn't spend that much money in an entire year. The Hyderabad ores were of superior quality, and the duo had given the ore quite a high evaluation. In Zhang Jian and Zhang Tsong's opinion, no matter how expensive the Hyderabad ores were, it shouldn't exceed this price. Heh. Hearing those words, Wang Chong laughed. Clearly, even though the Zhang clan had known that the Hyderabad ores were extraordinary, they were unable to comprehend its full value. At this point, Wang Chong finally understood why, even though the capital's Zhang clan had approached the two Cindy monks, only a small bit of wood steel was left in the Central Plains. One must know that the Hyderabad had just come into existence then. It was a hard-to-come-by opportunity, and the Zhang clan had passed the opportunity by. I won't hide the fact from you two. Wang Chong lifted up his hands and pointed out 3 fingers. The price that the two Cindy monks had come up with was 3 times more than your conjecture. The price of a June of Hyderabad ore is 300 gold taels. The two of them widened their eyes in shock. They were truly astonished. Neither of them had even imagined the possibility of the Hyderabad ore being so expensive. This was way beyond the price of all ores in the Central Plains. I'll just tell you frankly, I have absolutely no intentions of selling the contract of the Hyderabad ores to you. The 1,000 gold taels that you had offered me means nothing to me. As long as I sell a single weapon made of Hyderabad ore, I will be able to easily earn 10,000 gold taels. After selling a few weapons, I will be able to raise 90,000 gold taels with ease. Wang Chong stared down at them from the stairs with a smug expression. Impossible! The two of them exclaimed in shock. Wang Gongzi, surely you are joking? There isn't a single ore in the Central Plains that is sold for 300 gold taels per June. No one would buy the ores at such a price. If what you said is true, then we have to rethink the matter. Also, a weapon being sold for 10,000 gold taels? Wang Gongzi, we respect your grandfather. You might think that such words are amusing and interesting, but we do not share your thoughts. That is not a single person in the Central Plains who can sell it at such a price. Your joke isn't hilarious at all. The two of them had a grim expression. They had come to negotiate with Wang Chong with sincerity, but Wang Chong's attitude made them feel like they were being toyed with and disrespected. I am not joking, Wang Chong said impassively. He had finally understood why the capital's Zhang clan did not seize such a good opportunity, even though it was right before them. Even if he didn't appear, the Zhang clan would not have managed to strike this deal. He was the only one who could align the destiny between Great Tang and Wood Steel. Looks like you hadn't done your homework before coming. The Hyderabad ores were being sold at 300 gold taels per June, and the matter wasn't up to negotiations at all. I don't know whether it is a price acceptable to you, but I can take it. On the other hand, if you are worried over whether I can gather 90,000 gold taels or not, your worry is needless. I will be able to gather the funds required soon. If you hope to work with me, I would recommend that you first think over the matter before coming to look for me, Wang Chong said. This wasn't arrogance, but confidence in his capabilities. The Zhang clan didn't know what kind of changes would occur in the weapon industry along with the onset of war. The Great Tang had been way too peaceful. It hadn't suffered a setback for too long a time. A long period of peace, along with a massive army, made the attitudes of the dwellers of the Central Plains towards the smithing industry completely different from the Sindhis and Arabs. In the Central Plains, it was sufficient as long as the weapon was of decent quality and that it wouldn't hinder a soldier's fighting. Even a distinguished smithing clan like the Zhang clan did not possess the attitude of pursuing utmost perfection in every single one of their work. Of the treasured weapons that they had made, they were willing to accept it as long as it was of acceptable quality. Thus, the prices of weapons in the Central Plains hadn't been too expensive. On the other hand, the Sindhis and, going further west, the Arabs, due to their limited population and frequent wars, they highly valued the quality of their weapons. The smithing of a good weapon took a significantly more time and effort in Sindhu and the other countries compared to the Central Plains. As such, the weapons in Sindhu and Abbasid Caliphate were much more expensive than in the Central Plains, and thus, the price of ores rose along with it as well, making the commodity more expensive than it was in the Central Plains. Rationally speaking, the smithing standards of the countries in the western regions was in no way superior to that of the Central Plains. However, just by their dedication to their occupation as craftsmen, the weapons forged in the western regions far surpassed the quality of the Central Plains. Even though the current level of standards of both parties didn't differ by much at this current moment, as time passed, the gap would only grow bigger. If Great Tang wanted to catch up with them, it had to first lose a series of war before it would start valuing the smithing industry once more. At that moment, those truly high-quality weapons made by master blacksmiths through dedicating their time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears into it would showcase their true value. The weapon industry in the Central Plains would then go through an overwhelming change. It was impossible for the Zhang clan to know that the change would occur in just a few years' time. However, Wang Chong had cut a step ahead of them. To him, no matter where he looked at it from, the deal on the Hyderabad ores was worth its price. Wang Gongzi, since you aren't willing to sell, we'll drop the matter. We will look for you again in a month's time. Of course, by then, it might be more appropriate for us to look for the two Sindhi monks. The two men were furious. Clearly, they did not take Wang Chong's words seriously. No matter what, it sounded like excuses to them. As an elder of the distinguished Zhang clan, they felt that they had already offered the best deal in their politest attitude. Wang Chong's fooling around made the two of them extremely displeased. Farewell, Wang Gongzi. Then, they turned around to leave. Hee, I won't be sending you off. Wang Chong looked at the silhouette of the two and smiled faintly. Even without the Zhang clan, he could search for other smithing experts to assist him. The capital's Zhang clan found the Hyderabad ore too expensive and thought that Wang Chong was haggling insincerely with them. A month later, when he finally forged the wood steel weapons from the Hyderabad ores, the Zhang clan would know that he wasn't lying at all. When they know the true value of the Hyderabad ore, they would be coming over to beg him. But by then, the price wouldn't be as it was. After all, the Zhang clan wasn't the only prominent smithing clan in Great Tang. Wang Chong chuckled and went back into the residence. That lad truly went too far. Doesn't he know that we're helping him? Let's see how he can come up with 90,000 gold taels in a month. The Court of Judicial Review isn't a joke. Selling a weapon for 10,000 gold taels? What a joke. Is he mistaking gold for silver? What kind of weapon could reach such a price? While walking, the both of them complained furiously. They had come to negotiate with him earnestly, but they didn't expect that Wang Chong would be so arrogant, treating them with no respect whatsoever. Let's go back and report the matter to our clan head. I would like to see how he would earn 10,000 gold taels from smithing weapons. In fact, let's go contact the Sindhi monk straight in a month's time. As they spoke, they got onto their carriage and returned back to the Zhang clan. The matter with Hyderabad ore wasn't something that could be done on a whim. Wei Hao still needed time to look for experienced blacksmiths for Wang Chong. Wang Chong decided to devote all of his efforts into his martial arts during this interval. If he didn't recall wrongly, the royal court was currently discussing the establishment of the 3 great training camps, and in at most 3 months, the 3 great training camps would be officially established. Wang Chong wanted to join the Kunwar training camp, but just determination itself wasn't enough. More than that, he needed abilities that surpassed the others. After all, Kunwu training camp wasn't somewhere just anyone could enter. Besides, Yao Feng had suffered greatly in Wang Chong's hands in the vast crane pavilion, and Wang Chong did not believe that he was a person who would simply take it lying. Regardless of what, he needed to possess strength surpassing that of others to protect himself. This body-tempering pill will be the key to whether I will be able to enter the Kunwar training camp or not. Wang Chong pinched the heavy body-tempering pill with his thumb and forefinger. Then, he lifted his head, opened his mouth, and placed the body-tempering pill into it. The body-tempering pill could boost a person's stamina and strength significantly. However, what Wang Chong truly needed it for was for his training of the dragon bone art. There was a total of 3 types of techniques to cultivating one's bones. They were namely dragon bone, tiger bone, and panther bone. Other than the three, the other methods were all considered unorthodox. Of these three bone tempering techniques, panther bone was the most common and its training method was the easiest to find. In comparison, tiger bones was much harder and only royalties and powerful nobles had it. Furthermore, it was normally treated as a treasure and it was exclusive to the clan or family, never leaked out to outsiders. The dragon bone was even rarer than that. Even the clans of the dukes had no access to it. It was closely confined to the royal family, and they were strictly forbidden from leaking the manual out. Rumor had it that the dragon bone art was a bone tempering technique the ancient Yu the Great created for his descendants. After the Xia dynasty was destroyed, the Shang dynasty took over the heritage. From then, it passed down to the Zhou dynasty, then to the Han dynasty before reaching the Great Tang. Many people probably hadn't heard of this ultimate art. Wang Chong only happened to chance upon the precious dragon bone art. Even though it was only the very basic of body tempering techniques formed the core of one's martial arts. In his previous life, due to his laziness, he wasted an entire 4 years and missed the optimal age for tempering one's bones. In the end, no matter how hard he trained and how much guidance he received from the experts of the Central Plains, he was still limited by that. Eventually, when he reached Saint Fighter Realm, he found himself unable to take a single step forward. This was a great regret to Wang Chong. His failure in his previous life also had something to do with this. In this life, when he got a chance to start anew, Wang Chong could finally make up for this regret of his. With the dragon bone art, he would be able to break the limits of his previous life and reach even greater heights. Boom! Wang Chong rested for a brief moment before punching outward. Along with this punch, a burning wave gushed from Wang Chong's mouth downward, spreading to the rest of his body. Footwork, palm strikes, body bending, and stretching. What Wang Chong was practicing was no ordinary punching technique. Rather, he looked like a dragon which was stretching its body on the ground. Dragon bone art was a skill that emulated the movements of a dragon to pump one's blood to guide an external origin energy source within the body so as to stimulate the acupoints within one's body, thus changing the physique of a martial artist, evolving from a mortal bone into a dragon bone. Root bone was the foundation of all martial arts, and it determined one's future. A person with good root bone was able to achieve much more with less effort, whereas a person with inferior root bone would find his future achievements limited. Thus, even though the dragon bone art was in no way an earth-shaking ultimate skill, and it didn't bring a martial artist the ability to flip mountains and part oceans, Wang Chong still valued it highly. Pong! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chong's right hand converted from a fist to a palm and he advanced forward. His movements resembled the motion of a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. Suddenly, another fist whipped outward and a sonic boom sounded in the air. A powerful might gushed forward into the space before Wang Chong. This move was called Dragon Breath Fist. The core to practicing Dragon Breath Fist was for one to comprehend the breathing of a dragon. This single movement carried 28 bones and 64 muscles throughout the entire body along with it, creating a small gap within one's body that allowed the essence of the pill to flow through it, making it much easier to open up the hidden acupoints on one's body. The greatest problem with practicing this fist was that if one's movements were not sufficiently precise and accurate, or if one failed to fully comprehend the rhythm behind a dragon's breathing, not only would they be unable to open up a pathway for the medicinal essence to flow through, they might even damage the muscles and bones throughout the entire body. It could even be said that unless one was adept in it, training such a technique made it easy to wound one. However, Wang Chong was different. Even though he was only 15-year-old and his cultivation realm was pathetic, he was still a great marshal in the past who commanded all armies of Great Tang. It was easy for Wang Chong to figure out the essence of such as level of bone dragon art, so he was able to bypass this problem. Weird. As he continued practicing, he abruptly paused and stopped. For some reason, Wang Chong felt that his movements were exceptionally easy while practicing bone dragon art this time. This was no longer just a matter of difficulty. Rather, his fists felt as though water melding within a river, and his body felt as though it was simply moving along with the current. Wang Chong understood his condition well. Previously, he had been living day after day aimlessly. Logically speaking, after not cultivating for such a long time, he should be finding the training difficult. Yet, Wang Chong did not feel this way. Not only that, the sensation of becoming one with the skill wasn't something a cultivator of his level should be able to possess. A moment after this thought flashed across his head, Wang Chong shook his head and dumped the thought in the back of his mind. Dragon ascending the clouds. It wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters. Wang Chong turned and his foot stepped outward again. This movement was called dragon ascending the clouds. Even though his feet hadn't left the ground, the fist from Wang Chong felt extremely nimble. His posture was in place. The meaning behind the fist was in place. His fist and hands were in place, and the sight looked as though a real dragon was ascending the clouds. Dragon tail whip, dragon claw. Wang Chong's movements were connected, as though a dragon traversing across the heavens. Every single movement was difficult and required one to have precise control over their muscles and bones. Through the dragon bone art, Wang Chong displayed a set of carefree and elegant movements. Forceful, but at the same time, nimble. Wang Chong moved all around the ground, but only 7 footsteps were imprinted on it. Taking a close look, one would realize that these footsteps seemed to be aligned with the Big Dipper constellation in the sky. This was called constellation steps, a footwork within the bone dragon art. Stepping on the stars of the celestial Big Dipper, the dragon traveled to and fro. These words referred to the constellation steps. The Wang family's courtyard was silent and no one was around. Wang Chong continued to practice the bone dragon art alone. Wang Chong's method of practicing bone tempering technique was very different from the others. Other people tend to swallow the body tempering pill straight and while cultivating. On the other hand, Wang Chong kept it in his mouth and on it. This was a little trick one could use when cultivating a body tempering technique. While swallowing it straight could create a burst of energy, making training much more effective, but it resulted in a significant loss of medicinal property. However, it in one's mouth was different. Even though the energy was being released at a very slow pace, the medicinal essence was being fully absorbed by one's body, thus allowing one to make full use of the effects of the pill. Time slowly passed. Wang Chong had already ordered that no one was to interrupt him today. Thus, he was granted tranquility and freedom. The medicinal essence of the pill was slowly released continuously, and Wang Chong could feel his entire body growing hotter and hotter. The strength of his entire body was also increasing steadily. Body tempering pill could boost a martial artist's strength. This was its main usage. Regardless of whether I am able to succeed in cultivating the dragon bone art, after I swallow this body tempering pill and train for a period of time, I should be able to reach Origin Energy Tier 4. Wang Chong thought as he executed the constellation steps. There were 9 tiers to the Origin Energy stage of a martial artist. Currently, Wang Chong was only at Origin Energy Tier 3, and he wasn't even able to match up to Wei Hao, who was at Origin Energy Tier 4, needless to say, Yao Feng, who was at Origin Energy Tier 9. It was difficult for him to enter Kunwar training camp with this kind of cultivation realm. The 3 great training camps were currently still in its preparatory phases. Many people thought that the 3 great training camps were created specifically for the science, and all science could enter. Even Father Wang Yin thought so as well. However, Wang Chong knew that the recruitment requisites for the 3 great training camps would shock many. One had to possess at least a Tier 4 cultivation in order to enter the 3 great training camps. This caused a massive outrage and protests from many nobles and officials, but the one sitting at the top of the royal court was resolute on this matter. No one could change his mind. This was the rule that was implemented, and it would only get stricter from then on. The first batch of recruits into the training camps only needed a Tier 4 cultivation realm, but eventually, it would be raised to Tier 5 and Tier 6. If Wang Chong was unable to squeeze into the first group of enlistees, it would only get harder and harder for him to enter. Thinking about such matters, Wang Chong's mind slowly blanked out to reach an imperturbable state. After an unknown period of time, Wang Chong finally opened his eyes. Looking at the sun that still hung high up in the sky, Wang Chong was taken aback. Based on his cultivation realm and the medicinal effect of the body tempering pill, Wang Chong had expected it would already be night by the time he finished absorbing the final bit of medicinal essence in the pill. Yet, for some reason, his training completed earlier than he expected. It was as though his body was exceptionally receptive to absorbing the medicinal essence of the body-tempering pill. In his previous life, Wang Chong had become the Grand Marshal and eliminated all hindrances before him through his wits. It was impossible for him to make such an error in the time taken for his absorption of the body-tempering pill. Just a slight error was unnatural. Needless to say, it was such a huge disparity. Not just so, a person would normally be fatigued just by standing in a horse stance for so long. Yet, even though Wang Chong had been moving about for so long, he didn't feel tired at all. What is going on? Wang Chong looked at the sky in doubt. He had already experienced such a sensation when he challenged Yao Feng in the vast crane pavilion back then. His body seemed to have changed significantly from how he was in his previous life after coming here. His movements were much more nimble, and he managed to avoid many attacks which should have been impossible for him to avoid. Back then, the sensation wasn't that apparent, so Wang Chong didn't pay it much heed. But as time went by, Wang Chong realized that the changes were becoming more and more obvious. The body-tempering pill only boosts one's strength. It is impossible for one to feel nimble. Furthermore, if the body-tempering pill can be assimilated into one's body so easily, he wouldn't have needed to send so many people out to purchase herbs to complement his absorption of the pill. What went wrong? Ripples of doubt spread across Wang Chong's mind. The current him and the impression he had of himself in his previous life on the path of martial arts seemed to be completely different. Wang Chong mused over the matter, but he was unable to find anything that could have resulted in it. If one had to really point out something, it could only be his act of reincarnating. Is it that shooting star? Wang Chong thought. If not for that shooting star, it would have been impossible for him to reincarnate here. If there was a problem, it was definitely that mysterious shooting star. Furthermore, Wang Chong could vaguely remember some voice sounding by his ear right before his death, just that he only had a hazy memory of it now. Could it be that the powers of the mysterious shooting star had remodeled my body? Wang Chong thought. However, after his reincarnation, Wang Chong had checked on the condition of his body thoroughly, and he didn't find anything amiss. I guess this matter would remain an eternal mystery. Wang Chong sighed. Soon, he calmed down. Even though he had miscalculated, he soon realized that he had reaped unexpected rewards within his body. Not bad. Origin Energy Tier 3 Pinnacle, just a step off from reaching Origin Energy Tier 4. As long as I work harder these few days, I should be able to step into the next level. Wang Chong nodded his head in delight. The benefits from the body-tempering pill was much greater than he had expected. Under normal conditions, body-tempering pill could only raise one halfway through the Origin Energy Tier 3. However, through his nifty trick, Wang Chong was able to achieve gains surpassing that of what normally possible. Of the 9 tiers of Origin Energy, the first 3 tiers, Still Stance, Imbued Tendons, and Imbued Bones were all fundamentals. One could only be considered as a true martial artist when reaching Origin Energy Tier 4. By then, one's body would generate an imbuing sensation, which would then evolve to become Origin Energy. By cultivating it and nourishing it, one would grow stronger and stronger. Only then can one be considered as a true Origin Energy martial artist. Wang Chong thought. The realm which one looked forward the most to reaching was Origin Energy Tier 4. At that realm, one's strengthened flesh and blood would generate Origin Energy. With this Origin Energy, one's cultivation would progress smoother, thus growing stronger at a faster rate. For the next few days, Wang Chong continued to train in his backyard without anyone interrupting him. In his previous life, Wang Chong used to slack off frequently. In this one, Wang Chong was incomparably focused and serious about his training. Boom. 3 days later, while Wang Chong was still practicing the dragon bone art, his body suddenly jolted, as though a furious wave had crashed onto a shore and broke through a dam. Wang Chong felt an invisible shackle being broken and a feeling of lightness gushed over his entire body. Wang Chong could clearly sense that his strength had increased significantly. Success. Wang Chong could sense an energy being generated from his countless cells of his 4 limbs and blood, and gradually, he could feel a weak imbuing sensation. Wang Chong melded all these imbuing sensations together, and soon, it gathered at his dantian to form Origin Energy. Such a nostalgic sensation. Feeling the infant-like origin energy in his body, Wang Chong clenched his fist in agitation. This wasn't the first time Wang Chong was reaching Origin Energy Tier 4, and compared to his earth-shattering power in his previous life, Origin Energy Tier 4 was not worth mentioning at all. However, to Wang Chong, it carried great significance. Origin Energy Tier 4 at 15-year-old. He had finally accomplished something that he wasn't able to do in his previous life. At 15-year-old, the optimal age for tempering one's bones, he created a solid foundation. He still didn't have any idea whether he would be able to bypass his previous limits, but at the very least, the possibility of it existed now. Just when Wang Chong was feeling delighted over the matter, an abrupt situation occurred. Feeling an intangible sense of hostility and danger in the air, Wang Chong's heart tightened. "Who is it?" Wang Chong's face darkened and he bellowed. Boom. What that replied Wang Chong was a savage fist. This fist was earth-shattering, causing the air in the entire courtyard to boom in resonance to it, and it flew straight toward Wang Chong. "Brother, try my fist." Along with the fist came an immature voice. Hearing that voice, Wang Chong was taken aback. "Little sister." Wang Chong didn't expect that it would be his younger sister who assaulted him. Wasn't this fellow grounded by their mother? Why did she come to this courtyard? However, he had no time to think too much into the matter. The small fist was already right before his face. Wang Chong knew his little sister too well. Her cultivation realm might not be exceptionally high, but she possessed frightening strength to make up for it. Even Yao Feng, who was at Origin Energy Tier 9, could only kneel before her. What that made Wang Chong shuddered even more was that his younger sister never went easy on anyone. If he were to be struck by her, even if he were to survive it, he would be heavily injured at the very least. Pong. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wang Chong didn't have much time to think. With a step of the left foot, he danced along with the constellations and executed a technique he just learned from the dragon bone art, dragon diving into the abyss. So, in an instant, he dashed forward. Wang Chong would not have been able to maneuver such a movement in the past, but after reaching Origin Energy Tier 4, Wang Chong's reaction speed and agility had increased significantly. The fearsome force passed by Wang Chong's body with just the slightest bit of gap. In fact, Wang Chong could even feel his face creasing from the heavy wind generated by the shock wave of her. That shock wave felt like daggers to the skin, causing excruciating pain to one's face. "Little sister, what are you trying to do?" Distressed by her sudden actions, Wang Chong felt infuriated. He wasn't Yao Feng, nor was he the veteran guards of the Yao residence. If this fist were to strike him, he would have to lie in bed for at least half a month. However, Wang Chong's words were completely neglected. "That shouldn't be. Given that little bit of strength you possess, you shouldn't be able to dodge my fist, though?" Several zhang away, the Wang family's little sister's face was tilted in confusion. She hadn't moved at all ever since released the fist. Not hearing Wang Chong's words at all, she mumbled to herself. "A zhang, 3.33 meters, brother. When did your reaction speed get so fast?" The Wang family's little sister lifted her head and asked Wang Chong. She knew of Wang Chong's cultivation realm, and at that instant, Wang Chong's reaction speed and agility were clearly much faster than before. This lass. Wang Chong felt angry and amused at the same time. Somehow, he couldn't bring himself to vent his anger on her. "Did you think that you were the only one who would improve? King Song had given me a body-tempering pill. Naturally, my abilities would rise as well." "Oh, is that so? Boring." The Wang family's little sister waved her hands. She soon lost all curiosity she had of Wang Chong. "You lass, weren't you grounded by mother? How were you able to come over here?" Wang Chong said impatiently. Reaching Origin Energy Tier 4 didn't just boost his strength, his reaction speed and agility were boosted as well. 3 days have already passed. Why would I still be grounded? Wang Xiaoyao glared at her brother in dissatisfaction and pouted. Turning around, right when she was about to leave, she said, "Also, that fatty, youngster Wei, has come to our house. If it wasn't for him looking for you, I wouldn't have come over." "What? Wei Hao is here." Wang Chong was delighted. Without any hesitation at all, he immediately rushed over. Indeed, Wei Hao came with good news. 3 days, 4 days if considering the day when Wang Chong went to the 8 Gods Pavilion, had passed, and Wei Hao, using the connections of his family, had managed to find for Wang Chong the required manpower for refining and forging the Hyderabad ores. Father never allowed me to interfere in the family business easily. It took me great effort to get the few of them behind Father's back. Although these blacksmiths were not the best of the lot, they were more than sufficient to accomplish your task. Wang Chong, take a look. How is it? Not bad. Huh? Wei Hao brought Wang Chong and his sister to the western suburbs of the city, into a hidden cavern mine. He pointed to the 12 bulky and men with bared top with a gleeful expression. Taking a glance, the 12 men were as those steel towers, possessing great strength beneath their bodies. There were also thick calluses on their fingers. It could be seen that they were smithing experts. It was clear that Wei Hao had taken the task he had delegated to him seriously. Not bad, acceptable. Wang Chong nodded his head seriously. Hee, I've told you, we're brothers. You don't need to worry about my ability to get things done. Wei Hao smiled gleefully. Pointing to Wang Chong, he said loudly, call young Master Chong. Young Master Chong. The 12 bronze-skinned men bowed and called with a respectful expression. To be able to be a brother of their young master, the little brother beside him must be of esteemed standing as well. Wei Hao, I will skip the pleasantries. Thank you. Wang Chong patted Wei Hao's shoulders in delight. Hyderabad ore was an extremely important part of his plan. With the 12 craftsmen from the Wei residence, he was finally about to embark on his plan. Wang Chong's heart beat furiously in anticipation and nervousness. There was a great amount of money to be earned from the Wood steel weapons. No one knew this fact greater than Wang Chong himself. Right now, the Hyderabad ores had just surfaced, and as long as he were to take down this deal, wealth would come rolling in like a flood. Wei Hao left everything in the Wang Chong's hands. Wang Chong didn't stand on ceremonies, and flinging his robe back, he stepped forward. Walala! Several black Hyderabad ores rolled down from his sleeves onto the floor. From now on, you will be split into 4 teams. I only have one request, that is, for 24 hours a day, the fire in the furnace must be lit. Now, let's begin. Wang Chong commanded. Even though he looked immature, being just 15-year-old, Wang Chong was still a person who had led the Great Tang's armies in the past. The majesty still lingered upon him, and authority exuded from his words. Yes, young Master Chong. The blacksmiths immediately replied. Boom! Pulling the iron chain, the gates were opened. A crimson fiery heat wave gushed down the valve from the top and dense smoke filled the entire cavern. The 12 blacksmiths got into position. Just like that, the forge of the Wei residents started to get into action. Even though Wang Chong had seen and experienced much, this was his first time seeing a forge in his current life. A unique feeling arose in his heart. How hot is the heat wave? Looking at the crimson heat wave from the top of the valve, Wang Chong walked over and asked, 2,300 degrees. By the valve, a 40-year-old bronze-skinned craftsman said proudly. The Wei clan had specially looked for a feng shui master to look for an underground lava flow for it. This temperature achievable by such an underground lava flow was much greater than the other methods. In the entire capital, there weren't more than 5 underground lava flow like the Wei clans. If not for their young master's request, under normal conditions, this facility would never be open to outsiders. The temperature is too high, lower it to 1,500 degrees. He didn't expect that Wang Chong would frown and give such an order instead. The head craftsman was taken aback. He wasn't able to comprehend the meaning of Wang Chong's actions and hurriedly argued. But young Master Chong, this kind of lava flow is hard to come by. There are many distinguished families who would love to get their hands on it. Furthermore, on refining ores, the higher the temperature, the better it is. Just do as I say, Wang Chong said authoritatively. The head craftsman was taken aback. Usually, swords and blades were forged under high temperature, and the higher the temperature, the easier it would be to rid the ore of its impurities, allowing the sword forged to be of better quality. This was one of the basic logic behind forging. This kid who was known as young Master Chong clearly knew nothing of the matter. Anyone else would be overjoyed to see the underground lava flow, but that kid found the temperature too high. He already didn't know what else he should say. Stop complaining. Just do as young Master Chong says, Wei Hao said. Even though he wasn't adept in forging, he knew that Wang Chong wouldn't do something without reason. Sigh. Upon hearing those words, the middle-aged head craftsman sighed within. He lamented that these ores were going to be wasted. Even if a weapon could be forged out of it, it was unlikely to be of good quality. It wasn't his and it wasn't his place to worry about it, but even so, he still felt that it was a pity. Release the river sand. The head craftsman bellowed toward another craftsman. Boom. From the top of the cavern, iron chains moved, causing large metal buckets to tilt, and a massive amount of sand grains fell into the valve. The furnace's temperature could not be lowered by using water, and only sand was effective. This was something the Central Plains craftsmen had figured out through trials and errors, and on this aspect, their techniques were superior to that of the Western region's forges. The moment the sand was poured in, dense smoke came gushing out. Seeing that the heat had gone down significantly, Wang Chong nodded his head in satisfaction. Wang Chong didn't know forging, but he knew of the properties of the Hyderabad ores. This type of ore was completely different from the others. Other ores did better under higher temperatures, but the refinement temperature for Hyderabad ores must not exceed 1,500 degrees. Excessive heat would cause the carbon within the wood steel to be lost, and the crystallized structure would be ruined. If so, the wood steel would be no different from any normal iron. Due to too many people being unaware of this, along with the Abbasid Caliphate's intentional guarding of the secret, many failed and incomplete products of the wood steel appeared in the other countries. Forging wood steel in such a manner caused its quality to be lowered greatly. It was a waste of a precious commodity. As such, in his previous life, other than the Abbasid Caliphate and kerosene, there weren't any countries which were able to create the true wood steel weapons. Right now, the Hyderabad ores had just surfaced. Wang Chong was certain that more than half of the Hyderabad ores being sold out now would go to waste. As long as he guarded this secret, he would possess an immense advantage over others for a very long time. At the very least, for a couple of years, he would have an advantage over the Abbasid Caliphate. And the latter happened to be his greatest competitor for the Hyderabad ores. There were many secrets to forging the wood steel from the Hyderabad ores. It wasn't possible to create wood steel just by laying one's hands on the ores. Unless required, Wang Chong would never say these secrets out. Boom. The temperature in the valve was lowered to 1,500 degrees. The refinement of the Hyderabad ores had finally officially started. These ores, which came from the faraway Sindham mines, were thrown into the several zhang tall furnace, after which the flames gushed up from the bottom of the valve, and the crackling of which echoed loudly in the cavern. A zhang, 3.33 meters. Wang Chong didn't know that while he was secretly refining the Hyderabad ores in the cavern, in another location, Yao Guangyi was dressed in a metal chainmail and equipped with his sword. He was about to embark on the final move of his plan. Whether I would be able to distance the Song clan from the Wang clan would depend on this. Yao Guangyi's eyes lit up. Sitting on the back of the horse, an ambitious glint radiated in his eyes. There were no justified wars in the spring and autumn period. Similarly, there was no kindness in the royal court. Even though his plan in the vast crane pavilion had been wrecked by the Wang family's siblings, Yao Guangyi still had a follow-up plan. As long as the plan by the border went as he planned, the Song and Wang clan would definitely break away from one another. As long as King Song fell, King Qi would be able to reign supreme in the court. He would have no more rivals on the court, and Yao clan, who was on this massive tree, would soar to the heavens along with it. Even if the old master died, the Yao clan would still be able to retain its wealth and glory for a very long time. For the sake of the future of their descendants, the old master and he had gone through much efforts to plan this out to deal with the Wang clan. Jaya. Yao Guangyi squeezed the abdomen of the horse, and the duo galloped away into the distant. Days passed one after another. Every day, there would be progress in the refinement of the Hyderabad ores. Wang Chong did not understand forging, but he believed in the craftsman way Hao brought him. Given their abilities, they should be able to fully satisfy his demands. 5 days later. It's done. We're about to forge metal ingots. The air in the cavern was burning. The perspiring head craftsman suddenly shouted, and his words caught the attention of everyone in the cavern. Wang. The moment the furnace opened, Four bulky craftsmen almost simultaneously stretched out their tongs into the hot furnace to take out four successfully refined Hyderabad ores, or rather, wood steel, and placed it on the metal platform. It's truly incredible. How heavy. To think that a single ore could form such a huge metal ingot. The metallic content of the ore must be incredible. There is a hint of blue in the flames. I have processed ores from decades and came into contact with countless ores, but this is my first time encountering such an ore. Look, just the ingot itself already had the shine of a metal, something which should have taken hundreds of refinement and hammering to achieve. It is truly a miracle. The crowd gathered around the four wood steel ingots around the metal platform. Their eyes were widened to the brim and words of amazement spouted from their mouths. When Wang Chong took out the four black metal ores and passed it to them, he didn't say much about it. However, given their experience in processing ores, no matter how slow-witted they could be, it was apparent that the ore Wang Chong had given them to process didn't come from the Central Plains. It was impossible for the Central Plains to have an ore that could cause the flames of the furnace to glow blue. It was even more impossible for it to have the shine of a metal just after the primary refinement. They had never seen such a sight in the past several decades of their life. No wonder he had me lower the temperature to below 1,500 degrees. The 40-year-old head craftsman came to a realization. Great. It's indeed wood steel. At this moment, Wang Chong was extremely agitated. Even though he had seen wood steel weapon in the past, he had never seen the rough cast of wood steel after its primary refinement. This was the first time wood steel was showing its shine on the Central Plains. This was a significant improvement from his previous life. We can start forging weapons now. Wang Chong clenched his fist tightly. Now that the primary refinement was done, the next step was to use the ingot to forge the final weapon. This step was even more important than refining the ore. The craftsman had to be additionally careful to prevent any errors from occurring. Shut the furnace. Use pine branches to fuel the flames. Align the bellows. Make sure that the temperature does not exceed 300 degrees. Wang Chong commanded. His words attracted everyone's attention. The 12 craftsmen looked over with bizarre expressions. Wang Chong's command was inconceivable to them. Young Master Chong, isn't the temperature a little too low? Indeed. There isn't a single person in the entire Great Tang that uses such low temperature to forge weapons. The results of doing so will be extremely poor, and even a week wouldn't be sufficient to create a single weapon. Several craftsmen mustered their courage to say. It was one thing to lower the temperature from over 2,000 degrees to 1,500 degrees earlier. After all, 1,500 degrees was still a high temperature. But what Wang Chong was demanding now was for them to forge weapons at 300 degrees. This was something completely unheard of, as though a request from an ignorant oaf. Even if Wang Chong was of higher standing than them, they couldn't help but refute him. This wasn't the proper way to forge weapons. This is called cold forging. Just do as I say. Wang Chong said impassively. His gaze remained resolute even when it met the eyes of the 12 experts craftsmen. Cold forging was a unique weapon forging method. It could greatly strengthen the resilience and toughness of a weapon. However, in this era, cold forging had yet to appear. Most of the weapons were still created under high temperature. That was because high temperature softened metal, making it easier to mold them into shape. Furthermore, it reduced the time required to forge it. However, not a lot of people knew that even though cold forging took a significantly longer time, the weapons forged through so were much stronger and tougher than the weapons forged under high temperature. If Wang Chong wanted to forge a top-class wood steel weapon, he had to cold forge it. Of course, cold forging did not mean forging in a cold environment. Rather, it was comparative to the mainstream high temperatures required for forging. The ideal temperature to forge wood steel was around 300 or so. If one failed to comprehend this, the weapon forged out of wood steel would still be far from its full potential. Even though the Abbasid Caliphate was closer to Sindhu and they were able to get their hands on the Hyderabad ores earlier than Wang Chong, they would need at least 5 to 6 years before they could forge wood steel weapon of comparable quality to Wang Chong's. Cold forging. Wang Chong's words sounded ridiculous to the craftsmen. They truly had no idea what Wang Chong was talking about. Enough. Why do you need to think so much over the matter? Just do as you are told. Wei Hao wasn't as patient as Wang Chong. He immediately started to reprimand them all. Why do you need to care so much? Just forge as you were told. It's not like it's your weapon. Why argue so much over it? Wang Chong chuckled. He knew that Wei Hao wasn't really discontent with them. Rather, it was just his personality. However, after being reprimanded by Wei Hao, these craftsmen stopped all complaints and got to work once more. 3 people will be in a team, and all teams will start work together. If 7 days is insufficient, we will use 10 days. This is the blueprint for the first weapon. Let's begin. Wang Chong opened a blueprint and shouted to the craftsmen. Wang Chong didn't know how to forge weapons, but all those who were here were one of the best craftsmen. Wei Hao had chosen them over the rest, so how could they be inferior? Furthermore, they posed countless questions to Wang Chong over the refinement and forging, almost nitpicking the details. If they weren't the top craftsmen, they wouldn't be behaving in such a way. The more talented a craftsman was, the more arrogant they tended to be. They didn't want inferior goods to be created under their hands. Just by the fact that they nitpicked the details itself showed that they were capable. Ding ding dang dang. Soon, the craftsmen got to work once more. Other than Wang Chong, no one knew of cold forging, an entirely new forging method in the era. For the first time, it was appearing in this world. Little sister, when the weapons are done, I need you to help me with something. Wang Chong suddenly turned around to say, What is it? Wang family's little sister yawned in boredom. When she heard Sindhu and Hyderabad, she thought that it was something fun. Yet, it turned out to be forging. Boring. Help me hammer these weapons once more. 3,000 times for every weapon. Wang Chong said. Shua. Wei Hao was impressed, and he shot a thumbs up. Wang Chong, you sure are incredible. To think that you would think of using Xiao Yao's unrivaled strength to hammer metal. With her strength, the quality of these weapons would be raised by an entire level. However, it was wishful thinking on the duo's part. No way. Wang family's little sister rolled her eyes. Without even thinking about it, she rejected him outright. To think that he would try to use her as free labor, did he think that she was a 3-year-old kid? He must be dreaming. 100 gold taels. I won't work for free. Without any hesitation, Wang Chong shot her a thumbs up. The Wang family's little sister eyes lit up. Abruptly, her eyes widened into perfect circles. It seemed like she was truly moved by her brother's words. 100 taels. Of gold. She might be young, but she could still tell the difference between gold and silver. She only had 10 silver taels every month, and Wang Chong was promising to give her 100 gold taels. If she had that much money, wouldn't she be rich? Just by thinking of it made her agitated. I refuse. Wang family's little sister pouted, and she abruptly turned her head over, rejecting Wang Chong's offer. Wang Chong and Wei Hao were astounded. Just when they thought that they had miscalculated her, and that the Wang family's little sister was truly unwilling to work, they heard her voice echo by their ears. 200 taels. Not a single tael less. Otherwise, I will tell it to my mother. I will have her teach you a lesson. The primary astonishment turned into a bizarre expression as Wang Chong and Wei Hao heard her words, especially when she said the final sentence. Wei Hao couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach, he nearly died of laughing. Ha ha ha. Truly hilarious. Wang Chong, to think that you would have such a day. Ha ha. Xiao Yao, there is no need to stand on ceremony with him. Your brother is truly a wealthy man now. If he refuses to pay up, have your mother teach him a lesson. Seeing the serious look on Wang Xiao Yao's face, his lungs nearly collapsed from all the laughter. Wang Chong shook his head awkwardly. This time, they had really made a joke of themselves before Wei Hao. As expected, this little sister of his was a true money grubber, exactly the way she was in the past. Deal. He had a lot of money on his hand now. Using Wei Hao's words, he was a tycoon now. 200 gold taels wasn't a big matter for him now. Yay. The Wang family's little sister clenched her fist in agitation and her face flushed. She was only trying him out, but to think that she would succeed. But soon, Wang family's little sister seemed to have thought of something, and she immediately calmed down. With a doubtful look, she glanced at Wang Chong. 200 gold taels, right? Gold is not the same as silver. Third brother, you cannot lie to me. Wang Chong burst into laughter. This lass, she was the one who demanded 200 gold taels from him. Yet, when he promised her that, she did not believe him and started to doubt him. This fortune came too easily for her. Of course. When did your brother ever lie to you? Here are 200 gold taels. If you don't believe me, I can pass this to you first. Wang Chong took out the gold from his embrace and passed it over. Even though 200 gold taels was a significant sum, using it to employ the Herculean origin energy Tier 9 little sister of his was still acceptable by Wang Chong. In his previous life, the reason why wood steel could be sold for tens of thousands, sometimes even 100,000, was not only because wood steel was a precious commodity. More importantly, it was due to the aesthetics the weapon possessed. Every single wood steel weapon was crafted painstakingly to perfection. Even though Hyderabad was where the ore came from, Abbasid Caliphate and Damascus were the true hubs of wood steel. The Hyderabad ore had just emerged and everything was in its primary phase. Wang Chong still didn't have any competitors. What Wang Chong wanted to do wasn't to sell Hyderabad ores, but to build his own brand. Those who used several tens of thousands and even hundreds of thousands to buy wood steel weapons weren't fools either. If wood steel didn't possess quality that was unmatched by the other weapons of its tier and required great technique and technology to forge, no one would be willing to spend the money on it. Cold forging was an important process of the forging and required the blacksmith to use all of his strength into every single hammer for thousands of times. The greater the strength exerted into it, the stronger the weapon would be. On this aspect, given his little sister's unrivaled strength, which was equivalent to that of an Origin Energy Tier 9 expert, Wang Chong was certain that the weapons forged out of wood steel would definitely possess incredible quality and outstanding aesthetics. Deal. Don't you dare renege on your promise. Seeing the 200 taels of gold, Wang family's little sister's eyes nearly popped out. Taking it from Wang Chong's hands, she stared at him nervously, as though afraid that he would go back on his words. But brother, where did you get so much money from? Wang family's little sister eventually found what was amiss of the situation. That fatty, youngster Wei, only said that her brother had earned a lot of money, but he didn't say where did the money come from. Another 10 taels. Don't tell anything to mother. Wang Chong stuffed another golden ingot to her. Deal. After gaining possession of so many gold taels, Wang family's little sister was overjoyed. At this point, she no longer cared where Wang Chong got the money from. Heck, she truly is a money grubber. Seeing the sight, Wei Hao perspired profusely. With the expert little sister working, the progress of the wood steel's forging increased significantly. Wang Chong wasn't in a hurry either. He spent his days cultivating and overlooking the progress of the craftsman, waiting patiently for the day of the completion of the cold-forged wood steel weapons. Time slowly passed. Wang Chong spent his time cultivating while waiting patiently for the cold-forged wood steel weapons to be completed. But 10 days from then, a sudden news from the borders rattled the capital. Yao Guangyi, a famous general of the Great Tang known for his schemes and wits, the third son of Old Master Yao. When the Hu crossed the border and stepped on Great Tang's border, he abruptly led his army out from his deployment location for no apparent reason and appeared on Duke Zhe's second son's, Wang Yin, deployment location. But what was bizarre about the situation was that General Wang Yin, who was closest to the invasion point and should have been guarding his location, happened to move his campground back 50 li before the Hu invaded. Li greater than 0.5 kilometers thus, such a bizarre sight appeared for the first time by the borders. The general who should have been guarding his location was looking at the battle from behind, while the general who shouldn't have appeared in the location took over the guarding general's position to destroy the invading Hu army. In the centuries since Great Tang's establishment, never had such a sight appeared before. The ones involved in the incident, Yao Guangyi and Wang Yin, were keeping mum about the matter. However, this bizarre incident had caused a huge uproar in the capital. Before the Hu invasion could cause any damage, it was already destroyed by the Great Tang army. On this aspect, the incident was only an insignificant skirmish by the border, not worth mentioning at all. However, those in the capital weren't fools. The old Master Yao's third son, Yao Guangyi, and Duke Zhe's second son, Wang Yin, were involved in the matter, And considering the fact that King Song and King Qi happened to be in a heated political war at the moment, the situation was definitely not as simple as it looked. Even fools could tell that if Wang Yin did not coincidentally retreat 50 li from his deployment region before Yao Guangyi's appearance, the significance of the matter would be completely different. Regardless of the truth, just the political meaning behind the Yao and Wang clan working together to repel the invaders opened up too many hints about the relationship between the two. People don't believe what you say, they only believe what they see. But now, when Yao Guangyi's army appeared in the zone, Wang Yin took the initiative to avoid the suspicion and retreated 50 li to stay away from the battlefield. This made the entire incident a one-man show on Yao Guangyi's part, and he ended up striking down the Hu in Wang Yan's place. Even fools could tell how intentional the affair was, and the scheme that lay behind it. Regardless of what the Wang clan was up to, Wang Yin had used his actions to display the attitude of the Wang clan. Yao Guangyi, a scheming old veteran of the royal court, had never lost in the past. He single-handedly created the feud between the Song and the Qi and stripped King Song of his trusty aides. For the first time, by the border, he suffered a crushing defeat in the field he expertised in. Furthermore, he lost in an extremely foolish manner, making a huge laughingstock out of himself. Ha ha ha, great. When the news reached King Song residence, King Song abruptly slammed his hand on the table. All of the worry and frustration he accumulated throughout recent days disappeared along with that slam. At this moment, King Song felt extremely relaxed. Wang Yin, I have not judged you wrongly. I have not judged the Wang clan wrongly. As long as I have the assistance of the Wang clan and Duke Jiao, even if everyone were to betray me and leave my side, what do I have to fear? Sitting in the main hall, delight exuded from King Song's face. This was the most positive news he had heard in this half-month. Wang Yin had used his actions to express the attitude and stand of the Wang clan. At this moment, the final doubts that King Song had of him disappeared along with the wind. Hee, Your Highness, didn't I say that Wang Yin wouldn't betray you? At the bottom of King Song's seat, Lu Ting looked at King Song with a smile. He was dressed in a blue robe, and he held a fan in his hand. Ha ha ha, Academic Lu, you can say anything you want on the matter. King Song pressed against the handles of the chair and stood up from his throne. I would like to see what King Qi thinks of the matter. That rascal. I nearly fell for his tricks. Recalling everything that had just happened, King Song was still traumatized. King Qi and Yao Guangyi had poached too many people from his side. Sometimes, he couldn't help but doubt everyone around him, unable to find the mood to eat even. After living in the royal court for such a long time, King Song was well aware of what his subordinates would think if they were subjected to his delusional guesses. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that everyone might leave him due to that. He was just a step off from that. But right before the edge of the cliff, Wang Yin woke him up. As long as Wang Yin and the entire Wang clan supported him, he hadn't lost yet. He would still have an opportunity to make a comeback. It was an utter failure of the King Qi faction in this battle. As he thought so, he turned around to look at the old butler. Even though the latter was placid and it was impossible to see any emotion on his face, he soon understood the meaning behind his master's gaze. Your Highness, your old servant admits that his mistake. I was too skeptical on this affair and wronged the Wang clan. If possible, I would like to go ahead and apologize to General Wang directly, the old butler said calmly. Back then, it was him who invited Wang Yin to the King Song residence. It was also him who told King Song when he had chosen to trust Wang Yin to not be too trusting of others, and the truth could be determined in the future. Facts had proven that it was all Yao Guangyi and King Qi's scheme to frame the Wang clan, and that Wang Yin was a trustworthy subordinate. Even though he was wrong, the old butler wasn't depressed in the least. Rather, he felt happy for King Song. Hee, what are you thinking of? This was my intention back then, and it had nothing to do with you. I will clean up my own mess, so there's no need for you to look for Wang Yin. When Duke Jia's birthday comes, I will apologize to him myself and explain this to him. King Song waved his hands. The fact that Wang Yin knew that he had to retreat 50 li showed that the Wang clan wasn't completely oblivious on the matter. At the very least, they knew that King Song was suspicious of them. King Song wasn't an irresponsible person. Since he had made a mistake, he wouldn't push the blame onto others. Hee, Your Highness, don't worry about it. Duke Ju wouldn't be bothered by it. I will accompany Your Highness when the time comes. Seeing this sight, Lu Ting chuckled beneath his hands. This was the King Song that he knew. Even though he might be blinded by a moment of folly, he would soon realize his own mistakes and admit his own faults courageously. Given his identity as a member of royalty, this quality of his was extremely precious and rare. This was also the reason why he was so loyal to King Song. However, Your Highness, don't you think that there's something weird about the matter? Chuckling, Lu Ting abruptly said. Wang Yan's nature tends to be straightforward and inflexible, so how would he know that Yao Guangyi's troop would bring his troop to his deployment area? Furthermore, how could he have known that the enemy would attack and choose to retreat 50 li in advance? This isn't something he is capable of. If Wang Yan was that flexible and astute, Yao Guangyi wouldn't have chosen to strike the Wang clan from him and suffer such a huge failure by the border in return, becoming a laughingstock of everyone else. You were saying that. King Song's body jolted. Lu Ting's reminder left him in contemplation. He was only overjoyed over the matter, and he didn't bother to think about the bizarre parts of the matter. Indeed, this wasn't the first day he and Lu Ting had known Wang Yan. He was well aware of how Wang Yan operated. Wang Yan's actions, which caused Yao Guangyi to be disgraced, was indeed unlike him. Could this be the Duke Jia's intentions? Thinking about the matter, he could only attribute the matter to the respected old master of the Wang clan. If this wasn't Wang Yan's intentions, it could only be old Master Wang guiding him from his back. Also, Wang Yan would only listen to the words of the old master. Duke Jiu had survived and stood at the apex of the royal court for decades. Even after he had retired, he was invited to the Four Quarters Embassy, and the emperor also often consulted him on politics. I also hoped that he was the one. But schemes and political fights aren't Duke Jia's expertise. Furthermore, no matter how incredible the old master is, he stays in the Four Quarters Embassy all the time and rarely goes out. If so, how could he have known that Yao Guangyi was going to lead his army to Wang Yan's deployment zone? Lu Ting said, It isn't the old master? King Song frowned. He thought that he had already arrived at the answer, but Lu Ting refuted his words. If it wasn't the old master, who else could it be? Yao Guangyi wasn't an average person, and not everyone could win him in a battle of wits and make him a laughingstock. Not to mention, the fellow wasn't able to say anything about the huge setback he suffered at all. No one of the Wang clan seemed to possess such ability. Duke Jia's eldest son, Wang Jin, was a court official as well as a noble. He often went to the royal court for discussions and was skilled in politics as well, so it was possible for him to be the one. However, he was an academic official instead of a military one. He practically knew nothing about the military, needless to say. Advised Wang Yin on the aspect. The youngest son, Wang Mi, was serving as an instructor at Tianju Mountain, and he has dedicated his entire life to martial arts. Other than them, the rest were all females. Who could be the one who advised Wang Yin? Furthermore, his means were profound yet simple. Just by moving 50 li back, he managed to cause the intelligent Yao Guangyi's plan to fall apart and become a laughingstock. What's more, he wasn't able to complain about the matter at all. His discernment ability, his thoughts, and his means were top class. If such a person were to assist him, it would be as though equipping a pair of wings, allowing him to fly to even greater heights. Due to Yao Guangyi and King Qi's poaching, nearly all of his aides left his side. This made King Song even more so aware of the fact that he was lacking a talent of Yao Guangyi's caliber by his side. Lu Ting was an excellent strategist, but he was only adept in analyzing. He lacked the ability to craft plans to deal with others, and thus, he was still a significant way off from the person who guided Wang Yin. Who could it be? King Song dredged up every single person he could think of, but he was unable to pinpoint anyone. Your Highness, have you forgotten that there is such a person around Wang Yin? Lu Ting said. Who? King Song lifted his head and asked immediately. Have Your Highness forgotten that Wang Yan's family's third young master? Your Highness had sent him a present not too long ago. Lu Ting smiled meaningfully. You mean him? King Song was taken aback. He finally knew who Lu Ting was pointing to. Impossible. Even though Lu Ting said that it was that old master of the opposite faction, King Song wouldn't be so astonished. After all, Lu Ting was saying that a teenage kid was able to match up to a veteran top-tier strategist. King Song found the situation unbelievable. How could a teenage child possibly see through Yao Guangyi's plans and advise his father from countless miles away? Hee, I am raising a possibility. Lu Ting said, Have your highness forgotten the one who laughs in the end is the winner, and the incident with Bao Xian? These two incidents also didn't seem like it was done by a teenage kid. Boom. Lu Ting's words struck through King Song's brain like a lightning strike. In that instant, King Song felt indescribably shocked. Indeed, if one were to say that this matter didn't seem like the doing of a teenage kid, then did what the third Gongzi of the Wang family did before seem like the doing of an ordinary child? King Song recalled Lu Ting's words once more. Could the fight in the vast crane pavilion between the Wang and Yao truly be intentionally triggered by one party? If that was true, then the incident was truly shocking. Of course, this was just a conjecture. Just like Lu Ting said, it was just a possibility. Even so, this was sufficient for the name Wang Chong to be inscribed deeply in King Song's brain. It will be Duke Jia's birthday soon. No matter what, I have to meet this Wang Chong personally. At this moment, a strong curiosity about Wang Chong emerged in King Song's mind. That good for nothing. At the same time, in the majestic Golden King Chi residence, furious roars pierced through the heavens alongside several golden pillars. At that instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the skies above the King Chi residence. Bizarrely, this lightning flash was only limited to the area in the hundreds of zhang above King Chi residence, and its surroundings weren't affected at all. A zhang, 3.33 m Yao Guang Yi. You have disappointed me. King Chi's disappointment and wrath were difficult to express through mere words. Before his departure, Yao Guangyi had reassured him time and time again that nothing would go wrong with the plan. Considering the reputation of Old Master Yao and Yao Guangyi's past results, King Chi suppressed his anger and overlooked the failure in the vast crane pavilion, yet, to think that this would be the explanation Yao Guangyi have for him. Not only did Yao Guangyi fail to divide the Wang and Song clan, just like what he claimed he would, his ludicrous actions made King Chi one of the laughingstocks of the capital as well. Yao Guangyi was his subordinate, and he had always regarded him as one of his limbs and trusted aides. Yao Guangyi's failure was as good as his own failure. Right now, the bunch in the capital were probably looking at him as a joke. King Chi was an arrogant person who couldn't accept failure. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Where is Yao Guangyi? Bring him over. King Chi's wrath could not be placated. The hundreds of people in the King Chi residence didn't dare to say a word before such a King Chi. Use my token to summon Yao Guangyi. I want to tear off his head. King Chi's furious bellow echoed throughout the entire residence. A moment later, a war steed left the residence toward the borders. Duke of Wei residence, Duke of Su residence, Duke of Lin residence, Duke of Zhang residence, King Han residence, King Chu residence, Prime Minister residence. The matter had caused a huge ripple among the upper echelons of the Great Tang and the nobles. However, no one knew that at this moment, as the person involved in the incident, Yao Guangyi was feeling the impact of the incident much more deeply than anyone else. Impossible. That's impossible. By the border, Yao Guangyi was riding on the back of a mount. On his way back to the capital, he traversed across forest after forest, but his eyes were spiritless. He was a victor in the battle against the Hu. He defeated the Baiyue foreigners without many casualties. At their moments of death, Yao Guangyi could clearly see the incomprehension on their faces. He shouldn't have been the one to face them. It shouldn't have been like that. This wasn't what they promised on. Yao Guangyi could clearly see the expressions going through their minds through their eyes. If it was at any other time, Yao Guangyi would relish in their astonishment. Yet, as the victor, Yao Guangyi didn't feel the slightest bit of joy at all. That's because Yao Guangyi knew that on another battlefield, in the battle against Wang Yin and the Wang clan, he had already lost utterly. Furthermore, Yao Guangyi usually prided himself on his flawless strategies, but this time, he didn't even know how he lost. This shouldn't be. How did I fail? Yao Guangyi muttered soullessly. Wave after wave of thoughts crashed into his mind, and they were all related to this incident. Before carrying out the plan, he had imagined the situation countless times, considered all possibilities and confirmed every single detail such that there would be no flaws whatsoever in his plans. No matter how incredible Wang Yin was, it was impossible for him to fathom that this skirmish by the borders was a ploy against him. Yao Guangyi remembered the report his scout had reported to him just before he had led his army toward Wang Yan's deployment site when he was half a day's journey away. Everything is normal. Wang Yan's army is still in the campsite, and there aren't any bizarre movements. These scouts were experienced, and they had been his faithful aides for decades. It was due to this news that he was affirmative that his plan would succeed. However, Yao Guangyi never expected that all that was waiting for him was an empty campground when he appeared at Wang Yan's deployment site. For some reason inconceivable to him, the person in question, Wang Yin, was looking at him from 50 li away. Yao Guangyi was dumbfounded then. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, when the Hu appeared before him, Yao Guangyi knew that he didn't have any other choice. He could only strike down the foreigners with his army, thus taking Wang Yan's place. In this fight, he had lost completely. The plan to divide the Song and the Wang clan by creating the facade of the partnership of the Yao and Wang had failed utterly. It was hard for him to imagine the rage of King Qi, who was the one who prepared this trap for him. Yao Guangyi was extremely agitated. Wang Yin? Impossible. If he had such capabilities, he wouldn't have persuaded King Qi to allow him to conduct this series of actions to dig up King Song's faction. Then who else could it be? Who was the one hiding in the back that saw through his plan, guided Wang Yin, and secretly laid this trap for him? At that instant, cold sweat drenched Yao Guangyi's back. After years of political fights in the royal court, this was the first time he felt such an intense unease. The moment he thought that there was such an intelligent strategist, who was in no way inferior to him, hiding in the shadows to help the Wang clan, Yao Guangyi felt fearful, as though there was a dagger behind his back at this very moment, making it difficult to eat or sleep in peace. Ha ha ha. Yao Guangyi, you have miscalculated. On the other hand, at this moment Wang Yin was feeling extremely delighted. Wang Yan's camp had slaughtered the livestock and prepared marvelous wines for a celebration. Wang Yin had passed down orders to reward the men. Even though the battle was fought by Yao Guangyi, Wang Yin was even more excited than Yao Guangyi himself. Everyone thought that as Wang Yin and Yao Guangyi were both officials of the royal court, Wang Yin was happy for Yao Guangyi. However, that wasn't what Wang Yin was thinking at all. Wang Yin did not have much of a talent for politics and governance. That's why Wang Yin was completely oblivious when Yao Guangyi schemed against him at the vast crane pavilion, as well as when he secretly left the capital to the borders to deal with him. However, this didn't mean that when the Hu crossed the border and his scouts detected that Yao Guangyi had disobeyed the military orders to move his army toward his deployment site, he was still oblivious to what he was trying to do. It was a military law for the Great Tang Empire's armies that they were to not retreat when faced with the invasion of a foreign tribe. They had to shoulder the responsibility to destroy and send back the invading enemies so as to guard the lands of the Great Tang. Those who disobeyed these orders would be sentenced to death. Regardless of whether he was willing or not, if Yao Guangyi's army were to appear here during the invasion of the Hu, Wang Yin would have to collaborate with Yao Guangyi to expel the invaders from the Great Tang's territories. He didn't have a grudge with Yao Guangyi, but the two of them weren't that close either. Yao Guangyi's actions were too intentional. If not for his third son Wang Chang's reminder, and he had kept a lookout on the situation, he would have fallen for Yao Guangyi's ploy. The Yao and Wang clan puts aside their previous grudges to work together. The moment he thought of the possibility of such a rumor spreading within the capital and the uproar it would cause, Wang Yin couldn't help but sweat profusely. His third son Wang Chong had said that Yao Guangyi was intentionally keeping mum in the vast crane pavilion to harm him back then, but Wang Yin did not believe him. However, after this incident, he didn't hold the slightest bit of doubt toward his words. Chong-er, how did he know all these? Dressed in his battle armor, Wang Yin turned to look at the north. The agitation and excitement he had felt earlier vanished entirely, and what that replaced it was this single thought. There were simply too many doubts on Wang Yan's mind right now. His third son Wang Chong was only a 15-year-old child. He was rebellious and immoral. Not only did he an innocent lady, there were also many actions of his that left him disappointed. Wang Yin was unable to comprehend how Wang Chong, a mere 15-year-old boy, was able to know that Yao Guangyi was plotting against him, and even more so, the form that Yao Guangyi's ploy would take. Yao Guangyi was no ordinary person. Wang Yin was unable to comprehend how a small child like Wang Chong would know such a confidential military secret. If not for the military order for him to remain at the camp, Wang Yin truly wished to fly back to the capital to question Wang Chong. The letter I sent should have already reached the capital. At the top of the peak, Wang Yin's cape fluttered along with the wind. Gazing into the dark skies, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. A few days ago, he had sent a letter back to the capital, and by now, Wang Chong should have received it. The forging of the wood steel into weapons was still ongoing. Just like before, Wang Chong returned back to his home right after overlooking the cold forging process. Mother. Wang Chong pushed the doors open and greeted his mother right after stepping into the residence. However, the next moment, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The usually empty main hall was currently filled with many different figures. None of these people was saying anything. Upon hearing Wang Chong's voice, all of them turned their gazes over. Mother, big uncle, big aunt, uncle, cousin, TL, referring to just Wang Zhuyin. Looking at those faces that would usually never appear here, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, a sense of trepidation filled him. There were so many people, but it was too quiet. Other than during his grandfather's birthday, Wang Chong had never seen so many people gathered in the Wang family residence before. Especially for his big uncle, he was seated at the main seat in the hall with an unreadable expression. Could it be that there are some developments with the report the old master of the Yao clan sent up to the emperor? Wang Chong's heart beat furiously. Just as he was feeling unnerved by such a massive formation before him, the sight before him suddenly darkened. He felt his body being embraced tightly by a figure who suddenly rushed toward him. Chonger. Wang Chong wanted to struggle and retaliate, but upon hearing that gentle voice by his ear, his body relaxed. It was his mother. Chonger, your father had said everything in the letter. My child, you have finally grown up. Mother has wronged you in the past. Mother Wang Zhao Shuhua's tears trickled down her cheeks onto Wang Chong's chest. This was the first time Wang Chong seeing her getting so agitated since his reincarnation. Wang Chong was taken aback. Peering over his mother's shoulder, he saw a letter on the table not too far away, and on it was an extremely familiar handwriting. It's father's handwriting. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. He had roughly guessed something, and he stretched out his hands to hug his mother in return. Mother. Wang Chong had finally understood why so many people were gathered here today. After such a long time, has news finally arrived from father's side? From his mother's reaction, it seemed like his efforts weren't in vain. Father had finally decided to listen to his advice. A surge of warmth flowed into his heart. The intense crushing pressure that had been on his heart all this time was finally released. Shuhua, let's put aside whatever you two mother and son have to say for later. We have very important things that we need to question Chonger on. We have to clarify with him the matter regarding the Yao clan, Wang clan, and Kingsong. Suddenly, a powerful and authoritative voice sounded in his ear. Wang Chong lifted his head and saw that in the direct center of the main hall, in the most prestigious seat, a middle-aged man in his 40s was currently seated. His voice was stern, and he exuded an intimidating pressure just by sitting here. He looked like an extremely rational person, someone who held an important and crucial official in the royal court. In truth, he really did. Big uncle. This person was Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang General in his previous life. When Wang Chong had transcended into this world, he did not fear anything at all, except for this big uncle who he wasn't close with. There are some people in the world who induced fear in others when they lashed up angrily. At the same time, there are also some people whose natural disposition induced fear in others. The latter type of people seems as though they are incapable of laughing, and when they did, it looks sinister and scary, a sight that is even more fearsome than crying. His big uncle was such a person. In fact, it was highly possible that his cousin, Zhu Yan, had inherited those genes from his big uncle such that Wang Chong was fearful of her as well. Since big uncle had said so, then let's do it by that way. Madame Wang's released her grip with a slightly embarrassed expression. Clearly, she was also a little fearful of Wang Cheng's big uncle. In this feudal era, the elder brother possessed a superior standing to that of the younger siblings, equivalent to one's father. As the eldest son, Wang Jin possessed the greatest say within the Wang clan. This quality applied to Wang Cheng's big aunt, uncle, little uncle, and the others as well. TL. There is a saying which goes like respect one's elder brother, as though one's father. No one dared to refute big uncle's words. Everyone looked anxious, except for Wang Zhuyin, who remained calm in comparison. She mischievously blinked her eyes and secretly shot a thumbs up toward Wang Chong, encouraging him. Wang Chong, allow me to ask you a question. Your father had suddenly shifted his campground and army back 50 li, and avoided Yao Guangyi's ploy through such. Your father had claimed that it was your credit, and that you were the one who asked him to do so. Is that true? Wang Jin stared intently at Wang Chong as he asked him about the matter by the border. At that instant, the eyes of the entire Wang clan in the room was gathered on Wang Chong. Everyone was curious to see how would Wang Chong reply to this question. Even though Wang Chong's mother had already explained everything to them, the crowd seemed to be unable to believe that it was his doing. In fact, even his cousin, Wang Zhuyin, was slightly doubtful of it as well. After all, this was a large contrast from his previous actions. The matter he had done this time was simply too shocking. It's true, I asked him to do so. Wang Chong was silent for a moment before he lifted his head to meet everyone's gazes and nod his head seriously. These few simple words had caused a storm in the minds of its listeners. The eyes of the onlookers were complicated. Even though Wang Chong's father had explained the matter in another letter to them, the explanation simply sounded too inconceivable to them. It was still very shocking for them to hear Wang Chong admit to it. What is going on? Wang Chong's big uncle's face was still impassive as he asked coldly. Wang Chong, there's no need for you to be nervous. Your big uncle isn't interrogating you. By the side, Wang Chong's big aunt, Wang Rushuang, said, You might not know, but the matter by the border had caused a huge uproar in the capital. A few days ago, Yao Guangyi had led his army to your father's deployment site in an attempt to create the facade that the Wang clan and Yao clan had put aside their grudges to work together. It was fortunate that your father had listened to your words and retreated 50 li backward with his army in advance, thus catching Yao Guangyi and Yao clan by surprise and clearing him of all suspicions. Your father had explained all of these in the letter and stated that it was your credit that our Wang clan had managed to pull one over them in the battle against the Yao clan. Wang Chong, you have contributed greatly to our Wang clan. Wang Chong was only a 15-year-old kid, and there wasn't a single person in the Wang clan who did not fear Wang Rushuang's big brother. Wang General, knowing this fact, Wang Rushuang put on a cheerful smile in an attempt to alleviate the heavy atmosphere. Other than that, it was your grandfather's intention for all of us to be gathered here to comprehend more about the situation from you. You are a meritorious member of the Wang clan, so there's no need for you to be nervous. Hearing Big Aunt's words, Wang Chong's heart skipped a beat and his attention was aroused. If he remembered correctly, his grandfather was currently stationed in the Four Quarters Embassy to support the emperor's policies at any moment. All along, he had never concerned himself with this kind of small matter. Apparently, the affair at the border had attracted his attention. Or rather, to be more specific, Wang Chong had attracted his attention. Among the current younger generation of the Wang clan, only Wang Chong's big brother and older cousin had attracted grandfather's attention. This was the first time that he had been acknowledged by grandfather. TL, older cousin equals Wang Jin's son. Wang Chong glanced at his mother, only to see her face flushed. It seemed like she had known of this matter in advance. This is great. Wang Chong clenched his fists in agitation. This was truly an unexpected reward. Even though grandfather was already advanced in age, he still possessed an unrivaled position in the Wang clan. All of the Wang clan's authority, standing, reputation, and influence came from grandfather's contribution in enthroning the emperor back then. In the royal court, grandfather still possessed an immense amount of influence. The reason why Wang Chong's big uncle and father had the positions they had now was also due to grandfather's halo. The reason why Yao clan's Yao Guangyi, Old Master Yao, and King Qi, a kin of the royal family, were so fearful of the Wang clan and tried their hardest to divide the Wang clan from King Song was because of this powerful grandfather. Even though he had secluded himself in the Four Quarters Embassy and rarely showed him, he still induced fear in his opponents. However, what Wang Chong was concerned about wasn't this. "May I first read the letter on the table?" Wang Chong pointed to the white letter on the table. "Of course, this is a letter for you." The crowd in the room nodded their heads. Wang Chong grabbed the letter, took a look at it, and noticed that the wax seal had been removed. It seemed like everyone else here had already read the contents within. Wang Chong wasn't surprised at all. King Song and King Qi were currently the two most prestigious kings in the Great Tang Empire. Countless powerful subordinates and generals were involved within their sphere of influence. This kind of internal war between factions was incomparably dangerous, and being involved in it was as though stepping on thin ice. The Wang clan wasn't an exception as well. A single misstep could mean the disappearance of all of their authority, fortune, and prestige overnight. Given that the matter with Yao Guangyi had far-reaching impacts, it would be weird if the members of the Wang clan were not concerned with this matter at all. Opening the letter and taking out the letter from within, a bunch of powerfully stroked words appeared before him. He could sense slight agitation from the handwriting. It is father's handwriting. In the letter, his father, Wang Yin, had explained the entire situation. Listening to Wang Chong's words, upon receiving news of Yao Guangyi's movements from his scout, he moved his campground back 50 li swiftly. There wasn't too much to the event, and what that formed a larger part of the letter was Wang Yin asking Wang Chong on the matter. Through his words, Wang Chong could sense his father's confusion. It was clear that there were too many aspects of the matter that he was unable to comprehend. How did Wang Chong know that Yao Guangyi was going to harm him? How did he know when would King Song send his envoy for him? How did he know that the Hu would invade and that Yao Guangyi would send his army to his deployment site, thus asking him to retreat 50 li in advance? If Wang Chong had put on an outstanding and wise appearance usually and is highly regarded by the clan, it wouldn't be surprising to Wang Yin to see him display such incredible foresight. Yet, Wang Chong's actions had always been a cause for worry for him. In fact, not too long ago, there were even rumors that he a lady. This was something that even the profligate scions of the capital would never do. Try thinking about it. For such a Wang Chong to suddenly possess such foresight and wisdom, who wouldn't carry doubts on it? Wang Chong lifted his head to scan the faces in the main hall. Big uncle, cousin, big aunt, uncle, and everyone else were silent. Their expectant gazes were affixed on him. This was the first time Wang Chong was being acknowledged by so many people in the clan. Countless thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, but he gradually calmed down, and slowly, his thoughts became clearer and clearer. In his previous life, until the complete downfall of the Wang clan, Wang Chong had never been acknowledged by the clan. In the eyes of the entire clan, Wang Chong was someone who could never accomplish great things. The Wang clan was no ordinary clan. In the entire Central Plains, there weren't many clans who could match up to the Wang clan's prestige and power. Wang Chong knew that if he could receive the approval of the clan, it would be extremely useful for his future plans. He would be entitled to the resources of the Wang clan, and that included that of his grandfather, big uncle, big aunt, little uncle, father, big brother, cousin, all of their strengths, and they added up to an immense amount. Wang Chong's strength as an individual was nothing compared to this. But before that, he had to win all of their trust first. He needed the approval of all of the members of the clan. Wang Chong's first plan of reversing the destiny of the Wang clan had succeeded. What he had to do next was to enter the core of the clan, and this was a good opportunity to do so. His grandfather, who was in seclusion in the Four Quarters Embassy, rarely asked about the matters of the youngsters. Even though the ones who came this time and asked him on the matter were the others, Wang Chong knew that the one behind them was his powerful grandfather. The potential impacts of the incident at the border was simply too great. Father's unintentional escape from Yao Guangyi's ploy had saved the Wang clan from a potential calamity. Such performance was too shocking. This wasn't something someone of his age was capable of. Right now, his grandfather wasn't just the one. Probably everyone wanted to know how he was able to accomplish this impossible task. Wang Chong could easily come up with countless excuses such as those in the Transcension novels. An expert had told him about Yao clan's ploy, or that he had accidentally overheard of Yao clan's scheme to deal against the Wang clan, so he warned his father of it in advance. This kind of excuses would be accepted by them, but doing so was contrary to his primary aim. He wanted to enter the core of the family and become a highly regarded member of the clan. Thus, he had to showcase his full potential and talent so that he would leave an unerasable impression of him in their minds. Big Uncle, I wonder if you remember the incident of Ma Zhou using my name to a lady not too long ago? Wang Chong lifted his head and looked at Big Uncle Wang Jin, who was seated in the center seat, and asked calmly. I remember, Wang Jin said. His face was still impassive, but his heart skipped a beat and a bizarre feeling suddenly flashed across his mind. In the Wang clan, he was the eldest son. The old master had entrusted nearly all of his authority and influence to him, thus granting him an unparalleled position in the Wang clan. There was nearly no one who wasn't fearful of him in the Wang clan. Putting aside Wang Chong, Wang Zhuyin, and the other younger children of the clan, even Wang Rushuang, Zhao Shuhua, and the other elders of the clan were fearful of him. Wang Chong had met him a few times, and each time, he did not even dare to breathe loudly in his presence and cowered backward. But this time, this useless failure of the Wang clan actually dared to meet his gaze without the slightest bit of fear. This was something that even Wang Chong's elder brothers weren't capable of. This lad, Wang Jin frowned. Truthfully, before he came here, he did not believe the words Wang Yin said at all. Given Wang Chong's capabilities, it was unimaginable to Wang Jin that he could guide Wang Yin. There was a high possibility that Wang Yin wanted to help his son catch the attention of the old master, and thus, he used this incident as a platform for it. But looking at Wang Chong's calm and casual attitude, Wang Jin was suddenly unsure. After being in the field of politics for decades, he was able to tell whether someone was truly collected or pretending to be calm. The Wang Chong before him was truly different from the Wang Chong in his memories. Wang Chong could discern from his big uncle's expression what he was thinking of. To be honest, Wang Chong did not really like this big uncle of his. He tended to put on airs and often used his authority to put down his family members. He always acted haughtily before Wang Chong's parents and looked down on them. Wang Chong did not like him, and Wang Chong also knew that he didn't like him, his parents, his big brother, his second brother, his little sister, his entire family. If possible, Wang Chong would rather have his big uncle never appear before him. However, putting aside his hateful attitude, the Wang family didn't really have any conflict with him, needless to say, grudge. Most of the time, everyone's interests were aligned with one another. Taking this incident for example, if Wang Chong's father ended up falling for Yao Guangyi's ploy, not only will Wang Yin lose his official position, Big Uncle and the entire Wang clan would be implicated by the matter as well. Thus, even though Big Uncle hated his parents, he still rushed here anxiously. At such a timing, he wouldn't rub salt into their wounds. Rather, he would try all means possible to help his father. This was the truth of the Wang clan. Even though there were a few dark dealings within, everyone came from the same bloodline and everyone was the descendant of the Wang clan. They were operating on the same boat, and if something happened, everyone would be affected. Thus, regardless of whether Wang Chong liked this big uncle of his or not, as long as Wang Chong wanted to change the destiny of the Wang clan, as well as the destiny of the Central Plains, Wang Chong needed to persuade his big uncle and receive his assistance. I've been acquainted with Ma Zhou for quite a period of time, and while I was hanging out with him, I treated him as a soulmate, treating him with my utmost sincerity. However, I never thought that he would betray me. He a lady under broad daylight and claimed that I was the one who ordered him to bring that lady to me. Eventually, I found out that he was under Yao Feng's commands, and he intentionally got close to me to do me in, Wang Chong said with an indignant expression. At the same time, his mind was flying about the place, thinking of the words he should say. This was the first time I opened my heart to make some friends, and I didn't expect that it would end like that. To think that Ma Zhou was commanded by Yao clan Gongzi Yao Feng to do such a thing. I didn't know that there was such a backstory. If so, it's no wonder that you would head to the vast crane pavilion to cause a ruckus. Big Aunt Wang Rushuang nodded her head. She was a female, and after marrying out, she could only be considered as half a member of the Wang clan. As such, she didn't really bother herself much with the affairs of the clan. Wang Chong and Yao Feng's conflict had been reported to the emperor, so it was natural she knew it, but she wasn't aware that there was such a background to the matter. What's your main point? Big Uncle Wang Jin said indifferently. He already knew all of these earlier on, and that was including the background of Ma Zhou. He had investigated them properly after the matter happened, and if not for him blocking the matter, Wang Chong would have been arrested and locked in jail for the crime of a female civilian. However, he didn't say all of these. Wang Jin wasn't bothered about whether Wang Chong was a victim of the matter or not. It didn't matter to him whether Yao Feng was the one who intended to inflict harm on Wang Chong first or not. He was only bothered that the uproar Wang Chong caused in the vast crane pavilion and his beating up of Yao Feng had been reported by the Yao clan's old master to the emperor. In this conflict, the interests of the Wang clan had been adversely impacted. This was what he was concerned with. The ending was more important than the process. This was also the reason why he angrily stomped to the Wang family right after the meeting at the royal court ended. Whether Wang Chong was framed or not was not even of importance. Sitting by the side, Madame Wang was listening into the matter with an embarrassed look. Her mouth moved, but she didn't feel like it was her place to say anything at this point. It was after this matter that I woke up and realized that I had committed a lot of mistakes in the past. Wang Chong could discern the thoughts of Wang Jin, but he paid it no heed and continued on with his story. Wang Zhuyin and Wang Rushuang nodded their heads. They could sense Wang Chong's changes, but they didn't know the reason behind the change before this. Wang Chong's words were acceptable by them. Even though Wang Chong had suffered a setback in the hands of Ma Zhou, he was able to wake up before it was too late. This was something that for the Wang clan to be delighted about. Taking this into sight, Wang Chong was satisfied with the impact of his words and continued on. Yao Feng had treated me like this, and naturally, I was unsatisfied ending the matter just like this. Thus, I intentionally got close to him with the intention to deal with him, so as to vent the hatred within. Just that, I didn't expect that I would unintentionally overhear the news that Yao Guangyi's invitation to my father for a gathering at the vast crane pavilion was actually a ploy to divide father from King Song. In the main hall, Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin, big aunt Wang Rushuang, uncle Li Lin, and cousin Wang Zhuyan's bodies trembled. Even astonishment was reflected on Wang Chong's mother's face. Clearly, this was the first time they were hearing of the truth behind Wang Chong's matter. Yao Feng had sent Ma Zhou to deal with Wang Chong, and Wang Chong was furious at him for that, so he ran over to look for Yao Feng to question him. But while doing so, he unintentionally overheard the shocking secret of the Yao clan wanting to deal with the Wang clan. This was a rational explanation that everyone here could accept. If the Yao clan had fallen because of this, it was truly the decree of fate. Yao Guangyi's loss wasn't really that surprising anymore. Taking their reactions into sight, Wang Chong nodded his head with satisfaction within. This was the excuse that he had squeezed his brain juice out to come up with. If he had said that he had heard the news from some other scion that he hanged out with, Big Uncle would only think that it was luck on his part and that it had nothing to do with his own abilities. However, if he had headed over to exact vengeance on Yao Feng and overheard the Yao clan's plan, this made the entire event different. At the very least, this was the result of diligence on his part rather than sheer luck. Yao Guangyi is a cunning person. It was impossible for him to have any good intention at heart inviting father for a gathering. I knew that I had to mess up their meeting no matter what, but the vast crane pavilion was tightly guarded by the experts of the Yao residence. It was nearly impossible for outsiders to get in. Thus, considering that it was a nearly impossible task for me to barge in, I decided to work on Ma Zhou instead. Then, Wang Chong recounted what that had happened between him and Ma Zhou after that. Everyone knew of the matter with Ma Zhou, so there was no need for him to lie on that aspect. That makes sense. For you to be able to think of making use of that, Ma Zhou, seems like you have some wits. Big Uncle Wang Jin nodded his head and offered a rare praise to Wang Chong. Bizarre expressions appeared on the faces of Wang Chong's big aunt, uncle, and cousin. On the other hand, Wang Chong's mother was delighted. Everyone knew that Big Uncle was an austere man who rarely smiled, needless to say, compliment others. Having married into the Wang clan for so many years, this was the first time Madame Wang was hearing him compliment her own son. Clearly, Wang Chong's actions in the vast crane pavilion had received his approval. Such a weird feeling. Wang Chong saw his cousin Wang Zhuyin winking at him. He couldn't help but find this situation amazing. From a long time ago, he and his big uncle shared a mutual dislike for one another, and listening to the compliments of someone you dislike was a bizarre feeling. Regardless, blood is thicker than water. They came from the same bloodline, and Wang Chong was still delighted to receive the approval of an elder. However, before Wang Chong could relish in the sensation, Big Uncle's authoritative voice sounded once more. I won't ask you about the matter in the vast crane pavilion then. Since you were able to overhear about the matter in the vast crane pavilion from Yao Feng, I reckon that it should have been the same for the matter of King Song summoning your father. However, what about the incident by the borders? Did you overhear that as well? I have known Yao Guangyi for many years, and I have crossed blows with him in the royal court multiple times. I understand his means and personality very well. Vast Crane Pavilion and King Song are both in the capital, and Yao Feng often walked to and fro the Vast Crane Pavilion. So it wasn't really bizarre for you to happen to overhear a few things from him. However, the matter at the border was completely different. The fewer the people who know of the matter, the more likely it would succeed. Given Yao Guangyi's personality, he might not have even told his closest aide about the plan, needless to say, his son. So how could you have possibly known that he would use such a method to set your father up and have him retreat 50 li in advance? Yao Guangyi wasn't any ordinary man. Wang Jin knew this fact better than anyone else, even more so than Wang Chong. His plans were often crafted very carefully and secretly, and he did all preparations to prevent anything from going awry. If Wang Chong had heard of the matter of the vast crane pavilion from Yao Feng, that was still understandable. However, it was definitely impossible for Wang Chong to overhear the fact that Yao Guangyi intended to head to the border to set Wang Yin up. Being a powerful official in the royal court, Wang Jin had many eyes and ears in the capital, so rarely could news hide from his notice. However, he had not heard of a single word on this matter. Similarly, the old acquaintances and students of the old master in the military hadn't heard anything as well. Where could Wang Chong hear of news that even the two of them didn't know of? Here it comes. A strike of lightning flashed across Wang Chong's head. This was the of the show today. Big Uncle, Big Aunt, Uncle, Father, and the others, they may not know exactly what Yao Guangyi would do, but they understood his personality. Even Big Uncle, who was well informed of the affairs in the capital, did not know that Yao Guangyi was going to deal with Wang Chong's father by the borders, yet in useless failure of the Wang clan was able to know of it in advance. This was probably the main issue that left many people, including Wang Chong's grandfather, perplexed. Regardless of whether it was his father who was still by the borders, his grandfather who was in the Four Quarters Embassy, or the Big Uncle before him, this was probably the main issue that they were interested in. Whether he would be able to convince them, change their impression of him, and become a highly regarded member of the clan would depend on this. I didn't hear of this matter. I guessed it, Wang Chong said. Guessed? Other than Wang Chong's mother, everyone else was flabbergasted. Big Uncle Wang Jin's thick eyebrows twitched violently, as though this was the first time he was meeting the true self of the failure of the Wang clan. How did you guess it? Big Uncle Wang Jin asked. This answer that Wang Chong just provided was even more shocking than if he had said that he had overheard it from Yao Feng. Yao Guangyi was always thorough in the things he did. Even though his action of scheming against father seemed like a grudge between the Wang clan and the Yao clan, it was, in fact, a political struggle between King Song and King Qi. This was a huge affair with far-reaching implications. The matter in the vast crane pavilion had been foiled by me and my little sister, but Yao Guangyi wasn't the type of person to give up that easily. That would be underestimating his means. Back then, I was sure that he would have some other plans. Since his plan in the capital had failed, it was unlikely that he would pull anything here anymore. Thus, the best way for him to deal with my father was outside the capital, and of which, the only place where Yao Guangyi could pull his schemes at was at my father's deployment site. I have studied the map carefully and I realized that Yao Guangyi's deployment site and my father's deployment site weren't too far away from one another. Thus, I concluded that it was the best place, as well as the most probable one, for Yao Guangyi to launch his moves. The moment Wang Chong's finished his sentence, the entire main hall plunged into complete silence. If a pin were to drop now, the sound would surely be deafening. Everyone looked at Wang Chong in astonishment, and for a long moment, they couldn't find a word to say. Wang Chong's words were logical. If it were Wang Chong's elder brothers, or some other intelligent young talent who said such words, the crowd wouldn't be surprised at all. But Wang Chong, this was too shocking. At this moment, Even Wang Chang's big uncle forgot to speak. Good child, good child. You have truly grown mature. Wang Chang's mother was surprised and delighted. She was so agitated that she had to keep on wiping away the tears that were streaming down her face. Without even looking, she could tell that her son's performance had won the approval of all members of the Wang clan. She had 4 children, 3 sons and a daughter, and of which she worried the most for her youngest son. Which mother doesn't wish for their own son to become accomplished? Isn't this what all mothers dream of? At this very moment, her child had finally grown up and matured. This was something she felt relieved and delighted over. After that, Big Uncle Wang Jin asked. His voice was no longer as stern as before. Clearly, Wang Chang's words had moved him, and the impression of the useless Wang Chong in his mind had changed completely. I've studied the lands by the borders, and there weren't too few things that Yao Guangyi could manipulate to his advantage. For one, my father could simply ignore his moves, and that would render his helpless. At the same time, it was nearly impossible for Yao Guangyi to make a move on his campsite as well. Thus, the most probable possibility was through the Hu. Wang Chong said. His gaze was bright and calm, and as he spoke, he exuded the aura of a sage. Seeing this sight, those who were familiar with him were astonished. They had watched Wang Chong as he grew up, and they had never seen such a quality on him. This child has finally grown up. Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang thought as she nodded her head in approval within. She was delighted with his changes. Previously, when she heard that Wang Chong had caused a huge trouble in the vast crane pavilion, she was extremely infuriated. She felt that this child was too immature and would never grow up. But now, she did not dare to harbor such thoughts anymore. They said that even the most mischievous and unworthy boys would awaken one day. Looks like Chonger had finally woken up. Big Aunt was overjoyed. Even though she had married into another family and she could only be considered as half a Wang clan member, she and her husband shared a fate with the Wang clan. The youngest and most unworthy son of the Wang clan had suddenly awoken, and furthermore, he showed outstanding talents. This was something for the Wang clan to celebrate over. I have analyzed the matter carefully, and this was the most possible tactic Yao Guangyi would use. If I guessed wrongly, I won't talk about that. But if I guessed correctly, Yao Guangyi would surely leave the capital soon to head for the borders, and facts had proven that my conjecture is right. At this moment, he should have passed their test. Looking at Big Uncle's expression, it seemed like he was satisfied with the results of this interrogation. This way, he would be able to explain the situation to grandfather as well. However, Wang Chong knew that this level of contribution wasn't sufficient to receive the approval of all members of the clan. In fact, it wasn't even enough for him to enter the core of the clan. At the very most, he had only reversed the impression Big Uncle, Big Aunt, Uncle, Father, and the rest had of him. If he wanted them to respect his opinion, he still needed to display his talent openly and show more of his capabilities. Big Uncle, the incident by the border has already ended. Even though Yao Guangyi had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, the Yao clan's foundations are far from being rattled. If I'm not wrong, Yao clan's old master Yao would soon head to grandfather to request for a truce. Wang Chong said. What? Old master Yao would request for a truce with our old master? How is that possible? Upon hearing Wang Chong's words, shock appeared on everyone's faces. Wang Chong, you must be joking. Old Master Yao is an old wily fox, and given his standing and identity, how could he possibly request for a truce with your grandfather? Isn't that admitting defeat before grandfather? He would never do such a thing. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Zhuyin, was the first to question his words, after which the eyes in the entire room shot toward Wang Chong. They were unable to comprehend why he was so sure that old Master Yao would request for a truce. It was true that the Yao clan had been made a laughingstock, but this didn't hinder their authority and influence. At the very most, they just failed in an operation to do the Wang clan in. Yet, Wang Chong claimed that the old retired wily fox of the Yao clan, a figure whose stomp would tremor the entire capital, would request a truce with their own old master. This was something inconceivable to them. However, Wang Chong's grim expression showed how serious he was on this matter. Thus, everyone waited quietly for his explanation. Cousin, you didn't think sufficiently deep into the matter. If we just consider the fact that the Yao clan had lost to the Wang clan in this battle, it wouldn't count as anything much, and Old Master Yao wouldn't need to come out personally to settle the matter. However, did you all forget? Old Master Yao had recently reported our Wang clan up to the Emperor. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Wang. It was as though a strike of lightning had flashed across the main hall, and everyone's eyes lit up. They suddenly understood the meaning behind Wang Chong's words. Right now, not only did the Yao clan need to resolve the displeasure of the Wang clan, they had to settle the displeasure of His Majesty. Everyone could tell what the Yao clan was up to after what Yao Guangyi did by the border. Given His Majesty's wisdom, did you all think that he wouldn't be able to tell what was going on? At this moment, the old wily fox Yao had to come out regardless of whether he was willing to or not. Yao Guangyi's standing had yet to reach that kind of level, so the old wily fox had no choice. Humph, they truly did themselves in this done. That old wily fox was looking for it. Wang Chong sneered coldly. Wang Chong wasn't speaking nonsense. Right after he heard that Yao Guangyi's ploy had failed, he had been thinking about this matter. Currently, Yao Guangyi wasn't capable of placating the wrath of the emperor. In the entire Yao clan, only Old Master Yao wielded such capability. Unless the Yao clan decided to discard their honor and riches, otherwise, Old Master Yao had no choice on the matter. On this matter, he paying a visit to grandfather and requesting for a truce was the best solution. Even though the Yao clan's old master might not utter a single word of apology, he had little choice but to pay a visit to Wang Chong's grandfather at the Four Quarters Embassy. He also had to enter the royal palace to admit his faults and beg for forgiveness with the emperor. This was something he had no choice but to do. If I'm not wrong, the Yao clan's old master would probably start making a move within these 2 days. Wang Chong smirked. Initially, everyone thought that Wang Chong was spouting nonsense, and they were unmoved by their words. However, as they listened on, their eyes slowly brightened and eventually, they became agitated. Chonger, I realize that you have really changed. Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang scanned Wang Chong from top to bottom with a curious gaze, as though this was the first time she was meeting with the real Wang Chong. It was impossible for you to say such words in the past. Looks like the incident with Ma Zhou was a blessing in disguise. At the very least, you have matured from it. Hee, Ru Shuang. No matter what, Chong is from the old master's bloodline. Even though he might have his moments of folly, there is no way he could be lacking. I think that the current him is the true him. Perhaps in the past, he might have just placed his thoughts elsewhere. Wang Chong's uncle, Li Lin, was a bearded tough man. Even when seated, his back was entirely upright. With a single look, it was clear that he was from the military. In reality, his uncle Li Lin was truly a military man. However, different from Wang Chong's father, Wang Yin, he was a member of the Imperial Army. He was an extremely masculine man, and perhaps due to his job scope, he tended to be reticent and spoke few words. Different from Big Aunt and Big Uncle, Uncle Li Lin did not hold any bias against Wang Chong. As the saying goes, it is impossible for a great man to bore a meek son. In his perspective, the current Wang Chong was the true Wang Chong. Hee, uncle, you shouldn't praise him too much. He'll get complacent. Even though Madame Wang said so, she was actually overjoyed. No one disliked their own children being praised. Wang Chong's performance this time had impressed everyone, such that even his big uncle who didn't like him didn't say anything about it. He had truly made his mother proud today. Father, if it is truly as little brother Chong had said, grandfather would definitely be overjoyed. Wang Zhuyin chuckled behind her hands. Wang Chong's grandfather was a nemesis of the Yao clan's old master, and from very long ago, they had been fighting against one another. Neither side was willing to submit to the other. If the Yao clan's old master went over to grandfather to apologize for his son and request for a truce, grandfather would surely be over the moon. Wang Chong's big uncle, Wang Jin, sat there quietly, neither agreeing or disagreeing to Wang Zhuyan's words. Even though Wang Chong's words were only speculation on his part, Wang Jin knew that there was a high possibility that things would unfold as Wang Chong said. Yao Guangyi had suffered a setback at the border due to Wang Yin, and the first thing he thought of was to come to the Wang family to ask about the matter. If not for Wang Chong bringing it up, he would have totally forgotten about the issue with Old Master Yao. No wonder Old Master would send me here. Most probably, He already knew of the happenings at the Yao clan. Suddenly, everything was clear in Wang Jin's mind. He glanced at Wang Chong once more, but there were many complicated feelings in his mind. His third brother, Wang Yin, had a total of 3 sons and 1 daughter. Putting aside the 2 elder brothers, now even the most useless third son was proving to be a useful asset. This would destabilize his position and authority as the eldest son of the Wang clan. The authority and influence Old Master had passed down to him would definitely start to spread thin, and to him, this wasn't something good. But on the other hand, the Wang clan was reliant on one another for survival. It wasn't a good thing for the other party if either he or Wang Yin were to fall. This time, if not for Wang Chong's sudden display of talent and foreseeing the Yao Guangyi's ploy, the Wang clan might be facing a disastrous catastrophe at this very moment. As a whole, if more talents were to appear in the Wang clan, the more likely it was for the Wang clan to flourish. On this aspect, it was a good thing to him as well. For a moment, Wang Jin was conflicted. Big uncle, even though the Yao clan had lost this time and Old Master Yao was going to request for a truce with grandfather, we mustn't let down our guard. Wang Chong was clear at reading faces, and he knew what his big uncle Wang Jin was thinking. If in his previous life, Wang Chong would definitely shirk off his responsibility and stay out of this affair if he saw his big uncle behaving like this. But in this life, Wang Chong understood that a catastrophe was about to befall Great Tang. Before this catastrophe, the Wang clan must not be embroiled in any internal fights and weaken itself. Wang Chong needed to unite all possible strength that he could tap into, and this included his big uncle. For this motive, just displaying his capability wasn't sufficient. He had to change his big uncle's attitude toward him and have him feel goodwill toward him. At the very least, his big uncle shouldn't be hostile toward him. Even though the Yao clan has lost this time, they didn't lose willingly. I think that they might pull some strings privately while requesting for a truce with us. With His Majesty's attention on the matter, they wouldn't be able to lay their hands on my father, big uncle, uncle, and little uncle. However, it would be hard to say the same for the others in the clan. I heard that big uncle is planning to move cousin's official position. TL, in here, cousin refers to Wang Jin's elder son. Wang Chong shot a meaningful gaze to big uncle Wang General Wang. Wang Jin had been seated on the main seat of the hall calmly all along. But upon hearing Wang Chong's words, his entire body jolted as though it had been electrified. He abruptly sat upward and stared at Wang Chong with a look of disbelief. He had been involved in politics for decades, and so, he was able to grasp Wang Chong's words at once. At that instant, cold sweat drenched his entire back. Everyone had their own selfish motives. In order to counteract Wang Yan's influence in the military, he had secretly placed his eldest son's, Wang Li, name on the royal court's promotion list. He hoped to use Old Master and his own influence to send his eldest son Wang Li to a higher position. He hadn't alarmed anyone of this matter, but privately, he already had the Bureau of Military Personnel handle it. If the Yao clan were to make a move on this matter, that would be disastrous. Thinking of it, Wang Jin could no longer remain seated. If big uncle wishes to send cousin to higher heights, it is best that you make a move yourself and settle this matter quickly. Many things can happen if you were to delay it. Furthermore, I think that cousin Wang Li possessed greater talent in governance than in the military. I hope that big uncle can consider this as well, Wang Chong said. In his previous life, Yao clan had schemed for the downfall of everyone in the Wang clan to whittle down its influence in the royal court. Wang Chong's father, big uncle, uncle, little uncle, cousin Wang Li, and Wang Chong's eldest brother, Wang Fu, were on the list. Big brother Wang Fu had a stable footing in his position, so the Yao clan was unable to lay their hands on him. However, his cousin Wang Li was different. Based on what Wang Chong recalled from his previous life, big uncle was too anxious then and added Wang Li's name into the promotion list of the royal court. Thus, the Yao clan made full use of this opportunity. Yao Guangyi made use of the Bureau of Military Personnel's personnel redeployment to put Wang Li under him. Then, he tried all means to make him commit mistakes. Not too long later, something occurred to Wang Li, and he became a spear for the Yao clan to deal with the Wang clan. But back then, big uncle and father had already fallen, so the handle over Wang Li was of no use. However, the situation was different now. Yao Guangyi had suffered a setback by the border, and father and big uncle were still standing tall in the royal court. In order to deal with the Wang clan, they would definitely make a move there. A dam of 1,000 li crumbles can crumble due to an ant's nest. Given the capabilities of the old and young wily fox of the Yao clan, they would definitely try all means possible to overthrow the Wang clan if such an opportunity were to fall into their laps. Wang Chong told this to big uncle Wang Jin, was to remind him of the possibility. Big uncle may not be interested in the affairs of Wang Chong's family, but it was impossible for him to remain unmoved by his own son's plight. Wang Chong was selling him a favor. At the same time, he was trying to alter the impression his big uncle had of him. I know what to do, so you don't have to bother about this matter. Also, leave the matter with the Yao clan to us. I will report the matter today truthfully to the old master, big uncle Wang Jin said. His face was clearly much gentler than before. Boom. At that instant when big uncle spoke, a mechanic voice devoid of any emotion suddenly rang in Wang Chong's head. User has awakened. You have successfully altered the destiny of your clan and received the approval of your clanmate. Thus, you have been awarded the title Destiny Struggler. Wang Chong was startled. The voice disappeared as quickly as it appeared, making Wang Chong doubt if he was hallucinating. What was going on? Shocked by the sudden voice in his head, Wang Chong's face turned ghastly white. The voice appeared abruptly, and it clearly wasn't the voice of anyone who was present in the room. In fact, it seemed to have simply appeared in his head, and that wasn't just it. Wang Chong remembered the voice. In his previous life, when he was on the verge of death, he had once heard this voice. Even though he couldn't recall the contents of what it said, he remembered the mechanic voice. Wang Chong did not expect that he would hear it again at this moment. Chonger, are you all right? Wang Chong's mother was the first one to notice the anomaly with Wang Chong. I'm all right. Wang Chong quickly shook his head. Even though he didn't know what was going on, he was sure that something had happened. Furthermore, it was definitely something very important. Mother Wang nodded her head. She attributed the matter to Wang Chong's excitement. Zhu Yin, let's go. Not too far away. Big Uncle Wang Jin waved his hand, got up, and left. He was still worried about the matter with the eldest son, so he wasn't in the mood to remain here for even a second longer. Actually, other than Wang Chong himself, no one in the main hall really noticed Wang Chong's peculiar condition. Even if they did notice something, they simply attributed it to his excitement, just like Mother Wang. Good job, Wang Chong. You truly amazed second sister this time. Remember to come over and visit your second sister soon. Cousin Wang Zhu Yin fondled Wang Chong's hair and followed behind her father. Child, you have truly changed. Big Aunt is happy for you. If you have time, do come over and visit your Big Aunt. Big Aunt Wang Ru Shuang also stood up. Shu Hua, I will be leaving first. If you have time, do bring the children over for a visit. Sure. Allow me to walk you out. Madame Wang Zhao Shu Hua stood up to send them off. The smile on her face was extremely bright, but Wang Chong wasn't in the mood to pay it any heed. His mind was a mess and all of his attention was focused on that emotionless mechanic voice he heard previously. The moment his mother and the others left, Wang Chong immediately darted out of the main hall and rushed to his own room. Let's go. It's been long since I have left here. I have been staying in the Four Quarters Embassy for so long. It's about time for me to go out for a walk. Right when Wang Chong's big uncle Wang Jin, big aunt Wang Ru Shuang, and the others were walking out of the Wang family residence, in the Four Quarters Embassy, a white-haired, sharp-eyed old man was currently holding onto a dragon head cane. Sighing, he slowly stood up from his seat. That old man looked as though he wasn't a martial artist, but as he stood up from his seat, a powerful aura reminiscent of the powerful waves from the ocean exuded from him. The eastern part of the Four Quarters Embassy seemed to shake under the foot of the old man, as though the earth was struggling to prop up the body of the old man. Wang. Upon seeing the old man stand up, the surrounding Imperial Army members, guards, maids, and servants all knelt down, and on the faces of their lowered head was a mix of respect and fear. That expression was as though a weak insect meeting a gigantic elephant in the jungle. In reality, this white-bearded old man who seemed old and fragile was definitely one of the most authoritative figures in the entire Central Plains. He was the pillar propping up the Yao clan. The old master of the Yao clan, Duke Yao. Old master, are you going to meet King Qi? An old but powerful voice sounded by the side. By Duke Yao's side stood an old man seemingly in his 60s. Despite the deep creases on his forehead, he exuded the aura of an expert possessing immeasurable strength. That dangerous old man stood with his body bent, and his attitude and gestures were filled with respect. Guangyi had suffered a setback at the southern border. This isn't a matter which he could handle. Old Master Yao couldn't help but sigh deeply. Looks like there's a wise man assisting the Wang clan. After which, the entire hall turned silent. The stilled atmosphere was extremely intimidating. The son which the old master had high expectations of, Yao Guangyi, had suffered a setback by the borders. As though it had wings, the news flew across the entire capital, turning the entire Yao clan into a laughingstock. Nowadays, the eastern part of the Four Quarters Embassy has been completely silent. No one dared to comment anything about the matter. But privately, everyone has been saying that Wang Yin had received the assistance of a sage. This sage was even more incredible than Old Master Guangyi. He was able to play the careful and intelligent Old Master Guangyi in his palms. In fact, people were even saying that the affair in the vast crane pavilion was a scheme of the other party as well. To date, no one knew who the sage who guided the Wang clan was. In the Wang clan, from Duke Jiu to Wang Yin, no one was skilled at political games. That eldest son was slightly knowledgeable on it, but his capabilities were only limited to the royal court. He was completely oblivious of military affairs. In terms of foresight, he paled far in comparison to Old Master Guangyi. The Wang clan would be able to soar to greater heights with the assistance of such a strategist. This wasn't a good thing for the Yao clan. The old servant, Yao Chun, had accompanied Old Master Yao for several decades now, but it seemed like on this matter, the old master had no clues whatsoever as well. Old Master, even though second young master is unable to compare up to you, he has also inherited a certain level of your abilities. Yet, he suffered such a huge setback, and he was played in the palm of the other party. The other party had a close grasp over his intentions and his plans. This had never happened before. Furthermore, our men were unable to find any clues about the opponent. Old Master, the second young master's opponent isn't ordinary. You have to help him. Yao Guangyi was already in his 40s, but in the mouth of this old servant, he was still termed as second young master. Seems like the other party did not come with good intentions. I have my own judgment on the matter. Call Guangyi back and say that it's my orders. Tell him not to get involved with the Wang clan for the time being. Duke Yao closed his eyes and silence loomed over the room for a long time. The old servant, Yao Chun, was surprised. He had followed the old master for several decades, but this was the first time he was seeing the old master acting so defensively against an opponent. Clearly, even the old master found it hard to settle this matter. But old master, it won't be easy to placate King Qi. The second young master had failed time and time again, and after the incident by the borders, King Qi is currently at the heat of his anger. Over a span of 3 days, he had already sent 16 tokens to summon second young master back. Calling second young master back at this moment might not be a good thing, Yao Chun said worriedly. Ask Guangyi not to worry about that. I will settle King Qi's side personally. However, before that, I need to make a trip to the western side to meet my old rival from the Wang clan, Duke Yao said slowly. In the brief moment that he opened his eyes, a cold gleam could be seen. Hearing those words, the old servant was taken aback. He stared at Old Master Yao in shock. Clearly, he didn't expect that Old Master Yao would make such a move. That person from the Wang clan had been battling with the old master since young, and even though they had both been stationed at the Four Quarters Embassy a few years ago by the Emperor's edict, thus becoming neighbors of one another, the two of them had never come into contact with one another. But now, the old master was taking the initiative to head toward the western side, where that person of the Wang clan lived. Yao Chun was caught off guard. For a moment, he didn't know what he should say. There's no need to say anything. Help me prepare the stuff. We will go over right now. Duke Yao looked at his old servant and sighed. Even though his old servant had incredible talent in martial arts, he was completely clueless about politics. His second son Yao Guangyi had suffered an utter defeat by the borders, thus becoming everyone's laughingstock. Right now, it was no longer a problem of whether he was willing to do it or not, but whether the Yao clan would be able to satisfy that person in the palace or not. If he was still young and at the peak of his strength, he wouldn't have to lower his head to that old man at the western side. But now, for the sake of his descendant, for the prosperity of the Yao clan, he had no choice but to do so. Peng. Grabbing his cane, Duke Yao walked out of the door. At the same time, in the Bureau of Military Personnel, show me the name scroll. Right after he left the Wang family residence, Wang Chang's big uncle, Wang Jin, did not return back to his residence. Rather, he anxiously headed straight for the Bureau of Military Personnel's office. Wang Chang's second uncle, Wang Jin, was a second-rank official of the royal court. He had the authority to read through the documents of the 6 ministries. How could the officials of the Bureau of Military Personnel dare to stop him? After the official on duty looked through the files, he soon found the list which Wang Jin wanted on a densely filled bookshelf. Wang Jin immediately snatched over the paper, and he soon found his eldest son's name on it. However, he soon saw a few circles on the list and his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt uneasy. Other than me, who else has looked through this list? Wang Jin asked. The circles on the Bureau of Military Personnel list meant that others had read through it. He had only paid attention to the Ministry of Personnel promotion list back then. He neglected the fact that his eldest son belonged to the Bureau of Military Personnel, and they possessed the rights to promote and deploy him. During this period of time, Lord Zhang, Lord Pei, Lord Liu, and Lord Yao of the Bureau of Military Personnel had been here and looked through it. A while ago, Lord Yao came here with under the orders of King Qi that we should pass the promotion list of the Bureau of Military Personnel to him. However, for some reason, he sent news that we should leave it be for now, and he would handle it after a period of time. Shua. After hearing those words, big Uncle Wang Jin's face paled. He placed his palm on the table, as though he needed it to stabilize himself. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. SSSSSSSSSS. Big Uncle Wang Jin took in a deep breath. For a long time, he wasn't able to say anything. He was overwhelmed with fear and relief of managing to escape a calamity. He had secretly slipped in the name of his eldest son into the promotion list without telling anyone, and he thought that no one would notice it. Initially, he thought that he could secretly vie for a promotion on Wang Li's behalf when the time comes. To think that the Yao clan would have noticed it long ago. If not for Wang Chang's reminder, he would have handed over his own son into the hands of the Yao clan. Even though Wang Jin did not understand the military well, he knew that it was highly possible that the Yao clan's intention of laying their hands of the list was to deploy his eldest son to his camp. Wang Li was still young, and given the slyness of the Yao clan's father and son, they could easily come up with an excuse to exploit Wang Li's flaws and use it as an opening to strike at the entire Wang clan. If things were to really progress to the point, it would be too late for regrets. Lier, father had almost brought you harm. Wang Jin felt intense relief. If not for Wang Chang's timely reminder, he would have almost committed a huge fault. He grabbed a brush from the side of the table and canceled Wang Li's name off the list of the Bureau of Military Personnel. All of the windows in Wang Chang's room were shut. Even the doors were latched. At this moment, it was as though his room was a separate world. And Wang Chong was at the center of this world. Think. What did I just hear? Destiny. Destiny. Wang Chong sat by the side of his bed with his eyes closed. He tried his best to recall the words of the voice he heard in the main hall. Subconsciously, he rubbed his hands against his knees. Wang Chong didn't even feel that nervous when he led thousands of troops to conquer the battlefields in his previous life. But now, Wang Chong felt tense. Right? Destiny Struggler. It's Destiny Struggler. Wang. The moment the words Destiny Struggler flashed across Wang Chong's mind, it was as though he had found the key to opening a gate, and changes immediately occurred within Wang Chong's mind. A huge amount of information surged into Wang Chong's mind, and Wang Chong heard that emotionless mechanical voice once more. Just that this time, the content was slightly greater than what he heard previously. User has awakened. You have successfully altered the destiny of your clan and received the approval of your clan. Thus, you have been awarded the title Destiny Struggler. Destiny Warrior. Everyone is just a tiny, insignificant ant on the web of destiny. The more one struggles, the tighter one is bound by it. Title: Destiny Struggler. Reward: 50 Destiny Energy. Upon hearing those voices, all kinds of illusions flashed across Wang Chang's eyes. They were all the various matters that had happened after Wang Chang's reincarnation, admitting his fault before his parents, causing a ruckus at the vast crane pavilion, persuading his father. All of it appeared one after another. Wang Chong felt like an onlooker evaluating his previous actions. SSSSS. Upon seeing this sight, Wang Chong gasped. His conjecture wasn't wrong. Something had really happened to him. That bizarre voice and the destiny struggler clearly weren't normal. No wonder his body felt more nimble after his reincarnation. No wonder he felt practicing dragon bone art was significantly easier than before. No wonder he absorbed the body-tempering pill much faster than he had expected. In that instant, Wang Chong understood that the feeling he felt wasn't an illusion. There was truly some kind of mysterious power within his body. But why did he never felt it before? A storm raged in Wang Chong's mind. Thinking back, the moment when the voice appeared was when he received the approval of his big uncle, who usually disliked him. So, does this mysterious power require certain conditions to be activated? Wang Chong sat motionlessly by the bed. Today's events were too shocking to Wang Chong. He needed to ponder over the matter to comprehend what was happening to him. User has awakened. Is that referring to me? Since it appeared in me, does it mean that I have become its host? But what did Destiny Struggler mean? Did it appear because my actions has changed the destiny of myself and my clan? Countless thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind. The 3 sentences gave him too few information to infer what was going on, so Wang Chong could only try to dredge up as much as he could from them. Furthermore, regardless of how that mysterious voice came about, Wang Chong's intuition told him that it had to do with his reincarnation. In his previous life, such an incident had never occurred. All of this started only after his reincarnation. So, is it all because of that shooting star? Somehow, that shooting star floated into Wang Chong's thoughts. That was his final sight before his death in his previous life, and it was a mystery which had plagued him since. Wang. Just when the thought appeared in Wang Chong's eyes, the sight before him suddenly turned dark, and Wang Chong found himself standing within an endless space of emptiness. The darkness stretched beyond the horizons, and at the very center of this darkness, a slight radiance appeared. Then, it slowly expanded 100-fold, forming a mountain-like bundle of light. It's that shooting star. Wang Chong's heart tightened as he recognized that bundle of light. The bundle of light was the radiance from the shooting star Wang Chong last saw before his death. At the same time, it was the culprit for bringing him over from another space-time continuum on a sweltering summer to this world. Looking at the brilliance which could match up to a comet, for a moment, Wang Chong was at a loss for words. After going through so much, Wang Chong had never thought that he would see it again under such a situation. Indeed, everything that had happened is related to it. Wang Chong muttered as he fell into deep contemplation. He felt complex emotions toward the shooting star. On one hand, it was an object of intense loathe. It was the one who destroyed his very first life by forcefully dragging him into this world. But similarly, it granted him a new life, giving him a chance to alter his past, make up for the mistakes he had done, and right his regrets. On this aspect, Wang Chong was extremely grateful to it. All in all, it was like a mysterious fog to Wang Chong, visible but intangible. Yet, at the same time, it seemed to wield some kind of mysterious power. Furthermore, until now, Wang Chong still didn't understand what the shooting star was, why it brought him here, and why it possessed such an incredible power, capable of ripping apart the fabrics of time and space, as well as to resurrect him. As such thoughts flashed through Wang Chong's mind, he heard another voice in his head. Stone of Destiny. Wang. It was as though a rock had been thrown onto the surface of calm water and countless ripples were generated. The sight before Wang Chong changed once more. Within the endless darkness, the mountain-sized star suddenly shrunk rapidly as its radiance retracted back within its body. In just a blink of an eye, the brilliant shooting star disappeared amidst the void. In its place was a fist-sized, ordinary-looking mysterious gemstone. It quietly floated in the space before Wang Chong, emitting powerful time-space pulses. Intuitively, Wang Chong immediately knew that the gemstone was the stone of destiny. Destiny will not be manipulated by anyone. Words appeared in Wang Chong's mind. At the same moment, beside the destiny stone, a vague silhouette appeared. Wang Chong recognized the silhouette. It was him. Only those favored by destiny can become the son of destiny. However, the son of destiny may not necessarily be something enviable. That's because you will never know what kind of price you have to pay for it. The cold mechanical voice halted right here. Then, the room grew silent, and not even the slightest sound could be heard. Sitting in his room, Wang Chong's heart pounded furiously. He was unable to calm down no matter what he did. The information in those few short words caused a huge to him. In those words, Wang Chong felt threatened. Son of destiny. That's to say, I'm a son of destiny? Since I'm chosen by the destiny stone, that means that I have become the son of destiny, but what does the price mean? Why did it say that you will never know what kind of price you have to pay for it? Wang Chong felt extremely uneasy. Humans were always apprehensive toward the unknown. Reincarnating, Wang Chong had always thought that this was a blessing from the heavens. However, he suddenly had a sense of foreboding. Perhaps, this stone of destiny wasn't as perfect as he thought it to be. Sitting by the bed, the words of the destiny stone lingered in his mind. He mused over it, trying to find hints within the words to derive more information. But this time, Wang Chong wasn't able to squeeze anything out from those words. Right, destiny energy? What does destiny energy do? Wang Chong suddenly thought and said loudly. After the previous attempts, Wang Chong was starting to understand how to trigger that bizarre voice, or rather, the method of communicating with the mysterious stone of destiny. As long as he asked a correct question, the mysterious stone of destiny would reply. Wang. The moment Wang Chong finished asking that question, new information surged into his mind. The impassive mechanical voice finally said something else. Destiny is a giant boulder, while the son of destiny is an ant standing before that giant boulder. Any attempts to go against the natural movement of destiny would be hindered and punished by the full might of the world. Only with destiny energy can one counteract the punishment. This is the foundation of the existence of the sons of destiny. As the cold mechanical voice echoed, the space started to tremble. The sight before Wang Chong changed, and the room he was standing in previously disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, the sight before Wang Chong extended far and wide. There was no more magnificent residence or houses, no more capital or royal palace. Even the mountains and rivers had disappeared without a trace. In its place was countless thin white silk webs, stretching out from the horizons of the world. It bound Wang Chong tightly at its center as though an indestructible thread. Wang Chong could feel a strong sense of hostility and rejection from the thread-like webs, as though these threads had a life of their own. That web and thread slowly shrunk continuously, seemingly crushing Wang Chong into pieces. Wang. Upon seeing this sight, all of the goosebumps on Wang Chong's body stood up. He thought that him being able to reincarnate to the 15-year-old him, due to the blessings of the heavens. Wang Chong accepted everything that was happening around him easily. But from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. Even though the cold mechanical voice hadn't explained such a sight, Wang Chong could tell that the dense thread-like web and white cocoons were the power of the world mentioned by the Stone of Destiny. Looking at the omnipresent power of the world, Wang Chong finally understood. His reincarnation didn't come without a price. Just like what that voice said, all of it was violating the laws of nature. The destiny of the world had already been fixed, and when one tried to change it, it was equivalent to going against the entire world. This was also what the Stone of Destiny meant by hindered and punished by the full might of the world. When such thoughts flashed across Wang Chong's mind, he heard the impassive mechanical voice in his mind once more. Those who help themselves are helped by the heavens. Only those who control their own destiny are favored by destiny. In the normal world, you have already died, and the Stone of Destiny had only managed to vie for a year of life for you. Only by gathering a sufficient amount of destiny energy can you extend your lifespan to stand against the bindings of the world and accomplish your mission. Along with the voice, lights and shadows flashed across Wang Chong's sight, and he suddenly saw his own soul. It was a fragmented soul formed into an entire whole by thousands of fragments. There was a unique energy between these fragments that bound them together like threads. It appeared as though the fragments were healing under the effects of the unique energy. So that's the case. Looking at his soul, Wang Chong felt bitterness in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had truly died once, and these fragments of his soul served as the best evidence. It was no wonder that the voice said that he only had a year to live. Warning: the first world constraint will come within the first month. Remaining days, 9. Warning: the world constraint will damage your body and soul, as well as shave off your lifespan until your death. Every time you successfully ward off the world constraint, your body would be strengthened. At the same time, your lifespan will be extended by a small sum. Warning: the first world constraint would require 20 destiny points to be warded off. You currently possess 50 destiny points. A series of warnings echoed in his brain. Along with the impassive mechanical voice, Wang Chong managed to get hold of more information. Scanning through the information in his mind, Wang Chong fell into deep thought while sitting on his bed. It seemed like reversing space-time wasn't as easy a task as he thought. Even though the mysterious Stone of Destiny possessed incredible space-time abilities, reversing space-time still expended a great amount of its strength. Wang Chong had to rely on himself for the rest. Changing the destiny of a world turned out to be much difficult than he had thought. To this world, he was a foreigner, an enemy of the world. Furthermore, other than facing the enemies of destiny, he also had to deal with the enemy called world. If he failed, he would be. This was what the information had been trying to convey to him. On this path, there was nowhere for him to retreat to. This was the price mentioned by the Stone of Destiny. Fortunately, the Stone of Destiny had also pointed out a path for him. Every time he managed to overcome the world constraint, or rather, the punishment of the world, his body would be strengthened. Perhaps when he grew sufficiently strong, he would be able to neglect the world constraint altogether. This was his only hope. Even though I have no idea in what form the world constraint would come in, if I only require 20 destiny energy to ward it off, then I should possess a sufficient amount. Just that, I wonder if there's anything I can do with the remaining 30 destiny energy. Wang. The moment he thought of this, the sight before him changed once again. Within the endless darkness, the Stone of Destiny had disappeared without a trace. Instead, 5 bundles of light appeared before Wang Chong: heart, body, breath, art, and state. Looking at these 5 glowing bundles of light, Wang Chong immediately understood the meaning behind them. The 5 great paths of martial arts: heart, body, breath, art, and state. These 5 light bundles represented the 5 important elements of martial arts. Heart represented faith. Body represented one's body tempering technique. Breath represented the origin energy, which was omnipresent. Art represented the offensive movements and techniques. State represented the luck, temperament, and overall state of the situation. In the path of martial arts, one needed an unmovable will, a powerful physical body, overwhelming origin energy, a profound cultivation technique, as well as luck from the heavens. Heroes find themselves aided by the heavens when the time comes, but constrained when the time goes. This point couldn't appear any clearer to Wang Chong at this moment. So the destiny power is also related to the 5 great paths of martial arts? That means these 5 light bundles represent 5 different rewards. Wang Chong suddenly came to a realization. Of the 5 bundles, the 3 highest levels, breath, art, and state, were gray. Clearly, they were still in a sealed state. Only the 2 light bundles representing heart and body were lit. Currently, faith was useless to Wang Chong. Only body tempering techniques were of true importance to Wang Chong. Thus, Wang Chong directed a portion of his consciousness into the second bundle of light. Wang. In a moment, the light shone brilliantly. An entirely different picture appeared before Wang Chong. Destiny Exchange. Root Bone Destiny Exchange. Blood Reformation. Alters a martial artist's talent. Sealed. Blood Reformation? There's actually such a thing? Seeing the second option, Wang Chong was astounded. Even so, His right hand moved to press on the root bone option without any hesitation. Root bone, Panther 1 Dan Destiny Energy, 25 points. This is it. Looking at the option, Wang Chong burst into laughter. Even though he chose to cultivate the dragon bone art, it required one to reach the pinnacle of the art before one could display the full extent of its abilities and evolve one's bones to the same level of a dragon's. Before he mastered the dragon bone art, his root bone was still at a null state, not even comparable to the weakest panther bone. However, if he were to able to reach the level of a panther bone through the assistance of the Stone of Destiny, even if it was just the most basic one Dan, it would be extremely useful to him. More importantly, it would reduce the time required to master the dragon bone art. To the current him, this was, without a doubt, the most useful and helpful reward he could get. Wang Chong tapped on the option, choosing to proceed with the exchange. In a moment, a vibrant light started to spill outward from the bundle of light. Soon, a warm energy started flowing through Wang Chong as though a tide, cleansing his body layer by layer. Wang Chong shut his eyes and allowed the warm energy permeate his flesh, blood, and bones. Ka-cha-cha, a series of cracking sounds emanated from the depths of his bones. It was as though Wang Chong's bones had been injected with steaming hot metallic fluid, heightening their strength. In a short period of time, his body swiftly grew stronger. Such an immense power. To think that it could alter a martial artist's bones within such a short period of time. Wang Chong stretched his arms. He felt as though his entire body wielded unlimited strength. He could sense that his strength had grown by a significant amount. To think that destiny energy could allow him to bypass the long amount of training time required for one to achieve the Panther Bones realm. This was inconceivable to Wang Chong. The warm energy continued to flow into him, and when the final bit of energy disappeared into his body, Wang Chong realized that his cultivation realm had increased as well, reaching the halfway mark between Origin Energy Tier 4 and Tier 5. In terms of his bone strength, he was in no way inferior to those Origin Energy Tier 9 or Panther Bones martial artists. He hadn't broken through Origin Energy Tier 5 yet, but his strength wasn't something a normal Tier 5 martial artist could match up to. I still have 5 Destiny Energy points remaining, but I doubt that I would be able to exchange anything with it. Wang Chong's mood was good after having his fighting prowess scaled up by an entire level. Since he wasn't able to do anything with the remaining Destiny Energy, he decided to just leave it be for the time being. As for the other 20 Destiny Energy, he had to keep it to deal with the world's punishment, which he still didn't know what form it would come in. On? Armor? Destiny Struggler. Right after he exchanged his points for the Panther Bones, a change suddenly occurred with the second light bundle. An ancient and elegant crimson-red chainmail appeared in Wang Chong's view. The moment Wang Chong saw it, he intuitively knew its name, Destiny Struggler. This was the name of the armor. 80 Destiny Energy. This isn't something I can afford now. Seeing the amount of points required for him to exchange for the crimson-red armor, Wang Chong could only shake his head in disappointment. He only had 5 Destiny Energy remaining. He was still a far way off from meeting the amount required to purchase this Destiny Struggler. Retracting his consciousness from the body tempering technique rewards, Wang Chong turned his attention to the first light bundle beside the Destiny Stone, floating in the endless darkness. Heart represented faith, and as the saying does, a plan to attack mines is far superior to a plan to attack a fortress. Heart did not strengthen a person's physique or boost a martial artist's strength. Even so, it still formed one of the bases of the 5 great paths of martial arts. Within the 5 great paths, heart, body, breath, art, and state, the state of heart was the most unique. It was in a half-sealed state. Wang Chong diverted his consciousness into the half-sealed light bundle and saw some words he did not expect to see. Sense of mission. These 3 words were gray and devoid of light. Other than these words, there was nothing else. I get it. Seeing the 3 words, Wang Chong was silent for a moment before retreating from his consciousness. When all of it was over, Wang Chong sat on the edge of his bed with both of his hands supporting his forehead. He was silently absorbing what had just happened. The appearance of the Stone of Destiny was something he never expected. There were, for example, where did the Destiny Stone come from? What was the purpose of its existence? How did helping him benefit it? Furthermore, the impassive mechanical voice, as well as its method of appearance, seemed extremely bizarre to Wang Chong. It felt like it wasn't something that should have appeared in this world, but in another time-space continuum where artificial intelligence existed. Wang Chong could only guess that perhaps it was due to the fact that his soul came from an entirely different space-time. The Stone of Destiny decided to take on a form which was more familiar to him to interact with him. But regardless of the reason, there were a few points which Wang Chong was sure of. Firstly, all actions that go against the natural flow of destiny would be hindered and restrained by the world. Thus, this matter was extremely risky, as well as beneficial to him. For one, he had managed to achieve Panther Bones. Secondly, if he wanted to avoid the world's rejection and constraint, he needed a large amount of destiny energy, and destiny energy could only be derived from changing destiny and saving the world. However, even though the Destiny Stone hadn't said anything about the matter, Wang Chong could imagine that the greater the change he introduced to this world, the greater the world would reject him. In other words, he needed to obtain more destiny energy to survive in this world. If one wanted the crown, one had to bear its weight. Regardless of whether I only have a single year left in this world or not, as long as I am able to fulfill my wish and change the destiny of this world, I don't care about the consequences. Wang Chong took in a deep breath, clenched his fist, and fell silent. An army is valued by its speed. Better early than late. While Wang Chong was still in his room, conflicted over the Stone of Destiny, he received a news from his cousin, Wang Zhuyan. On this aspect, with Big Uncle behind her, her intelligence network was much greater than his. Wang Chong was spot on. The Yao clan's old master Yao had truly put down his pride and appeared at his grandfather's living quarter in the Four Quarters Embassy tonight. The Yao and Wang clan were officially in peace talks. After Wang Chong's reminder, when Big Uncle Wang Jin joined the conversation, he added the issue about having cousin Wang Li's name added in the promotion list as part of the negotiations and requested for the Yao clan to cooperate with Wang Li's promotion. On this issue, Old Master Yao had no choice and accepted it on the spot. After that, they started negotiating about political matters. It was a rare opportunity for the Yao clan to be seeking a truce, hence, grandfather and big uncle made full use of this opportunity and added in more demands on the political aspect so as to scrape a layer of skin off the Yao clan. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Zhuyan, was extremely surprised over the matter, and her disbelief was clearly expressed in the letter. That old fellow sure reacted fast. After sending away the servant's second sister, Wang Zhuyan sent. Wang Chong couldn't help but be impressed with Old Master Yao. Wang Chong didn't expect that Old Master Yao would pay a visit to his grandfather so soon. His sensitivity towards such issues and his decisiveness wasn't something anyone could compare to. Old Master Yao had never lowered his head to his grandfather through their decades of battle. Yet, for his offsprings, he made this decision with absolutely no hesitation. This was also why the Yao clan was fearsome. As long as Old Master Yao was breathing, the Yao clan was an indestructible entity. There was no one who was capable to destroying the Yao clan. However, this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned about. Wang Chong was certain that with his performance, everyone's impression of him had changed. Wang Chong even remembered the shock in his big aunt's eyes when she was bidding farewell, as well as the delight his mother showed when she glanced at him. Even his father, Wang Yin, in his letter, expressed intense joy and disbelief over the affair. Wang Yin had always held an unfavorable impression toward his son, and what Wang Chong found the most difficult was to change the impression his father had of him. However, after the incident with King Song and Yao Guangyi, Wang Chong believed he should have completely altered the impression his father had of him. As for the clan, Wang Chong glanced at the letter on the table. In the letter, Wang Zhuyan had questioned him about the matter, and her incredulity was expressed through her words. This was an indication of the clan's current impression of him. Even though it was insufficient for him to enter the core of the family just like that, without a doubt, he had earned everyone's acknowledgement. Currently, there's just one more matter left. Wang Chong chuckled. As the saying goes, joyful occasions come in pairs. Wang Chong had received a note from Wei Hao, saying that the forging of the Wut's steel weapon should be completed within these few days. As long as they were completed, he should be ready to rake in money. Hua. Pulling up his robe, Wang Chong walked out from the room. The night sky was pitch black with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Under the moonlight, lantern after lantern was hung along the corridors in the Wang family residence. Walking along the pavement, wherever Wang Chong went, he could sense countless gazes with respect and admiration toward him, which was completely different from how the guards, servants, and maids viewed him in the past. After this series of events, not only had the Wang clan's destiny changed, Wang Chong's standing in the clan had also changed. About time for me to start training. Wang Chong moved toward the corner, pushed the shelf aside, and started dancing along the constellations, thus starting his practice on the dragon bone art. Diligence can compensate one's flaws. He couldn't halt his plans, but neither could he neglect his martial arts. During the period of hard work, he could sense that his strength had improved once more. The matter by the border continued to play out in the capital. Under the rumors spread intentionally by some, the news of the Yao clan's old master Yao visiting the harmonious garden of the Four Quarters Embassy to visit Duke Jiao, and the Yao and Wang clan shaking their hands to make peace caused an uproar throughout the capital. Of the many years of fights between the Yao clan and Wang clan, this was the first time the Wang clan had the upper hand. Yao Guangyi's failure at the border had become the turning point of their battle. Even in the alleys, it was the topic of discussion. Yao Guangyi's incredible foresight and flawless plans had become a subject of mockery. Many people had said that the Wang clan's Duke Jiao had invited a secret strategist, who was in no way inferior to Yao Guangyi, to assist them. At this very moment, everyone was privately discussing who this incredible secret strategist could be. Putting the commotion outside aside, as the secret strategist whom these distinguished families and nobles were talking about, Wang Chong was living a peaceful life in seclusion, as he happily carried out his wealth-amassing plan. And this plan was almost completed. Haha, Wang Chong, look. The wood steel weapon which you spoke of has finally been crafted. In the cavern at the western suburbs of the capital, Wei Hao lifted a 3-chi-long, incomplete black sword excitedly. This was a standard Central Plains sword, a double-edged sword. With a straight sword body and a width of around, its black body gave it a tough impression. A chi, 0.33 m right. Wang Chong, why did you request to add 2 grooves to the both sides of the blade? I don't remember the swords of our Central Plains having grooves. Wei Hao scratched his head in incomprehension as he stared at the grooves that stretched along the blade of the sword on both sides of the blade. It's called a blood groove, and it's designed for killing an opponent. After the sword is stabbed into a person's body, his blood would spurt out through the blood groove, causing him to lose a large amount of blood within a minimal period of time. Wang Chong smiled. Wei Hao was taken aback, and he nearly dropped the sword from his hands. Blood groove? Killing an opponent? Wang Chong, this sword sure is savage. Wang Chong smiled silently. Weapons made of wood steel, including the Damascus scimitar, were weapons created to induce bloodshed. In fact, all swords were weapons of murder. This was the primary concept of their existence. Wealth should not be entrusted to the upright. Command over troops shouldn't be entrusted to the benevolent. If one didn't have enough courage, one should stay away from weapons. Pass it to me. Wang Chong took the wood steel sword from Wei Hao. Feeling its weight, the wood steel sword was significantly heavier than ordinary swords, weighing around 20 to 30 jin, i.e. 10-15 kilograms. If one didn't possess superior strength, it would be difficult to wield a 20 to 30 jin weapon for extended periods of time. The first wood steel weapon has finally been crafted, Wang Chong thought. With a casual swing, a dark shadow flashed in the air, and Kacha, a chunk of rock from the cavern, broke apart and fell on the ground. Whoa, that's sharp. Your sword really isn't normal. Wei Hao cowered backward in fear. The wood steel sword was just complete, and he had yet to test it, so he didn't know that it would be this sharp. He was well aware of how tough the cavern walls were. The reason why the Wei clan chose this place was because the stone walls were sufficiently firm and tough to serve as a forge. Even though the space wasn't large, the Wei clan spent half a year in order to dig out this limited space. The masters of the residence had their go on the walls, and even using the sharpest blades, they could only sheath out a few debris. Yet, with a single glide of Wang Chong's sword, the stone was easily cut apart. It's still a semi-complete product now. After it's been inscribed on and refined, Its sharpness wouldn't amount to just this much, Wang Chong said calmly. Wei Hao was shocked, speechless. To be honest, he didn't know what Wang Chong had done with the sword. Not just him. Even the blacksmith masters beside him didn't know what cold forging or that sort were. It was truly a mystery how Wang Chong knew all of these. Honestly speaking, Wang Chong, the Cindy's demanded quite a huge sum. With just these few swords, do you think you'll be able to earn that much money? I'm worried that your effort may be expended on the wrong side, Wei Hao said worriedly. Other than Wei Hao, no one knew that Wang Chong owed 90,000 gold taels to the Cindy monks. This matter had been lingering on his mind, and he was constantly worrying about it. Hee, rest easy. When the time comes, you'll understand, Wang Chong said indifferently. Taking the few Woot's steel sword in his hands, Wang Chong's heart started beating nervously as he thought about his cousin Wang Zhuyin. After settling the matter of the forging of the Woot's steel weapons through the craftsmen of the Wei clan, and it was time for his cousin, Wang Zhuyin, to make a move. You brat, what are you trying to do by making these things? In the Shishir pavilion at the west of the capital, a red mat was laid over the floor and the bed was crafted from golden jade. Wang Chong's cousin, Wang Zhuyin, was lying in a comfortable position on the bed. A hand of hers was toying with Wang Chong's wood steel swords while the other was pinching up purple-red grapes using its slim fingers and placing it elegantly into her mouth, slowly chewing on it. Even Wang Chong had to admit that this cousin of his was truly an incredible figure. In terms of martial arts, she was capable of challenging most of the geniuses in the capital. In terms of conduct, she was quiet and elegant. Even the delicate princesses in the royal palaces would look up to her in admiration. There wasn't anywhere she wasn't able to blend into in the capital. Second sister, have you forgotten what you have promised me a while ago? Wang Chong bent forward and smiled politely. Even though his standing in the clan had improved, he dared not to act arrogantly before this cousin of his. She was the Sakyamuni Buddha, while he was the monkey trapped in her palms. Before he had gained capabilities, it was best for him to lie low first. Given your performance recently, I can help you on that. Just that, other than this, do you have anything else you have forgotten to tell me about? Wang Zhuyin turned around and stared deeply into Wang Chong. Anything else? Wang Chong was confused. He was unable to comprehend her words. What do you mean by anything else? You still wish to put on an act before me? Wang Zhuyin harumphed coldly in displeasure. Do you need me to remind you? What happened in the Eight Gods Pavilion? Shua. It was as though a lightning had struck him. In that instant, cold sweat drenched Wang Chong's back. What the heck? How did she know? Was she looking at him 24 hours a day for 7 days a week? He thought that he would be able to hide the incident at the Eight Gods Pavilion from her, but it turned out that she knew everything all along, just that she pretended to know nothing at all. At this instant, Wang Chong was speechless. He felt completely bare before his cousin, as though there were no secrets that he could hide from her. Look at your guilty expression, Wang Zhuyin harumphed. Although her face still appeared indifferent, the corners of her lips were curled upward, revealing her slight glee. I am a good buddy with Duke of Zhao's daughter, Princess Qian, and she informed me of it. Even so, did you really think that you would be able to hide it from me even if she didn't expose it to me? Second sister, how would I dare to? Wang Chong hurriedly surrendered. Even if I were 10 times more courageous, I would never dare to lie to you. God knows why his cousin was able to keep her finger on everything that was occurring in the capital. She just had to be more senior than him, such that he had to call her second sister respectfully, and he couldn't match up to her in a fight either. A smart man knows how to move along with the tide. Thus, Wang Chong hurriedly admitted his mistake. Glad that you know. Wang Zhuyin couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Chong's frightened expression. This lad, if she didn't teach him a lesson from time to time, he would surely go overboard. Initially, I intended to tell this matter to your mother. However, based on your previous performance, I will drop the matter. However, you shouldn't need that much money. Then, why are you borrowing so much money? 200 taels isn't a small sum, you know? I don't even have that much money. 200 taels? Wang Chong was taken aback. He abruptly lifted his head in shock and thought, isn't it 1,700 taels? Could it be that cousin doesn't know? Wang Chong's attention was jolted. Even though he wasn't sure what was going on, It was clear that his cousin didn't know much. Duke of Zhao? That means Zhaolin? I don't think that there's any need for him to help me hide the matter, but why did he say it's 200 taels? Could it be Su Bai? Wang Chong suddenly understood. Even though it's been a while since he borrowed money in Eight Gods Pavilion, there didn't seem to be much news on the matter outside. Most likely, she just happened to overhear the matter. Wang Chong's intuition told him that Su Bai and the others were responsible for it. However, they were probably thinking of using this as a handle against him in the future. After all, the longer the matter dragged on for, the more interest Wang Chong owed them. That lad sure has vile thoughts. Wang Chong thought. If he was the same profligate scion from before, he might have fallen for his ploy. However, putting aside the matter with Su Bai, it was more important to appease this seemingly omniscient cousin of his first. Hee, cousin, I'm just borrowing money from others to make use of it as capital to do business. If you don't like it, I can return the 200 taels to them straight away. Wang Chong smiled cheerfully as he walked up to massaged Wang Zhuyan's arms. You brat, hurry up and return it. Do you think the money borrowed from Duke of Zhao residence doesn't come without a price? Wang Zhuyan shook off Wang Chong's hands as she reprimanded. How could Wang Chong dare to retort against her? Right, second sister, I have a small present for you. Wang Chong hurriedly tried to please her. The means of second sister of his was simply too incredible. It was as though anything would be exposed in front of her, and this thought made cold sweat flow down him profusely. He should make use of all opportunities to bribe her over to his side. Otherwise, it was hard to tell what kind of implications she could bring. Oh! Wang Zhuyan sat up on the bed, and immediately, her attention was jolted. She stretched out her right hand and asked, What's that? Pass it over. Wang Chong dared not to keep her waiting. Taking something from the inside of his sleeves, he whipped out a tiny pitch-black object he had prepared beforehand. What's that? Wang Zhuyan glanced at the unimpressive small object in Wang Chong's hand, perplexed over what it was. This is called an eyelash curler. Don't look down on it just because it looks unimpressive and ugly. With a single pinch, it can twirl and curl eyelash to the style which other ladies would look at enviously. Wang Chong introduced with a grin. This cousin of his was very different from others. She didn't like gold nor silver, but rather, she preferred those weird objects that ladies often used. For example, the nail file back then and the eyelash curler this time. There was no other better way to please her than to gift her with these kind of items. This was what Wang Chong learnt from his wandering years back, then while pitting his wits against Wang Zhuyan. The moment he whipped out a tiny gadget or tool which couldn't be found in this world, his second sister would immediately be pleased. After taking the treasure that Wang Chong had presented to her, she would then go on to flaunt it to those close friends of hers for a long period of time. When she's happy, she would stay out of Wang Chong's affairs for a period of time, and thus, Wang Chong would be happy as well, such as now, hiding the news for him. As Wang Chong expected, the moment second sister took the eyelash curler from Wang Chong's hands, she immediately tried it before the copper mirror and was delighted by its effects. Little rascal, at least you were sincere. Leave that item there. Leave this matter to your second sister and return in a few days to take your swords. Pleased, Wang Zhuyan immediately forgot about the previous matter. She waved her hand to shoo Wang Chong out. Right, it'll be grandfather's birthday in half a month. Don't say that I didn't warn you in advance, as this is a huge affair. We only get to meet grandfather once a year, so perform well and make sure not to misspeak. At the very last moment, Wang Zhuyan stopped Wang Chong and advised him with a serious expression. I got it. Wang Chong pulled a face and left, placing the Woot's steel sword behind with his cousin. Wang Zhuyan operated much faster than Wang Chong expected. In around 3 days, Wang Chong received 4 Woot's sword with strength inscriptions on it. Heavy. Lifting one of the swords up with both hands, he could clearly feel that the weight of the sword had increased significantly. Examining the sword, he saw a mysterious inscription coiling around the body of 3 chi-long blade, as though a flower vine. Beneath the pitch-black body of the sword, one could vaguely make out a slight movement of sparks of light. The Woot's steel weapons didn't seem much different from how they were 3 days ago, but Wang Chong could clearly sense the difference in the sensation the sword felt in his grasp. Wang, stretching out his left hand, He grabbed the handle of the sword, and in an instant, a surge of strength gushed into him. Kaka, cracking sounds could be heard from Wang Cheng's body. Somehow, he felt as though the sword had melded together with him, as though it had become a part of his body. What incredible strength! In a few short breaths, Wang Cheng could clearly sense his cultivation being raised by a significant amount, reaching Origin Energy Tier 5. And all of this happened at the instant he grabbed the sword. The blacksmith experts sure are scary. The strength that Wang Cheng felt in him now made him both impressed and fearful of the blacksmiths. It was rumored that those who were able to become master blacksmiths were all incredible experts. Even though Yao Feng was titled as one of the 8 talents in the capital, he was still a far way off from matching up to these master blacksmiths. This was also the capability of that socialite cousin of his. She was acquainted with many young mistresses of the nobles and distinguished families, thus allowing her to accomplish such incredible feats. Wang Cheng, as you have requested, I have cleared away all the personnel from the cavern. So, you can feel free to use the facilities as you please. Other than that, there are guards guarding it. I have already issued a death command for them to prevent anyone from getting close to the facility during the period of time you are quenching the sword. Wang Cheng heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he saw Wei Hao walking toward him, and as the latter reassured Wang Cheng that everything was in place. Thank you. Recovering from his daze, Wang Cheng nodded. Now that the inscriptions on the swords were done, what was left was the final step, quenching. Help me keep a lookout. It should be done by dawn tomorrow. Wang Cheng gestured at Wei Hao and his little sister. Then, he parted the black cloth covering the entrance of the cavern and stepped into it. The giant cavern was completely empty. Not a single person could be seen. Wei Hao had already cleared out the cavern so that Wang Cheng could work in peace. The final step that any weapon had to go through was quenching. However, Wang Cheng didn't want anyone to be present to witness the quenching of the wood steel. The quenching for the wood steel was different from that of other metals. This was an important chip for Wang Cheng to fight against the Abbasid Caliphate for the rights of the Hyderabad ores. In the cavern, all of the flames were extinguished. This was done on the request of Wang Cheng. On the ground, there was a stack of pine branches which were all around 3 chi long. Wang Cheng didn't rush to the quenching process. Rather, he sat quietly on the icy cold floor and waited patiently. There were still several hours before daybreak, and the ideal timing for refining wood steel was right before daybreak, the moment when light and dark swapped places with one another. Different from the primary refinement to create the cast and the cold forging, quenching didn't take as long as the previous few processes. However, it was the most important of them all. Little sister, what do you think your brother is doing inside? It's just a quenching process. Why did he have to make it so complicated, not even allowing us to enter? For this, I have asked many master swordsmiths about it today. They had all said that this step was the simplest. One just had to warm the sword and place it into icy water. Yet, why did your brother have to make it so complicated? A voice came from outside. Wang Cheng could tell that it belonged to Wei Hao. Hearing that voice, Wang Cheng smiled. Wei Hao's doubt reflected the thoughts of the master swordsmiths of this era. In this era, the understanding of quenching was still stuck at the level of as long as the weapon undergoes a rapid fall in temperature within the shortest period of time, the quality of the sword would improve. In truth, most of the swordsmiths just placed the sword directly into icy water right after they were done forging. Some of them didn't think this step important and simply skipped it. Some of them thought that it was sufficient to allow the blade to cool by itself. Very few people regarded the quenching of the weapon as an important matter. It should still take 6 to 7 years before they will realize the true use of quenching. A thought flashed through Wang Cheng's head as he shook his head. In terms of sword forging, Wang Cheng possessed knowledge that far surpassed this era. Many people knew that a sword needed to undergo quenching, but very few knew that it was the most important phase of all. Quenching could raise the strength, durability, resilience, and anti-corrosion ability of the sword. This was the phase which could bring the forged weapon to an entirely different level within the shortest period of time. Different weapons had different quenching methods. All of the top-notch blacksmiths in the world wielded unique, personal quenching methods. However, due to their lack of knowledge, at the current moment, Most of the master swordsmiths' understanding of quenching was still stuck at the level of water quenching, an inferior method. They didn't know that water quenching would cause great damage to the carbon composition of the steel of the blade. Even though the outer appearance would still be perfect and the quality would be brought up, there was actually countless small cracks that had formed in its interior. Such swords had low durability and could not be used for long. In fact, some of them even break immediately after the quenching. The reason why many swords broke, resulting in failures or substandard products, during the quenching process was because of this. However, it was a pity that most of the master swordsmiths didn't bother about it, even though they had noticed such an occurrence. They simply blamed the quality of the material or their own forging technique. This was not only true for the eastern part of the world, even the Western Abbasid Caliphate, which was thriving on weapon trades, was the same. In the entire world, no one could match up to Wang Chong in terms of quenching techniques. Wood steel was different from other steel materials in the sense that one mustn't use the method of water quenching on it. Otherwise, the precious metal would be completely ruined. The plan to obtain Hyderabad plan had major consequences. Wang Chong couldn't allow it to fall into the hands of others. Time slowly passed, and the discussion outside the cavern gradually faded away. Wang Chong sat quietly in the cavern with a tranquil heart. It would have been impossible for Wang Chong to stay out at night previously. However, after the incident by the border, the entire Wang clan's impression of Wang Chong had changed completely. Even Wang Chong's mother no longer interfered as strictly in his affairs like she used to do. It's about time. Suddenly, Wang Chong felt something and opened his eyes. A brilliant gleam flashed across his eyes. He could sense that it was going to be dawn soon. Standing up, Wang Chong hurriedly walked forward and arranged all of the pine branches Wei Hao had collected in a circle. So, the sound of a flintstone striking one another echoed in the cavern, and before long, the branches were lit up. When the pine branches turned bright red, Wang Chong grabbed the incomplete pitch-black Woot's steel sword and tongs by the furnace. Using the tongs to grab the sword, he buried it within the bright red pine branches. Within the course of an incense's time, the Woot's steel sword gradually grew bright red, and eventually, the corners of the sword were set ablaze. Wang Chong stared at the flames on the sword tensely. At this moment, every single inch of his concentration was devoted into this. In the tempering process of the Woot's steel, watching the flames on the sword was an important segment. The reason why Wang Chong chose dawn was because, at this moment, it was easier to identify the progress of the heating process through the shades of the flame. The different shades of the flame reflected the temperature of the weapon. If it was too bright or too dark, it would affect the glow of the Woot's steel and, thus, affect Wang Chong's judgment of the progress of the heating process as well. The quality of the sword would differ depending on what temperature the sword was tempered at. Just a single degree of difference in temperature could mean an entirely different weapon. However, it was impossible to measure the temperature of the flames given the technological limitations of the current era. Therefore, the color of the flames had become the most important determining factor. Around there, the moment the flames on the Woot's steel sword started to take a bright shade of red similar to a strawberry, Wang Chong's eyes lit up and he picked up the Woot's steel, turned his body along with the sword around, and placed it into the metal trough, which was filled with a beige color oily substance. This was something that Wang Chong had prepared beforehand. When the bright red Woot's steel was submerged into the icy cold oil, the vast difference in temperature caused black smoke to emerge from the surface of the sword. It depends on this step whether I'm able to bring it up to the level of a true Woot's steel weapon. Wang Chong stared at the metal trough with a tense heart. From the negotiation to the crafting, then to the inscription, and finally the tempering, he was already at the final step. Even though he had spoke of it confidently, he was actually bearing doubts within. The oil inside the metal trough wasn't any ordinary liquid usually used for tempering. It was a mixture of sesame oil, lanolin, butter, asphalt, which was brought over by the merchants of the West, and some other liquids. This was the crux to forging a true Woot steel weapon. In his previous life, the Central Plains did obtain some Woot steel. However, the weapons forged through it paled far in comparison to those crafted in the Damascus and Abbasid Caliphate. In fact, its outer appearance was incredibly ugly as well. This was all because the Tang dynasty had failed to grab hold of the tempering method required for the Wootz steel. In fact, some even suspected that those Wootz steel weapons of the Central Plains weren't crafted from the Hyderabad ores. They were imitations making use of the name of Wootz steel to be sold. In reality, it wasn't because the Sindhis gave fake ores to the Central Plains. Rather, the Central Plains failed to grasp the Hyderabad tempering method. If one was unable to cleanse the Wootz steel's natural ornamental marks on the surface, the sharp saws on the edge of the blade wouldn't emerge. Such a Wootz steel weapon would only be slightly sharper than a top-quality sword, unbefitting of the reputation of the three great weapons in the world. In his previous life, the Abbasid Caliphate had gained a monopoly over the supply of Wootz steel through the Hyderabad tempering method. However, in this life, Wang Chung was determined to not allow the other party to succeed. SSSSS. When the black smoke scattered, the Wootz steel sword in the metal trough had completely cooled down, and Wang Chung used the tongs to grab the Wootz steel out of the liquid. Voila! The liquid splattered around. At the instant the Wootz steel emerged from the liquid, a bright silver shine spilled forth from the surface of the liquid in the metal trough. In an instant, the cold gleam, reminiscent of the silver moon, masked the entire cavern with a layer of silver. Success. Looking at the incredibly elegant silver sword, Wang Chung felt indescribably agitated. The beautiful patterns on the sword looked as though fleeting clouds and rivers. It was an unexplainably beautiful sight. Even at the edge of the sword, one could see a saw-like pattern. The aura it protruded made it feel as though a shark of the deep ocean. Merciless, bloodthirsty, but beautiful. The world's very first Wootz steel weapon had been created in the Central Plains. Wang Chung had become the first person to personally finish this emperor of weapons. At this moment, the disturbance in Wang Chung's mind couldn't be calmed. Voila! The curtains behind opened. Upon hearing the movements in the cavern, Wei Hao rushed in alongside Wang Chung's little sister. What is that weapon? Barely taking a few steps in, Wei Hao saw the beautiful weapon in Wang Chung's hands and gasped in shock. Wei Hao had never seen such a weapon. Its body was as bright as mercury, and there were mysterious natural patterns graved on the blade. Even so, it couldn't conceal the radiance of the weapon. What that attracted one's attention was the edge of the sword. It seemed so sharp that it could harm one's eyes by just looking at it. With a single glance, Wei Hao was bewitched. He could no longer remove his gaze. What a beautiful and fearsome weapon, Wei Hao muttered. Born in the family of a duke, he had seen many different things. However, he had never seen such a savage and beautiful weapon. It felt as though it was created for the sole purpose of murder, which made it terrifying. Yet, at the very same time, it exuded indescribable elegance and beauty. With just a single glance, Wei Hao was captivated. How pretty! A childlike voice echoed by the side. Wei Hao wasn't the only one who was bewitched by the weapon. Wang family's little sister stared soullessly at the sword. Suddenly, the light darkened. Wang Chung had placed the completed Wootz sword in a wooden sheath. Then, he took another black cloth and wrapped the sword with it. Wei Hao, catch it. Wang Chung casually threw the Wootz steel sword over to Wei Hao, who subconsciously stretched his hands and caught it. Placing it into his embrace, he stared at the item in his hands. Wang Chung, what weapon is this? Wei Hao asked once more. This is the Wootz steel sword that I told you about. Wang Chung answered calmly. He wasn't surprised by Wei Hao's reaction at all. Even so, all he had seen was the beauty of the sword. He had yet to witness the fearsome destructive prowess of the Wootz steel sword. His reaction wouldn't be just this when he witnesses the strength of the Wootz steel on the battlefield. Wang Chung could still remember the uproar it had caused back then when the Wootz steel first appeared on the battlefield. When he first spoke of the Hyderabad or plan to Wei Hao, he was extremely shocked, and his first thought was that Wang Chung had gone mad. He didn't think that the ores were worth that price. But now, Wei Hao was probably rethinking his stance. Wei Hao, this is the first sword crafted. Make sure to not let anyone see it. The first step of the plan is completed, and just like we've agreed on beforehand, I'll be depending on you for the latter part, Wang Chung said. Recovering from his shock, Wei Hao nodded his head. Parting the curtains, Wang Chung walked out. The first Wootz steel had been created, but this was just the first step. Half of a month has already passed, and if Wang Chong fails to rake up 90,000 gold coin by the end of the month, his hard work would be in vain. These were written clearly in the Court of Judicial Review. Even though Wang Chong had used it back then to tie the two Cindy monks to him, it had also become Wang Chong's Achilles heel. Those Cindy monks should be panicking now. Wang Chong smiled as he walked out. Oblivious to Wang Chong, the two Cindy monks were far more anxious than he had anticipated. Amitabha. In the room, Ablanadin's hands were clasped together as he chanted Buddhism prayers. However, his eyebrows were twitching and he was fidgeting uneasily. Arloja, do you think that the Central Plains Gongzi would renege on his promise? After a long period of time, Ablanadin eventually asked the question which was plaguing his mind. It has already been quite a while, but why isn't there any news from his side? 20 days have passed and the duo had waited quite a long time already. Logically speaking, they only had to wait a few more days out, so they shouldn't have been that unsettled. But for some reason, they felt uneasy. Time waits for no one. The famine in Sindhu was getting worse and worse. Many people had already died from starvation, and in the last few days, they had received more letters from the high priest for the two of them to return to Sindhu. This was already the 7th letter this month. Give him 3 more days. If there isn't any news from him by then, we will just have to return to Sindhu and do as the high priest says, sell all of the Hyderabad ores to the Abbasid Caliphate. Arloja sighed. Even though the two didn't seem to have done anything since the establishment of the contract, they were actually keeping an eye out for Wang Chong. However, it was as though a stone being thrown into the sea. There wasn't any news regarding the Hyderabad ores at all. They had looked into the matter on the streets, but there didn't seem to be any news regarding the Hyderabad ores or weapons. If, say, the two of them were confident in Wang Chong initially, at this very moment, they were feeling unnerved. Even though Arloja said to give Wang Chong a few more days, he actually didn't bear much hope. To think that it would be a failure as well. Arloja sighed, returning back to his previous depressed state. They didn't think that the sales of the Hyderabad or in the Central Plains would be fraught with so many difficulties. But, isn't there another distinguished family in the Central Plains interested in the ore? Why don't we try contacting them? Ablanadin was referring to the Zhang clan in the capital. He had a deep impression of those people who visited them the other day. No, Arloja shook his head. Even though those nobles look reliable, they are unwilling to fork out the price we want. The price of swords in the Central Plains is simply too cheap. They aren't the collaborators we are looking for. The high priest had tasked us to look for a collaborator we can work with for a long period of time, but clearly, such a person doesn't exist in the Central Plains. Ablanadin fell silent. They had both come to the same conclusion. The primary goal of traveling to the Central Plains was to find a wholesaler and gather rations. Also, this could also prevent a monopoly. If they only sold the ores to the Abbasid Caliphate, their Hyderabad ores would be unable to be sold for a high price. This was a fact that applied to all goods that was only sold to a single individual or entity. It was precisely because the high priest was unwilling to see such a thing occurring that he sent them to the other parts of the world to search for collaborators. But from the looks of it, it seems like the Abbasid Caliphate was the only suitable working partner for them. Even though they wouldn't be able to earn a huge sum from them, they were reliable and loyal. As for the Central Plains, it was just too far away. The two didn't know that at this very moment, they weren't the only ones keeping an eye on Wang Chong's movements. It has already been 20 days, but there's still no movement from that lad. In the courtyard of the Zhang clan, Zhang Jin and Zhang Tsong were currently seated around a stone table. They leisurely sipped on the tea, allowing the aroma to swirl in their mouth with expressions of delight. How could he possibly succeed that easily? It's 90,000 gold taels. It isn't a small sum. Did he really think it would appear out of thin air, just because he wanted it to? Holding his teacup, Zhang Tsong lifted his head. With a pleasured expression, he said, "Besides, under Duke Jie's influence, the Wang clan is incorruptible. How could they possibly have that much money? Our Zhang clan has several centuries of history behind it, and even though our total fortunes is worth more than 90,000 gold taels, it would still be impossible to fork out such a sum in a month. Needless to say, them. How could he possibly succeed like that?" They had been keeping a lookout at the Court of Judicial Review, and the contract regarding the sales of Hyderabad or hadn't been completed yet. In their perspective, Wang Chang's deal was probably going to fall apart. It's a pity that the lad is too arrogant. If he could consider our deal when we paid him a visit, he wouldn't have landed himself in such a state. Look, not only did he fail in his business, he even has to pay a fee for breaking the contract. Zhang Jian looked into the sky with a look of contemplation as he stroked his beard. Back then, when they first ran to the white agate jewelry shop, found out that someone had bought the Hyderabad ore from them in advance, and that it was the Wang clan at that, they really panicked. However, after keeping a lookout on the situation for several days, they were completely relaxed. In the Central Plains, the reputation of Duke Jiao is resounding. If Wang clan had truly intended to buy the ores, they were doomed to fail. However, given the 90,000 gold taels condition in the contract, the Wang clan was nothing more than a temporary obstruction in their way. Regardless of how powerful the Wang clan might be, if they were unable to rake up 90,000 gold taels on time, it would all be in vain. Eventually, the Hyderabad ores would still land in the hands of the Zhang clan. All that had happened was a slight delay. I truly can't understand the reason behind their actions. Duke Jia's lineage devoted all of their efforts in the royal court and the military, and I have never heard that they're interested in ores. When I heard that the Hyderabad ores was bought by the Wang clan, I thought that the monks were joking. Why would they want the ores of the Sindhi for? Perplexed, Zhang Jian suddenly spoke up. Duke Jiao is a prestigious person who is highly respected by everyone. If I were to say, it is likely that he is kept in the dark on the matter. It was probably the doings of those grandsons of his. If something happens, our Zhang clan should still stand up and help them. We can't allow Duke Jiao's reputation to be sullied by this issue. Zhang Tsong said seriously. This is also the intention of our clan head. Zhang Jian nodded his head in agreement. Duke Jiao was an official who shouldered great responsibilities. He contributed greatly to the country and the world. If not for his efforts back then, the world might have descended into chaos by now. This was also a reason why Duke Jiao was respected by everyone. Dada. Just when the duo was speaking, a white-clothed member of the Zhang clan walked in hurriedly, headed toward Zhang Jian, and whispered into his ear. What? Someone is selling swords in Blue Bottle Pavilion? Zhang Jian was astonished. Isn't it normal for someone to be selling swords? Zhang Tsong sipped on his tea, not paying any heed to the matter. Given the prosperity of the capital, it wasn't surprising for someone to be selling swords. 600 taels each. Gold. The notice is hung on the banner of the Blue Bottle Pavilion, and no one is allowed to see the sword. What? Zhang Tsong's tea spurted from his mouth. It wasn't surprising for someone to be selling swords, as there were plenty of steel swords in the city. However, it was different matter for someone to be selling swords at 600 gold taels each. There were only a few powers who could create swords of that quality. The capital's Zhang clan was one of them. Which prestigious family had overstepped their boundary and come over to the capital? Didn't they know that this is our territory? What did the capital's Huang clan, Chung clan, Li clan, and Lu clan have to say about the matter? Zhang Tsong asked. If the ones selling the swords were from the Huang, Chung, Li, or Lu clan, there wouldn't be any need to report the matter up to them. They had already sent their men to the Blue Bottle Pavilion. They seemed to be completely caught off guard by the matter as well, and they even sent someone to ask us about it. Zhang Jian said. A deep frown appeared on Zhang Tsong's forehead. There were rules among swordsmiths. In the world, every single industry had their own territory and sphere of influence. This wasn't due to any promises amongst them, but a situation that had occurred naturally over a span of several centuries. The swordsmithing industry in the capital were mainly dominated by the Zhang, Huang, Chung, Li, and Lu clan. It wasn't really that no other clans were allowed to sell their swords in the capital. Just that, if the other powers decide to expand their territory to the capital, they should at least report their entry to them. It wasn't that they were domineering and exclusive, but this was just the rules of the swordsmithing industry. If it was them, if they were to arrive at another land to buy or sell sword, they would at least inform the swordsmiths on that land. This was a rule that all swordsmiths followed by. This clan seems to be very uncivilized. Let's go. We'll take a look. Zhang Tsong flung his robe and stood up. At the same time, Zhang Jian placed the teacup in his hands back on the table. The pavilion was an exquisitely sculpted building which emanated grandness. If one were to lift his head to look at the building, one would find the infrastructure of the building resembling a giant bluebottle butterfly which was about to spread its wings and soar to the heavens. Just like vast Crane Pavilion, this was a luxurious location for one to eat and drink tea. However, due to the nature of the customers, those who were here for tea and snacks far surpassed the number of those who were here to eat. However, there was something different about Bluebottle Pavilion today. By the door of the Bluebottle Pavilion, a metal mountain formed by ingots stacked up to 2 meters tall and a meter wide. Directly above the metal mountain, a 3-chi-long sword covered with layer after layer of black cloth hung by the roof. By the sword, there was a huge wooden plaque with a few words written on it. 600 gold taels. This metal mountain, the sword, and the wooden plaque had attracted the attention of many. Surrounding them, one could vaguely hear their disdainful criticism. Not allowed to see or touch. How do they intend to sell their swords like that? 600 taels, gold at that. They had probably gone insane thinking of money. Why don't they just rob a bank? What is the Bluebottle Pavilion doing? To hang a sword before others in a place to eat and drink, do they still intend to do business? On the second floor of the Bluebottle Pavilion, Wei Hao looked downward at the crowd outside. Those mocking words felt like sharp daggers behind his back. He was the young master of the Bluebottle Pavilion, and he was the one who got someone to hang the sword up there, so he felt insulted by their contemptuous words. Wang Chong, is this really all right? Wei Hao was filled with anxiety. The Bluebottle Pavilion is a place to eat, drink, and rest. Why don't we change a location and find a proper weapon shop? There's no need for that. This is a good place. Wang Chong shook his head resolutely. Determination and calmness reflected in his eyes. Sometimes, Wei Hao truly envied him. He felt as though he was someone who would never be unaffected by his surroundings. However, is it really all right? I think it's a little weird to have those who are here to drink to buy a sword. Furthermore, given the price of 600 gold taels per sword, can we really gather 90,000 gold taels? Contrary to Wang Chong's attitude, Wei Hao felt completely unconfident. Wang Chong's choice of location was extremely unorthodox. This wasn't the place where one sold swords. Moreover, Wei Hao had no idea whether 600 gold taels per sword should be considered expensive or cheap. In any case, Wang Chong should have never gotten himself into a debt of 90,000 gold taels in the first place. Rest assured, we can definitely raise the sum required. While drinking and eating, Wang Chong glanced at the crowd at the street below with an impassive expression. From the very start, it was impossible to gather 90,000 gold taels. Under normal circumstances, a famous sword could only be sold for 600 to 700 gold taels. Even the top-notch ones were under 1,000 gold taels. If one didn't bear any expectations of the sword, an ordinary metal sword was only worth a few dozen won. Under such conditions, it was impossible to sell a wood steel weapon for such an exorbitant price. It would take at least 6 to 7 years for the market for wood steel to pick up. Thus, from the very start, Wang Chong had decided that he wouldn't use ordinary methods. He had to walk an unorthodox path. And the Bluebottle Pavilion was an important segment of Wang Chong's plan. This might not be a good location to sell swords. However, Wang Chong knew that it wielded an advantage which any other weapon shops couldn't compare up to. Imperial Army. Slightly diagonal from the location of the Bluebottle Pavilion, around 100 zhang away, was the main doors of the royal palace. The Imperial Army was stationed there. Thus, the Bluebottle Pavilion was a location which all of the Imperial Army general, leaders, and members had to pass by to enter the royal palace every day. The reason why Bluebottle Pavilion could become a place which specialized in tea and alcohol instead of becoming a location which specialized in selling food like the vast Crane Pavilion was because the Imperial Army members would often head here to rest and spend their time after their patrols. Alcohol was banned in the royal palace, and the Imperial Army members could only come here for a drink under the pretext of enjoying tea in the short interval when they were changing shifts. They were generous with their money, and as such, business in the Bluebottle Pavilion had been good. Of course, this wasn't what Wang Chong was concerned with. Possessing the memories of his previous life, No one understood more than Wang Chong that of the entire Great Tang and Central Plains, there wasn't a better buyer than for these swords than the generals of the imperial army. In his previous life, the reason why the Wut's steel swords from the Abbasid Caliphate rose up to several 100,000 taels each was because of these imperial army heads who viewed swords as their life. Only the truly elegant, sharp, and noble swords were befitting of their noble position. The leaders of the imperial army were all potential buyers who could afford the price. On this aspect, even those clans who specialized in trading Wut steel were unable to match up to them. In truth, most of the leaders from the imperial army had outstanding background and didn't lack money. Wang Chong knew that the only way to raise 90,000 gold taels within a short period of time was to target those leaders of the imperial army. Actually, from the very start, Wang Chong's target audience for him to strike rich via the Hyderabad ores was the wealthy imperial army leaders. As long as his goods were of good quality, the imperial army was definitely more than capable of affording it. However, due to the deference others felt toward the royal palace and the imperial army, most of the weapon merchants didn't dare to approach the imperial army. Other than Wang Chong, no one had noticed this group of potential buyers with massive financial ability. This was the only advantage that Wang Chong had, as well as the secret that Wang Chong would never tell anyone. Wei Hao, I'll leave this matter to you. My identity is slightly sensitive, so currently it's inconvenient for my identity to be exposed. Help me handle the matter for now. Wang Chong changed the topic while sipping his tea. I understand. You're worried about Yao Feng, right? Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. There'll be absolutely no problems at all. Wei Hao patted his chest. Even though he was still slightly worried about Wang Chong's plan, he was still willing to give his all. After all, what are brothers for? Brothers are there to help one another in times of need. The Yao clan might be powerful, but the Wei clan wasn't just for show either. There was no need for a duke's clan to be so fearful of the Yao clan. It's not only Yao Feng. Wang Chong chuckled. He wasn't just involved in the matter in the vast crane pavilion. If Yao Guangyi were to know that he was the one who wrecked his plan, he would probably skin him alive. The reason why Wang Chong borrowed Wei Hao's clan's Blue Bottle Pavilion to sell his sword was because he didn't want to attract too much attention before succeeding in his plan. Otherwise, if the Yao clan were to try to hinder him every single move of his, it would be extremely bothersome. Putting that aside, here, let's drink some tea. Wang Chong poured Wei Hao a cup of tea. While sipping his tea, he glanced downward at the entrance of the pavilion. It was the first day of selling the sword, and it didn't attract much attention. Currently, the amount of people here was far from sufficient for his plan to succeed. However, Wang Chong didn't expect to successfully sell a sword out in the first day anyway, so he wasn't too anxious about it. Someone's here. Suddenly, Wei Hao spoke. Wang Chong was alarmed. Lifting his head, he traced Wei Hao's glance and looked over. There was a commotion among the crowd outside. A large group of people was marching from the other end of the street toward Blue Bottle Pavilion. These people were divided into 3 factions. Clearly, they belonged to different powers, but yet they were marching as one, gesturing that they had come for the same purpose. This is bad. It's the capital's Chung clan, Huang clan, and Lu clan. They're probably here to thrash the scene. Wei Hao was born in nobility, and those who come in and out of his family's residence were all from notable clans. Furthermore, the Wei clan also had a forge of their own. Thus, he was able to recognize the people from the 3 great swordsmithing clans instantly. His eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but feel unsettled. Judging from that hostile aura they were emitting, Wei Hao didn't think that they were here to buy swords. What are you afraid of? Wang Chong glanced over and said calmly, There are rules in the capital. Even those from distinguished swordsmithing clans wouldn't dare to step on these rules. They must have thought that we're from some prestigious clan from the other cities that had come to the capital to sell our weapons. It's true that such an action would mean trespassing on their boundaries. However, we're from the capital, so these rules do not apply to us. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. There is such a thing? Wei Hao was astonished. He wasn't really involved in his family's smithing business, and as such, he didn't know that there was such a rule. Are you sure? Wang Chong nodded his head. After living an entire life, he had seen and experienced everything there was. Even though he only had the outer appearance of a 15-year-old, the things he knew wasn't something Wei Hao could compare to. Besides, during the catastrophe in the previous world, he came into contact with a swordsmithing elder, and through him, he understood many of the rules within the industry. That isn't good. They must be misunderstanding the matter. I need to hurry down and explain it to them. Wei Hao panicked. There's no need to. There's still some things I need them for. Holding the cap of the teacup, Wang Chong said calmly. Wei Hao was taken aback. Staring at Wang Chong blankly, his head wasn't able to comprehend what was going on. In the short duration which Wei Hao was blank-headed, the Cheng, Huang, and Lu clan had already arrived at the door of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Raising their heads, they glanced at the sword hung at the top of the pavilion covered in a black cloth. Humph, since you're here to sell swords, isn't anyone going to welcome us? A slightly broad-shouldered plump man which exuded a domineering aura crossed his arms and glanced into the interiors of the pavilion. His words were sharp and carried the tone of "I'm here to cause trouble." "This master, do you want to buy the sword?" Within the Blue Bottle Pavilion, a black-clothed young waiter immediately rushed outward and asked subserviently, "This is your sword?" The plump man glanced at him. The Lu clan, Huang clan, and Cheng clan waited with bated breaths for the answer of the waiter. The plump man was Huang Jiao, and he was a member of the Huang clan. In the prestigious swordsmithing clans, there were those who were responsible for forging swords, selling swords, as well as those who were responsible for settling external affairs and ruining the business of others. Of the latter, Huang Jiao was one of the most renowned figures. Given the prosperity of the capital, there was often people who failed to follow the rules and came to the capital to compete with them. This kind of matters happened often. In order to make such people comprehend the rules, as well as to guard their own profits, the Huang clan, Cheng clan, and Lu clan had people playing roles similar to Huang Jiao's. "That's not it. It is my master's." "Oh, I heard that your clan is selling a sword for 600 gold taels each." Contempt could be seen on Huang Jiao's face as he spoke. To be selling swords under the eyelids of the Huang clan, Cheng clan, and Lu clan, the three great sword-making clans in the capital, they were truly bold. "Yes." The servant smiled subserviently with a lowered head. "Fetch your sword down. I want to take a look." Huang Jiao said impatiently, "If I'm contented with it, I might just buy your sword." The surrounding members of the Huang clan, Cheng clan, and Lu clan looked on the sight with contempt. This was a common tactic used by the prestigious clans in the capital to deal with outsiders. By borrowing the weapons of the other party to take a look, they would use their might to smash it, break it, or shatter it. For a blacksmith's sword to be destroyed before the eyes of so many people, it was truly a shameful sight. This was called ruining the business of others. In the field of swordsmithing, there was rarely anyone who could surpass the few prestigious smithing clans in the capital. "I'm sorry, our sword isn't available for viewing or touching. You'll have to buy it first," the servant said with a smile as he bowed deeply. "What? I can't see it? And not even touching it is allowed?" In an instant, everyone from the three clans was immediately stunned. 600 gold taels was a humongous sum. It wasn't silver or copper. Yet, to be unable to view or touch it, this was something unheard of in the smithing industry. When they came over, they didn't expect that it would be true. "Are you sure that I can't even view or touch it?" Huang Jiao asked once more. He couldn't believe his ears. Everyone tried all means to put their swords in the center of everyone's attention, flaunting it before everyone else. Yet, this fellow was selling such an expensive sword, but refused to let anyone view or touch it. "Yes." The servant's voice remained calm. "Who's your master? Bring your master out. I would like to take a look what kind of sword it is, to be so arrogant as to not allow anyone view or touch it." Huang Jiao was infuriated. "I don't know." The servant's voice went stiff, as though a stone was stuck in his throat. "You don't know? What do you mean?" Huang Jiao was taken aback. The next instant, he sneered furiously. "Do you not know where your master is? Or do you not know who your master is?" "I do not know who my master is." The servant's reply broke all expectations of everyone here. Huang Jiao, as well as the others, were flabbergasted. Who in the world wouldn't know who their master is? Huang Jiao flew into a rage. "Fine. If you refuse to reveal it, then I won't pressure you." Let me ask you then, what's so great about the sword your clan is selling? On what basis do you dare to label it with the price of 600 gold taels? I don't know. What about the material? What or is it made of? Do you not know that as well? I don't know. Then, how sharp is it? How many inches of metal can it cut through? I don't know. The servant's answer was consistently an I don't know. His answer was under the commands of Wang Cheng. Other than the fact that the sword cost 600 gold taels each and no one was allowed to view or touch it, he didn't need to answer any other questions. I don't know. I don't know. Other than I don't know, what else do you know? Huang Jiao was on the verge of rampaging hearing the servant's answer. He sneered furiously. If you don't have the capabilities, don't try to do something beyond you. Who in the world wouldn't allow anyone to view the sword they are selling? To disallow anyone from viewing or touching, did you think that the sword is a daughter of nobility? Attention seeker. Hong. Hearing Huang Jiao's words, the crowd from the various swordsmithing clans were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Even the spectators outside joined in as well. What did I say? I said that they were here to seek attention, and it doesn't seem like I am wrong at all. Huang Jiao pointed at the servant and laughed heartily. His gaze was filled with contempt. Before I came, I was still worried that some incredible fellow had appeared in the capital. Yet, it looks like I was overthinking it. Even though Huang Jiao's words sound awful, he wasn't wrong at all. This bunch of fellows just hoped to attract everyone's attention to their work. The group from Cheng clan shook their heads. Their eyes were no longer filled with hostility, but rather disdain. The other prestigious swordsmithing clans would never use such a method to advertise their work. All the capital's Cheng clan had to do was to stamp their name onto their works, and it was sufficient advertisement for them. They didn't have to resort to such petty tricks. Clearly, these newcomers possessed no true capability. Even though those from the other clans didn't speak, their gaze showed that they shared the view of the Cheng clan. If the other party was truly capable, they wouldn't fear others seeing their own sword. Not only so, they would be trying their best to put in within the sight of others, so that others could see how incredible their swords were. There wouldn't be a second clan who would behave in a way as this one did. In the view of the crowd, it was exactly as Huang Jiao said. This clan was here to seek attention. It would take a miracle for one to sell a sword like this. The Blue Bottle Pavilion is a place for eating and drinking, yet for someone to be here to sell swords. Furthermore, at such a price. Looks like we've overestimated our competitors. They are all novices. The Liu clan said contemptuously. The Blue Bottle Pavilion was a beautiful infrastructure, and its interiors was decorated luxuriously. It was an extremely extravagant tavern which could be considered as the top few in the capital. Those who patronized this location was extremely wealthy and came from distinguished families. For the other party to be able to sell swords for 600 gold taels each, the few clans had initially thought that they had met with some incredible opponent. Yet, it seems like they had been overthinking it. After realizing the truth, they immediately changed their stratagem. Let's scatter. This clan is just an attention seeker. Let's all scatter. God knows where this rascal came from, to dare to break the rules. A waste of our time. Also, what are those from the Blue Bottle Pavilion thinking of? The Huang, Cheng, and Liu clan members lost their interest in the matter. Angry criticisms shot out from their mouths as they walked away, and they impatiently drove away the other spectators who had gathered around to watch the commotion. Those rascals! Wei Hao heard everything clearly from the top, and he slammed his hands on the table furiously. He angrily stood up. What matter is it of theirs for us to sell swords in the capital? To be so foul-mouthed, did those from the Huang, Cheng, and Liu clan think that they're that big shot? Let's see if I can teach them a lesson today. Wei Hao had grown up along with Wang Cheng, and he treasured this good buddy of his greatly. Wei Hao felt uncomfortable hearing his brother being criticized by others. Rage surged through him. Even though the capital's Cheng, Huang, and Liu clan were prestigious clans, they meant nothing to Wei Hao at all. How could a Gongzi from the Duke of Wei clan be bothered by mere swordsmithing clans? Wait a minute. Wang Cheng calmly stopped Wei Hao. It's just a small matter. There's no need for you to be so angered. In any case, they are scattering now. As Wang Cheng said so, he slowly savored the taste of the tea leaves in his mouth. This was a habit that Wang Chong had cultivated before his transcension. After drinking tea, he would chew the tea leaves in his mouth. Wang Chong had retained this trait of his after transcending over to this time-space continuum. In a way, it could be considered as his reminiscence of his previous life. But they're already driving away the surrounding passers-by. Can you tolerate that as well? Wei Hao widened his eyes furiously as he found this matter intolerable. It was one thing for them to criticize them, but what was with them driving away the passers-by? The reason why Wang Chong hung the sword at the top of the Blue Bottle Pavilion was to attract the gazes of others. If others were to be driven away, how could there be any customers for his sword? Wouldn't Wang Chong's plan be foiled then? You've said it for yourself. They're only passers-by. They're here just to watch the commotion. Do you think that they'll buy the sword? Wang Chong returned the question to him. Wei Hao was at a loss for words. Rest assured, this isn't a big matter. I have my own plan. Wang Chong patted Wei Hao's shoulders and chuckled. He wasn't bothered by the actions of the swordsmithing clans. It was impossible for the swordsmithing clans to be unmoved given the price he was selling the Wut's steel weapons for. Wang Chong had expected their reaction. Stretching his body, Wang Chong switched to a more comfortable position. Then, he leaned backward to take a look. This way, he could see further into the distance with greater clarity. Something suddenly caught Wang Chong's attention. What's wrong? Wei Hao asked. I saw two acquaintances. Wang Chong chuckled as he stared into the distance. Amidst the crowd on the street, Wang Chong saw Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian from the capital Zhang clan. Since the matter at the Blue Bottle Pavilion had alarmed the Chung clan, Huang clan, and Lu clan, it was impossible for the Zhang clan to remain oblivious to it. Just that, Wang Chong didn't expect that it would be Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian to check on the situation. Acquaintances? Then, do you want to go down to meet them? Wei Hao casually asked. There's no need to. I'll meet them when the time calls for it. It wasn't the time to meet Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian yet. Before they could notice his presence, Wang Chong pulled Wei Hao and hurriedly left. What's going on? Why is he here? Oblivious to Wang Chong, right when he stood up to leave, Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian happened to notice him. Standing amidst the crowd, a shocked look crept onto their face. Even though Wang Chong had left hurriedly, the duo had simply too deep of an impression of that young son of the Wang clan. The words that he had spoken before the two that day were deeply etched into their minds. Even though it was just a momentary glance, the duo still recognized Wang Chong among the numerous customers immediately. They had only received news that someone was selling swords at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. They didn't expect to see Wang Chong. This was something inconceivable to the duo. Could he be the owner of this sword? Zhang Jian subconsciously muttered. Impossible. Zhang Tsong replied without even thinking about it. The moment the words flew out of his mouth, he realized that his actions were inappropriate and hurriedly added in. This might just be a coincidence. After all, he could just be here to drink tea. Zhang Jian replied. Unexpectedly, he didn't say anything more. They immediately turned to walk toward the Cheng, Huang, and Lu clan. Zhang Tsong, Zhang Jian, you're here. Seeing the duo, those who recognized them amidst the three clans hurriedly walked forward to welcome them. It is just an attention seeker from nowhere. Tell your clan head not to worry about the matter. Let's all return. So that's the case. After asking about the proceedings of the matter, they heaved a sigh of relief. They felt the burden on their heart lift. We'll be returning to report the matter to our clan head. Even though they said so, for some reason, they two of them seemed dazed. Both of them immediately recalled the sight of Wang Chong's back in the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Wang Chong's appearance had left them uneasy. I hope that it isn't as I thought. As they thought so, the two of them turned around and left. No one noticed a leader of the Imperial Army standing before the pavilion, stroking the stubs of his beard. Glancing at the sword hanging at the entrance of the pavilion, an interested expression appeared on his face. After the ruckus by the three great swordsmithing clans, there was no longer anyone who was crowding around the front entrance of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. In the view of the various prestigious clans, the matter was settled. However, what that many people didn't think of was that a day right after the commotion by the Blue Bottle Pavilion had calmed, a greater one was produced the next day, attracting the attention of even more people. 1,200 gold taels. This was the newest price of the sword hanging on the Blue Bottle Pavilion. It was an entire fold of the price from the first day. Furthermore, the owner of the sword even left a message through the Blue Bottle Pavilion. The weapon on the pavilion would only be sold for 2 hours a day. After that, all sales will stop. Furthermore, as before, no one was allowed to view or touch the sword. 1,200 gold taels? Is he mad? Upon hearing that price, the eyes of an elder of the Chung clan widened. It felt as though his eyes were about to pop out at any moment. Who does that rascal think he is? How much could a weapon cost? Yet, he dares to sell it for 1,200 gold taels. Even our Chung clan, with the centuries of history behind us, dare not sell it for such high a price. He's thinking too highly of himself. Did he think that those in the capital are all idiots? What is the Blue Bottle Pavilion thinking of, going along with the nonsense of that person? He was also present for the march to the Blue Bottle Pavilion yesterday. Even if the owner of the sword wanted to attract attention, there should be a limit to it. Of the matter, what that left him stumped was the attitude of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. The Blue Bottle Pavilion was still quite a popular location in the capital. How will they conduct their business after this mess? How is it? Have you gotten any news on the matter that I had you look into? The elder of the Chung clan, Cheng Yu-ching, put down the letter in his hands and abruptly glanced at the Chung clan member, who had delivered the letter into his hands. Reporting to the elder, I have checked on it. Based on the intelligence gathered, the one selling the sword is a friend of the owner of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Due to their close ties, he allowed him to hang his sword there for sale. What do we do now? They are ruining our business. Should we head there to take a look, and perhaps give him a warning? The Chung clan member replied. Preposterous. The Chung clan elder Cheng Yu-ching glared at him and reprimanded. Just because a bunch of kids is creating a commotion, do we go along with them? What is this becoming of? A sword for 1,200 gold taels. Do you think he would be able to sell it out? Allow him to do as he pleases. After a period of time, he will eventually notice the futility of his actions and stop. Yes, elder. The clan member was frightened by the elder's reaction. He hurriedly lowered his head and said no more. Under the condition that no one knew about the condition of the sword, spending 1,200 gold taels on a sword was far beyond what market conditions allowed. Any rational man would definitely not buy it. As long as no one bought it, it would just become a farce and end at that. That was the attitude of the Cheng, Huang, and Liu clan on the matter. To them, the matter at the Blue Bottle Pavilion was only a small uproar and didn't require their attention. Thus, they had no need to lower their status to interfere in the matter. However, in the capital, the atmosphere was completely different in another clan. How is it? Have you found anything yet? In the residence of the Zhang clan, Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian had a grim expression on their faces. The atmosphere in the residence was completely different from the other clans. We've managed to find out that the Blue Bottle Pavilion is one of the businesses belonging to the Duke of Wei clan. As for the matter regarding the sword hung at the pavilion, it seems to be a request on the Duke of Wei clan Gongzi's part. Upon being questioned, the Zhang clan member lowered his head, clasped his hands, and replied respectfully, Duke of Wei clan Gongzi? Do you know who it is? Zhang Jian's expression tightened as he hurriedly asked. It seems to be Wei Hao Gongzi. The Zhang clan member replied. Wang. Hearing that name, Zhang Tsong and Zhang Jian exchanged glances, and their astonishment was clear to see. You can leave first. Zhang Jian waved him away. After the Zhang clan member took his departure, the duo stared at one another for a very long time. A stiff atmosphere settled in, and no one said anything. This isn't good. Isn't Wei Hao the fellow who is extremely close to Wang Chong? In the end, Zhang Tsong broke the silence first. Deep creases could be seen on his forehead, and his worry was clear to see. Due to the problem regarding the Hyderabad ores, they had been paying close attention to Wang Chong, and naturally, the people whom he came into contact with as well. Wei Hao was one of the people who Wang Chong often hung out with. The duo didn't believe that the Wang clan bought the Hyderabad ores because they wanted to venture into the forging industry. The Wang clan didn't have such experience. Thus, the duo never thought that Wang Chong was serious and underestimated him. However, if it was Wang Chong who placed the sword up the Blue Bottle Pavilion, the entire meaning of the incident would change. Regardless of whether Wang Chong succeeded or how ridiculous were the matters he had committed before, if he truly forged a sword, that this matter was sufficient to leave the two of them uneasy. In fact, it wouldn't be too much for them to panic. No one liked abrupt situations. Without a doubt, something that left them unsettled had occurred with the matter of the Hyderabad ores. This really isn't good. He can't be really forging swords? Zhang Jian was also uneasy. No matter what, we have to proceed carefully. Even though I don't believe that a little child can be formidable, the Hyderabad ore is of extreme importance to us. We have to quickly report this matter to our clan head. The duo stood up and rushed to the inner residence. 1,200 gold taels. In the Central Plains, this was a humongous sum which an average person could live off without working for several lifetimes. Yet, at this very moment, it was the price of a mere sword. Just when everyone was astonished by this inconceivable sky-high price, the actions of the owner of the sword at the Blue Bottle Pavilion had destroyed their perception of the world. 2,400 gold taels. This was the newest price written on the banner on the Blue Bottle Pavilion. That owner of the Blue Bottle Pavilion seemed to be adamant on the matter. It seems as though, to him, there was no such thing as a line price or reserve price. When the newest price was reported, the commotion broke out in the weapon market of the entire capital. Regardless of who the person in the Blue Bottle Pavilion was, even if it was a prank, his actions had attracted the attention of everyone else. In the thousands of weapon shops in the capital, not a single house dared to hang such a price. Yet, that unknown owner of the sword hanging by the Blue Bottle Pavilion did the unthinkable. Not just so. First day, 600 gold taels. Second day, 1,200 gold taels. Third day, 2,400 gold taels. Many people could tell the pattern in the rise of his price. It was increasing by a single fold every single day. How bold must that person be to do such a thing? That lunatic. That fellow is truly a lunatic. Of course he is. What kind of sword could be worthy of 2,400 gold taels? This is something that only a lunatic could do. More importantly, he doesn't allow anyone to view or touch it. Who in the world sells a sword like that? Otherwise, how could he be known as a lunatic? Outside the Blue Bottle Pavilion, the crowd pointed to the sword and chuckled. In any case, watching the commotion cost nothing at all. Furthermore, the Blue Bottle Pavilion was even distributing delicious snacks to the onlookers. The onlookers were increasing rapidly. There were much more people today as compared to the first 2 days. In fact, there were signs that it was still increasing. If it was just anyone else, no one would pay it any heed. However, the Blue Bottle Pavilion was clearly backing the seller of the sword, which made the meaning behind the incident completely different. In any case, such an interesting affair had attracted the attention of more and more people from the capital. When it reached the Chung, Huang, and Lu clan, the prestigious swordsmithing clans couldn't remain as calm as they once did. Even so, they couldn't imagine that what would shock them the most would occur in the third day's evening. It was precisely this unexpected matter that changed their perspective on this matter, as well as the clan's view on Blue Bottle Pavilion. 2,400 gold taels. This should be the most expensive sword in the entire Central Plains. As the sun started to set, no one noticed a bearded Western region merchant appearing below the Blue Bottle Pavilion. This Western region merchant was known as Mozade, and he was a weapon merchant from Karak-Spazinu. Karak-Spazinu, otherwise known as Iraq in modern times. Different from the typical merchants, Mozade didn't treat the trade of swords as a business. Rather, he regarded it as a pursuit and a hobby. Mozade adored swords, and it was to a fanatic level. He held overwhelming passion for top-notch swords. If he saw such a sword, he would use all means possible to purchase it. Mozade's greatest ambition was to view the greatest sword in the world. Thus, the first thing he did, upon coming to the Central Plains, was to tour all of the weapon shop within Great Tang's capital. However, there wasn't a single sword here which caught his eye. This should be the greatest weapon shop in the Central Plains. Mozade saw the banner on the pavilion and thought. After touring almost 1,000 weapon shops, this was the place where he found the most expensive sword. Furthermore, there wasn't a single weapon shop which was as luxurious as this. 2,400 gold taels for a sword. Such a price was rare even in the Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Spasinu. Mosade understood very little about the Central Plains, but based on the rules in Charax-Spasinu, only the best swordsmith and weapon shop could offer the highest price. Judging from this was, without a doubt, the best weapon shop in the Central Plains. Those who dared to sell their weapons here had to be the best swordsmiths. Before I came here, I've heard that the weapon industry of the Central Plains was far inferior to that in the Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Spasinu. From the looks of it, that isn't the case. The owner of the weapon shop must be extremely confident to charge 2,400 for a sword covered in a black cloth. Mosade had studied the characters used in the Central Plains, so he was able to read the words on the banner of the pavilion and couldn't help but feel impressed by the swordsmith. The Abbasid Caliphate and Charax-Spasinu had a massive amount of top-notch swordsmiths, and their weapon forging industry was advanced. However, even the greatest swordsmith wouldn't dare to sell a hidden sword like this swordsmith did. In the view of the man from Charax-Spasinu, this master was definitely the greatest swordsmith of the Central Plains. Suddenly, Mosade felt a strong urge to meet with this incredible master swordsmith of the Central Plains. As the thought flashed through his mind, he immediately headed into the Blue Bottle Pavilion. However, right after he took a few steps, a wind blew across. My scarf. Not too far away, an exclaim of a lady could be heard. Amidst the wind, a green scarf flew into the air. Initially, Mosade didn't pay much heed to the matter. However, after taking a few steps, Mosade realized that the green scarf was heading toward his face. Master, careful. His loyal guards that followed him here from Charax-Spasinu immediately rushed forward. Upon seeing this sight, Mosade laughed heartily. He stopped his footstep, and without waiting for his guards to step forward, his hands moved to his waist. Shwa! A cold gleam flashed across, and the scarf, sliced into two, slowly floated to the floor. The Charax-Spasinu guards stopped in their footsteps. In the distance, the lady's exclamation was abruptly silenced. She stared at Mosade, terrified, splitting through floating hair. This was the quality of a top-notch saber in the Charax-Spasinu. After cutting through the green scarf in the air with a single slash, Mosade laughed haughtily and placed the saber back into its sheath. This was the best weapon in his possession, as well as his favorite one. Pass 2 gold ingots to that lady. After saying so, Mosade entered the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Behind him, 2 of his guards hurriedly passed 2 ingots to the terrified lady. After entrusting the matter regarding the Woot's steel sword to Wei Hao, Wang Chong started to devote his attention to his martial arts training. With my panther bone, I should be able to practice some techniques of my previous life. Early in the morning, in the Wang clan's backyard, Wang Chong was playing with a string of beads and a thought flashed across his mind. Wang Chong possessed the knowledge of many techniques from the memories of his previous life. However, Wang Chong had been unable to cultivate most of these earth-shattering skills due to the limitations of his bones. But now, the situation was different. Even though Wang Chong's bones weren't exactly strong yet, with the panther bones, as well as the fundamental knowledge from his previous life, he could start learning those less advanced techniques. I should start from Herculean Punch. Wang Chong mused for a long moment before coming to a decision. In his previous life, when those steel cavalries that came from a foreign land appeared in the Great Tang, their overwhelming defense left all of the infantry units in the country helpless. That was until the Herculean Punch was created. This kind of punch focused the strength in one's entire body into one's fist, allowing a low-level warrior to exert strength far greater than his physical limits. The very creation of this move changed the situation then. Honestly speaking, it wasn't a truly profound or powerful move. But in the origin energy realm, it was an extremely powerful skill. Given Wang Chong's current situation, this military skill was the most suitable for him. Gongzi, someone is looking for you outside. Just when Wang Chong was about to start practicing, Shenlong's voice suddenly reached his ears. It's the 2 Cindy monks. Oh. Wang Chong contemplated for a moment before smiling. He had already understood what was going on. After a long moment of absence, it was about time for them to make a move. Invite them in. Yes. Shenlong turned around and left. In a moment's time, 2 figures walked in. Gongzi, Ablanadin, and Arloja bowed. Those words were spoken in Sanskrit. Masters, you aren't able to wait any longer? Wang Cheng smiled, seemingly aware of their intentions here. Gongzi, I am truly apologetic. Just that, this matter is of absolute importance to us. Back then, we have made a deal with Gongzi that as long as you are able to come up with 90,000 gold taels, you would be able to obtain the 300 june of or from us, as well as the right to distribute the Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains. A long time has passed since then, and the deadline is approaching quickly. I am curious to know how is Gongzi faring? Putting their both hands together, they asked apologetically. Haha, so the two masters are doubting if I can pay 90,000 gold taels or not. Wang Cheng burst into laughter as he pointed the reason behind their arrival. I hope that Gongzi won't be offended by our words, as this matter is truly of great importance to us. Having their intentions pointed out, the two felt awkward and embarrassed. But after hesitating for a moment, they spoke the truth. Gongzi, I won't hide it from you. Sindhu is currently in a dire famine, and the longer we drag on for, the greater the number of people who die from starvation. During this period of time, we have received several letters from Hyderabad urging us to return. We have no choice but to rush you. As they spoke, an anxious look appeared on their face. This wasn't an act. Without a doubt, the situation in Sindhu was extremely dire. If the situation wasn't that severe, they wouldn't have come over to rush Wang Cheng. Please don't worry. I will gather and pay you all the 90,000 gold taels soon. As for Sindhu, if you all are worried, I can contact Turkic merchants first and have them send a batch of cows and lambs to Sindhu. Even though Wang Cheng didn't have much gold left, cows and lambs weren't as valuable as swords. One could still buy quite a few cows and lambs for 100 gold taels. Do you mean it? The duo was surprised and delighted. They were moved by Wang Cheng's actions. The Turkic Khaganate was much closer to Sindhu than the Central Plains. If Wang Cheng could contact some Turkic merchants and have them send cows and lambs over in time, that would be the best for Sindhu. Given Sindhu's current situation, that was truly a great help, even though Wang Cheng didn't have the obligation to do so. Of course, Wang Cheng nodded his head with a smile. No one was more aware than him that the Sindhis were in dire need of help now. Even the slightest bit of help could be exchanged for their gratitude, and it was the best time to win their favor. Grant a thirsty man a drop of water, and he would repay you with a fountain. These words rang true in the entire world. This would prove to be a good leverage in future negotiations over the Hyderabad mine. As for the 90,000 gold taels, if you all still don't believe me, please follow me. The matter regarding the cows and lambs weren't something that could be accomplished now. It would at least take a dozen days or so for it to be sent to Sindhu. However, the 90,000 gold taels was an urgent matter now. Talk is cheap. Since the two Sindhi monks were already doubting Wang Cheng's abilities, they wouldn't rest easy if he didn't produce the evidence to showcase his abilities. These were all within Wang Cheng's expectations. Thus, he called for a carriage and brought the two over to Blue Bottle Pavilion. SS. 2,400 taels. Gold. Wang Cheng added in with a grin by the side. Standing within the crowd, the two Sindhi monks stared at one another in astonishment. On the other hand, Wang Cheng was chuckling within. They had arrived early today, so the price they were seeing was still the one from yesterday. By the time afternoon comes and the banner was changed, it would be 4,800 gold taels. By then, it would be impossible for Wang Cheng to imagine their shocked faces. 2,400 taels. Are the swords in the Central Plains that expensive? Even though the duo did not recognize the characters of the Central Plains, they were still able to read the 2,400 foot. The price that was written in large characters before them left them deep in shock. They didn't expect the weapon market in the Central Plains to be that prosperous. Is that the weapon you forged? Wang Cheng nodded his head, not denying it at all. Are you all still worried that I will be unable to produce 90,000 gold taels? No. The two of them quickly shook their heads. They were feeling extremely excited at the moment. If a single weapon could be sold for 2,400 gold taels, then raking up 90,000 gold taels was no problem to this Gongzi before them. It would be a terrific news for Sindhu if he could truly raise 90,000 gold taels in a single month. They felt terribly embarrassed when they thought about how they doubted Wang Cheng's ability to produce 90,000 gold taels in the past. Taking all of this into sight, Wang Chong chuckled within. Having 2,400 gold taels written on the banner was a completely different matter from selling a weapon worth 2,400 taels. The two Sindhi monks might have shouldered on the responsibility to sell Hyderabad ores in the Central Plains, but they were clearly ignorant of the condition of the weapon market here. It is fortunate that they aren't adept at communication, only able to speak Sanskrit. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to hoodwink them. Wang Chong could only feel glad at his luck. "Masters, let us go upstairs to drink some tea." As he said so, Wang Chong led the duo up the Blue Bottle Pavilion. My mistake. I've been spelling Karakspazinu as Karakspazinu. Have edited all chapters to reflect so splitting through floating hair. It's just an analogy. It's said that if one sword could cut through flying, it is top-notch. Thus, it is often used to describe top-notch swords. In this case, the scarf was flying, and he managed to rip the scarf into two cleanly. It is actually a highly difficult act, if you don't know. According to Baidu, it is said that 70% of it depended on the sharpness of the sword, 20% skill, and 10% luck. In very rare cases will Hindu eat beef, or fish, as it's banned to eat any livestock in the religion. Due to the famine according in the story, the Hindu might be permitted to eat beef, but that's mainly due to the dire circumstances. The very first preference to do under such circumstances will be to eat the bark of the tree or leaves. Only when things really get severe will one proceed on to eat one's livestock. Wang Chong, you're finally here. I would be at a loss if you didn't arrive soon. The moment Wang Chong stepped into the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wei Hao immediately rushed out, drenched in sweat. "What's wrong?" Wang Chong frowned. He stared at Wei Hao with a bizarre look. Wei Hao was a straightforward person, and there was rarely anything he could worry him. This was the first time that he had seen him get so anxious. Something happened. Something big has happened. The ones who want to ruin your business came. Panicking, Wei Hao stuttered. "Calm down. Speak slowly. Even if the sky falls, I'll be there to shoulder it." "What do you mean by ruin my business?" Wang Chong said as he did a calming gesture. Perhaps it was due to Wang Chong's tranquil attitude. Wei Hao gradually calmed down. Then, he recounted the matter to Wang Chong. It turns out that yesterday evening, when Wei Hao was about to return, a Karakspazinu merchant named Mozade suddenly arrived. That fellow kept speaking inarticulate Chinese. From the very start, he kept speaking all kinds of praises for the swords in the Central Plains, something about how it was unthinkable, and how the swords were like compared to the western regions. Wei Hao was delighted of the thought that he had finally met someone he could leech off. However, in the blink of an eye, the other party suddenly took out a saber and requested to challenge Wang Chong. Only then did Wei Hao realize that rascal, that fellow is here to ruin the business. Given Wei Hao's nature, he immediately demanded the other party to leave. Yet, at that moment, the fellow started to feign that he was unable to understand what Wei Hao was speaking, saying words like "My Chinese is not good. I don't understand what you are saying." All in all, he stubbornly sat in the Blue Bottle Pavilion, resolute to face off against the sword that Wang Chong had hung on the pavilion. Wei Hao had argued with him for a long time, and the ruckus they had caused had attracted the attention of quite a few people. In fact, the business of Blue Bottle Pavilion had been impacted as well. Wei Hao wanted to throw him out, but this fellow seemed to be a weapon trader. In addition to the fact, he was loaded with money. As long as he didn't break the rules, Wei Hao wasn't in a good position to evict him. "Wang Chong, if you were any later, I might have collapsed from the pressure." The fellow kept prattling on how he wanted to hang his weapon on the Blue Bottle Pavilion to display it before everyone else, and that since you were able to do so, why can't he do the same? Then, the argument started to escalate to the relationship between Central Plains and Karakspazinu. "I really can't deal with him." Wei Hao spoke everything which he had bore in his stomach out. He thought that selling Wang Chong's sword would be simple, and that it would just involve passing over the product and taking the other party's money. He didn't expect for it to get so complicated. "Where's that Karakspazinu merchant?" Wang Chong asked. "He's inside. I've stalled him for now, saying that we'll chat after you arrive." The moment Wang Chong appeared, Wei Hao seemed to have found his pillar of support and calmed down. "Let's go. Bring me to him." Wang Chong had someone prepare a room for the two Sinhi monks before following behind Wei Hao. In one of the rooms inside the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong finally met with the Spazinu merchant that Wei Hao spoke of. You are Mozade? Wang Chong stared at the bearded man before him. You're the owner of the sword? Mozade stared at Wang Chong in shock. He didn't expect the owner of the sword to be just a teenager. However, upon seeing Wang Chong nod his head in response to his question, he dumped all of his thoughts to the back of his head. His passion for swords had allowed him to disregard everything else. Age or whatsoever weren't in his list of concerns. Great. I like your sword a lot. You must be an incredible sword master. This is a top-notch saber from Spazinu, as well as a sword that I value greatly. I want to face off with you. Mozade stood up from his rattan chair with a passionate expression. Didn't I say it already? It's not allowed. Wei Hao lashed out. Why wouldn't this fellow listen to anything he said? If not for Chamberlain of Dependencies' order to treat all foreign guests and merchants with respect, and one was strictly forbidden from laying their hands on them, he would have thrown him out long ago. Sure, Wang Chong replied. That simple word of his seemed to contain endless magical strength. The entire room suddenly turned completely silent and still. Wei Hao stared at Wang Chong in shock with his mouth was wide opened, unable to believe his ears. The reason why he had rushed down to find Wang Chong and stalled for time was so that Wang Chong could reject his offer. Otherwise, he could have just accepted his request yesterday. However, despite all of the efforts he had put into rejecting the other party, Wang Chong immediately accepted the other party's request without the slightest bit of hesitation. Mozade was also surprised. He had been to the other weapon shops, and when he first entered, the other party would be extremely passionate. However, when he brought up such a request, they would all reject him and urge him out of their shops. Before this, the Gongzi, Wei Hao, had tried all means to reject his request. Mozade had also prepared a long speech to convince the swordsmith to cross blows with him. Yet, despite it, the other party accepted his request readily. This caused Mozade to be stunned. Wang Chong, you're insane. Wei Hao finally recovered from his shock, and disregarding Mozade's presence, he grabbed Wang Chong's arm and dragged him to the room beside. That fellow is obviously here to ruin your business. You know that he's up to no good. So why did you agree to his request? Wei Hao said, flustered in a suppressed voice. Wang Chong's decision caught him off guard. As the situation was too far off from what he had expected initially, he was unable to accept it all of a sudden. Calm down. Wang Chong smiled as he waved his hand, gesturing for Wei Hao to calm down. Honestly speaking, Wang Chong had been aiming for the Imperial Army from the very start, and the merchants from the western regions weren't within his consideration. However, Mozade's appearance was an opportunity to Wang Chong. As long as he made full use of it, it would be nothing but beneficial to him. That Mozade doesn't have any ill intentions. Contrary to your expectations, he isn't here to ruin my business. Wang Chong explained with a smile. Wei Hao may not know much about Mozade, but Wang Chong, who possessed decades of memories behind him, knew clearly that Mozade's actions bore no ill intentions. This could mainly be attributed to the different habits and culture between Spazinu, Abbasid Caliphate, and Central Plains. In Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate, most people had a habit that when purchasing swords, they would test their own sword against the other. If the other party's sword was of higher quality than theirs, such that it was able to shatter their own sword, they would happily buy the better sword. But if it was the opposite, they would ignore it. This was the usual custom in Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate, and such actions were silently approved by the entire industry. Through such actions, the poor quality swords were eliminated. As such, all of the swords remaining were mainly high-quality ones, and the difference in quality wasn't too great. Thus, the weapon industry in the Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate kept improving, and the quality of weapons produced in the western regions was continuously being brought to greater heights, resulting in the prosperity of the industry. This kind of top-tier swords was often able to receive a price worthy of its quality. Along with such a custom, the social standing of the master swordsmiths was heightened, and they were respected figures in the West. With the passing of time, the prosperity of the weapon industry in the Abbasid Caliphate and Spazinu far exceeded that of the Central Plains, and everyone in the two countries benefited from such a custom. Based on Wang Chong's memory, a few years later, the weapon traders from these two countries would start to venture into the Central Plains, bringing such a custom along with them here. The weapons of the East and West would clash together. The forging techniques and aesthetics would clash together. The customs and behaviors would clash together. Based on Wang Chang's recollection, it was after the weapon merchants of the Central Plains started to accept such a custom that the price in the Central Plains started to soar rapidly. Only with competition will there be prosperity. When the Central Plains started to accept and get used to competition, the weapon industry in the Central Plains also began to improve by leaps and bounds, and ushered in an era of prosperity for weapons. When master swordsmiths started to spend more effort and time on their weapons, when master swordsmiths started to have higher expectations of the weapon they created, a qualitative change in the weapon industry of the Central Plains was induced. When the high-quality weapons created by the blacksmiths were able to be sold for even higher prices, and they had seen the rewards of their efforts for themselves, they would go ahead and forge more top-notch weapons. This worked in a virtuous cycle, and everyone within the process benefited. Knowing the future of the Central Plains, Wang Chong was not resistant to the idea of the Carrick Spazinu merchant. On the contrary, he intended to make full use of the matter, and it was highly possible that it may prove to be extremely beneficial to his plan. Even so, you shouldn't have agreed to that request. Even after hearing Wang Chong explain the sales custom in Carrick Spazinu, Wei Hao's expression didn't calm down in the least. His face was still marked with worry. You don't know how sharp those weapons from the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu are. Those swords are capable of cutting through floating hair. A Western region trader had once gifted my father a scimitar, and it easily broke the other sword which my father had treasured for numerous years. I've seen it for myself. It was because I know how incredible those fellows are that I kept rejecting his request. Wei Hao was still extremely worried. In the Central Plains, the blades of the Western region still weren't famous yet. However, due to his father, Duke of Wei, Wei Hao understood how powerful the weapons of the Carrick Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate were. You were worried that I would lose to him? Wang Chong chuckled. Wei Hao was at a loss for words. Rest assured, I know how powerful the sword I crafted is. I won't lose to him. Wang Chong smiled. Wang Chong knew of how powerful the swords from the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu were. He had seen many of them in his previous life. However, Wang Chong was even more confident in his own weapons. In this era, it was impossible for a weapon that was stronger than one forged from wood steel to exist. After placating Wei Hao, Wang Chong walked back into Mo Zaid's room. Master, you've agreed to it. After Wang Chong walked in, Mo Zaid's eyes immediately lit up as he said, Don't worry. I understand the difference in the rules between the Central Plains and Carrick Spazinu. If your weapon was damaged in the midst of doing so, I will compensate you. On the other hand, it would be even better if you can break my saber. If so, I am willing to purchase your weapon at a much higher price. There is no need for compensation. As for buying my weapon, we'll talk about it later. Wang Chong chuckled. 2,400 gold taels was the price of the third day. He hadn't had the opportunity to change the price reflected on the banner today. If the Carrick Spazinu merchant thought that he could buy Wang Chong's sword at that price, he was sorely mistaken. Wang Chong wasn't prepared to sell the very first true wood steel sword out so cheaply. It would be a big loss on his side. Can you allow me to see that saber of yours? After hearing Wei Hao's words, Wang Chong was suddenly interested in the top-notch Carrick Spazinu saber in Mo Zaid's hands. Of course you can. Mo Zaid wasn't bothered by Wang Chong's request at all. Shua. He drew the saber by his waist with his right hand. The instant the saber was drawn, a cold light gleamed forth, circling an entire round around the room. Even the temperature lowered along with the appearance of the light. The room suddenly turned silent. Wei Hao's face abruptly darkened. The saber was even more incredible than the one he saw back then when he was with his father, Duke of Wei. The Carrick Spazinu merchant, Mo Zaid, wasn't lying. The saber in his hands was indeed top-notch. Just the cold aura that it emanated wasn't something an average sword could compare to. There probably weren't many swords in the Central Plains that could match up to it. Here, Mo Zaid passed the saber over. Good saber. Wang Chong did not stand on ceremonies. He took Mo Zaid's saber and examined it. After his reincarnation, this was the first time he was looking at a top-notch Carrick Spazinu saber. While the Central Plains favored the sword, the Abbasid Caliphate and Carax Spazinu favor sabers. Furthermore, their saber structure were completely different from that in the Central Plains. Firstly, their sabers weren't long, only around a chi long. Also, their sabers were bent in the shape of a crescent moon. 33.3 centimeters. Wang Cheng didn't know whether this has something to do with the culture of worshipping the moon there. The edge of Mosaid's saber was exceptionally sharp. It could be seen that it was painstakingly crafted and forged. As the saying goes, the onset of autumn could be seen with the fall of a single leaf. From this saber, one could tell that the weapon forging techniques in the western regions were extremely high. In certain aspects, they even surpassed the Central Plains. Shua, with a flick of Wang Cheng's wrist, the cold gleam flashed through the air. Then, the corner of the table made of the resilient and tough sandalwood was silently cut through. Kangqiang, the corner of the table fell to the floor. A good saber, Wang Cheng complimented. On the other hand, standing beside him, Wei Hao's face further darkened. Holding the saber with both of his hands, he tried swinging it around before returning the saber back. Mr. Mosaid, how about this? Let's change the rules slightly. Since it is a face-off between a sword and a saber, we should have a rule for the duel. If you emerge victorious, I will pay you how much my sword costs. And if you lose, I don't need you to pay me the full price of the sword, just 1,200 gold taels will do. Wei Hao, I can't possibly face everyone who comes challenging me one by one. So, let's just operate by this rule. Wang Cheng, Wei Hao was shocked. With a single glance, it was clear that Mosaid's saber wasn't ordinary. He was just about to warn Wang Cheng not to accept the challenge at all costs, when Wang Cheng suddenly proposed such harsh conditions. Ha ha ha, good. Mosaid was overjoyed. Regardless of what Wang Cheng proposed, as long as he agreed to face off with him, 1,200 gold taels didn't mean much. Most of the merchants in Carax Spazinu were skilled and possessed massive wealth. As long as he could achieve his aim here, Mosaid didn't really care about this little tip. Also, Wang Cheng's conditions were clearly sided toward him. He didn't have to pay the other parties for his sword if he lost, and if he won. It's been long since Mosaid had met with someone who could triumph against his saber. In fact, Mosaid hoped that Wang Cheng would win. This way, he could buy an even better sword. However, there's one more thing. I am unable to duel with you right now. It can only be held 7 days from now. Wang Cheng said. That's not a big issue. Don't worry about it. Mosaid chuckled, not paying much heed to it. As long as Wang Cheng was willing to accept his request, he didn't mind waiting 7 days for it. Right, there's one thing that I am interested about. When I entered, I saw a huge pile of metal at your doorstep. May I know what it is used for? Back in Carax Spazinu, we don't have such a custom. Hee, you will know about it in 7 days' time. Wang Cheng chuckled before turning around to leave. Right, if you don't mind, I hope to hang my Carax Spazinu saber on the pavilion alongside yours. Is that okay? Before Wang Cheng could get far, Mosaid's words rang from his back. Slyness could be heard from his tone. The reason why he came to the Central Plains wasn't just to compete with the swords of others. Wang Cheng burst into laughter. It was exactly as he expected. These weapon merchants from the Abbasid Caliphate and Carax Spazinu would make use of all chances to showcase their weapons and advertise themselves. However, Mosaid didn't know that he had fallen right for Wang Cheng's plan. Wang Cheng was waiting for him to propose such an idea. Of course you can. Leaving that word behind, Wang Cheng left the room. Wang Cheng, you're insane. Do you know that a huge problem will result from this? Wei Hao hurriedly ran out from the room, caught up with Wang Cheng, and reprimanded him anxiously. If you base it on the price of your sword, do you know how much it will cost? 2,400 taels. No, it's 4,800 taels. If you win, you earn less than half of the money, and if you lose, you'll make such a huge loss. What are you thinking of? You don't even know whether you can rake up that 90,000 gold taels for the Hyderabad ores, and the deadline for the 1,700 gold taels that you borrowed in the 8 Gods Pavilion was approaching soon. Yet, you are still making such a challenge now you're bringing a huge calamity to your clan. Do you know that? Wei Hao angrily scolded with a flushed face. When Wang Cheng tested out Mosaid's saber, it was clear that it was sharper than the saber which his father had bought from the Western region trader. Wang Chong had clearly seen the strength of the other party's weapon with his own eyes, but he still chose to accept the challenge. Wei Hao simply couldn't understand the rationale behind his actions. The reason why he promised to help Wang Chong by offering a spot in the Blue Bottle Pavilion to advertise and sell his wood steel sword was because he wanted to give him a helping hand to earn money. After all, they were brothers who had grown up together. He couldn't simply leave him in the lurch. But Wei Hao didn't expect something that should have been that simple would end up like this. If things go wrong, not only will Wang Chong fail to earn money, he will even get the entire Wang clan in trouble through his debt. And Wei Hao would be an accomplice. For the first time, Wei Hao felt regret. Besides, what did you mean by operating by this rule? If more people like him were to come, do you know how much money we would have to pay? Just by recalling the rule Wang Chong came up with made Wei Hao panic. Don't worry, he can't win, Wang Chong said calmly. Do you know? What? What did you say? Wei Hao was taken aback. I said that he can't win. Wang Chong chuckled and repeated his words. Wei Hao stared at Wang Chong blankly. For a moment, he couldn't say a single word. All of his anger which he had accumulated previously suddenly vanished without a trace. He can't win? Wei Hao was in a state of disbelief. He had seen how sharp the saber was in the room previously. Wang Chong said calmly. His face reflected his absolute confidence. This was the confidence he had in himself, as well as the confidence he had in the wood steel sword. Wei Hao was taken aback. He had come after Wang Chong with 1,000 words to nag at him. But before Wang Chong's arrogant words, he was suddenly speechless. He didn't know where Wang Chong's self-confidence came from, for him to boast about his victory. He had seen the sharpness of Mosade's saber for himself. That was a top-notch saber in the truest sense. Its sharpness made one feel suffocated and fearful. Even a glance at it could gift the timid with nightmares. The reason why he kept advising Wang Chong to reject the challenge was because of this as well. Wang Chong's sword seemed impressive as well, but Wei Hao did not have absolute confidence in it. Are you sure that you can win? Wei Hao hesitated for a moment before asking. Of course. Wang Chong flashed him a confident smile. He was by no means a fool. He intentionally borrowed the Carrick Spazinu saber over to test it, and he secretly used his finger to knock on the edge of the saber. The other party's saber was indeed sharp, but the material used to make it was average. Furthermore, of the 3 main steps to swordsmithing, the other party had only mastered 1 to 2 of them. From this, Wang Chong could deduce that the skills of the master swordsmiths in the Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick Spazinu were still significantly lower than his. At the very least, they wouldn't be able to match up to him in the next few years. It was impossible for a sword forged with that kind of craftsmanship to match up to his wood steel sword. All right, I'll trust you then. Wei Hao relented. For some reason, even though he always thought that Wang Chong's actions were too reckless, whenever he saw that confident look on his face, he would be at a loss for words and be easily persuaded by him. However, there's no need for you to reject money, right? A gamble should have equivalent stakes on both sides. In any case, that Carrick Spazinu merchant is rich, so why should you be so courteous with him? Isn't it better to just earn a few thousand gold taels from him straight? Recalling the conditions Wang Chong laid out, he complained. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. This is called using a small bait to catch a big whale. Wang Chong patted Wei Hao's shoulders. It wasn't that he was being foolish. Rather, he had a greater plan behind that. Mosade's few thousand gold taels wasn't sufficient for him under his current situation. As long as he could build up the market for wood steel, the money Wang Chong could earn from it wasn't something a mere gamble like this could match up to. I'll be leaving now. I'll be relying on you for the matters here. Wei Hao, remember, if something like this happens again, just settle it like today. Wang Chong greeted the 2 Sindhi monks who were drinking outside before leaving. Wang Chong didn't want too many people to know about the matter of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. As for the weapon merchant from Carrick Spazinu, given how he was inarticulate, it was impossible for him to know of Wang Chong's identity. The instant Wang Chong left the Blue Bottle Pavilion, the price of the sword was hiked up by another fold, reaching 4,800 gold taels. Mosade's saber was also hung on the roof of the Blue Bottle Pavilion. This was the first time that some other sword had been hung on the Blue Bottle Pavilion in the last 3 days. Furthermore, based on the shape of the weapon, it clearly wasn't a sword from the Central Plains. It was an authentic top-notch Carrick Spazinu saber. The changes immediately caught the crowd's attraction. When the content of the sword duel gamble was revealed, a commotion beyond that Wang Chong had imagined was induced. The number one sword in the world, the first face-off between Central Plains and Carrick Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate, the gamble over the number one sword of the Great Tang. All kinds of news of that sort flew about the capital. There were many Carrick Spazinu and Abbasid Caliphate merchants in the Central Plains. However, most of them kept their boundaries, and thus, this was the first time the weapons of the East and the West was facing off in Great Tang. The entire matter had gained massive attention. An unknown fellow can represent the swords of Great Tang? When the news reached the various prestigious smithing clan, the Chung clan was the first to make a move. Even though they appeared polite on the surface, they were actually trying all means beneath to surpass one another, vying for the title for the world's number one swordsmith clan. Just that, they didn't expect that a nobody would beat them to it. The smithing clans had shared the same stance on the matter regarding the Blue Bottle Pavilion. This kind of small matter wasn't worth bothering. However, the meaning of the event had changed completely. Regardless of whether that fellow in the Blue Bottle Pavilion had done it intentionally or not, with the spreading of this news, he had already become a representative for the Central Plains for the title of the number one swordsmith. This was something that the other clans were unable to tolerate. Relay my command. Fetch the best sword in the clan and deliver it to the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Let everyone witness the caliber of the best sword. Hearing the news, the Cheng clan elder Cheng Yuqing passed down the order immediately. But elder, it's 1,200 gold taels. The stakes involved in the duel was extremely high. A member of the Cheng clan tried to warn him, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. Do you think that we'll lose? Cheng Yuqing glared at him in displeasure. I dare not to. The Cheng clan member immediately lowered his head in fright. Regardless of the background of that attention-seeking nobody, this is a good chance for our Cheng clan. Using 1,200 gold taels to rise above the other clans and vie for the position for the number one sword in the world, where else can we find such a good opportunity? In comparison to that, what does 1,200 gold taels mean? Cheng Yuqing said. Regardless of whether it was the Cheng clan, Zhang clan, Lu clan, or the Huang clan, no one would dare to organize such an event. Otherwise, the other clans would alliance together against them. But now that the Blue Bottle Pavilion had stepped forward, the nature of the event had changed, and it was a hard-to-come-by opportunity. In the past, the Cheng clan would inform the other clans whenever they received any news. But this time, the Cheng clan didn't say anything about the matter. They silently sent their best sword to the Blue Bottle Pavilion to have it displayed. The same situation also occurred with the capital's Lu clan, Huang clan, Li clan, and the other prestigious swordsmithing clans. All of them secretly sent their best swords over to the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Everyone secretly against each other, but this time, no one said anything. Our impenetrable metal sword workshop only sells elite swords for 600 to 700 gold taels each. What rights does that fellow have to be selling swords at the price of 400 to 500 gold taels in the capital? Even we don't dare to commit such an act. If that fellow didn't set such a rule, it wouldn't be appropriate for us to go challenging him. But now, he is looking for it himself. Not only the prestigious clans, the large weapon shops and workshops had been accumulating a lot of dissatisfaction in the past few days. Wang Chong had been causing a huge commotion with his sword, and the one who took the brunt of the impact of his actions were, in fact, not the swordsmithing clans, but the huge weapon shops. The sudden appearance of this uninvited guest in the capital had incurred their ire. Go, bring out the best sword of our impenetrable metal sword workshop. Even if we fail to get the title of first in the world, we should at least teach that fellow a lesson. As though agreeing on the matter, all of the weapon shops and workshops all took out their best swords and sabers and sent it over to Blue Bottle Pavilion. If any one of them were to win the duel gamble, the other party would have to pay more than 4,000 gold taels. If 10 of them were to win, that would add up to 40,000 gold taels. This was more than enough to strike a heavy to any influence. Regardless of what everyone was thinking of, as more and more swordsmiths of the Central Plains joined this duel gamble, the scale and prestige of the duel gamble gradually rose higher and higher. Let's go. Let's show those Han of the Central Plains the might of the sabers of our Abbasid Caliphate and Carrick's Spazinu. Just because this is the Central Plains doesn't mean that we can be underestimated. More and more weapon merchants of the western regions started to join in the affair as well. The event snowballed, and there were signs that it was getting out of control. In fact, some of the powers outside of those swordsmithing clans and weapon shops were pulled into the matter as well. Do you all really think that any one of your swords is worthy of the title of the #1 weapon in the world? As the event continued to develop, no one noticed a brawny man with a full beard standing within the crowd, sneering in contempt as he stared at the swords and sabers displayed on the pavilion. The Bluebottle Pavilion wasn't some remote alley which few people passed by. On the contrary, due to its proximity to the royal palace, it was often filled with crowds. Those who traverse here were either very wealthy or powerful experts. Such a major incident by the Bluebottle Pavilion had attracted the attention of many. The full-bearded man was one of them. I have immersed myself in forging for many years just to awe the world with my sword. When I finally craft the ultimate sword, I will show you all what the #1 sword in the world is. The eyes of the full-bearded man were filled with indignance. Eventually, after staring deeply at the sword hanging on the pavilion, he retracted his glance and silently left silently. His appearance and departure didn't catch anyone's attention. Leaving through the city gates, he walked on the paved roads, traveled across the mountains, traversed through the forest, and eventually reached the remote depths of a mountain. There was a clearing at the peak of the mountain, and even from afar, one could smell the heavy scent of a forge. As one approached the peak, one could see broken swords scattered everywhere. At the center of the dense congregation of broken swords, a sword workshop towered. Beside the sword workshop, a tall metal forge was still alit, and thick smoke was rolling from within. The full-bearded brawny man walked over, crouched down, and removed a red, glowing sword cast from within using tongs, placing it onto a metal board. Ding ding dang dang. He started to hammer it forcefully. The sword cast was around 4 fingers thick and 5 chi long. Even though it was still a semi-complete product, it felt exceptionally strong. A chi equals 33.3 centimeters, bronze, chromium, and tin. The secret formula that I've been researching for 10 years. Finally, I am about to create the world's strongest and sharpest sword. This time, I will show all of the swordsmithing clans in the world what a true master swordsmith is. As the thought flashed across his mind, the metal hammer in his hands started swinging faster with greater force. Countless sparks were emitted under his hammering. Deep in the remote mountain, no one could have imagined that there would be an unknown master swordsmith here. As a descendant from a lineage of hermit swordsmiths, the full-bearded brawny man possessed the bloodline of an ancient swordsmithing tribe, the Ruran tribe. Coincidentally, this was also the ancient tribe that first created metal weapons in the world. Even though it had disappeared along with the passing of time, the full-bearded brawny man inherited an ancient Ruran secret manual. The greatest wish of the full-bearded brawny man was to inherit his ancestors' will and forge the world's sharpest and toughest sword. Regardless of how powerful the other party could be, it would be impossible to break this sword. Through such, he would cleanse his ancestors of their shame. And this was an ideal opportunity to do so. Ding ding dang dang. Deep in the mountains, the frenzied wind roared, and the flames rose up to several dozen of zhang high. It burnt furiously through the night, even till the arrival of dawn. Only until the sun was right above the forge did the flames in the depths of the mountain finally stop. The full-bearded brawny man looked at the freshly forged sword he held in his hands in satisfaction. Despite his fatigue, he stepped out of his sword workshop and left the mountains. Soon, another sword would appear on the Bluebottle Pavilion. The effects of the duel gamble at the Bluebottle Pavilion gradually grew larger and larger. In just the short span of a single day, more than 20 swords had appeared on the Bluebottle Pavilion. Furthermore, this was after a careful selection of the swords. Even the entrance fee of 1,200 gold taels didn't stop them. The 4 great swordsmithing clans in the capital, the weapon merchants in the western regions, the weapon shops and workshops in the capital, as well as unknown master swordsmiths. Wei Hao was busy all day dealing with the various parties. Even he didn't expect the incident to develop to such a level. Mosade's appearance was like an ignition, triggering the entire weapon industry in the capital into action. A great amount of swordsmithing clans, weapon shops, workshops, and even external powers had joined in. The events was as though a leaking dam, impossible to be stopped by anyone. Like a rolling snowball, more and more people stood outside the Blue Bottle Pavilion to watch the commotion. TSK, 4,800 taels. To think it had become 4,800 taels. TSK. Let's see how many swords are there hanging on the pavilion. 20, 30. If the owner were to lose, he will probably lose his entire fortune. Heh. Let's see how he'll cope when he loses even his underwear. Haha, that fellow truly has kicked on a metal board this time. The capital's Zhang clan, Huang clan, Lu clan, and Huang clan are all top-notch swordsmithing clans. Yet, this fellow chose to take them on a duel gamble. He is truly making a mockery out of himself. Hee, let me tell you, this is what being complacent means. In a place like the capital, countless talents lay below the surface. This isn't something any other places could match up to. What can you do when the other party is intent at committing suicide? Before the Blue Bottle Pavilion, the mock of the crowd could be heard. Even though the number one sword in the world had caused quite an uproar, it was something only those of the weapon industry was obsessed over. To these ordinary people, they were more focused on another matter. This storm was caused by that fellow behind the Blue Bottle Pavilion, and as such, the attention of the crowd had always been on him. They weren't concerned over how incredible his sword was, but rather, how pitiful he would be after his loss. 30 top-notch swords weren't just jokes. They were more than capable of causing the bankruptcy of that fellow. Some of them even opened a gambling den before the Blue Bottle Pavilion. The event kept developing, and slowly, it attracted the attention of a unique group. Look at the commotion at Blue Bottle Pavilion. There are so many people there that they probably number in thousands. The number one sword in the world, such a prestigious title. Look at those swords, they're truly not bad. Just that, they're a little too expensive. Pooey, if it is truly a top-notch sword, money means nothing at all. I just fear that they are mere ordinary goods. Indeed, how can those 600 to 700 gold taels sword be considered as top-notch swords? It is one thing if an ordinary noble were to buy it, but it would be shameful if a member of the imperial army like us were to wield it. On top of the 100 zhang tall golden-plated walls of the Great Tang Royal Palace, a row of Great Tang Imperial Army members was currently standing by the city walls, looking at the Blue Bottle Pavilion. From the towering palace walls, the Blue Bottle Pavilion looked exceptionally short and small. Even so, the dense assembly of people there was extremely conspicuous. The Blue Bottle Pavilion was just a short distance away from the Great Tang Empire. The ruckus there had long attracted the attention of the Imperial Army. As life within the palace walls was boring, the moment the duel gamble which pitted the swords of the Central Plains against the sabers of the western regions appeared, it had caught the attention of many of the members of the Imperial Army. Who is that? It looks like Commander Li. Just when they were chattering, someone suddenly spoke, and the group immediately turned their heads toward where their colleague was looking at. Beyond the city walls, a few familiar figures were currently walking toward the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Sure, it's Lord Zhao. Shut up, don't speak. The faces of the Imperial Army members immediately grew stern, and all of them fell silent. Even though it was a distance of several hundred zhang, it didn't take them long to reach their destination. Under the gaze of the Imperial Army members, the three figures quickly reached the Blue Bottle Pavilion. We're from the Imperial Army. The trio took out a token from their waist and announced their identity. What? Wei Hao was still busy sorting out the information of the guests who were involved in the duel gamble. Upon hearing these words, his eyes immediately widened and he abruptly stood up. Facing the three, he suddenly calmed down. Before the three could even speak, Wei Hao took in a deep breath, gazed at the trio directly, and walked by the table toward them. Hold it for a moment. I'll call someone over. Wang Chong, it's exactly as you said. The Imperial Army really came. These were the first words which Wei Hao said upon hurriedly rushing into the Wang family residence. Back then, when hanging the sword on the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong had told Wei Hao to call him if an Imperial Army member were to come. Wei Hao didn't expect that the members of the Imperial Army to really come. At the highest level of the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong saw the Imperial Army members whom Wei Hao spoke of. Since his reincarnation, this was Wang Chong's first time meeting the guards of the Emperor. The Imperial Army was tasked with the responsibility of protecting the capital and ensuring the safety of the Emperor. Of the armies of the world, they were considered as royalty. Bearing the emblem of the royal family, rarely did anyone have the opportunity to interact with them. This applied for Wang Chong as well. This was also the reason why Wei Hao was so surprised by this. What a strong scent of authority. No wonder no scion dared to offend the Imperial Army easily. Looking at the people standing before him, Wang Chong thought, as the guards of the Emperor and the royal family, they often came into contact with the powerful nobles who traveled to and fro the royal palace, and as time went by, the deep scent of authority started to rub off them. Compared to them, the other soldiers felt like officials or constables. Even without their token, it was easy to identify them. On the other hand, these Imperial Army members surveyed a person intensely, yet they were austere and reticent. It was easy for ordinary civilians to feel fearful, apprehensive, and uncomfortable before them. Their disposition was something ordinary people could never possess. The guards of the Emperor are indeed incredible. As expected of the strongest and most elite army in the world, Wang Chong complimented them in his mind. Wang Chong had met the Imperial Army in his previous life before as well. Compared to their state in his previous life, at this moment, the Imperial Army still held the image of the awe-inspiring, strongest troop. The Imperial Army were known for their battle prowess, and they depend on it for a living as well. Their strength wasn't something that anyone could compare up to. However, in a few years' time, as Great Tang gradually came to a downfall, the Scions started to enter the Imperial Army and they tried to buy their way through the ranks. On the other hand, those capable ones were eliminated from the Imperial Army, causing the downfall of the strongest army in the world. When they were required to guard the capital and the world, the Imperial Army fell with a single confrontation, causing deaths that spread over 1,000 li. That became the greatest humiliation of the Great Tang then, as well as the thorn in everyone's heart, including Wang Chong. It's enough for such a tragedy to occur once. No matter what, I won't allow something like that to happen to the Imperial Army once more. Wang Chong suddenly felt a sour sensation at his nose. In his previous life, when the tragedy struck, he was right in the capital. He witnessed the corpses of the Imperial Army being stacked up at the alleys around the palace firsthand. It was an unforgettable sight. Fresh crimson blood flowed through the alleys as though a river of blood, causing Wang Chong to feel incredible astonishment, as well as agony. It was the first time Wang Chong had experienced the loss of his kin, his big aunt and uncle. Taking a deep breath, Wang Chong quickly calmed down. Regardless of how the Imperial Army was in his previous life, it was a matter that had already passed. In this current life, Wang Chong had already succeeded in changing the fate of the Wang clan. What had happened in his previous life may not necessarily happen in this one. Upon calming down, Wang Chong's glance slowly swept across the three. Upon seeing the man who had a lightning-shaped scar on his glabella, Wang Chong's attention was abruptly jolted at him. Wang Chong recognized the person standing before him. Zhao Fengchen. Wang Chong could never have thought that the one who came would be him, one of the legendary top 3 experts of the Imperial Army. In his previous life, he managed to become the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army. His greatest distinguishing feature was the lightning-shaped sword scar on his glabella. In his previous life, he was reputed for carrying 2 sabers, one by his waist and one on his glabella. It was due to this that Wang Chong immediately recognized him. Compared to the Zhao Fengchen that Wang Chong remembered, the one before him looked significantly younger. There were still marks of youth on him, and he had yet to become the valiant figure he had in his past life, exuding an aura as though the entire universe was within his grasp. Even so, there were many outstanding features to the current Zhao Fengchen. Of the trio, his disposition and authoritative aura clearly stood out. If he didn't recall wrongly, the current Zhao Fengchen should already be a commander of the Imperial Army, one of the leading figures of the organization. In the future, he would reach even greater heights. In the truest sense, his future was bright. The unparalleled authority over the imperial army was waiting for him. To think that it would be him, I could have never imagined it. Wang Chang's heart was beating furiously at the moment, but it wasn't because of this that he had remembered him. To Wang Chong, he had another identity, the most famous Wood steel weapon collector in the Central Plains. He was nearly involved in all legends regarding the Wood steel in Wang Chong's previous life. Zhao Fengchen was the typical martial arts fanatic. He possessed exceptional love for top-notch weapons, especially for Wood steel weapons. In his previous life, of the highest-priced Wood steel weapons, nearly a third of which was his doing. Zhao Fengchen's interest in the solidity, sharpness, as well as the highly aesthetic patterns of the Wood steel had reached an insane level. In his previous life, Zhao Fengchen was the one who led the craze for the Wood steel in the Central Plains. When the incomparably sharp Wood steel sword was paired with his outstanding cultivation, he created a legend of his strength in the imperial army. To think that I would manage to catch a whale with my rod. Wang Chong suddenly felt his entire body lighten, and comfort gushed through his body. This was truly fate. Wang Chong had just intended to attract a few wealthy imperial army members to buy the Wood's weapon, but to think that he would manage to bait Zhao Fengchen, a legendary whale. Zhao Fengchen's love for Wood steel weapon was publicly known to have reached an insane level. If Wood steel weapons could be considered as a poison, then Zhao Fengchen must have reached the terminal stage, and no medicine could save him anymore. For such a famous figure to suddenly appear in Wang Chong's plan, Wang Chong suddenly felt extremely confident of his future. "You're the owner of the sword?" Zhao Fengchen spoke. The feeling the youngster gave him was weird. When others found out that he was from the imperial army, they would more or less show some apprehension against him. Yet, this youngster simply stared at him silently. It was inconceivable to him what the other party was contemplating over. Yes. Recovering from his thoughts, Wang Chong smiled. His gestures and expression exuded magnanimity. Zhao Fengchen didn't report his name to Wei Hao, and his actions clearly showed his intentions to conceal his identity. As such, Wang Chong complied with his wishes. Since Wang Chong knew his true identity, it was impossible for him to let him off the hook so easily. "I wish to buy the sword hanging in front of your pavilion. I wonder if you can remove the black cloth and show it to me. If the sword pleases me, I am willing to offer a high price that you will be satisfied with a price higher than the one you have offered." Zhao Fengchen immediately dived into the topic at hand and revealed the intentions behind his visit. His way of doing things was straightforward. "How much can you offer?" Wang Chong followed suit and asked him frankly. "I can assure you that it won't be less than 8,000 gold taels." Zhao Fengchen's hand gesture made Wei Hao feel as though his eyes were playing tricks on him. "Am I going mad? Who are they? The price outside is just 4,800 gold taels, and this fellow actually offered 8,000 gold taels. Are all of the imperial army members that rich?" Wei Hao's lower jaw was about to fall to the floor. He only spent up to 10 gold taels in a month, but 8,000 gold taels. Given his expenditure, it would be more than sufficient to last him for his entire life. What is generosity? This is generosity. This is what being wealthy means. Hurry up and agree to it. Wei Hao hurriedly urged Wang Chong by the side. Only a fool would reject 8,000 gold taels. If a single weapon could sell for 8,000 gold taels, then the 90,000 gold taels which Wang Chong owed the two Cindy monks wouldn't pose a problem at all. He had truly struck it rich this time. "No." Wang Chong stared at Zhao Fengchen with a calm expression. The single word that he uttered caused Wei Hao's dream to be shattered. "Why?" Wei Hao and Zhao Fengchen spoke almost at the same time. "Wang Chong, you're insane. Why would you reject such a good deal?" Wei Hao was about to go insane from his anxiety. That was 8,000 gold taels. If he were able to sell the sword for that much money, he would have more than sufficient money to pay for the 1,700 debt along with its interest, as well as the fee for the violation of the contract with the Cindy monks over the Hyderabad ores. Given the monthly expenditure of the duo, it was sufficient to last them for several decades. Thousands of gold taels. Yet, Wang Chong rejected it flatly. Wei Hao felt as though he was unable to keep up with his thoughts. "Gongzi, surely my offer isn't inadequate?" Zhao Fengchen's reaction was different from that of Wei Hao. Honestly speaking, The youngster before him had left him surprised. Most people would find it hard to resist the overwhelming fortune of 8,000 gold taels, yet the youngster before him rejected his offer without any hesitation. Zhao Fengchen was shocked. At the same time, he found the situation incomprehensible. This is your first time here, so you might not be aware of the rules of the sales of my sword. The buyer isn't allowed to view it, touch it, or unveil the black cloth covering the sword. Do you understand my words? Wang Chong said calmly. Wang Chong wasn't surprised by Zhao Fengchen's generosity at all. Possessing the memories of his previous life, Wang Chong was clear of the background of this Zhao Fengchen. The person who stood before him was the son of the main family of the capital's wealthiest clan. At the same time, Zhao Fengchen had a secret to him that very few people knew of. Zhao Fengchen actually possessed a sliver of the royal bloodline. At his great-grandfather's generation, a princess of the royal palace married into the Zhao clan. That was to say, Zhao Fengchen's great-grandmother was a member of the royal family. This sliver of royal bloodline had created a unique position for Zhao Fengchen, causing him to be highly valued within the clan. It could be said that the Zhao clan's support for him was relentless. Regardless of what was it that Zhao Fengchen needed, the Zhao clan would definitely provide him it. The reason why Zhao Fengchen could reach such great heights in the future, becoming the Grand Marshal of the Imperial Army at such a young age, was closely related to the support of his clan. The Zhao clan had been concealing this secret all along, only exposing it many years later. The Zhao clan was known to possess wealth that rivaled the entire country, and they're the #1 wealthiest clan in the capital. Whether it was to Zhao Fengchen or to the Zhao clan, 8,000 gold taels meant nothing at all. Thus, this was actually a good opportunity for Wang Chong. However, this wasn't what Wang Chong wanted. No one knew more than Wang Chong how popular the Wootz steel would become in the future. 8,000 gold taels may be a lot of money to ordinary civilians, but compared to the potential the Wootz steel weapon industry held, it was an unprofitable business. How could Wang Chong be moved by such a small sum? Rules can be changed, and 8,000 gold taels should be more than enough to make up for Gongzi's loss, right? I just want to take a look. There shouldn't be anything detrimental to you, right? Zhao Fengchen persuaded Wang Chong, attempting to get him to change his mind. I just want to ask you a question then. If you aren't satisfied with the sword after viewing it, will you still pay the 8,000 gold taels? Wang Chong's words were directed at the very core of the problem. For a moment, Zhao Fengchen was at a loss for words. He would be willing to pay 8,000 gold taels for a good sword, but if the sword concealed within the black cloth was just a rotten lump of steel, he would be a fool to pay such a price. Even though the Zhao clan's wealth could rival the country, they hadn't reached the level of extravagance where they would dump 8,000 gold taels on a rotten lump of steel. Looks like you aren't interested in buying my sword. You only hope to purchase a sword worth 8,000 taels. Wang Chong shook his head. Does Gongzi not think that your own sword is worth 8,000 gold taels? Zhao Fengchen chuckled. Wang Chong simply shook his head smiling, not arguing with him over the matter. I'll still say the same words. You aren't allowed to view or touch it. If you wish to buy it, you can take it for 4,800 gold taels. By tomorrow, the price won't be just this anymore. After saying these words, Wang Chong flung his sleeves and left without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he had already walked out of the room. Lord, what do we do? That lad doesn't seem to be interested in negotiating at all. After Wang Chong left, the lanky member of the Imperial Army beside Zhao Fengchen couldn't hold back his complaints any longer. Let me think it. Zhao Fengchen frowned and contemplated quietly. 8,000 gold taels was more than 10 times higher than Wang Chong's initial offer. Yet, Wang Chong rejected his offer without any hesitation. His decisiveness was truly beyond Zhao Fengchen's imagination. This was something Zhao Fengchen never expected before coming over. Lord, why should you argue so much with that fellow? If he refuses to agree to it, we can just fetch the sword hanging on the Blue Bottle Pavilion by force. The lanky Imperial Army member proposed. Wang Chong's prior attitude had left him dissatisfied. They were from the Imperial Army, and the fellow was being way too arrogant. No, the Blue Bottle Pavilion belongs to the Duke of Wei. Other people may not be aware, but don't you know it? After so many days, have you seen anyone trying to steal the swords here? Zhao Fengchen rejected his proposal without any hesitation with a stern look. Besides, don't you care about the reputation of the Imperial Army? If such a thing were to happen, how do the rest of our brothers uphold their dignity? But about Lord Huang, the lanky Imperial Army member protested. But the moment the words escaped his mouth, he realized that he had misspoken. He quickly covered his mouth, but it was already too late. Turning his head over to look at Zhao Fengchen, he saw that the other party's complexion had already turned awful. There's no need for you to worry about Lord Huang. I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing the words Lord Huang, Zhao Fengchen became visibly irritated. His interest in the matter had already dampened greatly. I will leave this sword of mine with you. When they return, get them to hang it on the pavilion. Since I'm unable to buy the sword, I'll join in the duel gamble as well. Zhao Fengchen removed the ancient silver sword from his waist and threw it over. Then, he left the Blue Bottle Pavilion with large strides. At the same time, outside the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Chong and Wei Hao were walking side by side. That rascal! I thought that he was generous. To think that he is just like everyone else. Ever since they had walked out of the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wei Hao cursed non-stop. If not for Wang Chong's question, he would have never known that Zhao Fengchen had such a condition behind his purchase of the sword for 8,000 gold taels. There's no need to blame him. Rather, it would be weird if he bought such an expensive sword without getting the chance to see its quality for himself. Wang Chong shrugged, not paying any heed to the matter. In his previous life, Zhao Fengchen treated his money as though dirt. He offered more than 100,000 gold taels for a single wood steel weapon, which left many people thinking that his wealth had gone to his head and that he was simply flaunting his money. But the truth was the exact opposite. Through Wang Chong's encounter with Zhao Fengchen just a moment ago, he could tell that even though Zhao Fengchen didn't think much of money, he only bought the objects that he found valuable. As for those worthless objects, Zhao Fengchen shunned them more than anyone else. In fact, if one were to think about the matter, how could the future marshal of the Imperial Army be a fool? However, didn't you leave too fast? You didn't leave any leeway at all. No matter what, it was 8,000 gold taels. To be capable of offering such price, he was a potential buyer. Walking alongside Wang Chong, Wei Hao commented in pity. He found it a shame that they simply get such a big fish escape. Don't worry, he's still on the hook. He'll return soon. Wang Chong smiled. Zhao Fengchen's relationship with Wood Steel could be almost termed as destiny. It was impossible to sever the relationship between the two. Wang Chong believed that when he unveils the black cloth and showcased the Wood Steel weapon for the first time, Zhao Fengchen would definitely feel the summon of the weapon. Zhao Fengchen. Zhao Fengchen. Wang Chong muttered. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind and he recalled something. In his previous life, Zhao Fengchen was a legend. Regardless of whether it was his story with Wood Steel, that cultivation of his, or how he fought to his death with those foreign invaders, the entire world remembered his name clearly. But compared to the outstanding position he held later on, the current Zhao Fengchen was still an unknown figure. Even though he was a leader of the Imperial Army, there were many of his equals within the Imperial Army. Based on the memories of Wang Chong's previous life, Zhao Fengchen would remain in the same rank for 6 to 7 years, and the reason for this was because of a nemesis of his, Huang Xiaotian. A name flashed across Wang Chong's mind. Given that Zhao Fengchen was able to become the publicly recognized 3 greatest legends of the history of the Imperial Army was proof of the incredible talent and strength he possessed. Yet, for such an outstanding person to only become a marshal in his 40s was inconceivable. He only made his name for himself in the latter part of his life. And the reason for that was because of another outstanding and talented Imperial Army commander. That person was known as Huang Xiaotian. Although he failed to match up to Zhao Fengchen's accomplishments eventually, Huang Xiaotian definitely wasn't much inferior to him. In the Imperial Army, other than the current marshal, he would definitely rank into the top few in terms of strength. As the saying goes, a mountain didn't allow for the presence of 2 tigers. 2 people of similar interest could become friends, but 2 people with identical personalities could only become enemies. It was impossible for Zhao Fengchen and Huang Xiaotian to ever become friends. It was because of Huang Xiaotian that Zhao Fengchen was stuck in as a general for 6 to 7 years. Eventually, Due to his outstanding contribution and the talents he had displayed, Zhao Fengchen soared ahead, pulling the distance away from Huang Xiaotian. From there on, he forged his own legend. The origin of the grudge between the duo came from an important Imperial Army martial selection. Back then, Huang Xiaotian and Zhao Fengchen were strong competitors for the position. But eventually, in the duel, Zhao Fengchen lost to Huang Xiaotian, and this precious opportunity slipped past his fingers. After which, Huang Xiaotian made use of his position as his superior to suppress Zhao Fengchen in his position, keeping his rank stationary. Judging from the date, the Imperial Army selection should be around now. Wang. When the thought flashed through Wang Cheng's mind, he fell into a daze. Suddenly, Wang Cheng understood why Zhao Fengchen had come to look for him. Wang Cheng, what's wrong? A voice echoed in his ear. Wei Hao stared at Wang Cheng in shock, unable to comprehend why his friend had suddenly stopped halfway. It's nothing. Wang Cheng recovered from his daze and shook his head. Opening the carriage doors by the street, he and Wei Hao stepped in. With the cracking of a whip, the carriage started moving into the distance. Gongzi, wait a moment. Suddenly, flurried footsteps could be heard from behind. Wang Cheng and Wei Hao turned around, only to see a member of the Imperial Army rushing over in a panic. Speak of the devil. Wei Hao turned around to look at Wang Cheng with his mouth completely widened, seeming as though he had met a ghost. They had just spoken of the matter, and the other party came right after that. Could it be that Wang Cheng's words had caused them to change their minds so quickly? If that's the case, Wang Cheng was simply way too incredible. But contrary to the expectations of the duo, the Imperial Army member asked about another matter. Gongzi, may I ask about the metal mountain outside the Blue Bottle Pavilion? Is that for sale? The Imperial Army member asked while pointing to the metal mountain, which was almost tall as a human. The Blue Bottle Pavilion wasn't too far away from the royal palace. The events that occurred here had long caused a commotion in the Imperial Army. There wasn't anyone else who loved swords more than the Imperial Army. The duel gamble conducted by the Blue Bottle Pavilion had long attracted the attention of the Imperial Army. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared today. It was one thing for no one to know of the sword hanging on the pavilion. However, the purpose of the huge metal tower at the door, or rather, the metal mountain, still remained a mystery. Within the royal palace, all kinds of conjectures had been proposed by the Imperial Army members, and there were even people gambling on it. This Imperial Army member was also overwhelmed by curiosity. Taking this opportunity, he quickly asked about the matter. Hee. Wang Cheng understood what was going on and he chuckled. Why don't you try guessing? Leaving behind these words, the carriage left the Blue Bottle Pavilion. Returning from the Blue Bottle Pavilion, Wang Cheng quickly devoted his efforts to his martial arts practice once more. Judging from the time, the selection for the 3 great training camps should have opened already. From the very start, the criteria for entering the 3 great training camps was high. Furthermore, it would only increase in the future. Without sufficient skills and the required cultivation realm, it was impossible for one to enter. Other than this, Wang Cheng also had to contemplate over the matter of his grandfather's birthday. The core of the entire Wang clan, as well as the most authoritative person in the clan, was never his father, Wang Yin, or his big uncle, Wang Jin, and even less so, his big aunt and uncle. There had only been one core to the Wang clan, and that was his grandfather. As a prestigious clan of generals and scholars, the Wang clan possessed an enormous amount of resources. However, usually, it was impossible for the other members of the Wang clan to notice these resources. In terms of fortune, the Wang clan was unable to match up to those smaller clans like the capital's Zhang clan. In terms of authority, it was unable to compete against the Yao clan. In fact, the amount of resources which Yao Feng's had access to far exceeded the amount which Wang Cheng had. Even so, the Wang clan was still considered as a top-notch prestigious clan of the Great Tang Empire. As for the reason for this bizarre sight, it was because only the clan members whom Wang Cheng's grandfather acknowledged would be granted a large slice of the resources. This was the reason why Big Uncle Wang Jin could join the royal court, and why Father Wang Yin could become a general. The same held for Big Aunt and Uncle as well. Thus, in his previous life, when grandfather passed away and Big Uncle chose the wrong faction to stand with, the Wang clan fell from grace swiftly. The Wang clan doesn't tolerate subpar talents. That was his grandfather's ideology. As such, until a Wang clan member displayed sufficient capability and received the approval of his grandfather, he was actually no different from the son of an ordinary clan. If Wang Chong wanted the resources of the clan to be diverted to him, so as to change destiny, he had to receive the acknowledgement of his grandfather first. Furthermore, the Four Quarters Embassy was a building built by His Majesty for Wang Chong's grandfather and the others. As it was a place for conferences and governance, it was guarded by the imperial army. Even the members of the Wang clan only had one opportunity every year to enter that place, and that was during grandfather's birthday. This was the only chance Wang Chong had this year. Wang Chong had to carefully contemplate over how he could receive his grandfather's acknowledgement.